He is an immortal demon lord, yet the gods reincarnated him as humanity's holy son. It turns out in his previous life he was lucky enough to win the lottery, but before he could even enjoy it, he discovered he had cancer. However, there was a silver lining to his misfortune, as after he died, he was reincarnated as a skeleton monster. From a low-level skeleton monster, he evolved into the undead king, and led the demon race toward prosperity. His real name is Isaac. People often affectionately call him Isaac. His ultimate goal is to become human, so he can fulfill his dream of taking a dump. Therefore, Isaac went to the celestial realm, where he once made a deal with these gods. If he could eliminate the rebellious forces opposing the celestial realm, they would turn him into a human. But from the very beginning, these gods never intended to keep the pact, as they basically had no way to turn Isaac into a human and only wanted to exploit him. Upon realizing this, he was absolutely furious. "Damn it, how long do you bastards intend to keep lying to me? You can't even handle my dream of eating and pooping, so you all should just die. Enough stalling, let's dive into the content and explore Isaac's journey to fulfill his dream of taking a dump." The sky was clear and a massive hospital appeared before his eyes. He panicked with only one thought in his heart. He wanted to live, he didn't want to die. The doctor somberly announced that his condition had never been detected before and would be named after him. Pausing for a moment, he continued with a regretful tone, saying he only had a maximum of 6 months to live. Clutching the medical report in his hands, he was in pain, and those words kept echoing in his head. People around him began to whisper when they saw his unusual behavior, but he just felt hollow. Unbelieving, he asked himself why life was so unfair. He had worked his fingers to the bone, just barely getting things stable, yet now he was about to die. Wandering aimlessly on the street, he was suddenly pulled back by someone, a hurried voice reminding him to be careful because this place was dangerous. But he didn't care anymore, just fell to the ground, letting negative thoughts consume his mind. Looking at the lottery ticket rolling on the floor, he thought bitterly that it was ironic. He had just won the jackpot. Kneeling on the ground, he trembled, desperately pleading with fate, "I still want to live, I don't want to die yet." Holding the lottery ticket tightly in his hand, he only hoped for a miracle. But then the scenery around him changed. Even though he had begged to live, he never expected to exist in the form of a skeleton. Looking down at his new body, he could only complain to the heavens, "Why must I be reincarnated as this?" On top of that, even biological functions are no longer possible. When a three-eyed monster lunged at him, he drew his sword, shouting loudly that he would kill them all. The blade gradually stained with blood, but when he realized a giant was approaching, he immediately took a defensive stance. A powerful blow from the giant sent him flying high into the air, but he quickly counterattacked, pouring all his strength into his glowing red sword, shouting, "This miserable business has to end." Finally, the enemy collapsed, and he coldly declared that the suppression of the rebel army was complete. After being reincarnated, he had become a low-level demon and gradually evolved into the king of the undead. The cheers of Demon King, the immortal Demon King, echoed everywhere. He continued to recount his journey, from reviving a demon army that had been nearly extinct for centuries, to standing before those who once treated him like a pawn. Although he might actually be bald, he was now the Demon King. A trembling servant called his name but pronounced it completely wrong, so he wearyingly reminded them that his name was Isaac, not Isaac as they kept calling him. But it seemed these people could never pronounce it right. Not wanting to continue the meaningless conversation, he just told them to take care of themselves, and when someone anxiously asked where he was going, he replied coldly that he was going to collect his reward. He craved to reach his final goal of becoming a human. Looking toward the celestial realm, he declared that he had eliminated all their enemies, and according to the agreement, they needed to fulfill their promise to turn him into a human. But instead of keeping their word, they hesitated, whispering among themselves that they hadn't expected him to complete the mission in such a short time. Some even whispered about forcing him to work for free for a while longer. Hearing that, he immediately got angry. "I can hear all of that," he shouted, then continued through gritted teeth, reminding them that they had promised to turn him into a human if he defeated all the enemies. Seeing them still hesitant, he gnashed his teeth in anger and cursed under his breath. Just then, one of the leaders of the celestial realm smiled cryptically, asking if he could do one more thing. The rage in him erupted, Even if I'm a skeleton, you guys should know where to draw the line, he roared. You bastards, you're making me do slave labor while you still have a way to turn me into a human, aren't you? The more he spoke, the greater his fury grew, and now, even facing gods, he didn't tremble at all. He was terrified, seeming to realize something, while the person next to him warned that they shouldn't have trusted him in the first place. The other person, full of arrogance, wondered why they had to compromise with a madman like that. He angrily shouted that was all they knew how to say, and beyond those forbidden summoning arts, they couldn't create or destroy anything. As an undead, he couldn't live properly, yet they still wanted to use him. If they couldn't turn him into someone who would make the celestial realm tremble, he didn't need them anymore. They were afraid and hurriedly begged for more time, promising that if he helped them with a few more things, they would grant his wish. But he immediately cut them off, roaring that to pay for their broken promise, he would take their lives. He threatened that he would turn them into dried skeletons just like him. His power suddenly spread throughout the room. He laughed with satisfaction. But at that very moment, something strange happened. He was surprised to realize his magic suddenly disappeared, and his body couldn't move anymore. The blonde guy standing in front of him smirked. He asserted that once he wrote someone's name on the paper in his hand, that person wouldn't be able to budge. They all chanted destruction in unison, revealing that this was a high-level holy technique used to seal disasters like him. They looked at him with contempt, mocking that a common demon like him should have been grateful for serving them. Now he would have to live a wretched life like a worm. He smirked, provocatively asking if they couldn't choose a worm with more hair. He mocked him, nodding that he was still obsessed with his hair. Just as the light from the paper in his hand flared up, he looked blankly, realizing something was wrong. He continued laughing mockingly, exposing that if they wanted to act, they should at least have been faster before he could discover it. Before letting himself be turned into a worm, he chose to commit suicide. They panicked as they witnessed that crazy act, unable to believe he really dared to do it. However, one of them calmed down, confirming that the ritual still proceeded as planned, meaning the Demon King's soul had been sealed. When he woke up, he felt that his body was somehow different. Instead of becoming a worm as they intended, he discovered he had hands, skin, and the body of a newborn baby. He couldn't believe it. Had he really been reincarnated as a human? Surrounding him were strangers calling him a saint. A nurse rejoiced that he had woken up, while others thought he should sleep a bit more. He was confused, wondering who these people were. Were they his nannies? Had he truly become human? But then the suspicion in his heart grew as he noticed their cryptic expressions. One of them spoke with hidden meaning, saying that even though they didn't want to, they still had to complete the mission. Before he could understand what was happening, a suspicious milk bottle appeared in front of him. They gently apologized for making him sleep more, and then the last sentence rang out, "May you rest in peace for eternity." He panicked, trying to struggle, but could only burst into tears. He thought, I just reincarnated and now I'm dying again. A milk bottle was brought to his face, but just as he touched his lips to it, he immediately turned away, causing those around him to be startled. They didn't understand why he wouldn't drink it. He turned his back, thinking that he had just returned to being human, so there was no reason to drink this suspicious stuff. But then he wondered why he had to become a human in the first place, while his caregivers were confused, not understanding why he wasn't acting like a normal baby, and if this continued, would he be able to sleep well? Someone inadvertently called him Isaac, making him startle. Wasn't that his real name? But they had mistaken it for Isaac. He gradually realized the truth. He had been sealed. But for some reason, he had been reincarnated into a body that shared his name. He smiled faintly, internally despising those who had sealed him, as they thought they were great but were careless enough to fail in imprisoning him. While he was still thinking, the milk bottle was shoved into his mouth. He immediately resisted, causing those around him to be bewildered. They exclaimed that even as a baby he was unexpectedly strong. He thought to himself, is this vegetable juice? It's so bad. He suspected whether this was an assassination plot using this disgusting concoction. How ironic, he had worked so hard to become human, and now he had to face this. Elsewhere in the temple of the holy nation of Helen, an old man laughed slyly, convinced that the child could not have survived. In front of him was Emperor Alexander, who coldly asked if he seemed very happy. The old man bowed respectfully and explained that the Asura family came to greet the saint candidate, because the Holy See could not afford not to care about the saint. The emperor smiled cryptically and nodded in agreement, saying that because this involved the saint, they should check personally. But he also warned that if any incident occurred after handing the saint over to the Holy See, it would be very unfortunate. Suddenly there was a shrill scream, drawing everyone's attention. The old man wore a dark smile. When the servants rushed to his room, they were extremely panicked. But contrary to their initial worries, the sight before them surprised them. He was still safe, and even drank all 15 bottles of vegetable juice. The servants were excited because he ate so well, truly an angel. The old man was stunned, unable to believe his ears. This was absurd, he should have died after drinking that. The old man was furious, because the substance in that milk bottle wasn't ordinary vegetable juice, but holy annihilation, a deadly poison that destroys holy power. If he drank the full dose, he would certainly die. But he had long since noticed something unusual in his body. He understood that this wasn't an ordinary poison, but a source of energy that could be converted into the magic power of the demon race. He gladly accepted it, thinking that it was unexpected that the enemy had unintentionally helped him absorb magic power so easily. He was so interested that he demanded another bottle, making those around him surprised. They smiled cunningly, thinking that the more he drank, the happier they would be because this wouldn't take effect immediately. But he thought differently. Excellent, for the sake of victory, I will absorb all this magic power. Deep within the recesses of his subconscious, he began to focus, condensing the energy he had just absorbed into his mana core. But as the condensation process took place, he suddenly discovered something strange. His mana core wasn't colored like normal, but emitted a pure white light. He didn't understand why, but the feeling of this power far exceeded all his expectations. He wondered how many blessings were stuffed into this baby's body. If fully utilized, he could become a monster stronger than anything he had ever imagined. At the Holy See, a piercing scream erupted, and someone angrily shouted, "Who dares to claim the saint will rule the holy nation?" It was the cardinal, who was extremely angry, saying that everyone insisted on claiming their child was the saint, even the lowest families. An old bishop below hurriedly reassured him, ensuring that all other saint candidates had been taken care of. The cardinal nodded in agreement but still appeared worried, claiming there were some unpleasant rumors. These words made the bishop feel uneasy. He hardened his voice, his face darkened, threatening that there was still one saint candidate from the Asura family. Hearing that, the bishop stuttered, mentioning this family as an important power in the court, and explained that there was nothing they could do. However, before he could finish his sentence, the wine glass in the cardinal's hand fell, cutting off his words. Wine splashed across the floor, looking like the color of blood. The cardinal continued to assert that the child would die as soon as the bishop arrived, and his duty was only to confirm the death. He emphasized that everything had been arranged. His expression became increasingly terrifying, and every word seemed to want to take someone else's life. He insisted that the saint must come from the Berith family. Meanwhile, the bishop was standing in front of the child, thinking that it should have been dead already. However, before his eyes, the baby was still alive, which made the bishop terrified, with cold sweat running down his face. The emperor was also present at that time, and he happily patted the child's cheek, nodding that its golden hair was the same color as the founder of the holy nation. When asked about this, the bishop stammered as he confirmed that the emperor was not mistaken. The baby looked toward them with wide, puzzled eyes, silently thinking that the man in front of him was indeed the emperor. He even remarked that this child seemed closer to the divine than the current pope, truly the nation's saint candidate. Hearing this, the baby was shaken, gradually realizing this was why everyone kept talking about the saint. Meanwhile, the bishop felt uneasy, silently thinking that if the emperor had favored this child from the beginning, things would become complicated. Unable to let the situation continue, the bishop immediately requested to take care of the child. The emperor asked for the reason, and the bishop made an excuse that something was off, as a newborn couldn't possibly drink that much vegetable juice. However, the emperor retorted that it was nothing unusual for a saint candidate to consume the church's offerings. Lying in his crib, the baby thought to himself that being the demon king but becoming a saint candidate was truly absurd, while the bishop continued to insist that nothing was certain and begged the emperor to hand the child over to his care. But the emperor informed him that the Asura family would be arriving soon, so the matter could wait. While the two were arguing, the baby suddenly felt a strange aura escaping. He hurriedly covered his mouth, worried that it was dark magic he hadn't managed to digest yet. He reflexively scanned his surroundings to check if anyone had noticed. The bishop, not giving up, approached and asserted that he had just felt a dark mana aura emanating from the child. His expression changed instantly, convinced that something was suspicious. Hearing this, the baby panicked, thinking to himself that he had been found out. The bishop continued, saying it was possible the child was just a failed candidate possessed by dark magic, and therefore demanded an immediate investigation, which made the baby angry and cursing under his breath. The emperor couldn't hide his anger either, shouting, "How dare you say that about a precious saint candidate?" However, the bishop remained calm, asserting that the emperor need not worry because the pope had already decided to choose a candidate from the Berith family as the next saint. Hearing this, the emperor became defensive, thinking that the bishop wanted to install his own family member as the saint, which was truly shameless, and the baby grew angry, realizing this was exactly why the bishop wanted to eliminate him. The bishop picked up the child, ordering him to be taken to the investigation site immediately. Meanwhile, the baby could only helplessly curse internally. The emperor spoke up, reminding him that the Eshua family were close allies of the court and that, as emperor, he believed the child still needed to be considered. The bishop replied that he understood, but also reminded him that the crown prince's blessing could only be bestowed after the saint was decided, a statement that made the emperor pause to reflect deeply on the current situation. He thought to himself that if he didn't support the child the pope had chosen, it was very likely he would refuse to bless the crown prince. He wondered to himself if this was truly the will of the church. Meanwhile, the baby became increasingly angry, endlessly cursing the people who only cared about money, worried that if they discovered his true identity, everything would become extremely troublesome. Even so, his eyes didn't stop observing the surrounding situation. The old bishop spoke up, asserting that if necessary, they could investigate immediately with his exorcism power. However, he didn't pay any attention to the milk bottle in the child's hand. While the bishop was still rambling, explaining that if the boy were human, nothing would happen, but if he were a demon, he would immediately. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted as, in the blink of an eye, the milk bottle in the child's hand slammed straight into the bishop's face, knocking him unconscious to the floor instantly. The teeth knocked out of his jaw fell like rain. The child still kept his innocent expression. The tiny hand continued to shake the milk bottle as if nothing had happened, while in his heart, he simply thought that continuing to act like a truly innocent baby was fine. The bishop, his face swollen from the beating, glared at the child in anger, blurting out, "How can a mere bottle deal such terrifying damage?" However, the people around didn't pay him any mind. They were all focused on cheering for the child, amazed by the light radiating from him and whispering to themselves that it must be holy power. If that was the case, this child must surely be a saint. And although the baby kept his innocent look, he felt a bit bewildered inside, admitting he could feel holy power in his body but wondering what this source of power really was. Not letting himself think too much, he happily shook the milk bottle once more and directly landed another hit on the bishop's cheek. He wanted to see what else the old man could do to him. The bishop, caught in the beating, thought in a panic and shuddered as he repeatedly asked himself if this was some kind of dark magic. Faced with this series of actions, the emperor laughed heartily, and the surrounding guards couldn't help but be excited. Isaac was extremely pumped, repeatedly hitting his face while simultaneously increasing the hardness of his weapon, thinking, "Yes, I'll use reinforcement magic to make this bottle harder, and then pretend to be an innocent, naive baby." "How's that, you son of a bitch?" The constant face beating forced him to collapse to the ground, and seeing this, a guard couldn't help but speak up. He's clearly impressed by His Excellency's holy power. He looked at his weapon and kept wondering, what is this? Even though it's weak, every time I use dark mana, a bit of holy mana accompanies it. These two are clearly complete opposites. How can I use them together? It definitely has to do with that white mana core. Just as he was about to smack him one more time, the bishop reached out, grabbed the milk bottle and looked at him with a furious expression. He snatched the milk bottle away, threw it hard onto the ground, and turned toward the emperor, saying loudly, "I swear by all that I have, this child is a heretic. We must perform an exorcism ritual immediately." Hearing these words, Isaac couldn't help but feel annoyed by this stubborn bastard. He slid his hand into the bishop's robe, thinking, I didn't want to do this, but it seems you have something interesting in here. He pulled out a severed hand from inside his robe, which radiated a purple aura that looked extremely mysterious and terrifying. Seeing this, the bishop became terrified, his face darkening. That arm was the remains of a high-level demon that had been wiped out. It was an object that could utilize the demon kind's ability to absorb the power of their peers, which he had been hiding on his person in case he was hunted. He's scared. How does this brat know about it? Isaac thought, feeling incredibly smug with a cunning expression. In a flash, he threw that arm behind him, saying, "Look closely, you dog. If you keep your eyes on me, don't blame me." As the demonic arm touched the ground, Isaac snapped his fingers. He turned the arm into an extremely large demon, which terrified the bishop, who screamed, "A demon? Why?" Meanwhile, he acted incredibly smug, thinking, "Look how big it got." In the temple room, a strange, demonic shadow suddenly appeared with red, bloodshot eyes and sharp claws, causing everyone in the room to reach for their weapons in alarm, shouting in shock, "How can a creature of darkness appear here?" The emperor couldn't help but ask in a panic, "Bishop of the Berith faction, explain yourself. A demon inside the temple, have you lost your mind?" The bishop, also terrified and pale as a sheet, explained, "Don't you see, sir? This child just took out a totem." The young master was shocked. Totems are items linked to dead demons. How could he resurrect a demon instantly? The emperor immediately ordered his royal knights, "Everyone, listen up. Protect the child from the evil demon and the bishop." All the soldiers replied in unison, "At your command." A royal knight rushed forward and snatched the baby from the bishop's arms so quickly that he couldn't even react, muttering, "What is happening?" After being carried away, the baby turned to look at the crowd surrounding the demon, thinking, "Serves you right, you annoying bastard. Heh heh. Let's see how strong this bishop really is." The demon suddenly called out softly, "Saint, saint." Then it suddenly roared, "Kill the saint." The baby looked blankly confused. "What?" The demon roared again, "Must kill the saint," and lunged at the boy. The royal knights immediately stepped in front of the boy, gripping their sharp swords to protect the young master. Meanwhile, the boy was also confused, asking himself, "What's wrong with it? I'm the one who revived it, so why is it targeting me? Oh well, with the holy knights around, what's there to worry about?" Just as he thought this, a holy knight was knocked to the floor by the demon in agony. The baby didn't expect them to be defeated so quickly. Are they really holy knights? The demon continued to advance, landing blows toward the boy. "Kill the saint, save the imprisoned king." The royal knights were defeated one by one, and the knight holding the child became increasingly terrified, hugging him tightly, which made the baby feel like he was choking. "Ha, gotta stop it first. No one will notice my mana in this chaos, right?" The demon frantically lunged at its target, "Kill." The baby decisively looked straight at the demon. "Why are there so many people wanting to kill me in this life? I saved you, yet now you're targeting me." His eyes were cold, sparkling with bloodlust. "You ungrateful little brat." The demon was momentarily scared off by his aura. A golden light suddenly emanated from him. The light shone more and more intensely, overpowering the demon. The light radiating from his body made everyone around surprised by his immense power. The light seemed to possess a magical power that completely overwhelmed the demon, causing it to flee in sheer terror. The demon turned into a puff of black smoke and flew away. "The demon is running away," someone shouted. The temple returned to normal and people whispered, "That's holy power, right? Master Isaac defeated a high-level demon. How impressive, he's still so young, he truly is the young master," everyone said, showering him with praise. Looking at his tiny hands, he was also surprised. "What is this? Is it really holy power? How did I defeat them all? Absurd, could this strange body have converted my mana into holy power? Wait, if that's the case, how can I collect dark mana? This holy nation is already lacking in dark mana as it is." Two royal knights were escorting the bishop, and he shouted, "Let go of me, you idiots." He roared in anger, "That brat is a heretic. He used the power of demons. How dare a demon step foot into the holy nation? My lord, let me show you. I will perform an exorcism ritual to reveal his true face." The emperor intervened. "Enough, bishop. You dare to slander an innocent saint candidate as a heretic, and you even released a high-level demon right in front of the royal knights." The emperor emphasized firmly, "Even if you are a man of the Holy See, don't expect me to let this slide." The bishop knew he couldn't change the situation, so he plotted internally. The seed of doubt has been sown in his mind. He will find the spy soon enough. If that happens, it will affect the Holy See negatively. Even if it costs me my life, I must save the family. So, while calculating, he used his hands to form a seal, summoning a white wolf with sharp teeth and bloodshot eyes, hoping that at least he could eliminate the saint candidate. The large white wolf lunged toward the boy. Contrary to the fear of the knight beside him, he remained very calm. This stubborn bastard finally revealed his true face. Does he really think he can kill me with that weak attack? As the wolf got closer and closer, he suddenly realized, I'm completely out of mana. Suddenly, a blue light appeared in the room. That light attacked the wolf from all sides, making it roar in pain. Suddenly, a cold and majestic voice rang out. How dare you lay a hand on a descendant of the Asura family? A handsome young master wearing a blue cloak walked in, followed by a few others also wearing blue cloaks, looking extremely dignified and faithful. Those are the knights of the Asura family, led by the seventh son of the Asura family, Rilai Asura. The Asura young master just walked in and ordered, "Arrest this bishop immediately, at your command." "Let me go, you dogs of the Asura family, how dare you touch me?" The bishop resisted, while the baby on the side was busy thinking, "Wait, Asura. I feel like I've heard this name somewhere before." The young master ordered his knights, "Show your respect." All the Asura knights knelt and shouted in unison, "Greetings to the young master of the Asura family." The young master turned to the baby, "Sorry for being late, Isaac." Seeing the majestic appearance of this young master, he couldn't help but compare. Looking at how dignified this guy is, he must be stronger than the royal knights. "I can't say this is to compensate for past mistakes, but this is a small gift I want to give you." Saying that, the young master ordered a knight to take something from his pocket. Something sparkling. "Oh, is it gold? A gold bar." The knight presented it and said, "This is a model of the skeleton demon king who was executed." Hearing the introduction, Isaac froze. Before he could calm down, they competed to introduce others. "We also have a model of him being burned alive. Would you like the model of him being crushed?" He was so dizzy he couldn't see straight, while others said, "Our young master is so cute. How can he be that cute?" Isaac was about to cry. "How can I survive in this insane family? Look at how he's enjoying it, so cute. He likes it so much he's moved to tears." Suddenly he remembered something. "Wait, Asura, I remember now. It's the saints who tried to defeat me." He recalled past battles, a girl claiming to him, "I am Shuri Asura, the 45th saint." Another girl, "I am the 61st saint of the Asura family." "You have no right to know my name." He rubbed his head. "I knew it, they're all from the Asura family. Damn it, not only am I a saint candidate, but I was also born into a family of saints. What did I do in my past life to deserve this in this one?" Suddenly someone shouted, "Those damn Asura people." A knight was holding the bishop tightly. "How dare you? Shut your mouth." The bishop kept cursing. "I knew you were all heretics. Where the hell did you pick up that creature from? I will expose your true identity," he gritted out. A sword was about to be drawn while he continued to insult them. "Unbelievable that you would dare to bring that monster with you. Has the Asura family rotted this much? I will definitely exterminate the Asura family." Just as he finished his sentence, a cut was made across his throat, and blood immediately sprayed out. The Asura young master sheathed his sword. "You should be grateful for the mercy of the Asura family. Thanks to that, we didn't chop your head off." Isaac silently observed, "Oh, this guy seems useful, willing to attack even a bishop just for bad-mouthing his family. If he had a valid reason, he might even dare to attack the Holy See itself." The knights beside him anxiously reassured him, "Young master, you don't need to listen to those words, you only need to see and hear beautiful things." Isaac didn't care about their words, thinking, "Get lost, you bunch of idiots, none of you are useful at all." He seemed to remember them, the Asura family of the Azure Blade. They used to be incredibly powerful enemies. Just the thought of the Asura family of the Azure Blade made his old subordinates shudder, yet they were still teasing Isaac, never tiring of it. "Behead the skeleton demon king, chop it off, chop it off." "Stop it," Isaac wanted to scream. The emperor finally spoke up. "I will not forget this debt of gratitude. While we are on the subject, could you talk to the head of your family about the royal family wishing to raise this child?" The young master of the Asura family replied, "Your Majesty, please don't joke like that." Isaac's eyes lit up. "Oh, am I being noticed by the royal family?" The emperor persuaded him that forces both inside and outside the holy nation would target this young master, saying, You must have realized this, right? Of course, the Ashua family is not weak, but are you sure your current Azure Blade is capable of protecting this child? The young master hesitated for a moment. Isaac was thinking, are they gossiping? What are they talking about? And the emperor continued, especially since the Pope does not accept this child, even though he has the same hair color as the founding emperor. Furthermore, the skeleton demon king might also be hunting the boy. Hearing this, Isaac was startled. Wait a minute, I am the skeleton demon king, why would I have to hunt myself? The young master blocked him, hugging Isaac tighter. Please forgive me, your majesty. Since this child belongs to the lineage of the Ashua family, we will raise him as a member of the family. Whether it was the Pope or the skeleton demon king, this Ashua family was fully capable of handling them all. Actually, I believe the former saintess Melissa would be very happy to meet the skeleton demon king again. The emperor didn't know what to say. I believe so too. The young master of the Ashua family continued. Therefore, how could we agree to send a direct descendant of Saintess Melissa to the royal family to be raised? Isaac was reminded of an old acquaintance. Wait, Melissa, wasn't that my last hurdle before attacking the celestial realm? She was the toughest and craziest saintess he had ever faced. Not only was I born a saint candidate in a saintess family, but I am also a direct descendant of Melissa. What is going on in this life? What is a saintess? After being defeated by the skeleton demon king countless times, they decided to create an ultimate weapon, the saintess. Saintess, grow stronger, the skeleton demon king must be killed. A staff created by the gods to punish evil, a light-based war god, the light of the holy nation, and the highest title for a knight. With the overwhelming combat power of the saintesses, everyone thought the skeleton demon king would soon be defeated. Their attack and defense were on par with gods, possessing strong survival instincts, self-sacrificing attacks, and they were beautiful individuals who grew stronger over their long lives. However, the skeleton demon king was extremely ruthless. Isaac reminisced that he had never killed a saintess. Killing them only made him lose out more. When a saintess is killed, all the holy power returns to the gods, and they use that very holy power to nurture future saintesses. However, the last saintess, Melissa, was truly very strong. Never did he imagine Melissa would be his ancestor. The young master of the Ashua family continued, a saintess is an existence that desires nothing but the death of the skeleton demon king. The Ashua family is the only family that produces saintesses, and our only duty is to defeat everything that opposes the gods. I am certain the Ashua family is fully capable of protecting this child. The request was rejected, and the emperor fell into deep thought. The Ashua knight also spoke up. That's right, do you know how many saintesses have fallen at the hands of the skeleton demon king? Isaac frowned. Nobody did anything yet, nobody touched them, okay? They continued to recount the demon king's crimes. The skeleton demon king once imprisoned a saintess in a labyrinth after deciding she was unworthy of his presence. 5 saintesses have died of despair already. Isaac felt it was unjust. I already let her go, how was I supposed to know she had such a bad sense of direction? Damn it, they should have gone to a hospital instead. The young master of the Ashua family reassured him, it's okay, nothing to worry about, even if you are cursed, we will do everything to protect you. Isaac felt frustrated. I'm the one who can't accept this. He spoke again and lifted Isaac up. We are very grateful for your birth. Your parents only had one wish for you. With eyes filled with hope, we just hope that when you grow up, you won't become like that cruel skeleton demon king. Isaac furrowed his brows. Oh, my unknown parents, sorry for shattering your expectations and dreams. The emperor did not give up and continued. Please reconsider, Riley. The skeleton demon king was sealed 150 years ago. Isaac finally grasped the current time. It's been that long. Doesn't that mean Melissa has passed away? She was 50 at the time of our last battle. During that time, the demon race has begun to expand its army. Having a saint by our side would be the perfect opportunity to increase the influence of the holy nation. Therefore, this young master is very important to the royal family. However, currently there is no saintess from the Ashua family. It has been over a year since the saintess was born, and the child disappeared along with her husband. Isaac gasped in surprise. My mother is a saintess. But the young master of the Ashua family completely brushed it off. Even if my brother is not here, the female head of the family is still very strong. The Ashua family is fully capable of protecting this child. Isaac clutched his head. I thought nothing else could surprise me. What could be more surprising than my mother being a saintess? Didn't you say Lady Melissa is currently on her way to eradicate the skeleton demon king's subordinates? She will be back soon. The head of the family will surely be very happy to meet her grandson. Isaac bowed his head in pain. She's been alive for over 200 years. Why won't she just die already? It will take a while for Melissa to return anyway. The child seems worried. Is he okay? He will be fine soon. Isaac broke into a cold sweat, his eyes turning white. You think I'll be fine soon? When my archenemy is still alive and kicking? The moment Melissa finds out, I'll be burned at the stake. Could someone else be okay? Melissa was the last person I faced. Isaac gripped the Emperor's hand, trying to survive. He put on the cutest face possible. Ah, Emperor, please take me with you. Oh, this child. The two began to argue again. Ah, look, even the child wants to go with the royal family. He's just being too friendly, Your Majesty. The Emperor pulled Isaac toward him. The royal family can provide so many things for him. Even if the Asura family specializes in creating saintesses, they don't have much experience in raising a saint. The young master of the Asura family wouldn't give in. This child is destined to be an exorcist knight, and there is no family better than the Asura family at training exorcist knights. Your Majesty, besides, he is also the first saint born in history, so doesn't the royal family also lack experience in raising a saint? Both kept pulling. The royal family is better. No, the Asura family is better. Isaac was tired. Oh God, stop it. You're going to tear me in half. The knights also tried to intervene. Please calm down. Both of you will tear the young master apart. Caught in the middle, Isaac was helpless. I will go with the royal family, so just stop. I don't want to die. Moreover, there was a light radiating upon light, and that light kept emanating from the Emperor. That means I'll have a better chance of survival if I go with the Emperor. I cannot let this opportunity slip away. The Emperor was happy and satisfied, unable to hide his smile. A wise choice, little one. Isaac's eyes lit up. This is. In another development, in a secluded area, someone spoke. No way, I'm certain he used mana though. I'm sure that child is a child of the devil. It was the bishop standing before a mysterious group of people. One who appeared to be the leader said, holy power granted by the gods themselves. So the one talking to me is a demon holding holy power. A sword was drawn. The bishop was terrified. But I'm certain it was mana. How could I mistake mana for holy power? The leader replied coldly, the Holy See has delivered its final judgment on your claim. As soon as the cardinal finished speaking, the blade cut into the bishop's carotid artery, blood splattering everywhere. The executioner, with bloodshot eyes, read the sentence for the crime of blasphemy against the divine. Another suggested, I will go assemble an attack squad. No need. After all, the Emperor will take the child with him. Since there are many opportunities in the royal territory, we will plan for that later. Lying in the crib, Isaac's ear itched. Someone must have just mentioned me. This time, that brat will definitely die. From Isaac's perspective, looking through the window next to the crib, the sunlight outside was dazzling, and the sky seemed whiter than ever. He rubbed his ear, his fiery red eyes narrowing, whispering to himself, right now, I am heading to the house of Asura. Looking down from above, it was easy to see a luxurious carriage escorted by heavily armored knights on horseback. The group of black-clad figures from the night before, watching the scene from above, looked confused, their eyes quickly turning to their leader for answers. Wait, sir. The story had to rewind a few days. Inside the room, a blinding light appeared, making one unable to resist curiosity. That light was Isaac, who was being held by Alexander Hellcliffe, was so blinded that he had to raise his chubby hands to cover his eyes. In his head, he was extremely confused. Why is it so bright? Ah, my eyes. Rilai quickly opened his mouth. Yes, Your Majesty, the Asura family is indeed not a good place to raise a child. He bowed respectfully and sincerely said, you might think it's a place filled only with demon corpses and mana cores. Isaac was also amazed. Is your desire to survive that bright? A dazzling aura appeared on Rilai's hand. His voice also sounded deep and warm. The most valuable thing in the Asura family is, at most, the corpse of the skeleton demon king. Upon hearing this shocking information, Isaac's face turned pale, his mouth agape in imagination. My body, you guys are keeping my body. Inside, he was screaming violently, you should have told me first. Isaac quickly reached out his small hand to grab Rilai's, causing him to stop mid-sentence. Even so, Rilai was also Isaac's face was extremely excited, waving his hands to attract everyone's attention. The tiny baby was just expressing his wish to go to the Asura family. Riley couldn't resist the cuteness and raised his hand to cover his mouth. Moved, Isaac. Returning to the present, Isaac was lying lazily, looking out the window with messy thoughts in his heart. Even if I'm pulled away from the royal family and brought to the house, if I want to retrieve my body, I have no other choice. His thoughts flew quickly to the image of a ferocious skeleton holding a magic orb. The body I trained Mana into until it was on par with the gods. If I can get it back, you guys won't mean a thing. Thinking of the blinding light summoned by Riley Asura, he felt even more confident in his decision. Besides, that was the first time I saw the light of the desire to survive shine so brightly. Going with you to the Asura family will be very beneficial for my survival. In the carriage, the blonde knight was very curious. Why are the Pope's forces hunting young Master Isaac? Hearing this, Isaac quickly grabbed the edge of the crib to listen. I also wonder why they are panicking. Riley did not hide it and said straight out, because they received a prophecy from the gods. They said the saint would become a child of the divine. The two in the carriage continued to chat back and forth without noticing he was eavesdropping. That means he will be the next pope. That's right, that's why those Berith people want a saint. Isaac's chubby face was filled with black lines at the bizarre turn of events. What kind of strange development is this? He quickly reviewed some information in his mind. Pope, the strongest priest capable of using level 10 holy spells. He is no different from a king to all priests and holy knights. Within the holy nation, he is a figure with power nearly equal to the emperor. Isaac sat with his legs crossed, rubbing his chin in deep thought. For thousands of years, Berith has produced popes, so they go crazy thinking about a saint taking that away from them. That's why all the other families also want to produce a saint. Just then, exclamations of awe rang out outside the carriage, drawing the attention of the two Riley Asura. He quickly stuck his head out to ask the coachman, "What's going on?" He nervously removed his hat and replied, "Young Master Riley, we have arrived at the principality, but there is a slight problem." In the distance, behind the coachman, were the figures of 3 gate guards slowly approaching. One who appeared to be the leader raised his hand to stop them. "Sorry, but you cannot enter the principality." Seeing the situation seemed tense, Isaac also stuck his head out to eavesdrop. "What is it this time?" Riley looked angry and shouted, "Do you dare to not recognize the emblem of the Asura family? What kind of education did you receive?" The lead guard smirked, revealing sharp fangs. He hissed softly, "Of course you cannot enter." As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged forward, his hands morphing into claws ready to strike. "We must wipe out the child who inherited the saintess's bloodline." The knights were terrified to see this transformation. "Demon race?" Isaac, who was leaning against the door eavesdropping, was also startled. "What the hell is this? I'm sure I ordered them to stop attacking human territory. What is the new demon king doing?" The red-haired demon smirked and pointed, declaring, "Listen, lowly humans, our revered king has ordered the killing of saints and saintesses without hesitation." Hearing this, Isaac was speechless. "I knew it, the new demon king has ascended." The red-haired demon continued his speech. "In the name of our great skeleton demon king, our King Isaac, we will kill the saint." Hearing these arrogant words, his chubby face twitched, cursing under his breath, "In the name of a monkey. When did I ever say that, you idiot?" The demons, overflowing with demonic energy, were baring their fangs and claws in threat. "If you leave the child to our king, the skeleton demon king, he might spare your life." Before they could finish their sentence, a bolt of lightning struck down, directly incinerating a demon while leaving the rest frozen in place. After the flash of lightning, the demon was just a pile of charred meat collapsed on the ground. Although afraid, one still gritted his teeth and threatened, "You lowly holy knight." Riley gritted his teeth. "Dare to say those words to an Asura exorcist? I see you don't want a simple death." He drew his sword and pointed it straight ahead, his face hidden in the shadows, his expression unclear. "Listen." Riley quickly flipped his grip on the sword and said slowly, "To protect everything small in this world, the Asura family will destroy all evil." The knights quickly drew their swords and followed Riley Asura's movements, their morale quickly rising after the statement everyone agreed with, "We will pursue you to the ends of hell to eradicate your kind." Riley's hair was ruffled by the wind, his gaze sharp as he spoke mockingly, "Can't believe that evil skeleton king sent his own subordinates." The demons, not seeing the coffin, didn't shed tears, so they still rushed forward aggressively. "You lowly humans dare to." The lizard demon extended his claws, screaming in anger. defile demon King Isaac because of the resurrection of our King Isaac. The Eshua knights didn't seem confused at all and quickly raised their swords to defend. The blonde knight quickly hugged Isaac and covered his eyes. He quickly reacted and jumped away with Isaac. Although he had escaped the danger, he didn't forget to comfort him. "Please forgive me, young master." Isaac, carried away at super-fast retreat speed, was still dazed. "What happened? Is someone impersonating me?" The blonde knight quickly carried Isaac to a quiet corner of the forest and stopped. He quickly dropped him on the grass and gently instructed, "Please wait here." The blonde knight quickly used magic to create a barrier for Isaac and promised, "I will be right back." He was extremely amazed by the barrier, a protective barrier. Isaac reached out his chubby hand, secretly guessing, even a high-level demon couldn't break through this. It's truly very strong. After checking for a moment, he revealed a bright face full of satisfaction. Since nothing can enter from the outside, it means nothing from the inside can escape either. After thinking it through, Isaac decisively closed his eyes to focus his mind. If so, then the desire to survive activates, releasing magic. The surrounding space quickly transformed. A sea of stars covering Isaac's inner mind. "Listen to my call, you who were created from magic but possess intellect." Following the whisper of the observer, a shadow that didn't look gentle appeared. But as soon as it opened its mouth, the evil look vanished, leaving only a cute appearance. "Oh, master, my lord." Isaac quickly covered its mouth. Yeah, I know, long time no see, be quiet or you'll get caught." The observer quickly expressed its longing for its master. "I thought I would never get to see your great face again." He added, "I thought I was done for too." Looking at the pile of black bones singing happily, Isaac was a bit contemplative. "It's been a long time," he whispered. "Even though it's a tracking spell, it possesses its own consciousness. I created it because using tracking magic and analyzing results manually was too troublesome. Throughout the journey, it developed a personality, but it's still quite naive." The observer quickly laughed, cutting off his train of thought. "Your wickedness is as great as ever. Congratulations on taking over the body of an innocent child." Feeling offended, Isaac retorted, "Hey." The observer flew around in boredom, asking, "But what did those filthy gods do to you, master? Even if my master is evil, I can't believe they put you in the body of this dirty child." Not wanting to continue this topic, he waved it away. "Enough, go track the enemies." Speaking of the main business, the observer became serious, putting away its playful look. "I'll start now." Immediately after, it created a vortex of demonic energy and zoomed forward. "Now I will track within a 100-meter radius." When using its power, the observer quickly reported the situation. "There are 88 enemies, all of them are monsters. Those like them will never compare to you, my great master." Hearing this, Isaac was shocked and wanted to curse. "Are they crazy? Wait, 88, are they planning to start a war or something?" While he was confused, he suddenly thought of something. "It will be very troublesome if the security in the territory becomes stronger. Calling subordinates will also be much more difficult. Damn, at this point, I have to finish it before getting caught by the Eshua family." Isaac knelt on the ground, determined. "Even if I have to use all my stored mana, I must do it myself." Noticing his master's helpless look, the observer continued to report regularly. "There are currently 51 enemies." It quickly reported the important news. "The number of enemies is decreasing rapidly. There are only 31 now." He was a bit startled. "What? Why so suddenly?" Fulfilling its duty as a reporting machine, the observer quickly updated the news. "Only 13 now, young master, something is coming." Rilai was also startled and encouraged. "All troops form a defensive line." Just as they were fighting enthusiastically, the demons crawled over to this place. "Only 4 left. You finally arrived, brother." The lizard demon flicked its tongue and smirked, urging, "Let's do it together." The observer lowered its head, expression unclear, muttering repeatedly, "Today we will take the saint's life." The saint. Before the lizard demon could finish, it received a blow to the stomach, startling the others. Only the skeleton demon King will. The Eshua knights, seeing this, stood frozen, their faces turning pale. The observer smirked, vying for credit with Isaac. "No more enemies." Just then, it quickly changed the update. "In the distance, the knights are confronting a giant monster. I have detected a lick ghost." The ghost screamed in anger, "You dare to touch my king with those dirty hands? Give up your life." Seeing this scene, Isaac's face twitched. He seemed unable to comprehend the current development of the situation. What the hell is wrong with him now? The relic continued to emit eerie sounds. "You dare touch my king with your filthy hands? Prepare to die." Watching this spectacle, Isaac turned pale. What is wrong with him? What's going on? The relic's eyes gleamed with killing intent as it croaked, "My king, my one and only master." The relic radiated increasingly intense killing intent. It screamed, "And you dare to trap him in the body of such a pathetic infant?" Because Isaac was the one who had released it, all the distorted affection the dark lick held for him erupted. It warned those present, "Don't you dare stubbornly look at the child with those disgusting eyes." The relic roared again, "I will gouge your eyes out." Seeing this, the blonde knight scrambled to ask Riley beside him, "Young master, what is he saying?" However, the humans couldn't understand it because he was speaking in a different language. The relic laughed smugly, "Whoa, this is truly chaotic." Isaac stood stunned. It seemed that Bastard had recognized him as the skeleton demon king and his efforts to follow him were commendable, but just then the knights began to act, with all the knights preparing for battle. Isaac screamed internally again, "What are you doing? Stop acting out your own drama." He began trying to convey his words to the blonde knight not far away. "Baba, you moron, stop blocking my path, my massive mana core." Seeing that, the knight heroically shouted, "Young Master Isaac, please wait just a moment longer, I will solve this." Then that eerie laughter rang out again. The relic couldn't help but feel smug. "My master has recognized me, my guiding light has recognized me." However, in the eyes of the blonde knight there was only fear and shouting, "Young master, that demon is showing hostility." At that moment, the relic bolted past the knights. "I am going to my master immediately." Riley quickly realized where that trajectory was aimed. That filthy thing is heading straight for Isaac. The relic lunged frantically. "You filthy holy knights, how dare you seal him in such a disgusting place?" Isaac panicked. Crap, I've caught his attention. He felt helpless, thinking, "I can't let my mana core be exorcised." Isaac tried his best to convey, "Start by breaking this protective barrier." At this, the relic laughed excitedly. It repeatedly targeted Isaac's protective barrier. "I have received your command, my lord." The blonde knight frantically shouted, "Young master, the magic shield." Riley was also quite panicked. Isaac smiled slightly, feeling satisfied. Escorted by the relic, he praised it. "Well done." Isaac reached out both hands to grasp the relic. "Now stop messing around. Take a rest." The relic, not yet understanding what was happening, went into a whirlwind. It was sent flying into the distance by a single strike with only a scream left behind. Why? Riley turned pale seeing this. Could it be? Isaac, remaining relaxed there, surmised that it had performed relic demon transformation. The blonde knight couldn't help but happily exclaim, "He performed the relic demon transformation on his first attempt. He's truly extraordinary, isn't he?" Others joined in praising Isaac with the knight. "That is a holy technique that only those at least as strong as a cardinal or a saintess could use." Isaac thought to himself, "That's not a holy technique, I used mana for that." Riley surmised that it was certainly the totem transformation holy technique, but even if such a high-level holy technique were used, it was strange that he couldn't feel any holy power from it. The blonde knight believed, "My lord knows it, it's like how a person only reveals their true value in a crisis." He recalled the situation then, and that thing had lunged at the young master. I am certain that even that dark lick sensed danger instinctively, so it hurriedly sought to eliminate the source of the danger. The blonde knight couldn't stop flattering Isaac in his heart. "Our young master is truly amazing, I am sure of it. I am completely convinced that the young master is the saint." Riley mused for a moment. He wasn't wrong, even the demon tribe had come here to target the child. Even if he isn't a saint, that child has something special about him. He gritted his teeth, wondering, but why does it have to be a boy? Riley reflected that because of the skeleton demon king's curse, the sons of the Asura family would. Suddenly, the blonde knight's voice rang out, cutting through his train of thought. "I have made up my mind." He hugged Isaac to his chest, determined, "As the captain of the Faith faction, I will protect Isaac's future. You will become the future of the Asura family." Riley was a bit surprised by this. He smiled slightly and replied, "Understood, it was my ignorance." Riley reached out to pick up Isaac. "I kept fearing the skeleton demon king's curse. This child will bring glory to the Asura family." He picked Isaac up and confidently declared, "Let's go home, Isaac. Your uncle will teach you many things." Riley continued, "You have marvelous talent, so I will nurture you into an extraordinary knight." Isaac lamented internally, "I won't become that, just return my body when we get home." Riley uttered a sentence that left Isaac stunned, "Even if you don't live long, I will protect you at all costs." He felt foolish. "What did you say?" Riley declared, "Your name will spread across this continent." Isaac vehemently opposed. Baba, you moron, wait, I have a feeling you just said something super frustrating. Across from them, Riley understood. Yes, I knew you would like it, Isaac yelled. I don't. Riley proposed, once we get home, I'll start by teaching you how to curse that honorless skeleton demon king. Isaac silently cursed the bastards of the Eshua family. At this time, the carriage arrived at the Duke of Eshua's residence. The statues were carved from shimmering gold. Even the architecture of the building was exceptionally exquisite. Isaac looked at the scene outside, becoming even more irritated. Those Eshua bastards, they are so eager to tear demons apart, yet they live such extravagant lives. How much did all this cost? Isaac recalled his time with the demon tribe, feeling heartache for those bourgeois bastards. He had to work himself to the bone, wearing out his clothes just to earn food for his children. The shadow spoke to him in a low voice. Oh my master, this place is on a completely different level than our dilapidated palaces. Selling just a few of those sculptures would be enough to buy a dozen demon king castles. Isaac reminded him to shut up. I know, keep quiet. Riley picked Isaac up and said, This is the Eshua family's residence, Isaac. This is the birthplace of the continent's exorcism and monster-slaying traditions. He carried Isaac out to look. A group of people were currently training with dummies. When you grow up, you will be just like those little ones. They kept striking the dummy with sticks while shouting, Die, Demon King. Those people were striking while showing obvious anger, losing even half their focus. Curse you, dismembering you still wouldn't be enough, Skeleton Demon King. Those words kept ringing out. Die. Isaac froze on the spot. What are you teaching the children? Is this a cult-like family? He reassured himself. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Isaac muttered, As long as I can infiltrate the Holy Empire, I will burn the Emperor alive and turn this place into the Empire of Isaac. The Whisperer hinted in his ear, What are you doing? A skeleton demon king holding a grudge against kids playing? How petty. He reminded it to keep its mouth shut and go scout the surroundings. It replied busily, Of course. A magnificent glowing building made everyone exclaim, Wow! Isaac watched this, silently calculating, so awesome. Are these all mana cores? There are dozens of them, the shadow agreed. This is the first time I've seen so many mana cores gathered in one place. How many demons have they killed? At this moment the servant announced, We have arrived, young master. Riley stepped down from the carriage and gave orders, Clean a room for me, he will stay with me. Hearing this, the butler stuttered, about that. He hurriedly reported, I apologize, young master. We have received orders to take young master Isaac to the annex building. Hearing this, he felt confused. The annex, why? The butler replied awkwardly, Well, the fifth young master said that young master Isaac must never be brought into the main building. Isaac felt extremely annoyed. What now? Riley was naturally just as dissatisfied. Do you want to take Isaac to that cursed, deadly place? Isaac was even more confused. This family is doing a great job. Ever since I was wandering around as a newborn, I've known the Eshua family is falling apart. Riley complained, He is truly doing useless things. Isaac silently agreed. Exactly, I can live in the mansion, why do I have to go to the annex? Whisper whispered in his ear, The mana cores are located in the annex. He ordered them to back off. I cannot let my nephew stay in that haunted place. Hearing this, Isaac vehemently opposed. No, the annex, I must go to the annex. He didn't understand the words Isaac said, but reassured him. Let's go to your room. Isaac, uncle will read you holy books about how the great saintess fought the skeleton demon king as a bedtime story every night. After that, I will teach you exorcism methods created specifically for the skeleton demon king. Isaac turned black with fear. Crap, that's exorcising me, you want to kill me. Just then, a voice rang out. Why are you making such a big deal out of just picking up a homeless kid? He grinned. Obviously, I said I would take the kid to the annex. That person, unaware of his place, even resisted Riley. After such a long time, you've finally shown your face and you're already planning to go against your brother. That person was none other than the fifth son of the Eshua family, Gol Eshua. Isaac turned his head to look and exclaimed, Whoa. Seeing the two confronting each other, he concluded he was a thug. Gol provoked him, Put that thing down, I will send it to the annex. Riley angrily resisted, Are you kidding? This child is a descendant of the Eshua family. There is no reason for us to send him to the annex, which used to be used for exile. Isaac wanted to scream inside. Hey, put me down, just send me to the annex. Gol reached out and touched Isaac's cheek, asking, Where did you find this bony brat? He even mocked, Descendant, my ass. Hearing this, he thought to himself that he liked the idea of being sent to the annex. But what is wrong with this guy? Are you a member of the clergy or a thug? Isaac breathed a sigh of relief, deciding, whatever, I just need to get to the annex and suck the mana cores. On the other hand, Riley questioned Gol, do you think I don't know the reason you want to send this child to the annex? He bluntly exposed him. You want everyone to think this child is cursed so you can strip him of his inheritance rights. Isaac realized, inheritance rights? Wait a minute, hold your horses. Isaac remembered something and got angry enough to want to hit someone. That won't do. I still want to drain this house dry, become a saint, then become the Pope and take revenge on those damn gods. Gol remained calm, replying, I want everyone to think that. I heard a demon appeared to snatch this brat, so it seems he is already cursed. The blonde knight heard this and shouted in anger, that is not true. The young master participated in the expulsion of that demon. He told the story very seriously. The fact that the demon appeared because of him proves he is very important. Even the knight behind him added, that is right, he has the divine power of a saint. He laughed at this, it's hilarious. How long are you going to keep covering up this trash? Don't joke with me. If you keep saying he's the next saint, then show me his power. Whisper took this opportunity to suggest to Isaac, why don't you show him your power? How about summoning a meteor? Hearing this, he retorted, meteor my ass. Gol clicked his tongue and continued, right, if you want to call him a saint. He pointed to something in the distance and set a condition, that thing over there. Gol challenged Isaac, family emblem or anything else, why not tell him to revive the thing that he likes so much? He clicked his tongue and mocked, that sacred tree died because of the demon's dark mana, so if he has enough aptitude to be a saint, he would easily revive it, right? Gol smugly emphasized, that is if he is truly a saint candidate like you claim. Riley heard this and asked him again, do you understand what you are saying? Isaac silently cursed, Melissa, you are good at fighting, but your descendants are garbage. He reflected, the eldest son is missing, the second son was adopted. Suddenly, Isaac discovered something. Whisper asked, confused, what is it? While looking, Isaac grabbed it. What else are you thinking? Why are you confusing me? Before it could understand anything, Isaac threw it in that direction. Go there and take it all for me. Whisper was extremely bewildered. Wait a minute. Riley was trying to reason with that guy Gol. A tree that has been dead for 70 years and you want a child who doesn't even know how to talk. While they were still talking, something strange happened. Riley was also extremely astonished to see the scene before his eyes. What the hell is that? The sacred tree? The sacred tree has returned to being green and lush as before, completely different from the withered, dry tree from a moment ago. Looking at the tree from top to bottom, they exclaimed in amazement, it has been revived. Gol was stunned, surprised, even when using cleansing and restoration magic it was still dying. He thought in confusion, what on earth is going on? Isaac smiled confidently, it's nothing. He was very proud of himself, his face full of confidence, thinking, there was a bit of dark magic near the base of the tree so I just sucked it all up. Whisper also returned, it was a bit sluggish. I have absorbed all the mana there, I'm so full. Everyone was very surprised and asked Riley, my lord Riley, how did that tree? What did you do? But Riley coldly replied, I did nothing. Hearing this, the soldier immediately speculated, then could it be? The person everyone was admiring sat grumbling, it's all mana, what a waste. Whisper asked him weakly, what now, do you want me to throw it all up? They cheered loudly in joy. Eshua, then it must have been done by young Master Isaac. But Gol was still very stubborn, begrudgingly denying, I'm going crazy, since forever no one in this family has been able to heal that tree. How could this brat do anything? He stood still, speculating to himself with no one paying attention. Someone must have helped him, right? It must have been Riley who, but everyone around was focusing their attention on Isaac. Indeed, young Master Isaac is different. First exorcism, now purification. Gol clenched his hands, unable to accept this truth. You did it, didn't you? But Riley didn't understand what he was talking about. What do you mean? Gol frantically grabbed Riley to ask for accountability. You must have received help from a saintess, and then you made it look like that piece of trash brat did it, right? Riley didn't understand. What on earth are you talking about? Gol shouted angrily, stop those cheap tricks of yours. Riley felt very confused and denied it immediately. How could I have met that missing saintess? Isaac watched this scene with a scowl. Melissa, you should focus on managing your family instead of killing demons. Your family is so chaotic. Looking at the person in front of his eyes, Isaac mused, even so, the person called brother doesn't look like Melissa at all. Actually, if one said Riley was Melissa in disguise, that would be easier to believe. Whisper, hearing this, curiously asked, "What about the brother?" Isaac suddenly remembered, "I find him even more like that bastard Pope." Goal shouted like a madman, refusing to accept the truth. "Don't bother playing dumb anymore. You think I don't know you brought this brat home to make him the next saint candidate? I didn't expect you to use such dirty tricks when our family already has a saint candidate." Isaac immediately eavesdropped to get information. "There's still another candidate in the family, and this loudmouth bastard even wants that candidate to win." Whisper was happy when people encountered difficulties. It teased, "It seems you have to compete with that person, but it seems you don't care at all, right?" Isaac was actually feeling extremely interested. "Don't you think that guy will also be cruel if that bastard supports him? Defeating him will surely be fun." Whisper reluctantly found it reasonable. Riley frowned, questioning him. "So, are we supposed to ignore the child? The child is our nephew and also the son of our eldest brother. The child has the right to lead this family." Goal felt extremely irritated hearing this. "Nonsense, the eldest brother, he ran away while the family was in danger," he said while grabbing Riley. "You still want to mention the eldest brother? You only just let us know about the existence of this brat." Isaac felt this tea was also very worth eavesdropping on. "So this is the reason I was discriminated against. It seems this life is pretty good, huh?" Whisper didn't understand his train of thought. "You cannot talk about your life in such an indifferent way." Goal suddenly remembered and laughed coldly. But this brat is still the son of a saintess, right? He could just be a half-breed of a saintess that we brought from the outside. After all, she is still a saintess." Each of his words made Riley's face twist. "But one cannot be sure that he is the son of our eldest brother, right? I guess his face looks fine because he resembles that woman." He kept rambling, smearing Isaac. While speaking, he was punched straight in the face by an angry Riley. "If it benefits the family, I think we can sell him to maintain the bloodline." After being punched, he still didn't understand the reason for being punched. "Are you crazy? You just hit me," Riley spoke up. "Do you think you can escape after saying such nonsense?" Everyone was shocked by Riley's action. Isaac personally found it very interesting. "That's right, siblings should occasionally exchange martial arts like that. Thanks to that, I've learned more useful information." Both lunged to punch each other, ignoring everyone around trying to stop them. "My lord, you cannot do that. Hurry and stop them." Isaac stood to one side watching the drama. "The more chaotic this family is, the better. That way it will be easier for me to take it over." Isaac smiled cunningly. "This damn family has already collapsed on its own." Whisper warned him, "Come to think of it, wouldn't you also be finished if this family collapsed? Did your brain shrink because you're in a baby's body?" Making Isaac shout in anger, "Shut up." Eventually, the atmosphere returned to peace. Isaac sat in a corner, bored and thoughtful. Suddenly, he felt itchy all over, very much wanting to stir up trouble. So uncomfortable. Everyone around was discussing, "Another brat? What should we do with this kid now?" Isaac was very uncomfortable. Not one person in this bizarre family is sane. They sure know how to treat an heir. No one cared about him and continued to discuss, "Since we have already received and raised that bumpkin girl into a saintess, at least she shouldn't have produced this useless son. She doesn't deserve to be a saintess." Just hearing it was extremely frustrating. "Hey, are you all crazy? That's enough." Suddenly, a woman's voice spoke up, and everyone fell silent. She was the second wife of the family head Eli Eshua, the acting female head Henna Eshua. "Riley, we already decided to raise this child in the annex to avoid attracting attention, didn't we?" She asked coldly. "Why did you allow this child to come here?" A quick glance was enough for Isaac to understand. Was she openly showing hostility? She was definitely the person behind those trying to push him to the annex. Goal, whose face was already unpleasant, looked even more wretched as he gritted his teeth and asked, "The acting female head is asking you, why don't you answer, Riley?" Isaac guessed that she must be the mother of this ill-mannered uncle. Riley looked around and asked, "Is father not here?" Henna explained, though her words were not very trustworthy. "He went out to town. You have to admit this whole saint candidate business is chaotic." Riley sighed and furrowed his brow. What a pity. The next piece of news shocked everyone in the hall. He should have heard the news that the eldest grandson of this family has revived the sacred tree, right? Goal, annoyed, spoke up to deny Isaac's achievement. "That's just a coincidence. How could this brat have done such a thing? It must be that the Eshua family's prayers have just been answered." The old white-haired woman also tried to convince herself, "I think so too. Even our family head couldn't find a solution, so how could a child like him do it?" Henna also spoke up. I agree. She frowned and denied. There was no evidence from the beginning. They each had their say, and the female head said it was true. It is truly a great blessing that the sacred tree has revived. This made Isaac look at them in a different light. Look at those guys. He spread his two tiny hands out in front of his eyes. Want proof, is that it? Everyone was extremely astonished by this scene. A stream of blue light surrounded Isaac with a stone tablet floating in the center. Then, look closely. Everyone widened their eyes to see the energy. They also recognized it as the energy of the sacred tree. As for Isaac, he was boasting to the heavens. Surprised, aren't you, you bunch of amateurs? The entire conference room went completely silent after Isaac's recent action. Riley, standing nearby, concluded, it seems like Isaac has managed to remove the mana that was corroding the sacred tree. Hearing this, an old elder jumped up in doubt, but can a newborn baby really remove it? Another person behind him explained, isn't that the logical explanation? He has directly created physical form from that mana in front of us, hasn't he? Others couldn't help but speak up in shock. That's right, but even if this exorcism method is effective, it certainly isn't simple. Just a small mistake could completely kill the sacred tree. That's why the family head chose the cyclical purification method instead of direct exorcism. Gold turned pale, confused, and thinking, what the hell are they talking about? There's no way a newborn baby could do something like that. Riley immediately refuted him. Isaac must have exorcised the dark mana instinctively in his small body. He also agreed, exactly. Riley continued to praise Isaac profusely. A child still breastfeeding has done something that no one in the Holy See has been able to do in 70 years. But Gol secretly asked in panic, what the hell is he saying? Then he slammed his hand on the table, questioning, elders, do you really believe this absurd story? He seemed to go crazy trying to convince everyone, a newborn baby that can perform exorcisms? He doesn't even know how to talk yet. If outsiders heard this, they would definitely laugh in our faces. Isaac ignored Gol's words and scratched his ear with contempt, while Gol gritted his teeth in criticism. Look at him. Even the fact that he belongs to the Eshua lineage is not believable at all. What if the truth is that he comes from some unknown family? Suddenly, Riley seriously stated his point. Respected elders, please listen to me. This child will definitely become a saint. He didn't stop there, he added, even the child could completely become the next pope. Seeing this, Isaac also crossed his arms and agreed, exactly. Then Riley suddenly lifted him high and declared, and above all, this child will destroy the skeleton demon king. Isaac immediately gritted his teeth in annoyance and thought, what the hell? Stopping at the previous sentence would have been perfect. One of the elders exclaimed in surprise, the skeleton demon king? Another, upon hearing the name, angrily scolded, that despicable creature. During the meeting, the second wife of the family head sat in a corner, smiling slightly and secretly guessing, you are digging your own grave, Riley. Immediately, she opened her mouth to suggest, if you are so confident, why don't we test him? Henna sat against the light, looking just like a witch, and said, I demand the use of the holy relic storage. Scene changed to the northwest of the holy nation of Helen, the dark forest. A sharp slash passed through the monster's neck in an instant. The head of the Eshua family stood still, watching the monster's body fall along with other corpses nearby. After that, he sheathed his sword and spoke, this place is nothing either. A knight approached and bowed to him, greetings, family head. Eli asked calmly, what is it? The knight immediately reported, your representative in the family has requested to use the holy relic storage, sir. He was not surprised in the slightest and questioned, I made it clear that the Holy See is not allowed to use it. The knight then replied, that was not a request from the Holy See, sir. Hearing this, Eli turned his head to listen to the knight's report. Your grandson has successfully revived the sacred tree, so the acting female head wants to see if that child has the qualities of a saint, sir. Now Eli slightly moved his feet to turn back, doubtful. What do you mean? His eyes were filled with the coldness and majesty of a family head as he asked, why is there a saint in my family? Half of his face drooped as he coldly ordered, I do not allow that. Only a saintess can survive when entering that place. Tell them to avoid unnecessary conflicts. Then he waved his hand, ordering the knight to carry out the command, no exceptions. But suddenly, another voice cut him off, and immediately after she said, let them do it. Melissa walked over leisurely and inquired, you just said that was Isaac, right? Melissa is the female head of the Eshua family and also the former saintess. She smiled slightly and praised him, but mixed with a hint of sarcasm. Reviving the sacred tree? Isn't that quite impressive? Melissa continued to explain, since the storage has been opened anyway, why don't we put all the saint candidates and saintesses in there as well? The knight was startled and exclaimed, "What?" Then he wondered, but if we do that, what if a child from another family gets something precious? Eli remained silent, but Melissa smiled and answered, "I hope so. Even the best saintesses of previous generations couldn't take anything from that storage." A chest seemed to appear in her mind. Who knows, if someone could get that item, they might be able to find the skeleton demon king and destroy him. Melissa's eyes suddenly became calculating as she wondered, then we should reward that person, shouldn't we? Then she ordered the knight to tell them, whoever brings out the best treasure in the storage will be awarded a prize that even the Pope could not buy. Hearing the words of the female head, he was somewhat worried. That person will receive the heirloom. Melissa's hand reached slightly forward as she declared, and be personally taught the demonic rites by me. Her face was full of confidence as she clenched her palm, promising, whatever child succeeds in getting it, I will grant them whatever they want. The Holy Relic Storage is a place that not only stores holy relics but also holds a secret technique from thousands of years ago. Through many generations, saintesses have taken on the duty of guarding the storage. Thus, it is often said that the Eshua family is the owner of this storage. Because only children under 10 are allowed in, the storage is often used as a ritual for saintess candidates. When they turn one, these children will go inside and choose an item. Everyone will predict what kind of power the saintess will receive based on the item the child brings back. However, the storage is an extremely dangerous place. Even saintess candidates cannot easily avoid life risks when entering. After many unwanted incidents occurred, the storage was sealed. Returning to reality, Whisper's voice rang out, "Let's see." It said with interest, "If my master can survive and bring back the treasure." While Isaac annoyingly questioned, "Why are you recounting that?" Then Whisper speculated, "But you are also looking forward to it, aren't you, master?" He babbled in response, implying of course. Then his face became cruel and full of excitement, saying, "They say the corpse of the skeleton demon king is in there." Suddenly a hand hugged Isaac and curiously asked, "Are you excited, young master?" A knight hugged him and gently informed him, "The female head has opened the storage for all candidates." Hearing this, his head was filled with bewilderment, all of them. Then he happily tossed Isaac high, encouraging him, "All the descendants of the 5 noble families will come here. Although that cursed family of the Pope will also come, I am sure that no matter what happens, you will win, young master." Whisper flew beside him and commented, "They seem to be making a big deal out of this, huh?" While being praised, Isaac also gained some confidence, thinking, "That's good too. The more people, the easier it is for them to be distracted, and then I will be able to retrieve my body more easily." Just then, another hand hugged his body and reminded him, "You must be careful, Isaac." Riley smiled as he looked at his nephew and revealed, "The demons captured from the battlefield will be guarding inside." Hearing this, he was bewildered and thought to himself, will there be danger because of the demons guarding that place? Although it sounded scary, Isaac still confidently smirked and secretly thought, if they are being captured like that, they must be at level 6 at most. I just need to use overwhelming force. And while he was lost in thought, Riley placed him on the bed and reminded him, the level 8 demons are not easy to deal with. Immediately, Isaac became angry and scolded himself, "What the hell? Why are level 8 demons there?" The knight from before spoke up to discuss, "Even so, that level 9 dragon is probably the worst." Riley answered naturally, "If we only consider levels, that is correct." Whisper on the side groaned, "This whole Eshua family must be crazy. There is a dragon in a place where a bunch of kids are coming." Then it wondered, "But at least you know a lot about dragons, right, master?" Seeing his master's expression, it shouted, "What's wrong now?" Isaac, now biting his finger, trembling in fear, thought, "Oh crap, the danger level of dragons is on a completely different level." "Ah, well, I did trick them a few times." Whisper helplessly asked, "How many exactly?" Suddenly the image of terrible and scary dragons appeared before his eyes, along with angry voices echoing in his ears. "That bastard even tricked the baby dragons? What the hell did he sell to those children? They aren't even 3 years old yet." The ancient dragons were also tricked, let alone the baby dragons, damn that cursed skeleton. Thinking of this, he softly answered, "Only about 70 of them." Then Isaac became even more confused, thinking, "This isn't good, they also have good memories, they will recognize my soul." Yet Whisper happily calculated, "Maybe by then I should change masters." Seeing that, he gritted his teeth and scolded, "I can hear you, you know." After a long internal battle, Isaac pressed his hands against the mattress and concluded, "It seems I have no other choice." Thinking of the treasure chest, he seemed to gain multiplied spirit to calculate. So there are level 8 demons and a level 9 dragon in the Holy Relic storage, but the current me can barely deal with level 6 demons. While calculating, Isaac's face also became more sinister. To fight them, I must steal all the mana cores of the Eshua family. Let's go to the annex. The atmosphere returned to peace. The door was still being kept closed. Isaac was still sitting outside the door. Seeing him so serious, Whisper whispered, Master, are you okay?" Seeing his haggard face and lips drier than the Sahara Desert, Whisper exclaimed, "You look like you're about to be exorcised." Isaac regretted his actions slightly. Damn it, if only I knew how to control holy power, I could have easily learned all the holy spells by now. Can someone summarize for me? I haven't even been weaned yet. He suddenly got an idea. How about I control their minds and force them to teach me? Whisper on the side constantly mumbled, "Master, do you intend to use dark magic in the center of the congregation? Do you want to be discovered as a demon and cause this Eshua family to collapse?" Hearing that, Isaac was confused by its degree of deduction. What happened to your personality in the last 150 years? He returned to the book in his hand. With just theory like this, I don't understand anything at all. Seeing this tired look, Rilai picked him up. Are you tired? Rilai smiled and said, it must be because too many things happened today. Isaac shrugged, agreeing, what else? Kids my age need to sleep 16 hours a day. Rilai carried him away, while the servants were nearby cleaning up. Rilai flicked his hand across his forehead, and immediately all of Isaac's strength was restored. He happily thought, a holy spell like this. His eyes gradually became improper. Excellent, next, use an attack spell. Whisper helplessly said, please just lie still. It reminded him to remember, well, today you need to go to the annex. You must find a way to get rid of the people here. Isaac suddenly realized, that's right, the annex. Doing what he thought, Isaac lay flat. I must quickly get rid of this crowd. Whisper gave a point for this scene. Who would fall for that terrible acting? Yet two idiots were actually led by the nose. Young Master Isaac fell asleep so quickly. What a wonderful child. He does everything fast. Making Whisper confused. Are you all crazy? How did you fall for that? Then they prepared to leave as he wished. It's late, we should go, right? Yes, anyway, I need to practice. Whisper also gave up. What an interesting bunch of people. While enjoying it, suddenly Isaac had to prick up his ears to listen. Anyway, the totem is also dangerous. Take it away quickly. Making him eavesdrop again. What? Rilai carefully instructed, it's precious. That is Isaac's first totem, so keep it very carefully. Yes, sir. Isaac was screaming internally. I still have to revive that totem, you can't take it. But the resistance was ineffective. I will display it in the most visible place, sir. Isaac could only secretly scream for his totem. I need to absorb mana from it. Isaac got an idea. If that's the case, right now I will go and suck dry the mana cores in the annex. He climbed out immediately. Let's go quickly. Whisper asked him back. Do you really intend to crawl all the way to the annex? I don't even know if you'll make it there by the end of the day. But Isaac was very calm and said, I have a plan, just open the door for me. Whisper was very obedient. Yes, of course. I will go ahead to lead the way. I won't carry you the whole way. It reported the news with great pity. Your uncle has locked the door and locked it from the outside, and there is even a holy spell on it. It sounded like thunder striking his ears. That damn uncle. He decided to just break it, but Whisper tried to stop him. They will think you are being attacked and rush here. Making Isaac completely helpless. Damn it. He helplessly pounded the door, full of rage. This is going to drive me crazy. I can't cling to Whisper the whole way there. But if I use magic, everything will become even more complicated. While Isaac was very angry, Whisper seemed very relaxed. While not knowing what to do, suddenly the door hit him in the face. How could I have escaped? A kid was gradually entering. What is this? The boy blankly stared at Isaac on the ground. This boy was the son of Gol Eshua, a saint candidate of the Eshua family, Shuri, already 5 years old. He thought in confusion, clearly this baby doesn't even know how to walk yet. Isaac also blankly looked at him. This brat is my rival. Whisper saw the blood on his face and asked in confusion, did he dare to harm my master? Shuri looked at him with murderous eyes, gritting his teeth and thinking, a totem that even a genius like me couldn't create. He held the object in his hand, his attitude full of envy. There is no way that brat could have done it. But Isaac didn't care much. He was feeling very excited. Shuri waved his hand, preparing to do something bad. I am the one who will become the saint. He used magic to take out the totem. Seeing this, Isaac silently gave him a thumbs up. You dare to compete for that with me. But he hadn't been happy for long before Isaac controlled the totem to punch Shuri's head. That's the plan for me to escape this cursed Eshua family. At the same time, Isaac also suddenly realized, I found my mode of transportation. Shuri clutched his face angrily looking down at Isaac. Do you know who I am? He secretly thought. You look exactly like that hooligan uncle. You must be his son. Isaac observed every move of his. He was prepared to counterattack. And I see you are gathering holy mana to attack me already, you bastard. He repeatedly hit Shuri while he couldn't resist and could only take the hits. You deserve to be beaten. Whisper also agreed with him. Great hit, master. While Isaac, like a little demon, laughed at Shuri. You cheeky brat, just accept that you will be my transportation. Up until now, Shuri was still lying still, taking the hits, looking very sloppy. Finally, he rose up. Shuri shouted loudly, do you think you're so special? Isaac used a judging expression to look at him and he spoke, are you surprised? No one my age can use level 3 defensive holy spells. Shuri was trying to do something to show himself off, but it was still too early to be surprised by that. Shuri waved his hand, a stream of light covering everything around. Level 3 attack holy spell holy light. He shouted and launched that light orb toward Isaac. Isaac still calmly looked, impressive, using 2 holy lights. But this cat-and-mouse game of his only made Isaac even more interested. Thanks for the meal. Shuri's holy light was gently absorbed by Isaac. Shuri blankly stared at the scene before him, his eyes widening in immense surprise. How could a defensive spell be that big? Isaac smiled happily while controlling the holy light. He was very grateful to this kid, because my uncle didn't teach me, I didn't know how to use it. Shuri felt surprised seeing this while Isaac smiled, but thanks for teaching me. Looking at the powerful holy light before him, Shuri found it hard to believe, impossible. Before he could adapt, Isaac continued to control the holy light. The powerful stream of light rushed toward Shuri, making him confused about what to do. Wait. Shuri's miserable screams rang out. Whisper saw this and asked curiously, master, although I love watching this, is killing someone in the Eshua family really okay? Isaac sighed and thought, who said I killed him? Seeing him safe and sound without a hair harmed, Isaac softly explained, the attack didn't even hit him. At this moment, Shuri suddenly realized and shouted in a mix of embarrassment and fury, you damn brat, you can't even hit me, so why on earth did you scare me like that? Shuri gritted his teeth and roared, no matter how many holy techniques you use to attack, you can't defeat a saint candidate like me. Just as he was speaking, a voice suddenly echoed, how dare you? He looked behind him, bewildered and confused, trying to see who that voice belonged to. Whisper had directly transformed, asking in a cold voice, attacking my master. It continued, each word making Shuri tremble all over. Do you have a death wish? Shuri was so terrified he forgot how to speak. He truly wanted to cry and call for his parents. Isaac was very satisfied to see this scene and smiled. Isaac sat on Whisper and spoke up. What are you waiting for? He raised an eyebrow and ordered, piggyback me, Shuri, you bastard. The sky outside had turned pitch black, and everything was very quiet. I am Shuri of the Eshua family, and in the future, I will become a saint. He frowned, looking ahead with an expression of pure frustration. Footsteps echoed, but Shuri was panting heavily while carrying Isaac on his back, silently cursing, you damn kid. Meanwhile, Isaac, the one being carried, was incredibly excited. Let's go to the annex. Shuri gritted his teeth looking at him. Why are you doing this? He was about to put on a threatening face. Do you know who I am? When Whisper appeared right beside him to discipline him, you'd better keep moving before I tear you into 100 pieces, you lowlife vermin. And so, Shuri was once again forced into a submissive position. Right, just focus on surviving and getting out of here first. Shuri was shaking from head to toe, eyes welling up with tears, and whispered, someone save me. The moon was very bright that night, lighting the way for Isaac to do his wicked deeds. As the passenger, Isaac happily directed the person below him, go left to the left. If it wasn't to his liking, he would start leaning down and nagging, want to die? Focus! Shuri felt confused and while panting asked, where on earth do you want to go in the middle of this desolate night? Then suddenly he stopped in his tracks. Looking at the scene before him, Shuri's face turned dark and he hesitated as he spoke. This is. They had finally arrived. The residence of the Eshua family, the second annex. Shuri's mind was filled with fear. It was the haunted house. He looked up at Isaac, deep in thought. Why did this crazy kid drag me here? Several people have died here before, so the family head forbade anyone from entering. Whisper and Isaac were incredibly delighted. It seems there is quite a lot here, master. Looking at the house, Whisper exclaimed, one would probably have to train and die and come back to life for decades to possess such a massive amount of mana. Isaac grabbed Shuri, demanding he step inside. Let's go, kid. But Shuri resisted. You want to go in there? No, we can't, the adults said no. At this moment, Whisper appeared to intimidate him. Shut your mouth and lift your feet, you lowlife, causing Shuri to break into a cold sweat. Shuri stepped inside. Because there was no furniture, all their sounds were greatly amplified. Shuri was exhausted, while Isaac was busy assessing his surroundings, thinking, it looks like the inside is even worse than the outside. Suddenly he noticed something special. Seeing a thin mist swirling, Isaac thought in surprise, wait, that is. Whisper explained from his side, this entire place has been sealed off, master. Every door has something like a protective barrier. Isaac replied listlessly, what a hassle. Shuri was covered in sweat and tried to suggest, hey, how about we go back? Everything here is locked anyway. But contrary to his wishes, Isaac grabbed his hair, making Shuri yelp in pain. What's the matter? He pleaded in pain, his two hands trying to stop Isaac's actions. Stop grabbing my hair. Seeing the pictures before him, Isaac was also a bit surprised. He stepped closer, the previous family heads. While looking at the painting, he asked, are you trying to compete for the position of the next family head now? At this, he spoke as if he were in the right. It's useless. Because one way or another that position of the next family head will be mine. He hadn't been smug for long before the picture of the ancestor he was so proud of was destroyed by Isaac's finger snap. Shuri was so confused that his eyes nearly popped out of his head. Isaac didn't stop his movements. Shuri shouted in confusion, that's our ancestor, are you crazy? Why would you do that to the family heads? At this moment, Isaac frowned and explained, they shouldn't have placed barriers on these portraits, right? Whisper breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. The barrier is broken, master, making Isaac burst out laughing. Excellent. He quickly jumped down to the ground. Let's go. Seeing this action, Shuri curiously asked, hey, where are you going? Isaac curled his body up like a small ball and rolled forward, leaving Shuri asking in confusion, hey, are you truly insane? After causing all this chaos, where are you rolling off to? The sealed door was kicked wide open by Isaac. Looking at the scene outside, he felt very satisfied. Top notch. Isaac immediately crawled inside and ordered, Whisper, lock the door, which left Shuri extremely confused. He tried to chase after Isaac like someone chasing after a crush. Hey, stop it, what on earth are you doing? The door gradually closed and Isaac smiled at Shuri. A kid like you doesn't need to know. Outside, Shuri's voice still echoed, you damn kid. Once everything was done, Isaac sat down and breathed a sigh of relief. A stream of light covered his entire body. Let's get started. Outside, Shuri was still pounding on the door. Get out of there now, hurry up, I'm going to tell the adults everything. Just as he was trying to convince Isaac to come out, there was a shadow behind him. I'll tell them everything and you'll be kicked out of here, just wait and see. The family members appeared behind him. Rilai called out softly, Shuri. He asked coldly. At this moment Shuri turned around. What are you doing here? He quickly explained everything. Uncle, you came just in time. Isaac, that monster. The white-haired old man shouted angrily in his face. What do you think you're doing? Shuri, you clearly knew this annex was off-limits. What were you thinking bringing Isaac to this godforsaken place? He hesitated and asked in a low voice, what? Then he was shouted at by the old woman. Do you know how many people saw you carrying Isaac on your back running everywhere? What's more, there are traces of holy attack magic in Isaac's room. She questioned him coldly. Are you going to take responsibility for all of this or not? Shuri was incredibly confused, but he didn't know how to explain. No, it's not like that. Honestly, I didn't bring that brat here, and yes, it's true some of the holy attack magic there was mine, but... Rilai leaned down and lectured him gently. Shuri, you've gone too far this time. Regardless of the reason, the fact that you caused trouble for a baby who hasn't even been weaned yet is the truth. He asked seriously, where have you hidden Isaac? Which left Shuri feeling so aggrieved he couldn't form the words. I didn't hide him anywhere. He said something no one could believe. Isaac went in there by himself. Rilai stood up and knocked on the inner door, asking, Isaac, are you in there? Did Shuri lock you in? Everyone else was helplessly shaking their heads at him. Rilai was feeling very worried about this situation. Through the door, what struck his eyes was the sight of Isaac sobbing. Isaac. The white-haired old man also felt very worried for him. Are you all right, Isaac? Oh my God, he looks terrible. Riley hurriedly picked him up and reassured him by stroking his head. Thank God you're okay. Although the boy looked quite scared, it seemed nothing had actually happened. Having said that, he glanced toward Shuri with a less than friendly look. He advised coldly, you should reflect on yourself. Shuri was now extremely helpless. He didn't know how to explain. No, it's not like that, honestly. Isaac, on the other hand, was feeling very happy. He even gave a sign of thanks. Isaac smiled provocatively at him with a triumphant smirk. Thanks to you, I've had a hearty meal. Directly driving Shuri crazy. That damn brat! Seeing this scene, the old woman was also worried about him. Why does it look like his blood pressure spiked so suddenly? It must be because it's so cold here. A child so young and already. Isaac's small hand held a blue stream of light. He smiled and thought to himself, it truly exceeded my expectations. I absorbed an amount of mana equivalent to 100 years of grueling training in a single go. He gripped it tighter in his hand. Right with this mana energy. He was laughing inwardly, his whole body trembling with excitement. I can finally proceed with that plan, but it led Riley to misunderstand that he was terrified. Isaac must have been so scared. At the Asura family mansion, Riley's voice rang out, Isaac, I want to introduce someone to you. Isaac looked up, full of curiosity. Then he turned to look at the person beside him. This is Asili. From now on she will take on the job of being your caregiver. Asili introduced herself simply and seriously. My name is Asili Lasher, a holy knight belonging to the Asura family. He glanced at Asili, who was kneeling respectfully. I vow to serve you until my very last breath. He pursed his lips and thought to himself, are they planning to send someone to supervise me because of what happened last time? Then he stood with hands on his hips. He said majestically, Dadada, you're fired, get out of my sight. As he spoke, he tried to make a dangerous face to scare her. Asili and Riley looked in surprise at the baby on the table. She leaned closer to him and called softly, young Master Riley. May I pinch his cheek just once? Her face was incredibly excited. Isaac, in this case, thought to himself, why does this family have so many crazy people? Riley took something from his pocket. Oh, that's right, Isaac. Here, I have a gift I want to give you. It turned out to be an old ring placed in a simple box. Isaac made a silent judgment. Did you pick that up from the trash, uncle? Whisper beside him also had the word trash clearly visible on its face, echoing, I thought I heard wrong, but the fact that the Asura family is facing a crisis is true. How can this thing be worthy of being a gift for the master's first birthday? Asili saw it and was surprised. Oh my God, isn't this the Saintess's heirloom? He picked up the ring to examine it. Saintess's heirloom? Riley smiled and stroked the baby's head. Your uncle just received it from the council, it's just for you. His eyes widened in surprise. It's real. This was the ring the Saintesses used in the battle against him. The ancestor ring, a ring containing a bit of divine power. The holy power hidden in this thing was truly wonderful. Isaac's face became increasingly immoral. He smiled dangerously and plotted. Regardless, it seems it can only be used once or twice before it shatters, but I have a way to solve that. Furthermore, then he turned to look in a certain direction. Far away, Gol was leaning against a tree, his face bitter, gritting his teeth. That expression of his self proved that this thing was the real deal. He looked as if he wanted to strangle this nephew. Then he approached, grinning to greet them. Aha, Isaac, my dear little nephew. Gol put on a fake friendly face. Oh, look how cute you are. I hope you feel comfortable staying here. Isaac was momentarily shocked and expressed strong disgust. What the hell is this? So disgusting. Could he have gone insane? Gol muttered silently with malicious intent. Damn it, the situation has become more complicated. I destroyed the blessing device in the relic storage so this brat wouldn't receive a blessing. Unexpectedly, they gave him the Saintess's heirloom instead. Recalling before that, the white-haired old woman bargained with Riley, since Isaac cannot receive a blessing anymore, to be fair, we will give this to the boy. Gol was so shocked he stuttered. The Saintess's heirloom, please give it to my child instead. She turned and asked him for Shuri. But hasn't the boy already received a blessing from the Holy See? Don't be so greedy, hurry back. He gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept it, and thought to himself, I was planning to secretly steal it while pretending to donate it to the Holy See. The brat surely won't understand the true value of this thing. Then he took something from his robe and said solemnly, if you intended to give a gift to the boy, you should have chosen something a bit better at least. That other thing is completely useless. Riley asked him back, annoyed. Useless? Are you saying the saintess's heirloom is useless, brother? He opened the luxurious golden box and continued. Isaac is also my beloved nephew, how could I give him something useless? Inside the box he opened was a sparkling, luxurious ring. This ring had been directly imbued with many blessings from the Holy See. Therefore, keeping it will be more useful for the boy when he enters the holy relic storage. This was an object too precious that Riley would never be able to possess. Oh right, nephew, now give me that old dirty ring. Isaac smiled charitably and slapped him hard in the face. Get lost. Holding the high-quality ring box in his hand, he also threw it away. That ridiculous thing that smells like the Pope's stench. Get lost too. Goal shouted, what are you all standing there for? Go find that ring quickly. Riley, witnessing everything, also thought to himself, that ring looks thousands of times more precious than the item I gave the boy. And yet the boy still chose mine. He raised his hand and called, Isaac, my beloved nephew. From now on, I will bring you all the best things in this life. Asili also added, young master Isaac is the best. The two were overflowing with love, tossing the baby up like a ball. On the other side, there was a crowd frantically searching for it. It's too deep, Goal shouted loudly. Find it at all costs for me. If it's lost, don't even think about keeping your lives. Isaac, while being tossed around, crossed his arms and smirked smugly. I already used gravity magic on it. Good luck finding it, Whisper flattered. As expected of my master, your decision to touch that foul object with one finger was truly admirable. The one who finds it at dawn, me, or was it you? It has a value equal to a fortune, so I will sell it. Over there, he was still holding his head and screaming in helplessness. Goal returned to his room, slammed his hand on the table, and hissed in anger at the guard standing opposite him. That damn brat. Does he know how expensive that thing is? Ha, forget it. I bet he doesn't even know how to use that ring properly. That is truly an object suitable for someone who doesn't even know how to use holy magic, right? It requires at least the holy power of 20 people to be used, and of course, that is impossible. I wonder if even 10 people will come to his first birthday party. The next day, at the Asura mansion, everywhere there were families bringing their children along, discussing noisily. Asili carried Isaac in her arms, exclaiming, "Impressive! Over 148 saint candidates have come to attend, including nobles and attendants. There are about 4,000 people gathered here today. It seems all the duke families and dozens of marquis families have come here. Even the emperor came too, and even other countries sent saint candidates. How amazing!" Isaac was fast asleep in her arms, talking in his sleep. Then he woke up, thinking to himself, why are there so many saint candidates? Did those gods get so lazy they scattered them everywhere? Whisper replied from beside him, they are the kind who would do such things. Riley stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied, surprising indeed. I even thought no one would come, thinking it was a trap. A voice from the door interrupted the conversation. How could they think that, my friend? Long time no see, Riley. The person who arrived was the chairman of one of the 3 merchant associations in the empire, Riley's close friend, Count Simon. Riley was surprised. Simon, you came too? He laughed and continued, the rumors have spread throughout the empire, so of course I had to come. Everyone knows this isn't a trap and decided to participate. Moreover, aren't those weak kids of the Asura family also participating? Aha. Not to mention the rewards that the head of the Asura family set, so how could I be missing? Even the Pope's family will come. Isaac, hearing this, became curious. What reward did she set, I wonder? Riley asked disbelievingly. Stop joking, how could the Pope's family participate? Simon shrugged and innocently replied, just guessing. There's no way those snobbish, unlikable people would appear on the Asura family's territory. Except for our Berith family, who else don't we consider filthy commoners? Simon, lower your voice. Why, my son Aeon is also a sanctified candidate. After all, this event is organized by House Asura. The Pope's family has no reason to be here. You should think carefully before you speak. Someone just opened the door and walked in. Ignore that bunch who always look like they've stepped on nettles. Someone cut him off. As the ancients said, nothing is more dangerous than a crude friend. Oh my, indeed the wisdom of the ancients is never wrong. Simon was petrified. Riley anxiously called the man's name. Cardinal Berith. Berith smiled dangerously, arrogantly saying, I didn't expect the weak rivals of House Asura to hold an event like this. I hope this fledgling child can bring something from the relic vault to save your family's face. I've been quite curious to see what the face of the child who claims to be House Eshua's sanctified candidate looks like. Yet now I can't see that brat anywhere. Well, in any case, this is an opportunity for you. I send you my most sincere prayers. Hopping this sanctified candidate can raise your family's prestige. Rilai stunned thought, could this be a ploy arranged by the Holy See? The fact that the number of sanctified candidates jumped from 25 to 148 in a week is already strange. The only explanation is that the Holy See ignored candidates suddenly appearing out of nowhere. Everyone will strive to have their child become a sanctified candidate, but once those children are placed into the vault, they will inevitably try to eliminate weaker rivals. They might very well harm the boy amid the chaos. Thinking that, his hand unconsciously clenched. Then he turned to look at Isaac. If that happens, Isaac will be in danger. At this moment, our male lead, being hugged by Asili, picked his nose innocently, his face full of questions. The son of House Eshua, beyond his excellent appearance, and his family's reputation, is completely useless. However, to those ravenous with envious zeal toward House Eshua, or to those trying to curry favor with the Pope's family, those disgusting descendants of the saintess, the child of House Eshua is the perfect prey. Give this to the Eshua brat as a little joke. He won't die, but he won't be able to do anything anymore. Mix this potion into his water and use a holy toxin. Teach that brat a lesson about the world's cruelty. Humiliate him in front of everyone. And proclaim to the world that House Eshua's child will never become a saint. At this moment, Isaac was downing all the bottles the kids handed him. After drinking, he even gleefully wiped his mouth, thrilled. What a rush. The children who witnessed it were stunned and frightened, whispering to each other, "Everyone, I'm so scared." How many bottles did he drink alone? Isaac threw a bottle at a brown-haired kid's head and ordered, "Bring me more, this poison can't kill me." The other kid, struck, was scared to tears. Isaac waited as you shook another bottle and brandished it. I said, "Give me more." The children began to panic and back away. One even screamed, "I want to go home, it's terrifying." They whispered and gossiped. "What's wrong with that child? I thought you'd drug him with laxatives, or did he drink the wrong demon elixir?" "I don't think so, let's go, quickly." Shuri covered her face, sullen and helpless. "Why does he keep drinking? It's so humiliating." "Don't keep sullying the name Eshua. If you're a sanctified candidate, you should at least know when something's wrong." He snatched the bottle Isaac was chugging and shouted, "Stop drinking, are you that thirsty?" Isaac looked puzzled at his action. Shuri held out another bottle and said, "Here, if you want to drink, drink this." Before he finished the sentence, Isaac shoved the whole bottle into his face. Isaac protested, displeased, but it was poisonous. "Give it here, give me that most toxic bottle." The kid holding the poisoned bottle rubbed his forehead and muttered, "Why is he so hyper?" "But that bottle has a holy toxin," another kid tried to stop him. "Are you crazy? If he drinks it, he'll die instantly." Isaac gaped, "Holy toxin." "Then give it here," he said, then leapt forward with eyes brighter than car headlights, delighting the others and making that kid scream in fear. The kids scrambled and fought in a chaotic heap while others watched and whispered, "It seems he has strong toxin resistance. I heard someone can train their sanctified power to break down poisons." "What, are you saying that brat has reached that level? But then why is he hunting for poison bottles? Maybe he's trying to make sure no one else accidentally drinks them because it's dangerous." Shuri sat in a corner, smirking to herself, "Nonsense." Then a voice rang out, "Really? Are you implying that kid is sacrificing himself?" Kina Barith scoffed mockingly. Shuri widened her eyes in surprise. "Why is Kina Barith here? I never heard the Pope's family would participate." The white-haired boy standing there is a direct descendant of the Pope's family, Kina Barith. The other children buzzed. "Wait, isn't that Kina Barith? Why is the Pope's family in the Saintess's relic vault?" "Oh my, looks like we already know who will win." Isaac beat that kid and then casually sat on him to finish the bottle. "Also pay attention to the commotion over here," someone said. "Oh ho. So that's the brat guaranteed to become a saint. But can the Pope Barith's family really have such pure hair color? Did he bleach it? All the others in that family have different hair colors." Kina replied with a faint smile. "It's not strange for a member of the Pope's family to be in the Saintess's relic vault. Our family leads all the clergy. Therefore the Saintess's relic vault belongs to our family as well. I'm only here to take what is mine. What's there to be surprised about?" Isaac sneered inwardly, judging by how arrogantly he spoke. He's definitely from the Pope's family. But that brat is a monster too. His pure sanctified power even surpasses a bishop's. Truly the #1 sanctified candidate, do you intend to insult the host with such crude methods? And you still dare call yourselves sanctified candidates. Kina Barith continued, pathetic, what good comes from humiliating a child? There's no way a child could have toxin resistance. Surely it's the saintess's power trying to protect the child. Then he approached Isaac, half kneeling with a smile. Isaac sighed, thinking stupidity must be hereditary. Kina summoned sanctified power and smiled gently. How pitiful, it's okay, let me detoxify him. The surrounding children buzzed. At this age he can use sanctified techniques to detoxify. Look at that amount of sanctified power, he's at least level 5. You look at this guy with contempt. Oh, who is this brat trying to fool? You look at this guy with contempt. Oh, who is this brat trying to fool? Then you smile and slap Kina Barith loudly across the face. He stood frozen in bewilderment. One kid shouted, has his sanctified power disappeared? Kina Barith turned and looked with eyes full of shock. Has my sanctified power been neutralized? Impossible by a child like him, Isaac innocently mischievous. He stared at his hand, doubting his life. Could he be stronger than me? That little pest from House Eshua. Seeing him glare, Isaac glared back angrily. What are you looking at, brat? I'll smash your skull with this bottle. Then suddenly a figure lunged forward, grabbed him tight and shouted, no, don't do that. The crowd, hungry for drama, gasped, oh my, he's protecting the child because they're from the same house. That boy slapped the one trying to save him, how rude. Do they really think they can stand against the Pope's family? Does he really think he can protect that child? Shuri held Isaac tightly as he struggled, thinking, these idiots, if not for me that bottle would be in your heads. Kina Barith regained his arrogance and said loftily, it's fine, maybe I startled the boy, after all, he's just a child. Anyway, good luck to you, descendants of House Eshua. At least try to do something to salvage your family's face. Shuri and Isaac ground their teeth in fury. But of course the best treasure here will be mine. After all, House Eshua doesn't even dare approach the dry demon king's corpse anymore. Shuri muttered, what an insufferable brat, what does he think he's showing off? Isaac leapt up and shouted, startling him. What did that white-headed bastard just say? He just mentioned the dry demon king's corpse. He grabbed Isaac's hand, voice trembling. Hey, suddenly what's wrong with you? Don't jerk my head like that. The head of the family had promised to bestow secret techniques to whoever brought back the dry demon king's corpse. Isaac froze and whispered. His voice was hoarse and breathless. Melissa, you dare toy with my corpse? Isaac's face began to show anger. The children began to disperse into small groups. Isaac sat in a daze. I've accumulated mana in my body for centuries. If I can get it, reaching level 10 would be no problem. But now these kids are all watching it, so I have no way to sneak it out. Oh well, anyone who blocks me I'll step on. Thinking that, he tossed the bottle in his hand to the ground. An elder's voice rang out, everyone gather round. You are about to leave, so listen carefully to what I say from now on. This relic repository is a sanctuary. It holds the relics of past saintesses. Hearing this, he thought, great, here we go with the history lecture again. When will we ever get out of here? This is so boring. I'll go first, Shuri chased after. Hey, where do you think you're going? You took a running start with your foot. He lunged forward with a crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. Shuri turned her face away to dodge. He quickly called for the elder, Isaac. The brat now wore a grin brighter than winning the lottery as he sprinted off. Now I can use the sanctified technique I just learned. The elder shouted a warning, Isaac, that's a forbidden area. If you go that way all the repository's traps will trigger. Hearing that, the children were all terrified. Shuri ran after him at the command, stop that brat now. Eshu Manor Banquet Hall. Asili nervously said to Rilai standing beside her, I hope young master is okay. The host announced, we now have a connection to the inside of the relic vault. My summoned beast is following the third candidate, so I'll provide updates. The first repository door has opened and the current candidates are passing through it. Rilai was equally worried, thinking to himself, has it started already? Third place right now is Ammon, Simon shouted excitedly. My child. Second place is Shuri, Gol said, a little surprised and proudly boasting, I mean my child. And first place goes to Isaac. Rilai and Asili gaped in surprise. The loudspeaker seemed ready to explode as it repeated, Isaac. The elder chasing him was nearly out of breath. Isaac, please, it's not that way. Then he accidentally stepped on some mechanism. If you keep running, more traps will trigger. Boom, a bolt of lightning struck the elder, making him scream. Shuri, terrified, screamed along with him. The scene was now chaotic, the kids scattered in panic, some screaming as they ran. "Mom, I'm sorry, please save me." Shiori choked back tears and complained, "You madman, why did you run over there and cause this mess? The repository's challenge is dangerous enough on its own, and now we have to dodge intrusion prevention traps too," but Isaac ignored it and kept rushing forward. They arrived before a massive door. He stopped and asked, "So this is the door to the second repository?" "The second trap door has been triggered. Enter the side entrance to the second repository." Shuri shouted a warning, but Isaac wasn't there. Whisper suddenly appeared and said, "Excellent, Master, thanks to the mana you absorbed in the annex, I've been upgraded." Isaac grinned more sinisterly than a tycoon. "Good, now I can make you work harder, damn it. Bring everything here." With that, Whisper dashed off to obey. The kids outside finally recovered and paused their chatter. "I didn't know it would be this tough. So that's why the Saintesses were so powerful, huh?" A boy pointed at Shuri hovering in midair. "Isn't that the Eshua family's brat?" "Yeah, something like Sue, right? How can he fly like that? The family must have taught him beforehand, so unfair." Shuri sighed, "They didn't teach me anything, you idiots. Like I want to hover like that, put me down." Whisper dropped him. He fell face first to the ground, then reported, "Master, I've secured the informant for us." Shuri scrambled up and said, "Stop this. I don't know how you passed the first repository's trial, the trial of choice, but from the second repository on, a single mistake can kill you. You must confront your fears and choose the harder path to increase your perceptive abilities." Isaac cut him off with a bolt of lightning. "Too much talk. Fine, now explain what's inside the second repository. Once you enter, remember, never attack the enemies, understand? Do not attack them." "What nonsense is that? Why can't I attack my enemies? That's the only way to get through the second vault. No matter what appears, you must stand still for 3 minutes until they vanish. Say you understand or we'll both die." Isaac felt his patience wearing thin. "Ridiculous, are they testing my patience? People have actually died because of it." Fine, fine, how hard can it be? So I just have to not attack, right? 3 minutes is nothing for me." When they pushed the great door open, a voice rang out, "Welcome to the Hall of Calm. Patience is a virtue and cool reason a guide. Remain calm and steadfast. And that patience will lead you to the light." The scene shifted to another space. It was over with Kina Berith's group. The blue-haired lackey asked nervously, "Are you sure this is safe? We're at the end of the line." Kina turned and smiled confidently. "There's no reason for us to go first on that dangerous path. The meat shields will take the hits for us. Have you forgotten there's an 8th-tier demon guarding the second repository? I'm sure the Vanguard are stuck in there." "Say." Following his gesture, the second door was partially open. "The trial has begun. Inside the second repository. Do not waver." A figure gradually materialized. It was a handsome divine being who continued, "And that patience will lead you to the light." After only 3 seconds, Isaac unleashed sanctified power and obliterated the figure. "Screw this." Seeing that, Shuri's hope of survival died. Recalling Isaac's confident line, 3 minutes is nothing for me, oh man. She couldn't help but shout, "That madman." Isaac ground his teeth. "How can I stand still when I see the face of a godlike being?" Whisper chimed in, "I think 3 seconds is already long enough." A synthetic announcement boomed, "You have failed. Those lacking patience will be punished by the divine." A monster appeared out of nowhere. "My soul is leaving my body," someone muttered. "That's it, I'm definitely dead now." Isaac smiled wickedly, summoned a powerful crimson sanctified energy. He delivered a strike that knocked the monster out cold on the spot. Shuri stood with her mouth agape, stammering. The monster exploded in a shower of sparks like fireworks. Shuri stared in astonishment, thinking, what just happened? Its corpse collapsed into a pile of earth and rock. She thought to herself, this is supposed to be tier 8. Are you kidding me? My subordinate's magic created this golem. The elite demons of the Dry Demon King, the 14 retinue, this is one of their unique magics. Have they now become lapdogs for House Eshua, or does this place have something to do with my body? I have to go see for myself. Shuri saw Isaac starting to run again and hurriedly asked, "Hey, where are you going?" A smug laugh came from behind. "Aha, I didn't expect the descendants of House Eshua to help us like this." They stepped out from behind the bushes. Leading them was a red-haired brat pointing and saying, "See, I told you those people know how to get past the trial. He's the Scarlet Faith, one of the 5 faiths, the 3rd son of Duke Sepet's house, Nizer." Nizer chuckled smugly, "Thanks for beating the gatekeeper for us. Now move aside, we'll be the first to enter the second repository. You don't know what we went through because of that damned brat. If he had gotten in first, he'd have triggered all the traps in there." Isaac didn't hear any of it. He only wondered why so many of them were still alive. Nizer continued to taunt, I never expected Eshua's descendants to be so vicious. Shuri, you're in league with him, right? He asked. She blinked, puzzled. Who with him? No way, I said no, she snapped. Nizer stepped in front of Isaac and said, you all saw this brat dodge every trap, right? Do you think he could do it alone? See, it's an artifact. This ring must have some magic woven into it. He snatched the ring from Isaac's neck and held it up to show off. Look, everyone. With this we can avoid all the traps ahead. Shuri sat across, disdainful of the kids. You're wrong, kid. But watching him so calm makes me scared. He's not the sort to let someone steal from him and walk away. Nizer and his cronies took the ring and went ahead. Stay put, Ashua. I'll bring back the corpse of the dry demon king, a feat no one has ever done. It will definitely be me. The boy cheered as if overjoyed. As he celebrated, he suddenly felt a mysterious power emanate that froze his smile. Then a terrible explosion happened in an instant, mixed with screams of terror. Shuri gritted her teeth to dodge the blast residue. What kind of trap is this? Isaac had used them as bait. The room was filled with thick smoke and dust. In the second repository, Shuri carried Isaac on her shoulders, passing over numerous corpses. He glanced at them with a smirk. All the mines here have detonated, thanks, kids. But his eyes grew distant as he started to ponder. Why did those kids follow me? The remaining kids watched in admiration. That child must have some divine sense, probably. After all, he's from the sainted family. Nizer's behavior earlier was odd. That ring looked like just an antique. Besides, there's no way someone from House Eshua would cheat like that. Whisper covered his mouth, chuckling. It seems they've recognized your greatness, master. How wonderful. Isaac ground his teeth and scrawled a harsh line. I don't need their recognition. Shuri sneered at the naive kids. You'd better run before it's too late. This brat is scarier than any demon. Another figure stepped forward and said, if there is truly a sanctified candidate, I think the most fitting is that child. Isaac glanced over at him. The blonde boy smiled as he approached and introduced himself. Pleased to meet you, youngest scion of House Eshua. I'm Paris Julius, second prince of the kingdom of Julius. The crowd murmured again. It's a kingdom east of the Holy Realm. They say the prince there received the god's blessing. Isaac heard that and drew a conclusion. Oh, this guy might be useful. Shuri called Isaac. Isaac answered with a single call in response. He announced, we're here. This is the gate to the third repository. Before them stood a massive portal adorned with ancient, intricate carvings. This is the gate to the third repository. Before them stood a massive portal adorned with ancient, intricate carvings. This is the memory level. Show your courage and resolve. The kids following them cheered excitedly. Great, we've reached the next repository. Luckily, we followed this child instead of Nizer. We'll get the dry demon king's corpse. The trial is simple. Defeat us and claim the glory. The kids excitedly debated, saying they should show their courage and fight them, just a test. Isaac kept pondering whether that gatekeeper might. Isaac's gaze grew dangerous. It's probably them. This will be entertaining, he thought with great relish. He signaled for the kids to stop. Shuri wiped sweat from her brow and calculated. Isaac always makes the right call, so the gatekeeper was lying. The first repository was about choices. Isaac only needed to rush straight through it. The second was about composure. Isaac was anything but calm. And this third one is about memory. The clue is there. So we have to recall what happened in the first and second trials. We must not attack them. He waved his hands. Shuri, everyone fall back this way. Shuri was surprised. Is Isaac helping those people? No matter how mean he seems, he's still a descendant of the saintess. Maybe her benevolent nature has awakened. Could I have misunderstood Isaac all this time? This kid would sacrifice himself and lead everyone the right way. Isaac chuckled and hurled a sphere of sanctified energy straight at the godlike figure's face. Shuri fell silent for the moment. The other man clenched his weapon in anger. At the same time, he dashed forward with lightning speed. Then he lunged and slashed toward the children. His voice warned, you've chosen poorly. The kids screamed frantically, help, help. Shuri was terrified by the horrific scene before her. Oh my god. She stood frozen, unable to process what was happening. What is this? Contrary to Shuri's suspicion, Isaac couldn't hide his amusement. Could this madman? Isaac grinned so that both his eyes narrowed, his look malicious. It's been a long time since I've seen them again. How foolish to believe others so readily. Sanctified candidates, huh? They are deceitful puppets created by the magic of the 14 retinue.
The two demons were set free, and explosions immediately filled the air everywhere. The remaining kids cried out in misery, calling for their parents. Where did the people from the Eshua family go? They were just here, let's find them. Shuri and Isaac were protected by an invisible 6th-tier holy spell. Plus that prince guy, seeing that he was safe, he tentatively approached. Isaac felt smug, thinking, this is the blessing my uncle gave me for emergencies. It's the perfect time to use it. Paris spoke up softly. Thanks for casting the holy spell on me as well. Isaac gestured for him to understand and tossed him a ring, signaling him to take it. Paris immediately held up the ring to inspect it, then turned around happily and asked, you gave me this because I'm not used to fighting demons. Thanks a lot, I'll never forget this kindness. As soon as he finished speaking, Paris poured his holy power into the ring. Immediately, his holy power was drained dry, and he cried out in horror, I'm going to tell my father about this. Whisper laughed gleefully with Isaac, as expected of my master. Geez, the prince is the one with the most holy power. Shuri couldn't take it anymore, turned her head to look at him, and wondered, Uncle, what on earth kind of monster did you bring into the family? After a while, the kids shouted in unison, is there anyone here capable of using defensive holy spells? Gather up. They organized their strategy, with some defending and others attacking, while the two demons continued their slaughter, shouting, accept your punishment. One kid tried to block, while another seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack, charging up a high-tier light orb in his hand. But just as he was about to strike, he tripped and fell face first for no reason. Immediately, the kid holding the defense turned around in terror, and before he could understand what was happening, another ring flew toward him, causing his casting to be interrupted as he lost all his holy power and passed out. The demon who was attacking also stopped for a moment, looking back at its companion in confusion. Is there anyone else here being tricked by us? Whisper turned back to report. The ring has absorbed all the holy power of the kids over here. Isaac commanded, then go to the other side. Whisper complied and flew to the other side. A kid immediately lost all their holy power and collapsed. Isaac muttered to himself, don't hate me, these deceptive puppets won't attack an incapacitated enemy. So, fainting after being drained of holy power is better than getting hurt. After dealing with those two, Whisper turned back to report, Master, it's almost done. No sooner had it finished speaking than a giant fireball appeared, crashing straight into the two demons and incinerating them. Whisper, caught off guard, frantically dived toward the ground to dodge. Just then, another kid walked in and shouted, found you, Isaac. It was none other than the white-haired kid, Kina. Seeing him, Isaac felt annoyed and thought, I've been wondering where this guy went. He finally decides to show up. Meanwhile, Shuri stared downward, terrified, thinking, oh my god, I know he's a genius. But beside Kina, a pair of wings slowly emerged, followed by the full body of a giant bird. Shuri was horrified. At his age, he can already summon a holy spirit. Is he hacking the game or something? Kina said, you surprise me. I didn't expect anyone else here besides me capable of killing demons. Or did you also lure those kids into a trap like in the first trial? If so, in the middle of his sentence, two other kids stumbled in, helping each other, and shouted, no, that child tried to overcome the trial for us. He even showed us which way to go. He is our benefactor. Hearing them, Isaac sighed and thought, looks like these kids have lost their minds. Whisper chuckled, is this that Stockholm Syndrome people talk about? Kina couldn't care less and turned back to say, benefactor, aren't you ashamed to call yourselves holy candidates? I didn't expect you to need help from a baby like that. A kid retorted, hey, you've been hiding this whole time. Why are you barking so loud? Did you help with anything while we were breaking our backs looking for traps? Then more and more kids crawled out and started berating him. That's right, Isaac is more like a holy person than you. When we get out of here, we'll tell our parents about this. You're always hiding from danger. This is all thanks to someone else. You haven't done anything. Let's all tell our parents that following the Eshu family is better. Hearing them, Shuri lamented internally. That's not true. This malicious child is just trying to exploit them. As they were busy bickering, the ground suddenly shook violently. The kids turned toward the source of the sound, and seeing a light orb floating high in the air, they huddled together to ask each other curiously, is that the real door leading to the third archive? Seems so, I think so. Does that mean the second trial is over? The light orb spoke. Congratulations to the candidates for passing the second trial. I am the final gatekeeper of the Holy Relic Archive. Now make your choice. Stop the trial here and select your treasure. Or continue facing the trial to reach the third archive. A kid said, obviously we choose the latter. The voice immediately sounded again. Choose very carefully. Stop the trial here and select your treasure, or continue to face the trial for the third archive. If you pass the trial, you can find treasures in the third archive, but if you fail, you will die. The kids turned pale with fear upon hearing this. Whisper reported again, Master, judging by the magical pressure from that voice. Isaac cut him off to confirm, Yes, it's a dragon. It's been a long time since I've met one. Then what it said about death must be true. Suddenly, the kids grew unexpectedly brave and shouted, "Even so, I will still choose the trial. We've put in so much effort to get here." That's right, if we can get the treasures from the third archive, we will definitely become holy people. Me too, I also want to go to the third archive. After giving the kids a moment to discuss, the voice echoed again. So you don't fear danger and choose to face the trial. No sooner had the words finished than the ground shook once more, and rocks fell continuously. Isaac was as excited as a demon. The voice spoke again. "The final trial is simple. Praise your God." As soon as that was said, a statue fell down. The kids asked each other, confused, "What's this? Another statue? Is that our God's statue?" The statue moved and emitted a sound. "Show reverence to your God. Only those who can prove their faith can go to the third archive." The kids were skeptical. "All we have to do is kneel and pray before that statue. But this is a trial. It seems too simple." Only Isaac was annoyed and cursed under his breath. "Not a chance, you jerk. I'd never kneel before that bastard, especially since he's been playing with me for hundreds of years and even tricked me at the last minute." Suddenly, a kid stepped forward and said, "It's not too hard, right? I just need to pray to our God, right?" Then he knelt on one knee and raised his hands in prayer. "O Supreme Being, you who deserve all glory and honor, this servant bows to worship." The statue immediately made a sound. "You've been taught well, good, you pass." That kid jumped up and cheered. The others huddled around and whispered, "We just need to pray." "Yeah, seriously." Suddenly, Isaac jumped off Shuri. Shuri was about to tell him to go pray when he kicked her and cursed, "Geez, why should I do that?" Suddenly, another person walked past Isaac. Kina approached solemnly, speaking as he walked. "We've been taught how to pray at the Holy See. Look here, this is the correct posture for worshiping our God." The kids exclaimed in surprise, "I want to do it too." Then, to Shuri's astonishment, they all rushed to kneel and bow, their prayers echoing. "O Supreme Being, you who deserve it all, I bow to worship." Seeing him standing there, the statue barked, "What are you standing there for? Do you want to give up and accept death?" Immediately, Shuri joined the kids in praying continuously. Suddenly, the statue glanced in another direction, and seeing Isaac looking up with his chin held high, it asked, "Little baby, why don't you kneel?" Isaac retorted angrily, "Geez, I'd have to be crazy to do that." Seeing him sitting there acting all high and mighty, the other kids looked back and asked each other, "What's wrong with that kid? Does he have a problem with his faith? Is the rumor that the Eshua family has lost its faith true?" Hearing them, Shuri gritted her teeth and cursed to herself, "That wicked kid, stop tarnishing our family's reputation and just pray." Kina looked at Isaac smugly, thinking, all of this is being recorded. Does that kid want to lose his chance to become a holy person? Talent is useless without faith. I shouldn't have paid any attention to him in the first place. The statue shouted again, "What an act of disrespect, child of that saintly family." Before the statue could finish, Isaac cursed back, "Geez, so what, you pig? Gee, even if I die, I won't kneel before your heap of crap." The statue seemed to understand his words and fell silent. Isaac, who was getting excited, suddenly felt pressure bearing down on him, and the statue now radiated killing intent as it stared at him, with a cold voice echoing, "Impudent brat, accept your punishment." Although crushed, Isaac refused to give in and cursed, "Geez, go to hell. Come at me if you dare, I'm so annoyed, I'll smash that statue to pieces." Whisper jumped out to stop him, "Master, that's dangerous." But his mind was made up. Holy power quickly gathered in his palm, when suddenly the statue returned to its original appearance and said, "Excellent." Isaac also dispersed the holy power in his hand, sat up, and looked at the statue in confusion. The statue spoke again, "You have passed, little baby candidate, go to the third archive." Hearing that, Kina yelled in disbelief, "Huh, what?" He stood up unconvinced, pointed straight at Isaac, and questioned, "You said we had to show faith to pass. That kid didn't even pray, and yet he passed. That's ridiculous." The statue said, "That child is the only one who met the requirements to pass through this door. Only he showed his faith to the divine." "Don't you really understand? You knelt before a statue, not before God. Is your faith just kneeling before a symbol?" Hearing this, Shuri was slightly bewildered, thinking, even though it looks like a deity, a statue is just a symbol after all. We've been tricked. The kids were in an uproar. How is that fair? That statue looks exactly like our God in the sacred painting. Well, the scriptures do say not to worship idols. Then the statue pointed at Isaac and said, "Look at that child. Even when faced with the fear of death, he did not surrender and remained steadfast in his faith. Therefore, only that child is worthy of entering the third archive." Isaac retorted unconvinced, "Shut your mouth." Kina glanced at him, gritting his teeth. "I don't accept this." He rushed to the statue and yelled, "That kid doesn't even know how to talk yet. How do you know he didn't kneel out of faith? Whisper jumped out and said, I think he's right. Clearly you didn't want to. Isaac nodded in agreement, and seeing no one objecting, Kina shouted even louder. Besides, if he has such faith, then why doesn't he have a holy mark? Hearing this, Isaac was slightly startled, and the kids were also surprised, whispering, Huh, the kid doesn't have one. I have mine here. How can a holy candidate not have a holy mark? Seeing everyone's eyes focused on Isaac, Kina smiled smugly, thinking sinisterly, he's the only candidate without a holy mark. Give up, kid. You don't deserve to be a holy person without one. But the statue said, You say a holy candidate doesn't have a holy mark. It is because he is still small. Hearing this answer, all the kids were stunned. The statue didn't care about their attitude, just picked its nose and said, I mean, he is still just a baby. Trust me. Kina, after processing that, flew into a rage. That sounds ridiculous. Wait a minute. You can move. The statue replied indifferently, I mean because that child is still a baby. Trust me. The kid screamed, then let us in too. If someone without a holy mark can get in, why can't I, someone who has one, get in? That's right, I have one too. That already proves I'm a candidate. The statue sighed and replied, You do realize that having a divine mark doesn't make you special, right? Do you all really think that? So you all want to enter the third archive, is that it? The group nodded in unison. That's right. The statue pondered for a moment and then said, If that's the case, then go ahead, I'll allow it. Hearing that, the whole group was overjoyed. Awesome. Now we can finally enter the third archive. Only Shuri looked slightly startled, wondering to himself, Something's wrong. Is he really letting us in this easily? The statue continued, I mean, if you're all so eager to jump into the fire like moths to a flame, then by all means, I will certainly let you in. As soon as it finished speaking, the statue faded away, its lips curling into a terrifying grin. The door to the third archive swung open. A surge of dark mana was unleashed, slamming straight into the kids' faces. They struggled to breathe, some even vomiting uncontrollably, when suddenly, that voice echoed again. Can you feel it? That is the dark mana radiating from the Skeleton Demon King's remains. Know your place, you fools. I was actually planning to spare those who couldn't handle the dark mana. The kids were nearly all collapsed by now, continuously vomiting on the spot. Only Isaac had a smirk on his face. He stared inside in excitement and cheered. Incredible. My body, the Skeleton Demon King's body. My own body is lying in there. Isaac drooled as he thought to himself. I never thought we'd be reunited after I self-destructed in the heavenly realm. Oh my god, look at the sheer amount of dark mana leaking out. This sinister display immediately terrified the other kids, but the voice spoke up again. Look, that child has proven his faith. That is the face of a brave warrior. The kids looked pale and cursed under their breath. Right, but his eyes look as glazed as a junkie's. What kind of freakish baby is that anyway? The voice from the orb echoed again. It's not too late. Anyone who can't smile in the face of death, turn back now. If you give up right now, I will allow you to pick a treasure from the second archive. Hearing that, the kids immediately wavered. Damn it, how are we supposed to overcome this overwhelming dark mana? I'm not going in anymore, I'll die if I do. I'll probably just try to pick the best item from the second archive instead. Suddenly, a voice rang out. No, I don't need any treasures from the second archive. Kina stepped forward and shouted, We are going into the third archive. So go ahead and activate every single trap in there. Hearing him say that, the other kids cursed the lunatic under their breath. The voice was also surprised and asked, Are you serious? Kina spread his arms wide and said loudly, No saint in history has ever been able to retrieve the Skeleton Demon King's body. Even the legendary Saintess Melissa couldn't do it. The voice praised him. It seems you know something about the third archive, don't you? Kina smugly thought to himself, as if Saintess Melissa would let these kids die. This is definitely just a method to weed out candidates. He added, I don't want to hear anything more about how we'll get the treasure without any trouble. So reset the third archive to its most dangerous state. That's the only way I'll be ranked higher than the Saintess. Hearing this, Isaac glanced over and muttered, This kid has really lost his mind. The orb glowed as it responded. If you say so, then fine. That only makes it easier for me to determine who is truly a saint. Seeing the blinding light, one of the kids couldn't help but scream, Ah, if you want to go in, go by yourself. But they were all suddenly hoisted into the air, screaming in disbelief. Why are you dragging us along with? Deep inside the third archive, a skeletal hand sat right in the center. Once inside, the kids couldn't even stand up. Isaac was overjoyed. Oh, this is pure chaos. Whisper pointed and shouted, Master, over there. The direction it pointed was where the skeletal hand was, surrounded by swirling mana. Whisper said happily, That's your body, my lord. Isaac whispered in delight, Well done. My baby, I mean my body, is absorbing the energy in the third archive. The kids saw it too and asked each other in terror, Is that the Skeleton Demon King's remains? It's just a hand, but how is it radiating such a massive amount of dark mana? Isaac, however, thought differently. It's not the whole hand, just the thumb. So that's all that's left of me. The others are just replicas. Suddenly, the hand flared with a massive amount of mana. From within that pillar of mana, the figure of a demon emerged. The kids clutched their heads in fear. A demon. I thought they wouldn't appear after the second trial ended. The voice sounded again. Didn't you all demand that all the safety measures be turned off? Isaac looked at the demon in astonishment. Wait, that is. The demon stomped its foot hard on the ground, tilted its head to the sky, and roared. You vermin, how dare you covet the king's body? One of the kids pointed at Kina and cursed. This is all your fault. Are you going to take responsibility for this, you idiot? Kina brushed it off indifferently and stepped forward. Trust me, I guarantee you can all leave here safely with a treasure. He thought to himself, the 14 retainers, elite subordinates trained by the skeleton demon king himself, and also those fools captured by the Pope's family. I've already prepared a holy art capable of countering that thing. The treasure is definitely going to be mine. Thinking of this, Kina's eyes began to glow, and a massive pressure descended along with the command. Kneel. Saying this scene, the kids stared blankly and whispered, wow, that's the light of the Pope's family. Kina also thought happily, good, it's working, now I'll take it. Suddenly the demon shouted, is that you? It was no longer restrained, rushing toward Kina and threatening, you vermin, daring to covet my king's body. At the same time, outside the entrance to the relic archive, a crowd gathered and whispered, what's happening in there? The transmission was suddenly cut off. So a moment later, someone ran over and shouted, it's a disaster. The seal on the demon tribe in the third archive has been broken. Hearing this news, Rilai and Simon broke into a cold sweat in panic. Simon bit his hand and muttered, Rilai, the sealed demon is one of the 14 retainers, right? Rilai wondered in confusion, how could this happen? If that really is one of the 14 retainers, then those inside are in danger. Those who had children inside also chimed in anxiously. What about the elders sent as supervisors? They went missing while trying to deactivate the traps in the archive. Does that mean the children in there are in extreme danger? How could the kids possibly handle that monster? We have to stop the trial and get them out. Just then, a giant teleportation gate appeared outside the entrance, and the blinding light made the crowd squint. Rilai stared inside, puzzled. The relic archive is opening. What is that blinding light? Someone said, please stay away from the gate. The dark mana leaking out could be dangerous. Another person said, no, wait a minute. I don't feel the presence of a demon at all. Has it been defeated? Hearing them, Barit, who was hiding in the crowds, thought happily, well done, Kina. The crowd stirred again. You mean the demon guarding the skeleton demon king's remains has been defeated? Then one of the saint candidates must have done it. Probably Kina Barit, right, as expected of the Pope's family. Rilai could only bite her lip and endure it as she listened, while the others ignored her and stepped forward to congratulate Barit. Congratulations, Cardinal. What a result truly worthy of the strongest saint candidate. Barit smiled in response. It seems Kina has successfully completed the mission. Saying this, he glanced toward Rilai and thought smugly to himself, House Eshua, this is the end for your foolish defiance against the authority of the Pope's family. Now that we have the skeleton demon king's body, you will have to submit to us. It's time to put an end to your pretentious act of nobility. Suddenly someone shouted, look, the kids are coming out. Everyone gathered and turned to look. Rilai prayed nervously, Isaac, Shuri, please be okay. A moment later, most of the children walked out, and as soon as they reunited with their families, they burst into tears. Rilai took a quick head count and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank heavens. Although a few are injured, luckily no one is seriously hurt. Seeing no one else coming out, the crowd discussed. The kids who entered the third archive don't seem to have returned yet. Could they be in some kind of danger? Rilai became even more anxious, staring fixedly at the gate without blinking. Suddenly, someone shouted, the last of the saint candidates are coming out. Shuri and Ammon wearily led the group of kids out. Gol and Simon immediately rushed over to ask, are you okay, son? As soon as Gol picked Shuri up, the boy cried harder than he had ever cried before. Gol asked affectionately if he had been injured anywhere. Rilai, meanwhile, was deathly pale, unable to believe it, and screamed internally, where is Isaac? Is he not with them? Suddenly Barit shouted, Kina, step forward. Kina looked at him with a grim expression. Barit immediately questioned, Kina, what are you holding in your hand? Where is the skeleton demon king's body? Kina stammered, his expression one of utter terror, unable to speak. That. Barit became furious and scolded. When did I tell you to bring this useless thing back? Right at this moment, another teleportation gate appeared in the air, and the crowd pointed toward it, shouting, "Look, is that a wolf?" In the air, a wolf stood there, holding Isaac in its mouth. Riley also turned to look in astonishment and gasped in disbelief. "Wait a minute, that's Isaac." The wolf landed and Riley ran over to call out to Isaac. Asili also called out, "Young Master Isaac." She looked hesitantly at the wolf and said, "But young Master Riley, that wolf is the minor dragon guardian. It holds the role of guarding the relic archive." "That holy dragon," Riley thought in shock. "She's right, that is the minor dragon, the guardian of the relic archive. Even though it's in the form of a wolf, the energy it's emitting is enough to prove it's a holy dragon. Lady of the house, you have a close relationship with dragons and summoned it to guard the relic archive. Its very existence is noble enough." He walked over to look at Isaac and asked, puzzled, "What's that sound?" He only saw Isaac sucking on a small bone in his mouth. Seeing this, some people shouted, "Elder, is what Isaac is holding possibly the body of the skeleton demon king? Why is he chewing on it? Isaac actually did it. That child brought back the skeleton demon king's body." Hearing them, Barit roared, "Kina, did you give it to that brat? I don't think that was a wise move, but it shows the benevolence of a saint, helping the head of the house save face." As he said this, he cast a glance toward Riley, when suddenly the wolf's voice rang out. "What nonsense are you spewing? No one but this child was able to retrieve the skeleton demon king's body, you ignorant fool." Hearing that, Kina became even more terrified. Barit couldn't believe it. What? Kina recalled the scene at that moment and still felt horrified. Why didn't my holy artwork? The demon rushed closer and shouted, "You vermin." It blocked the kids, and with a single strike, it roared, "Die." The kids didn't dare to look and hurried to run away. Kina was so scared he stood frozen in place. With a loud boom, dust and debris rose up in a thick cloud. Kina slowly opened his eyes, surprised to see that the whole group of kids was protected by a barrier. Seeing Isaac's tiny hand still emitting holy power, they immediately understood who had done it. The baby of House Asura. The demon, having missed its strike, angrily cursed, "You filthy priest, how dare you covet the body of the great skeleton demon king?" It threw another punch. Isaac also flew into a rage, swinging his fist and angrily scolding back, "Grandpa, you idiot. Grandpa, do you not even recognize your own master?" Back in the present, the crowd now looked toward Barit with contempt and whispered, "That dragon wouldn't lie, would it? So does that mean the child of the Eshua family really brought it back? Then what did Kina do?" Suddenly, Riley walked over and said, "But isn't this dragon extremely dangerous? The 14 followers are not demons that a bunch of kids can handle. Why did you remove its seal?" The wolf replied smugly, "Ah, the 14 followers, you mean. It was that white-haired brat who asked me to remove the seal." The kids also calmed down now, pointing their fingers at Kina to accuse him. "That's right, Kina asked the dragon to trigger all the traps in the third archive. He even dragged us along, putting us in danger." The crowd swarmed around Barit to condemn him. "Does that mean our children almost died because of Kina? How could someone from the Pope's family do such a thing? If it weren't for Isaac defeating the demon, things would have been worse. But wait, does that mean the child of the Eshua family defeated the child of the Pope's family? Isn't that amazing? A child who isn't even a holy person yet is already this powerful. So the rumors that the Eshua family is about to make a comeback are true." Barit became more and more furious the more they spoke, gritting his teeth. Riley was a mix of joy and anxiety, thinking, "Isaac, you really did a great job." Just then, some old codgers approached to coax him. "Little child, put that bone down, it's very dangerous. Can you be a good boy this time?" But Isaac absolutely refused, swatting their hands away. The old bones exclaimed in disbelief, "Oh my God, why is this child so strong?" Isaac was pleased and thought, "I have so much mana now. I don't know if it's thanks to my will to survive, but I can absorb it almost immediately." Unable to get anything from Isaac, someone walked over to talk to Riley. "Ha, Isaac did a great job. The matriarch will surely be very happy to hear this news." Riley replied with a forced smile, "Indeed." She sinisterly added, "With that thing, we can finally track down the soul of the skeleton demon king, using mad." In the distance, Isaac heard this and choked on his own spit. Wait, is this the reason they wanted to have my body?" He looked at the old folks again and felt terrified, their voices sounding like demons claiming a soul. "Bring it here, anyone. Let's find the skeleton demon king and tear him to pieces." Isaac panicked and shrank back, retreating. "What the hell is this?" An old man even blushed and said, "We can finally wash away the grudge of 150 years. Bring it here." But Isaac ordered the wolf to sit down, and then took the opportunity to pretend to swallow the bone into his stomach, quickly urging the wolf to fly away, cursing inwardly, "Damn crazy bunch, I hope I never have to see you again." The next day, in the family's main hall, a group of old folks gathered to ask, "Have you found it yet? The old woman from before said, I don't think it's here. After a while she collapsed and lamented, why isn't it appearing? Not far away, Isaac gritted his teeth and cursed silently. Keep looking for it all day, see if you find it. Even so, what happened at the Holy Relic Archive weighed more on his mind. He remembered the moment he fought that demon. After being knocked back by Isaac, it confusingly muttered in the demon tongue, Master, is this mana yours, Master? When I heard the news of your passing, I thought my world had collapsed, but deep down, I always knew you would return to us. Master, I need to serve you. You were captured. Before it could finish, that demon had already vanished. Isaac helplessly reached out but failed, cursing angrily. Damn it, if you're not going to talk, fine, but once you start, you should have at least made it clear before dying. I still have so much to ask you. Back in the present, he rubbed his chin and analyzed. The people who captured him are from the Pope's family, right? I need to investigate this. As soon as he thought this, a milk bottle was held out in front of him, making Isaac jump back to reality. Riley went crazy and screamed, Isaac, hurry, go get some more laxatives, the stronger the better. Seeing this scene, Whisper laughed like crazy, while Isaac made a twisted face and cursed, this damned family, one day I'll turn this whole place upside down. An old man wept anxiously. If the matriarch finds out we're dead for sure, she might even rip the kid's guts out. Riley calmed down and reassured him, calm down, elder, it'll be fine. Although she once dissected one of her own sons, he's still her grandson after all. Mentioning this made the two of them even more terrified. Even her own son. Whisper said, but didn't Melissa go on a pilgrimage with the head of the family? Isaac replied, true, it will take them a while to return, so I just need to absorb all the mana before Melissa gets back and then run away. Suddenly, the room door was pushed open by Gol. He walked in aggressively, shouting, right, get out here right now. The matriarch is calling for you. This sentence made Isaac jump. What? Riley was just as terrified. My mother is back, but she has never returned early from a pilgrimage like this. Isaac broke into a sweat, cursing, damn, are they back early because of me? I haven't even absorbed all the mana yet. This is bad, given Melissa's personality. She'll definitely rip my guts out for sure. A while later, gold and silver jewelry were displayed in the room. The elders asked in disbelief, are all these gifts for Isaac? Riley sighed, I thought the matriarch herself would come. Gold joked in return, are you scared? She isn't back yet. She only sent a voice message saying she would return with the family head. Besides, I never said she had arrived yet. Hearing that monotonous tone of his, Isaac gritted his teeth and cursed, you damned bastard. Suddenly, a blonde soldier walked in and reported, it seems the Pope also sent some gift. Upon hearing the news, the two elders spat and cursed, sell them for all I care. The blonde soldier was confused. The Pope's envoys will hear you, sir. They are waiting right outside. No sooner had the soldier finished than someone walked in, smiling. The emperor is very concerned about this incident, so these are gifts prepared by the Pope's own people to apologize, as well as thank the Asura family. But it seems the Asura family doesn't like the Pope's gifts very much. However, I'm sure everyone will like this. The cardinal said it would be of great help to Isaac. Seeing the item inside, the elders stammered, is that the king of 3 armies? Isaac asked in confusion, what the heck is that? Whisper replied, it's a medal. On the other side, the old folks whispered among themselves, a medal from the Pope. No way. Suddenly, the person shouted, Sir Riley, please accept it. It is for Isaac. Isaac couldn't understand it, looking at that guy and thinking, it's mine. Why is he giving it to the uncle? Riley trembled with anger, shouting, did he really say to give this to me and not Isaac? The man smiled and replied, yes, I was ordered to ensure it is handed to you. Hearing this, Riley became even angrier. An elder couldn't take it anymore, jumping out to curse. Are you giving something that belongs to Isaac to another member of the family? Are you crazy? Did you know that giving a medal to another member implies that the recipient of that medal has passed away? Hearing this explanation, both Isaac and Whisper were startled. The man smiled and said, what? Oh my, please don't misunderstand the Pope's good intention. I was instructed this way simply because he's still too young. The old man from before wouldn't give up, continuing his tirade. What about the thing on the medal's cord? Don't the Pope's people know that sunflowers represent that the recipient of the medal has passed away? The more Isaac heard, the angrier he got. Does he want me dead that badly? The Pope is crazy. The old woman also joined in to curse. Damn it, the Pope and his family dare to blatantly mock us because of the Esua curse. Gol saw the tension and stepped in to mediate. Calm down, elders, we cannot be so rash. He was immediately cursed at. How can we be calm, Gol? Gol replied with a forced smile. This could be misunderstood as the Esua family publicly being hostile toward the Pope's family. If this were to be blown out of proportion, it wouldn't be good for our family. He said half the sentence and hid the rest in his heart. To be blunt, we should know our place. Surely this was done on purpose by the cardinal. Even though I married into their family, this is still really dirty. Only, this also means Rilai, and that kid won't be able to do anything else. So this is beneficial for me, isn't it? Thinking of this, Gol ordered, "What are you standing there for? Rilai, go accept it and be grateful." Rilai shouted angrily, "But brother," Gol ignored him, cutting him off. "What's there to be angry about in this?" Isaac didn't agree either, waving his hand arbitrarily and muttering to himself, "That won't do." Immediately, the metal in the box suddenly caught fire, the flame growing larger and larger, attracting everyone's attention. The person holding the box couldn't stand the heat and threw it away. Gol exclaimed in disbelief, "That's holy fire." A ball of blue fire was seen wrapping around the metal, lifting it high. The Pope's people panicked. Who cast the holy fire, the metal? They looked over and saw one of Isaac's arms raised, with some holy fire on it. His smug face couldn't be hidden, grinning as he looked toward the guy. So they didn't care who did it anymore, blaming Isaac for it. The Pope's person panicked, holding his hand as he stood up, shouting angrily, "What is the meaning of this? This is a medal that the Pope himself bestowed upon you. Are you intending to rebel against him?" The old folks played the regretful card again, weeping and replying, "Do you mean to say we did this on purpose? He's just a child, he doesn't know anything. Are you trying to incriminate Isaac, a child who didn't even want to accept that medal? Unfortunately, this happened before he received the medal, so let's just assume we were never given it." Hearing them say this, the guy yelled in disbelief, "What? Are you people crazy?" The elders threatened in unison, "Or do you want?" Rilai threw the scorched medal back and asked him, "We received the medal that the Pope himself sent." Despite the fact that it had been melted by a child's toy fire, the elders chimed in, lamenting regretfully, "That medal was really melted. Oh my God." Seeing that he couldn't argue with them all, the Pope's man settled for a compromise. "Please give it back to me. I must have brought the wrong item." Rilai threw it back, but the metal suddenly burst into flame, the fire spreading to the guy's clothes, burning him, ignoring his screams. The elders turned to playfully tease Isaac. "Oh my, our little Isaac is such a rascal." Isaac, having his cheeks pinched, cursed silently, "You'd better let go, or I'll burn you right now." After a while, the guy finally put out the fire and stood up indignantly. He didn't dare stay any longer, running back while shouting, "You damned Eshua people, just you wait." Immediately, the look of mourning on the elders' faces disappeared, and they laughed and cheered. "Well done, Isaac. Thanks to you I feel much lighter." One person even went to instruct Gol, "Throw that disgusting metal away." Then he tilted his head back and laughed. The matriarch should have seen the face of that Pope's bootlicker just now. Others chimed in, "Well done. Rilai, you were the one behind all of this, right? It was a brilliant idea to use the holy fire." Rilai was bewildered. "Pardon." An old man walked over and whispered, "Stop playing dumb, kid. You're the one who cast the holy fire, right?" Rilai broke into a sweat and asked back, "Wait, wasn't it the elders who did it?" Hearing him say that, the elders were stunned and began to question each other. "Didn't you also cast a holy spell on the kid when he entered the holy archive?" "I only cast an invisible spell." "What about the speed Isaac used? How did he do it?" After a while, they all looked in one direction as if looking at a monster, muttering, "Could it be that this child cast all those holy spells?" Ancient secret text, a legendary treasure that allows the user to immediately learn and perform the magic contained within. Isaac remembered, sighing endlessly. Sure enough, it was the right decision to take this book from the archive. Although it's weaker than the fire magic I used when I was the skeleton demon king, it's still quite useful. Meanwhile, the elders couldn't find an answer, so they returned to discuss. Could it be that his mother used a holy spell? Isaac's mother isn't even a fire mage, is she? She's the complete opposite, actually. Then it's more than just talent. This is like someone who can write poetry without ever learning to write. Even the genius Saint Melissa had to learn to read before performing her first holy spell. Hearing the old bones muttering to each other, Isaac also grumbled along. "What's all the noise about? This is starting to be too much to handle." Just then, Asili shouted, "Pardon me, elders, isn't the fact that he erased the Pope's blessing even more surprising?" The elders rushed toward her, eyes brightening. "That's right, you're sharp." The elder who called for throwing the medal shouted, "Give me that medal, I must inspect it myself." Rilai replied, "Yes, elder." He hadn't even finished speaking when he realized the medal was gone, helplessly shouting, "It's not here." He flew into a rage and roared. What? It was clearly right there. Gol stood in the distance, cleared his throat and said, "I threw it away." "The elder just told me to do so. You shouldn't have said that." The elder was also helpless and ordered, "Gather the people and go find it immediately." Gol didn't bother to move, standing still and thinking sinisterly. I didn't expect that brat to be able to melt the Pope's medal, something made of an indestructible metal. The family head cannot find out about this. Let's see how they can prove anything without any evidence. A few days later, in the western part of the Asura Duchy, the head of the Asura family returned. He ordered his descendants. Although the mansion is not far now, you are not allowed to be careless, is that clear? Looking at the ice layer, he had frozen himself. The family head frowned and whispered something. At the same time, inside the family mansion, the elders turned pale and muttered, Why hasn't the body of the skeleton demon king appeared yet? Isaac was high on the pile of laxatives, smiling contentedly. Thanks, these are like tonics to me. The elders collapsed, burying their faces in their hands and lamenting. That was 3 laxative fruits plus 500 fruits from the Julius family. Hearing them, Isaac remarked, Ah, those fruits are delicious. I heard they help increase affinity with holy beasts. Holy beasts, the creatures that assist in battle. There's no reason not to make friends with them. I'll need them to support me in defeating the Pope and those gods in the future. Surely the Asura family must have one right. Just as he thought that, Isaac was shocked and couldn't believe it. Outside the window, a giant whale was flying up. That was the Asura family's holy beast, Terran Blom. Just then, a voice echoed outside the door. Please wait a moment. Why don't you have a meal first? The family head ignored him and walked straight through the door. Seeing him approach, the elders bowed in salute. Greetings to the family head. Greetings to the family head. Watching the person walking toward him, Isaac sized him up. Is that the head of the Asura family, my grandfather? Oh my God, look at that survival aura radiating from him. I have a good feeling about this. Suddenly, Riley stood in front of him and reported, Father, please wait a moment. Cutting open Isaac's belly won't solve anything. Isaac thought smugly, Rest assured, my dear uncle, there's no way he's going to cut open my belly, right? But the family head didn't care. Pointing his finger directly at Isaac, his voice cold as ice, Throw him into the sea of fire. Isaac stiffened, unable to believe it. Riley panicked and screamed, You can't do that, Father. Isaac also shrieked in terror. Is there something wrong with my survival aura? Why are you trying to burn me? Are you crazy? So only his uncle was on his side. Riley pleaded loudly. The child is still too young to step into the fire. Hearing this, Isaac cursed in annoyance. So is it okay to throw me into the fire once I'm a little older? It sounds like I'm going to be burned no matter what. Riley continued to beg. Father, please reconsider. Gol also chimed in. That's right. Such a reward is too generous for that brat. Isaac flew into a rage and cursed. How the hell is that a reward? Suddenly, Riley continued. True, if we throw Isaac into the fire, we might be able to retrieve the body of the skeleton demon king, and the child also has the potential to become stronger thanks to the blessing of the fire. But please give us more time. Gol provoked him. Or just forget it, cutting his belly open works too. Riley suggested. Or maybe dip the child into the water instead. Hearing this suggestion, Isaac became furious and cursed. You crazy bastards, go to hell. Gol kept chirping in with his advice. That cannot happen. The shrine's fire and water are the secret treasures of the Asura family, used to nurture a saint, and you're suggesting to use them for a useless, snot-nosed brat. Riley retorted, Useless? How can you say that? Hearing this, Isaac realized. Looking at the way he's opposing it, it seems they are good things for me. Gol kept yapping, Shuri is the one who deserves it. Remember, it was Shuri who defeated the demon in the Holy Relic Archive. Riley argued back, What are you talking about? It was Isaac who defeated that demon. Even the holy dragon spoke up for the child. Gol said that dragon must have been mistaken. How can a kid who can't even walk yet do all those things? Riley shouted. Don't push your luck, brother. This has gone too far. Isaac even used holy fire to incinerate the metal sent by the Pope. We saw it with our own eyes. Are you planning to deny that too? Gol ignored him and insisted. Who knows if you and the elders colluded beforehand? Besides, there's no evidence. Suddenly, the family head interrupted. The medal. He pulled the medal out of his pocket and asked, Is this the one? The only person connected to the divine is the Pope, and an object blessed by that person is called holy gold. Looking at the medal in the family head's hand, Isaac was slightly confused. Even when I was the skeleton demon king, I couldn't have melted it that easily. How could this happen? Is it because I was born stronger in this life? Just then, Riley shouted in surprise. How did you find it, father? The family head replied nonchalantly. I picked it up on the way here, probably at the bottom of Lake Elysfa. Receiving the answer, Riley cheered. Look, father, the child carries within him a flame strong enough to melt the Pope's symbol. Isaac thought smugly. That's right, now you can prove that the Asura family is superior to the Pope. Riley added he could even withstand the flames of the skeleton demon king. An elder chimed in. That's right, family head. This child will definitely become an excellent skeleton demon king hunter. Riley said, Haven't many civilians been hurt by the skeleton demon king, who has been hiding until recently? the elder agreed. Exactly, if this issue is ignored, the era of the skeleton demon king will rise again. Hearing them, Whisper said dejectedly, whether now or in the past, it seems like imposters of you are running wild everywhere, master. Isaac sighed. I'm also wondering who they might be, but it doesn't really matter. The more attention they attract, the more beneficial it is for us. Whisper excitedly agreed. That makes sense. Suddenly, Rilai's voice echoed. It's not just now, father. Please think about what happened 70 years ago. The skeleton demon king came to the Asura family and cursed us. Hearing this, Isaac was startled and couldn't believe it. What? Rilai gritted his teeth and recounted. He found us and declared that he would destroy the saint's bloodline. Just thinking about that curse is enough to make my blood boil. Whisper laughed out loud. If that happened 70 years ago, then it couldn't have been you, master. You passed away 150 years ago. Isaac ignored his sarcastic comment and pondered. A curse on this bloodline. So this is why they keep babbling about me not being able to live long. That's all. The curse of an ordinary demon is like a child's game to me. I just need to suppress it with higher level mana, and it won't be able to affect. Suddenly, the elders said, although that curse cannot kill us, it causes suppression of vitality, erectile dysfunction, or stunts development. So many people have lived their whole lives without growing a single hair. Isaac became furious upon hearing about hair and resolved, I will definitely kill that fake bastard. Whisper teased him. Baldness can be hereditary, master. Isaac scolded. Don't you see the family head and Rilai have full heads of hair, you bastard? Suddenly, the family head walked up to Isaac and said, a curse. Looking at those red eyes, the child must have been cursed too. Fire and water won't be enough. Hearing them, Isaac also became worried. What's going on, guys? You're making me a little worried. The family head paused and said, I will bestow a holy spirit upon him. This sentence startled everyone. What? Isaac was also surprised. A holy spirit? You mean those creatures only possessed when bestowed upon someone? I really need it to reach a transcendent level, a level where even the gods cannot touch me. What a wonderful gift. With a holy spirit, I will become transcendent and punch those insolent gods right in the face. Gol couldn't stand it and objected. A holy spirit? That is way too much favoritism. Father, isn't that a reward for those who have brought great glory to our family? What has this kid done for us? Even if he really melted the metal, it was just a blatant provocation against the Pope. Do you think they will easily overlook this? Hearing this guy, Isaac gritted his teeth and cursed. This guy again, why don't you get cursed to shut your mouth? Suddenly, the family head glanced at him and growled. Then Gol, when they sent that so-called gift, what did you do? Gol was frightened and didn't dare to answer. The family head continued. Those heretics dared to insult us right here in this mansion. Yet not only did you bring them back safely, but you're now standing up to protect. What on earth have you done besides bullying your own little nephew? And now, you're trying to hinder him. Even beasts know how to protect their own kind. Have you forgotten that our Asura family was built on the principle of protecting the weak? This little child should have been protected and cared for, yet he was able to help us restore our honor. Isn't that an example of bringing honor to the Asura family? Call everyone to the main mansion. I will bless Isaac. A few days later, inside the family mansion, Rilai led a few people over and asked in confusion, Father, you're not just bestowing it upon him. What do you mean, Father? The family head turned his back and said, don't you understand? If we throw the child into the fire or water to expel the skeleton demon king from within him, the child will get hurt. The shrine's fire and water have very strong anti-demon properties, so the child won't be able to learn any exorcism ritual. Rilai sweated and asked, so the child will never be able to reach a rank higher than a level 5 cleric? The family head replied, true, he will be stuck at level 4 forever. He pulled out 3 jewels and said, I will let Isaac choose between fire, water, or a holy spirit. That should be enough for a test. Gol was secretly delighted at this suggestion. That's more like it. I knew he wouldn't easily bestow a holy spirit upon that brat. The family head placed the 3 jewels in front of Isaac and spoke. Isaac and Rilai stood nearby, nervous and thinking. The energy of fire, water, and holy spirit. Isaac, please choose the white jewel, child. Please choose it, Isaac. But Isaac chose the red jewel. He held it up high, looking at it curiously. Rilai froze immediately. Gol nudged him and teased. Don't be so disappointed. Even a level 4 Asura will eventually bring glory. Before he finished speaking, a strong light radiated out. The red jewel in his hand cracked and shattered, releasing a giant flame. The onlookers screamed in shock. What? Isn't that the fire of the shrine? Inside the flames, the phantom of a person gradually accumulated. Rilai exclaimed in shock. That is an arrogant god flying in the air and looking down. The elders backed away, shouting, it's a holy spirit. Gol couldn't believe it, ran over and questioned. What is going on, Father? Why is there a holy spirit in that jewel? The family head calmly watched and said, "Don't panic, Goal. You said there was only one Holy Spirit. The roots of the Eshua family are in water. But for a child who can create a fire hot enough to melt the Pope's gold. I had set a trap even in this test, but it seems the child chose correctly. Even so, this was beyond my expectations." The god was now going crazy, bursting into flames and roaring. "Have you lost your mind? Eli Eshua, how dare you summon a royal-class person like me to the human world?" He shouted more and more angrily, continuously casting fire everywhere. The elders didn't dare to watch anymore, hurriedly fleeing and telling each other, "Hurry, use defensive holy spells." Goal shouted in terror, "Father, did you summon a royal-class being? Are you planning to burn down all of our land?" The family head pointed tensely and replied, "It wasn't me. But this child did it. This brat is really trying to turn this place into his grave." Isaac, upon hearing him, only sighed that he was having bad luck. The flames spread wider, forcing the crowd to retreat and dodge. Isaac cursed in annoyance. "I only intended to add a little holy power to summon a middle-class being. Why the hell did I summon a royal-class being?" Whisper was also helpless and asked, "What on earth are you made of?" Isaac was even more bewildered. "I was wondering what I could summon if I tried a little harder." Just as he thought this, both he and Whisper were surprised, as they saw the god now unable to stand it anymore, rushing into battle, the released flames growing larger, making Whisper excitedly exclaim, "Anti-demon fire, that's it. The fire that can transform mana into holy power. It will be very helpful for you, master." Isaac nodded in agreement with a blank face. "True, but how can I make her submit to me?" Watching the god incinerate the crowd, Whisper suggested, "The traditional way." Isaac frowned and analyzed. "Besides, all royal-class holy spirits have connections to the heavens, but I still can't get too close to those damned gods yet." Whisper was also helpless. "True, all holy spirits have close ties to the gods anyway." Just then, a loud scream echoed. "Oh my god, family head, hurry and chase her away. This holy spirit bitch is so crazy that even the gods would abandon." The family head remained calm, rubbing his chin and muttering, "Well, if I were hated just for my hair color, I'd probably cut ties with the gods too. It seems you can't trust anything with black hair." Hearing him, Isaac was surprised. So that's why this holy spirit was abandoned. The holy spirit also heard what they said and cursed angrily. "Shut up. You weak humans, what the hell are you thinking? How dare you summon me with a subjugation ritual?" The family head ignored her tantrum and coldly replied, "I am not the one who called you." The Holy Spirit shouted, "Nonsense, surely you used your authority as family head to summon me." The family head didn't bother and pointed at Isaac. "That child over there." Hearing this, she looked silently in that direction, seeing the person he mentioned. She screamed even louder, "You're crazy, did you sacrifice a child to summon me?" The family head replied coldly, "I would never do such a thing." She pointed her finger directly at Isaac and said, "Even if your family falls, it shouldn't have gone this far. What on earth did you do to this infant?" But when she looked closely, she felt slightly afraid and asked, "And what the hell is wrong with this brat?" Isaac greedily reached out toward her, resolving in his mind, "Not only does she have abilities, but she's also hostile toward the gods. I must have her. I will use you as my mana filter." Sensing something was wrong, she condensed a fireball and threw it while shouting, "Fine, then I'll verify it myself. If this child really summoned me with a subjugation ritual, then he will survive this attack." The fireball rushed toward Isaac, but no one rushed to block it. Until the collision happened, Riley screamed in shock, "Isaac." The Holy Spirit thought smugly, "It's better to end him nicely." Before she finished, she saw Isaac was completely unharmed, and was even greedily crawling toward. The family head spoke coldly, "Do you believe me now? This breastfeeding infant is the one who summoned you here. Now choose, sign a contract with this child or refuse, and accept your punishment." Hearing this, she gritted her teeth, made an unwilling choice, and flew toward Isaac, who was crawling, trying to explain herself. "Do you think a holy spirit of my rank would care about that kind of punishment? This is even better. I'm already here anyway. I will burn this Eshua family down and enjoy my freedom. Watch your territory burn to the ground, you stupid whale." As she was speaking, Isaac lunged forward, opening his mouth wide, and biting her in one go. This scene left the crowd stunned. They hurriedly rushed to stop him. "Isaac, you can't eat that," she screamed in fury, "you crazy brat." She couldn't struggle free, only helplessly waiting for the crowd to rescue her, but no one did anything, only standing and advising, "Don't swallow this time." This sentence made her even crazier, shouting, "Have all of you lost your minds this time? How the hell did you take care of this child? Just you wait, you bastards. I'll retreat this time, but I'll definitely repay this debt." Hearing that, Isaac stopped licking and chewing. Oh ho, planning to teleport. Inside his mouth, the Holy Spirit slammed her hands and shouted, "See you later, you sons of bitches." But nothing happened, leaving the crowd confused. Whisper looked smug and teased. "Oh my." She doesn't understand either, asking why can't she? Suddenly, a familiar surge of energy shot straight at her. To the onlookers, this scene looked like holy power, but the Holy Spirit was furious, shouting, "Damn it, that's dark mana." The head of the house gave a forced smile and explained, the boy swallowed the thumb of the skeleton demon king. She screamed in a frenzy, "What on earth are you feeding this child?" Isaac thought smugly, holy spirits are the purest creatures in the holy realm, which makes them practically the embodiment of holy power and extremely vulnerable to dark mana. As he expected, just a little bit of this dark mana overwhelmed her. She covered her mouth and groaned, "Damn it, am I losing my power? It's so nauseating. Gag, stop it, please make it stop." The family head remained indifferent and said, "Oh, what a shame. The skeleton demon king's power is so immense that we couldn't get close." This remark only made her more irritated. You clearly go berserk and attack the moment anyone mentions the skeleton demon king. Yet, you can spout such nonsense now. The family head leaned down to negotiate. "If you stay by my grandson's side and purify all of the skeleton demon king's dark mana, I will send you back." She exploded in rage. "What kind of drugs are you on to say something so crazy? Do you have any idea who I am?" The family head didn't care and replied, "Well, feel free to stay there and get eaten then." Waiting for a while and seeing no further response, the Holy Spirit grew slightly panicked and threatened. "You crazy bastards, this is why I hate all of you. If you weren't descendants of the Saintess, I would have cut ties with you long ago. Damn it, at this point, I'll just have to use this brat to take out those cursed fools." Hearing this, Isaac licked his lips repeatedly and scolded, "Grandpa, those cursed fools. What are you talking about?" After a while, she couldn't take it anymore and wailed, "4 days, just let me stay with this brat for 4 days. 4 days is enough for a lousy finger." The family head pondered to himself, "Only 4 days, that's boring." But there was no other choice. The family head turned and gave the order, "Open the gate to the east wing and bring the child and the Holy Spirit inside. No one is allowed to enter until the purification process is complete. Is that clear?" Hearing this, everyone was confused and tried to dissuade him. Family head, "Father, the east wing is." Before they could finish, the family head shouted them down. "Enough, I don't want to hear another word about it." Isaac didn't want to make things difficult either. He pulled the Holy Spirit from his mouth, his face filled with feigned disappointment. But he chuckled mischievously to himself. The east wing is right next to the annex, where there are plenty of mana cores, if I recall correctly. And so time flew by. In the east wing, the Asura family experienced a sky-shattering explosion, just like every other day. The servants were bored to tears, calmly standing outside and discussing. "Isaac, another explosion. Is it Master Isaac? It's more likely the skeleton demon king and his mana. Looks like the family head has given up. In that case, the next successor will probably be Master Goal, who is of the Pope's lineage, or his older brother, right? It seems Master Isaac has been cursed and is no longer on the list of successors. But is Master Isaac really cursed? Let me tell you. Just yesterday, a relative went in to check on him and was so terrified that he had to run out. Did he say he looked like a bald old man? Or was it a headless monster or a skeleton? Come to think of it, he's been in there with a Holy Spirit for 10 years now, right? I wonder if this mansion can withstand any more explosions." The next day at the Asura estate, the east wing was the same as every other day. A loud scream rang out, and the servants were immediately terrified and ran away. But today, Asili came to visit Isaac. She approached the door hesitantly, her hand resting on the knob for a long time, not daring to open it. Finally, she summoned all her courage to open the door and called out, "Young Master Isaac, I'm here." Seeing the scene inside, she asked in confusion, "Young Master, are you all right?" Isaac was sucking on something in his mouth. Hearing Asili call him, he suddenly yanked the lollipop out of his mouth. Asili exclaimed in confusion, "Just how strong is the skeleton demon king's curse that you still haven't grown up?" Isaac smiled to himself. "What are you talking about? I'm trying not to grow up. After all, power is absorbed most effectively while one is an infant. There are innate abilities that can only be obtained right after birth." Not far away, the unfortunate Holy Spirit just woke up and groaned softly. "Ugh, my whole body is aching." Asili turned to greet her. "Did you sleep well?" But before she could fully wake up, she was already furious, looking at Isaac and screaming, "Damn it, no matter what, I will purify all that mana today. I purified almost all of it yesterday." As she repeated the same lines she had for nearly 10 years, her body started emitting a mass of dark mana again, looking over with a harmless expression. The Holy Spirit went berserk and cursed as she did every day. "Hey, you little brat, why is your mana output increasing again?" Isaac pretended to look away and chuckled secretly. The Holy Spirit was so frustrated that she lunged forward, grabbed him by the collar and screamed, "You damn monster! How much of the skeleton demon king's body did you swallow that even after 10 years of purification, the mana doesn't decrease at all, and it even increases every time I wake up?" Isaac laughed inwardly. "Well, that's because for the past 10 years, I've been secretly absorbing the mana cores in the annex every night." Whisper laughed and added, "Who knew there were so many mana cores in the annex?" "This is wonderful, Master. I thought it would take 40 years, but I never expected you to complete it in just 10. Isaac breathed a sigh of relief. The exhausting task of gathering mana was finally over. Because he was self-taught, his knowledge was a bit limited, but he had already mastered holy magic up to the 6th level. Seeing Isaac sitting silently by himself, Asili was afraid he was unhappy, so she comforted him. "Don't worry, young master. The Holy See is preparing to take action." Isaac was confused and thought, "The Holy See?" Asili added, "The subordinates of the Skeleton Demon King, the 14 attendants, they are all going to be executed. Now we can completely purify the Skeleton Demon King's mana, so please don't worry too much." Isaac jumped up in alarm when he heard this. "No, are you crazy? I still have a lot of things to ask them, and you're going to execute." Asili ignored him, put Isaac back in his crib, and smiled. "Now, eat some candy and get some rest." The young master helplessly grabbed his head and muttered, "That damn imposter, I need to do something about it." Just then, laughter rang out from outside the door. "Ha ha ha, you've done well." Gol took Shuri for a walk and praised him. "Not only did you skip a grade, but you're also the youngest ordained priest. I heard the princess will also be attending this ordination ceremony." "Right. It is a great honor that you, the valedictorian, have been appointed as her bodyguard." Shuri smiled and replied, "Of course, I am your son after all. This is nothing." Gol puffed out his chest with pride and laughed. "That's right, you're so humble too. My son is becoming more reliable every day just like me. You are so smart." Before he could finish laughing, he realized Shuri was gone and asked in a daze, "Huh, Shuri, Shuri." At that moment, Shuri was being teleported away, wailing loudly, landing face first on the floor right in front of Isaac's crib. Just as he was grumbling, not understanding what happened, a familiar voice rang out. "Hey, Shuri." Isaac flew up, stood on the railing of the crib, and shouted down from on high, "Do you want to die? Every time you open your mouth, you lie. Do you think your life is over just because you graduated from the academy?" Shuri's face darkened, and he cursed inwardly. This crazy bastard again. Isaac continued to lecture him loudly. "Remember, it was thanks to my training that you were able to skip a grade and get a high score on the exam. And now you're acting all high and mighty." Shuri didn't want to accept it and patted his chest in protest. "I worked really hard, too. Do you think it's easy to become the valedictorian?" Isaac scolded. "With your level of ability, that would be impossible, you idiot." Shuri didn't dare to argue and stammered in agreement. "Yeah, I guess that's true." Isaac stroked his chin and thought to himself, "Maybe I should start preparing for the priest ordination ceremony. After all, most holy magic requires ordination before it can be used." Thinking of this, Isaac jumped down and shouted, "Hey, Shuri, I need your help." Shuri asked in fear the moment he heard that. "Me, what now?" But when he saw Isaac's demonic expression, he smiled and replied, "I wonder what you need help with." Isaac smirked and said, "Hand over everything you have. The prize money from the quiz competition and the allowance you receive from Gol." Shuri cried but only dared to curse inwardly. He really is a devil. Isaac seemed to understand Shuri's thoughts and said, "I agree. Oh, and what's this about the Skeleton Demon King's subordinates being executed?" Isaac asked. Shuri replied listlessly, "That, after the incident at the Holy Relic Archives, they stopped obeying orders. Since they looked like they were just waiting to die, they decided to get rid of them." Isaac was surprised. "Really? There's no other way. I have to get it this year." Shuri asked in surprise. "Get what?" Isaac replied, "Priest ordination." Shuri nearly laughed out loud. But when he saw Isaac raise his fist, he tried to suppress his laughter and explained, "You haven't even joined the academy yet, and you want to get ordained." Before he could finish, he was hit by a punch from Isaac. Isaac said coldly, "Try laughing again." Shuri replied foolishly, "I wouldn't dare." A moment later, Shuri hesitated and said, "Actually, there is a recommendation system. Since the academy professors are here right now, if you get a recommendation letter and pass the test, you can be ordained as a priest. But you have to perform a great deed to prove your character." Isaac immediately shouted, "Wow, what a perfect system for backdoor deal." Before he could celebrate, Shuri added, "But your character is terrible." Isaac got angry, but before he could explode, Whisper kicked him while he was down. "At least this bastard knows how to judge people." Isaac glared at him, then listened to Shuri continue. "You have to save someone's life to get recommended. The higher the status of the person, the better your chances of being chosen. But what are the odds of an important person being in danger just when you happen to be there to save them?" Isaac didn't care and counted the time under his breath. so there's only a month left. He asked, the princess will also be attending this ordination ceremony, right? Shuri had a bad feeling but tried to answer, yes. Isaac smirked and said, isn't the princess an extremely important person? The next day at the Asura estate in the training area, Riley stood in front of the gate and shouted, go away, Isaac isn't going to the capital. Two people from the family tried to persuade him, Duke, this year is different from any other. This time, he must attend the National Foundation Festival. This is the year that the saint candidates are ordained as priests. Riley heard this and fell into deep thought. Seeing this, the other two added, for the past 10 years, while other candidates have performed many great feats, young Master Isaac hasn't even shown his face. That's right, he displayed extraordinary skills at the Holy Relic Archives 10 years ago. I heard young Master Isaac is living in the East Wing. Just like the Saintesses, right? I am really looking forward to seeing how much he has grown. As an academy instructor, teaching young Master Isaac is my life's dream. Also, this ordination ceremony coincides with the princess's birthday, so the Pope himself will preside over the ceremony. Hearing this, Riley calculated in his head, the Pope, you say. The other man added, he will bestow the title of hero upon those who are ordained. Riley fell back into deep thought. Receiving the title of hero significantly increases a person's sphere of power. That is a huge benefit. But Riley still disagreed and replied, Isaac is not old enough to be ordained. They wouldn't give up and continued. If he is as talented as that, does age really matter? With that, both of them looked at Riley with glittering eyes, waiting for his decision. Riley grabbed his head and sighed, finally giving in. All right, fine. Hearing this, the two men's faces lit up. But Eli smirked and said, but you have to take responsibility. And so, the big gangster was ready to hit the field and wreak havoc at the National Foundation Festival. As usual, the mansion where Isaac lived would explode a few times due to clashes of dark mana. An old man in the distance silently observed the scene there, muttering to himself, so that's where he is. Even the Pope can only summon the Spirit King once, yet that brat was able to summon one through a subjugation ritual, and a holy exorcist spirit at that. A fire spirit with black hair, that's highly likely to be the guardian of the heavens. A holy spirit cannot become a spirit king because of its evil nature. The Pope and his family love collecting spirits. Once they see it, they will surely go crazy. If I successfully steal this holy spirit and offer it to them, I will surely be rewarded handsomely. I have also prepared something that can neutralize holy mana. If I can suppress that brat's holy mana, the skeleton demon king's dark mana will definitely go wild. And then I just need to secretly take the Holy Spirit away during the chaos. A moment later, a voice sounded outside Isaac's room. This room, Professor. He was invited inside. The servant said joyfully, we can finally see the young master. That's right. Oh, young Master Isaac. As they said, he looked exactly the same as he did 10 years ago. Hearing the sound, Isaac turned his head and gave a bright smile, calling out, come in, my recommendation letters. Seeing this, the group couldn't take it and exclaimed, Awa, my heart, we have to take him to the academy right now. Only the old man went over, gritting his teeth as he looked at Isaac and thought, does this little fox dare to charm others? I will use all my strength to make the skeleton demon king's dark mana go wild. Isaac still stared at him with wide, glittering eyes. The old man picked him up and screamed in his heart, now go crazy. But after waiting for a long time, nothing happened. He looked down and saw Isaac playfully winking and making faces at him. The old man's face went pale. He was confused and wondered, why is there nothing happening? I've released enough holy mana to make the dark mana spin out of control. Just then the Holy Spirit jumped onto Isaac's head and screamed, hey, you annoying brat, what are you waiting for? Just kill that damn priest. What are you planning to do by releasing so much holy mana? The old man saw this and felt both happy and worried. This is it, a royal class Holy Spirit. This is my chance. He pulled a handkerchief wrapped in dark mana from his sleeve and slowly wiped Isaac's face, saying, ahem, it seems the weather is quite hot today. Isaac sniffed and was surprised. What's this smell? His face turned ugly as he cursed inwardly at the thought of looking at this bastard. On the other side, the Holy Spirit suddenly clutched her neck and coughed violently. Seeing this, the others were surprised and exclaimed, Holy Spirit, what's wrong? She couldn't take it anymore and released a massive amount of purified dark mana. She lost control, grew to a large size, and glared at the group. The old man immediately shouted, is the skeleton demon king's dark mana going wild? The others were also shocked. It's dangerous, Professor. On the surface, the old man acted scared, but inside he was happy. Good, now I just need to lure this wild Holy Spirit out. He chose the right moment and crushed the jewel in his hand, condensing a fireball in his palm, reciting the name in his heart. soul-severing axe. Instantly, a pillar of fire shot straight at the struggling Holy Spirit. But the fire that hit her reflected back automatically, hitting the old professor, which left him stunned. Immediately, he was burned by his own fire and screamed in agony. Isaac thought smugly, "What made you think using fire would work?" The screams inside terrified Eli and Asili, who rushed in, shouting, "Isaac, young master." Isaac saw that there were enough people, so he rubbed his chest and thought, "I guess this is enough, right? Good, now there are enough witnesses." He sat cross-legged seriously, making a show of absorbing the dark mana back into his body. The scene left the panicked group, standing frozen in shock. They exclaimed in disbelief, "Is young master Isaac absorbing demons?" That's right, he's calming down the wild mana, and with the holy power of the Eshua family too. After a while, Isaac looked at them with glittering eyes, happily thinking to himself, "So the mana has been dealt with." He snapped his fingers and ordered the Holy Spirit, "You there, stop now." The dark mana that had been enveloping the Holy Spirit scattered. Seeing this, everyone exclaimed in shock, "Blue holy power, oh my god." The Holy Spirit isn't wild anymore. The Holy Spirit slowly shrunk her body and fell, surprised to find she was unharmed. But the others saw this and cheered. "This is amazing. He managed to control the Skeleton Demon King's dark mana, and he calmed down the wild Holy Spirit with the blue holy power of the Eshua family." The Holy Spirit couldn't believe it either and wondered, what just happened?" Shivering, Asili stepped toward Isaac and exclaimed in a rush, "It's a miracle. Aja, young master, you can finally speak. I am so proud of you." Hearing this, Isaac grabbed his head and groaned. "Seriously, is that all you care about?" The group ignored the old man sprawled on the floor, scorched by the flames, and instead rushed over to shower Isaac with praise. Seeing this, the old man became even more frustrated and muttered, "What in the hell just happened?" No sooner had he finished speaking than the Holy Spirit flew right up to his face and growled, "I'm the one who should be asking you that, you lackey of the yellow faith. Who is the one behind all of this, huh?" Under questioning, the old man tremblingly tried to make excuses. "You've misunderstood. I only came here to see young Master Isaac." The Holy Spirit snapped back, "A misunderstanding. You're wearing fire-resistant gear from head to toe, and you call this a misunderstanding. From now on, all fire spirits will have absolutely no contact with any priests from the Pope's family." Hearing this, the old man collapsed to his knees. The Holy Spirit covered her mouth and laughed. "Oh, I only said that because I was annoyed, so don't take it the wrong way." As soon as she finished speaking, she flew off, leaving the panicked old man to beg, "What? Wait please, just a moment. How could a Holy Spirit possibly cut ties with priests, especially those linked to the gods, and members of the Pope's family, no less? Since when did a Holy Spirit have that kind of power?" Ignoring his desperate pleas, she coldly shouted, "Get lost. I cut ties with the gods a long time ago. I am no longer bound by their laws." Hearing this, Isaac looked smug. The old man tried to say something more, but she cut him off and scolded, "I said get out of my sight." Then turning toward Isaac, she spoke gently, "As for you, Isaac, you saved me using holy mana. And on top of that, you even managed to control the dark mana of the Skeleton Demon King. Now that the Skeleton Demon King's dark mana has been purified, our contract is effectively over. However, I will stay by your side to repay this debt." Isaac laughed inwardly at her words. "That's more like it. You really can't beat a divine entity, a bunch of idiots who refuse to be indebted to anyone." Hearing this, the others cheered. "We're going back to the Holy See to report everything. A child of this caliber deserves to be ordained." Isaac's face grew even more mischievous as he chuckled to himself. "Heh heh, thanks a lot for the recommendation letter, you sucker." A few days later, inside the family meeting room, Rilai walked in to see the head of the house. Seeing him arrive, the family head held up a piece of paper and read aloud, "The Holy See has approved Isaac's ordination. They want the boy to attend the ceremony." Rilai was stunned. That fast? Is he being recommended because he saved the members of the Eshua family and the academy? The family head cut him off. "No, he's being recommended because he saved a royal-class Holy Spirit." At the mention of this, Rilai suddenly remembered, right, after something like that, who could possibly object? Suddenly, the family head pointed to the paper in his hand and said, "More importantly, being ordained is the same as graduating from the academy. So, I tested Isaac to see if he had the necessary knowledge. To my surprise, he actually got a perfect score on all 1,600 questions." Seeing the result, Rilai couldn't contain his excitement. A perfect score. There couldn't be anything more wonderful. And on top of that, he can walk and talk now too. But the family head sighed with a headache, regretting that his attitude was a bit lacking. "Now we just need to check Isaac's personality, and that's it. Most people pass, except for the occasional psychopath or criminal." Rilai looked clearly excited. "Oh, I remember now. That's the test where you use holy magic to force the test taker to tell the truth, right? The family head flipped to another page to see how the boy did. The content read, "What do you think of the family that birthed and raised you?" Isaac replied, "I will conquer it. Everything will be mine." Riley was thrilled. "Wow, what a strong will." The family head also praised him. "I was a bit stunned when I first read it, but that kind of spirit is what makes one worthy of our family." The second question was, "What will you do after being ordained?" Isaac replied, "Chew the heads off those miserable gods, obviously." This answer left the two of them speechless. They reached the third question. "What are your goals and aspirations in becoming a priest of the holy nation of Helen?" Isaac replied, "I will destroy this nation." Looking at the answer, Riley's eyes widened until they nearly popped out of his skull. He was still in a daze, pointing at the paper, when the family head cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, only you and I know these results. If Isaac takes another test like this again," Riley grabbed his head and groaned, "he'll definitely be executed for heresy." Seeing that Riley realized the gravity of the situation, the family head slammed the table and decided, "You will go to the ordination in his place. Do not let Isaac leave the house until it's over. Is that clear? That brat needs to be properly disciplined first." That evening, inside Isaac's room, Whisper asked timidly, "Master, have you made your decision?" Isaac answered with satisfaction, "Of course." His tiny hand grabbed a bundle of cloth, and with a sly grin, he crawled out the window. "I'm out of here." The next day, at the Roman Capital Academy, inside the Holy Magic Department, someone's voice rang out. "I heard a 10-year-old kid is getting ordained this time." The other children whispered in surprise, "Really? What did he do to get ordained so early? Looks like this year's graduation ceremony is going to be interesting." As soon as this was said, a kid with red hair laughed. Nizer sat sprawled out in front of the other kids and said haughtily, "A kid who can't even walk? What kind of ordination is that?" Another kid asked, not understanding, "What do you mean he can't walk?" Nizer replied nonchalantly, "Exactly what I said. That brat hasn't grown an inch in 10 years. He's cursed by the skeleton demon king. There's no way he could grow up." Saying that, he turned his head to poke fun. "Isn't that right, Shuri? Can someone like that really get ordained? It must just be an honorary title." The others laughed along. "Oh, is that so?" Shuri, catching strays while just sitting there, had no choice but to sigh. "What a nuisance. I finally had a moment of silence, and now they're starting up again." But Nizer didn't want to let it go and kept turning back to provoke him. "But it must be nice to be from the Saintess's family, huh? Even a useless brat like that gets ordained. It's absolutely ridiculous." Shuri couldn't take it anymore. His face darkened as he stood up and cursed under his breath. "That bastard, how dare he?" Just then another kid walked in and shouted, "Do you think the Holy See is a joke?" Nizer Sepet. "And besides, the one who approved Isaac's recommendation is Duke Leon Sepet, your own father. I don't think you're stupid enough to insult your own father, right?" Provoked by Kina, Nizer shouted angrily, "Shut your mouth. You aren't even a student here. What are you doing?" Kina replied calmly, "I didn't want to be here either. I was just invited. Besides, I was asked to mentor you all as a consultant and instructor in holy magic." This statement left the kids stunned. Kina finished speaking and shifted her target to Shuri. "Shuri, I'm actually quite worried about you." Shuri didn't understand a thing. Tina smiled and explained, "That cursed Isaac guy will never be able to become a priest. If the Eshua family can even hold on until you become the head, that would be lucky. But if it collapses, come find me. I'll give you a position doing odd jobs for the Pope's family." These words made Shuri, who had just calmed down, go absolutely furious. But he still had to clench his fists and tell himself, "No, I have to calm down. Now isn't the time. There's no other way." Shuri turned away and said, "I don't need your help. Worry about yourself." Having said that, Shuri sullenly headed back to the dorm. A moment later, inside the dorm, Shuri threw things all over the place. He grabbed his head and screamed, "Those damn dogs. Why does this bullshit have to happen to me? My family didn't even bother to attend the ordination ceremony, just because that brat ran away. Why now of all times, you useless piece of trash? I curse you to lose all your hair, just like the skeleton demon king." No sooner had he finished speaking than a magic circle appeared, and a baby's arm reached out. Isaac's face was dark as he growled, "What did you just say?" Shuri screamed in fear when he saw the plague god. Isaac continued to aggressively question him. "Lose all my hair. Do you want to die?" Shuri was terrified and yelled, "Why did you come out of there? And how did you even get here?" Isaac sat cross-legged like an old man and replied calmly, "To get ordained, obviously. The family head and my uncle kept trying to stop me, so I ran away." "Anyway, Shuri, you." Watching as Isaac pulled out a baby bottle, Shuri backed away in horror. "What now?" Isaac shouted, "You spineless coward. How dare you try to beg for an odd job from that Pope family?" Before Shuri could even respond, he was hit in the stomach and started getting beaten up by Isaac. "Shut your mouth. How dare those bastards drag the name of Eshua through the mud? Eshua belongs to me. Only I get to insult it. Only I get to ruin it. Shuri wailed, "What the hell are you talking about?" After beating Shuri to a pulp, Isaac pointed his baby bottle at him and declared, "Remember this, Shuri. I am the one who will burn this Eshua family to the ground." Shuri cried helplessly, "Oh, gods above, please take this bastard away." Seeing Shuri continue to submit, Isaac jumped off the bed and shouted, "Stop being so weak and lead the way." Shuri shouted back in fear, "Where are you going?" Isaac cracked his knuckles and replied sinisterly, "To beat up the sons of bitches who dared to mess with you, where else?" A while later, inside the area where the kids were gathered, a few people saw Isaac arrive and whispered, "What's that? Who brought this kid here? His hair looks amazing." Isaac didn't care about anyone. He gripped his baby bottle and shouted, "Who is it? Who dared to mess with a member of the Eshua family?" The kids heard this and immediately turned their heads away, acting as if they didn't see anything. Isaac stroked his chin and said to himself, "That red-haired girl, I remember meeting her in the archives 10 years ago. It must be her." Hearing this, Shuri rushed in and shouted, "Wait a minute." He whispered to himself, "I have to stop him. If he starts trouble here, we're going to be in big trouble. Besides, that girl is Nizer's younger sister. Her name is Naki Sepet." Shuri rushed forward, wanting to catch Isaac, but he had already zoomed off, landing right in front of Naki, and shouted, "You there, red hair. You're the one who messed with Shuri, right?" Naki didn't care. She replied calmly, "I never touched Shuri Eshua. Nizer is the one who did that." Isaac didn't care either. He crossed his arms and declared, "Good, so you admit it." Shuri, hearing this from afar, pulled at his hair in frustration. "I told you it wasn't Nizer Sepet. Are you even listening at all?" Just then Whisper jumped out and declared, "Master, I can sense a familiar energy coming from this girl." Isaac confirmed with satisfaction, "Right, it is quite familiar. It's the energy of one of the 5 great main gods." Seeing Isaac keep targeting her, Naki pointed her finger back at him and questioned him. "You must be that Isaac in the rumors, right? One is a cursed child, and the other is a descendant of the Pope's family. Looks like the Blue Faith isn't going to accomplish anything this year. The Eshua family will be erased from the 5 faiths sooner or later." Hearing what the girl said, Isaac thought uncomfortably, "Look how rude she is. It really is just like the servants of the 5 great gods." Shuri couldn't take it anymore. He slammed his hand down and shouted, "Isaac, you are not allowed to pick fights with a rival family. Let's go." But his words were completely ineffective. Isaac raised his hand to stop him. "Shut your mouth. Why should I go back? Do I look like I'm here to receive my ordination?" Naki cornered him immediately. "You'll never get ordained. Nizer said he was going to send a protest to the Pope to cancel it. How could a child who isn't even recognized be ordained?" Hearing the girl speak, Shuri gritted his teeth. "Yo, you bastard." Naki kept running her mouth. "And with that attitude of yours, I'm afraid you won't even need Nizer to protest. You'll ruin yourself sooner or later." Seeing her go on, a servant whispered, "My lady, should I call the inspector?" Shuri was terrified and screamed in his head, "No, this is bad. 70% of the inspectors are people from the rival family." There was no other way. He jumped over and grabbed Isaac, shouting, "Isaac, let's go now." Just then, screaming was heard outside. A foot full of death energy stepped inside, followed by the giant body of a wolf, making the kids scream in fear. "Monster." While the kids were running away, Isaac thought smugly, "There it is, my insurance." Naki asked, confused, "A monster? Did it escape from the practice room?" A servant immediately rushed over to shield her and said, "It's dangerous, my lady. Step back." No sooner had he said this than a blast of pressure hit him, and his whole body was sent flying by a wolf's paw. That paw swung toward Naki's face again, terrifying the girl. Just then, Isaac held up his baby bottle and shouted, "Hey, it's not that easy." He threw the baby bottle, slamming it toward the wolf, while bickering to himself, "Damn it, I've been calling for you, and only now do you drag your ass here." Hit by a painful blow, the wolf changed targets. It bared its teeth and growled at Isaac. Naki calmed down, condensed her magic, and shouted, "You damn monster." Then staring at it, she growled, "Hey, get out of here." The pressure radiating from Isaac reached the wolf. Realizing who the master of that aura was, the wolf teared up in emotion. And finally, it acted as obediently as a small puppy and happily ran outside. Seeing this, Whisper laughed with satisfaction. "That's my master. You drag a sleeping monster out, beat it to a pulp, and then kick it away just to show off in front of everyone." Isaac crossed his arms and smiled. "I only do what needs to be done." Just then, the Pope's guards opened the door and rushed in. "Where? That monster. Get away from that monster. Looks like it ran in that direction. Contact the monster disposal team immediately." Someone else, concerned, ran over to Naki to check on her. "Are you all right, my lady?" Shuri realized it was an inspector. He hurriedly picked Isaac up, intending to slip away quietly. "Ha, in that case, we'll take our leave." Unexpectedly, the inspector put a hand on his shoulder and stopped him. Stay right there. No one is leaving until the investigation is over. Shuri frowned and thought, we're doomed. He awkwardly turned back and forced a laugh. Aha, we really don't know anything at all. Suddenly Naki shouted loudly, stop wasting your time. The girl pointed at Isaac and said, that child saved me. This statement left Isaac and Shuri completely stunned. Naki pushed the inspector aside and stepped forward to ask, Isaac, right, I'm sorry for what I said earlier, but don't think I'm specifically grateful to you or anything. Is that clear? Seeing the girl's blushing expression, Isaac thought with a gloomy face, what is wrong with this girl? The kids who had run away heard this and whispered to each other. So that kid really did receive a recommendation letter for saving someone. Hiding among the kids, a blonde girl was shocked. That child is the one my brother mentioned. She was Princess Charlotte Electric Hella of the Holy Nation of Helen. At the same time, at the Eshua mansion, inside Eli's office, someone's voice rang out. Oh my God, why do you keep refusing, Cardinal of the Blue Faith? Isn't it a good thing that your grandson is being ordained? Just let the boy attend the ordination ceremony. The family head was unhappy and replied, get the hell out of here. The voice didn't stop, continuing its persuasion, but the Pope will be furious. The family head didn't care, retorting instantly, that's not my concern. My grandson will be educated at the Eshua estate until he comes of age. The other person wouldn't back down, threatening, if you keep a child locked away like that, it's going to ruin his personality. Hearing this, the family head gritted his teeth. His personality is already beyond saving. There's no way to convince him otherwise. The person changed the subject and announced, I don't know if you've heard this yet, but there seems to be a golden-haired kid walking around the academy. As soon as he heard the description, the family head realized it was Isaac, and he shouted in frustration. Rilai responded, terrified. Yes, father. He rushed in and asked, what's wrong? But he saw the family head frantically putting on his coat, seething as he growled, prepare to leave for the capital immediately. We have to get there by tomorrow. Rilai was stunned, miserably protesting. Even if we take the fastest route, it'll take at least a week. The family head's face darkened as he snapped. We have 23 hours and 48 minutes left. We don't need a carriage anymore. We have to run. The next day, at the capital's academy dormitory, Shuri was desperately pounding on the door, pleading, hey Isaac, what are you doing? Are you trying to squeeze that tiny body of yours into a priest's outfit? Get out here right now. Everyone has already arrived. They're just going to laugh in your face anyway, so just leave and head home, all right, please. This segment is merged with 830 above. Just as he was crying, a voice called out, I'm done. Shuri was startled and blurted out, I'm begging you. Before he could finish, he was stunned by Isaac's appearance. Then, unable to believe his eyes, he stifled a giggle. You, Isaac commanded, let's go. The final night of the founding festival. At the knighting ceremony banquet hall, the kids were all seated properly, awaiting orders from above. Suddenly, a loud voice shouted, everyone stand up. A foot stepped into the hall, followed by the heads of the 5 great families, walking in one by one. Seeing this, Gol stood up and clapped along with the other. But inwardly he thought viciously, those are the heads of the 5 great families. The position of future head of the Eshua family and the title of cardinal will surely be mine. Just then a breathless Rilai approached and asked, I'm not late, am I? Gol was surprised. Rilai didn't care and got straight to the point. Have you seen Isaac anywhere? Gol looked annoyed and replied, why would you look for him here? He's probably at home. Besides, don't tell me you ran all the way. Rilai miserably replied, yeah, that's exactly what happened. So do you know where Shuri is? I think Isaac is with. Gol said, I haven't seen him. Before he could finish, someone shouted, the Pope has arrived, pay your respects. An old man walked in from outside, followed by a group of priests. He was Pope Giulio Barret. Seeing him enter, everyone bowed their heads. The spokesperson announced, may God's blessing always be with you. Just as the words ended, the Pope sat down on the central throne. The spokesperson signaled, please be seated, my honorable guests. The family head sat down too, thinking in confusion, I don't see Isaac anywhere. The spokesperson read out, the knighting ceremony will begin now. Will Isaac, if called, please step forward? The family head smiled to himself. Well, that's for the best. The spokesperson read again, Isaac Eshua. This made the family head freeze for a beat. Seeing no one respond, the spokesperson asked again, is Isaac Eshua here? Still, no one answered. The family head happily raised his wine glass, breathing a sigh of relief. If he's not here, then stop calling for him. His name should have been removed from the list anyway. Since he's not here, let's proceed quickly. Just as he was gloating, a sound echoed from outside, causing the family head to choke on his wine. Gol looked disgusted as he turned to scold. That shameless brat, how dare he even show his face here? Only to see a teenager walking through the door, followed by an extremely embarrassed Shuri. This was Isaac in his teenage form, after breaking the child's seal. Seeing him arrive, the family head's face turned black, and he crushed his wine glass. The family head of the Pope's family gritted his teeth and stood up abruptly. Isaac didn't care and kept walking as instructed. Isaac Eshua, please step forward. Hearing his name, Isaac stepped forward. Riley couldn't help himself and jumped up, sobbing with tears streaming down his face. Isaac, is that you? Since when did you get this big? And you're even wearing the formal attire I prepared for you. The crowd was also curiously whispering. I heard he was still a child. Does the Eshua family really have a child that strong? Did he finally break the Skeleton Demon King's curse? Oh my god, he's so handsome. Nizer couldn't believe it and jumped up, shouting, what the hell is going on? Why is he so tall all of a sudden? Isaac didn't pay attention to the whispers, just smiled. But the family head couldn't take it anymore, tightening his grip on the chair as he cursed under his breath. You damn Skeleton Demon King, you monster from hell, what did you do to Isaac? My grandson never used to smile like that. Did you take over his body? The crowd kept whispering. Could it be that the Eshua family curse has ended? If this isn't a saint, then who is? He looks more blessed than cursed. Saying this, Isaac arrived in front of the Pope. He said calmly, Isaac Eshua. Isaac looked him straight in the eye, judging him. Is this guy the Pope? Looking at him, he's clearly over 70, but the aura he gives off is no different from a monster. Plus, he has the faint shadow of every Pope I've ever faced before. Should I just take him out right now? In the minds of the family head and Riley, the question from the family home surfaced. As a new priest, do you have anything to say to the Pope? Isaac replied, kneel down, so it's easier for me to cut off your head. Remembering this, both of them turned pale as ghosts, shouting in terror in their hearts. Isaac. The family head clenched his fists, shouting in his heart, have to stop him. As soon as he said that, he punched a table, turning it into gold, then asked blankly, why are my hands so slippery? Riley flipped his own table too, screaming, a cockroach, there's a cockroach. This behavior from the two of them left Gol confused, as he muttered, are you guys crazy? Riley replied naturally. I swear there was a cockroach, it was as big as your head. The spokesperson, after a momentary lapse, cleared his throat and continued, everyone, please keep order. Next, Shuri Eshua, please step forward. Seeing the two of them acting weird, Isaac was annoyed, gritting his teeth. Those bastards are trying to stop me. As he turned his face, Shuri shyly walked up behind him. The Pope still sat there calmly, without saying a word. The spokesperson continued reading. Next, those being knighted will offer their tribute to God. The crowd buzzed again. Finally, it was time for God's choice. I wonder which God will bless my child. Watching a priest carry a basin of water walk by, the family head grumbled irritably. It's most likely the guardian saint of the blue hue. Riley prayed fearfully. I hope so, I mean, the evil god wouldn't choose him, right? The family head replied coldly, at that time I'll deal with him. This made Riley blink in confusion. Deal with Isaac? The family head frowned and replied, I meant the Holy Grail. What did you think I was talking about? Down below, it was Shuri's turn to step up. He poked a needle into his fingertip and dripped a drop of blood into the Holy Grail. As soon as the drop hit the surface, the water changed instantly. Streams of blue light shot up into the air. Seeing this, Gol laughed loudly. That's my son. The guardian saint of the blue hue has descended. Shuri ran back excitedly, while Isaac wasn't happy, following behind and pondering. So the god the Eshua family worships is the god of light, a poor but righteous god. As for me, no matter which god it is, it's just annoying. He sighed and dripped a drop of blood into the Holy Grail. The Pope just looked at the drop of blood and was instantly startled. A strange light shot out from the Holy Grail, shaking him. Just as the drop of blood fell, it emitted dense black energy, which grew thicker and thicker, engulfing the room. This scene made the family head and Riley panic, and they ran over. The family head shouted in disbelief. Could it be? From within the dense black energy, the face of the Skeleton Demon King appeared, and the crowd screamed in terror. The Skeleton Demon King. The form of the Skeleton Demon King became clearer and clearer. The family head couldn't take it anymore, lunging forward and shouting, Skeleton Demon King. Isaac's body was suddenly wrapped in dark mana. The family head looked like a demon, his eyes glowing red as he swung his fist. But the Skeleton Demon King dodged the punch and conveniently dragged Isaac along like an object. A deep voice echoed, I have been waiting for this saint to appear for a long time. Isaac was startled. What? He looked up at the sky and laughed. I will destroy the Holy Kingdom bit by bit, starting with this brat. Isaac looked blank. What's going on? I have to admit, he looks exactly like me in my past life. It's creepy. Suddenly, Whisper jumped out and laughed hysterically. What's wrong with this imposter? My master should look even more stupid and defeated. Isaac cursed irritably. "Hey, you bastard." On this side, the Pope and the other family heads were gathering their energy. Energy orbs flew towards the skeleton demon king, one after another, causing an explosion that forced the Eshua family head back. Rilai hurriedly shouted, "Retreat quickly." The family head went mad with rage, gathering his power, manifesting a giant white snake that lunged forward, its mouth wide open, wanting to swallow the skeleton demon king's head. But the holy power was absorbed completely, in a blink of an eye. The skeleton demon king remained unharmed, standing there leisurely as he laughed. The blue hue family head, "Because of my curse, you probably can't use your full power, right? Wouldn't it be better if you just stood there obediently?" The family head raised his head to reply, "I didn't intend to act, just to prevent destroying this place by mistake." The magic circle under his feet shone, his eyes glowing red like blood. Manifesting a giant whale spirit, he shouted, "But you've been talking too much." The skeleton demon king didn't care, easily using Isaac as a shield, growling mockingly, "Do you want to see this little saint die?" Isaac panicked. "I think so too. My grandson is being held hostage, and you're still summoning something this dangerous. Huh, why is it opening its mouth?" The family head laughed darkly. "A saint won't die just from taking this hit." Isaac cursed wildly, "You lunatic, I'm actually going to die." Boom, the whale clamped down and exploded. Isaac grabbed his head in pain and collapsed. The skeleton demon king stood upright, taking the hit, his body slowly fading away, the sheer power causing the entire castle to crumble. After a while, Gol looked up and asked, "Is he down?" The others whispered fearfully, "Oh God, the skeleton demon has returned. Didn't he disappear ever since he cursed the Eshua family 70 years ago? Could it be that he saved up enough power and returned?" Only Isaac was annoyed, slamming his hand down, thinking to himself, "No way, that bastard is just an imposter." Seeing Isaac like a dead fish over there, Rilai hurriedly ran over. "Isaac, are you okay?" People in the hall whispered restlessly. "Even though he's a member of the Eshua family, how is he fine after taking that hit? Didn't the skeleton demon king call someone a saint just now? Is he really dead?" "Probably. The Blue Hue family head dealt with him, using the whale holy beast." Isaac heard them and grumbled, "How could he be dead? That was just an illusion." Hearing this, the people in the hall jumped in shock. Whisper flew over anxiously and said, "It seems like he created it as a clone and sent it here, but there's one thing that's a bit strange." Isaac hung his head to discuss. "You felt it too. He used my mana. Could it be that my mana core was dropped somewhere? If there's a piece of my bone in the Saintess's relic archive, then it's not impossible. But if that imposter is holding it, then it's even better. I'll just kill him and take it back." The more Isaac thought about it, the more sinister his expression became. Seeing this expression, the family head breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "If I hadn't attacked just now, he probably would have dealt with Isaac too." This segment is merged with 948 above. He cautiously glanced at the friendly-looking Pope over there, deeply confused. But why? The Pope was also racking his brain, wondering. Unbelievable. The supreme god the Yellow Hue family has been yearning for thousands of years. The god that stands above even the 5 great master gods would actually want to choose an Eshua brat. He also glanced toward the Eshua family head and Isaac. At that moment, the family head walked up to call him, and he turned his head to answer. Yes. The head of the family reached out and said, "Come here, let's go home. My grandson defeated the curse of the skeleton demon king, and he's grown up to be so handsome, too." Isaac felt a chill run down his spine. Why is his smile so creepy? The gloomy head of the family coaxed him. "I'll buy you some candy." Isaac shouted in horror, "Like hell I'm going with you. You look like you're about to drag me to the slaughterhouse." Suddenly, Kina stepped forward and called out, "Do." It wasn't time for Isaac to go back yet. Before the words were even out of his mouth, dark mana erupted in the grand hall. Demonic creatures surged out from nowhere. Watching the scene, Kino exclaimed, "There's still unfinished business here." The head of the family stood by with his arms crossed. Isaac stood up, feeling helpless. "Fine, there's no other way, Grandpa. I don't think we should go back right now." His expression brightened, excited to charge in and fight the monsters. Isaac lunged out to shield Kina. He lifted his lip in confusion. Not only has this arrogant guy grown up fast, but now he's a saint. Isaac smiled to himself. "I don't know what you're plotting, but I'm going to use you to the fullest." And so, without a word, they walked side by side, whispering to themselves, "I'll show you who the real saint is." A holy sphere gathered in his palm. Isaac raised it high and shouted, "Purify." The blinding light made the demonic creatures scramble backward. Everyone cheered joyfully. What a magnificent holy purification spell. It's been 100 years since I've seen that kind of pure light. But someone wondered, why does the kid only use purification holy spells instead of attack ones? Someone immediately replied, because it has a mana cleansing effect. Maybe he's trying to stop them from being summoned. To everyone's surprise, after being purified, the demonic creatures became even more excited. Isaac laughed bitterly. Outside of Shalak, I have nowhere else to learn holy spell. But if a holy purification spell reaches level 6, it can deal area of effect damage over time. Isaac's expression suddenly turned sinister, making even the aggressive, demonic creatures recoil. Isaac told himself, above all, the reason to use a purification holy spell right now is... Suddenly, Kina cut in. Move aside, your holy spell won't be able to handle them. Isaac smiled and gestured. Kina scoffed to himself, only level 5 yet trying to show off. You might be a one-in-a-century talent, but with that kind of skill, you're no match for me. He gathered an energy sphere and shouted, watch closely, you need to use a powerful holy spell and attack from multiple sides to take them down. Unexpectedly, the sphere he was gathering suddenly flickered and vanished without a trace. Isaac saw this and quickly covered his mouth to stifle a laugh. Kina struggled to save face. Don't you know about these monsters? They have an extremely high recovery rate, so you have to destroy them in one hit. Hearing this, Isaac couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. Walked forward and said with a grin, looks like you don't know a damn thing, you idiot. Kina clenched his fists in frustration, thinking, I should have let the blue-eyed head take him home. Looking at this jerk's face just makes me angry. Isaac continued, those guys are just bait. Kina was confused, bait. Isaac walked to a different corner and said, their main body is here, right? He gathered energy into his palm, and an invisible bug appeared. Isaac shouted, found you. Kina crossed his arms and questioned, what the hell are you doing with that bug? Isaac didn't answer, but stabbed the bug to death. Instantly, dark mana exploded and spread out. Isaac twirled the wooden staff in his hand and explained, it will silently poison everyone nearby. So it's very dangerous. If you're poisoned slowly, you won't even realize you're dying. Just then, a child couldn't take it anymore, holding their head and crying out, ah, what's happening? Isaac reminded them, the skeleton demon king already said it, didn't he? That he would destroy all of us. Kina finally remembered. And Isaac laughed like a demon. If his target is this holy kingdom, then first he has to take out us, the apprentice priests. Immediately, everyone realized and told each other, whoever is poisoned, use a holy spell to cleanse it immediately. Go find the bugs that are hiding. Isaac was happy, but suddenly lowered his eyes, only to see endless holy light shooting up from the hall below. And he panicked, unable to speak clearly. Wait, if you handle them all at once like that then. The dark mana will scatter in every direction and cover the kids. Whisper happily jumped out to report, Master, this is a chance. If you purify the people who are poisoned, wouldn't you be recognized? Isaac praised, you really are a genius. Aha, the chance is here. Unexpectedly, before he could act, a crucifix slammed down. The Pope used a level 9 purification holy spell, and all the dark mana was instantly absorbed. Isaac grit his teeth in frustration, and the Pope spoke calmly. Now no one else will be poisoned. Isaac was furious, cursing under his breath. That damn Pope. Suddenly, a foot covered in dark mana stepped forward. A wolf crept up behind Isaac, whispering to itself, that bastard who dared to disobey our great king, I won't forgive you. I'll drag you down to hell with me. It quickly zipped away, disappeared, and reappeared behind Isaac. He noticed it and turned his head to look. The pressure of the demon king descended, making the wolf freeze, and it was filled with terror as its strength and courage vanished. The wolf tucked its tail and ran away. Isaac felt smug, and nobody dares to think about harming me. Right then, the group ran back to report. We've handled the rest, hurry and take the injured to the medical room. Only Kina looked dark as he watched that scene. He couldn't believe it. Was that monster really driven away with just a look? No way, how could he? That's something only the Pope could do. Isaac didn't care and yawned as he walked away. The appearance of the skeleton demon king at the coronation ceremony left the entire Holy Kingdom in turmoil. The skeleton demon king had returned, only to run away after being defeated. Who was the saint the skeleton demon king mentioned? In the meeting room, the Pope spoke slowly. It seems the Holy Grail has a problem. There is an illusion summoning magic carved on it. We are currently investigating the origin of the Grail, so please wait for the results. The head of the Blood family asked, does that mean the appearance of outsiders is the problem? Burit replied, that's right, and it's one of the causes, but the main issue is the Holy Kingdom's barrier, which is protected by the Holy Dragon. The next day, inside the Eshua family, Isaac held a newspaper and thought to himself, the barrier weakening is the reason the demon race could infiltrate, but since the Holy Dragon is linked to the royal family, the Pope has no responsibility. What a bunch of slippery bastards. Suddenly, a mocking voice came from behind. My grandson, now you're even reading the paper. Gol clapped his hands and laughed. Congratulations, my grandson, you've been ordained. Isaac thought helplessly, what can I do to deal with this jerk? It feels like the head of the family tried to make him do it. Beside him, Riley shouted excitedly, oh Isaac, since you can speak fluently now, recite the poem of the Skeleton Demon King's curse. Isaac screamed in his head, stop using that thing. Just then, the gloomy head of the family opened the door. He stepped forward and said, great, you're both here. Isaac, go outside so we can talk in private for a moment. Isaac stood up and agreed. Oh, okay. The door to the room quickly slammed shut. The head of the family looked around thoughtfully and set up a level 3 absolute soundproof holy spell to cover the three of. The head of the family sat down and replied, just to be sure, it's about Isaac. Riley asked, sweating, what are you going to say that requires a soundproof spell? Both of them listened anxiously. He propped up his hands, his face looking grim as he said, I think Isaac was chosen by an evil god during the recent coronation ceremony. The deity that chose Isaac definitely isn't normal. It looks like a mark that has never appeared in the history of coronation ceremonies. The Pope and the Yellow Cardinal were the only two who saw that mark, and the Pope tried to eliminate Isaac. Riley couldn't help but exclaim when hearing this. What? The Pope did that? The head of the family sighed and confirmed. That's right, unless it was an evil god choosing him, he definitely wouldn't have acted like that. Gol thought for a moment and said, could it not be an evil god, but the deity their family worships? This question made all three think of one answer, the yellow fate. Seeing everyone silent, Gol continued, they hate impure things. I mean when someone else is involved with something that belongs to them. So if someone from Asura is chosen by a deity that the Yellow family worships, they definitely won't let it slide. If the Pope already had that reaction, then the deity that received him is definitely a deity related to the Yellow family. Or it could even be a deity that they haven't even been able to summon yet. Riley heard this and quickly said, if it's Isaac, the kid can absolutely do it. The head of the family frowned and growled, you think that brat can summon a proper deity? Both replied, trembling, definitely not. The head of the family ordered, Gol, contact the Pope's family and investigate which deity chose Isaac. Gol panicked, me, why? The head of the family said, if you succeed, I'll give Shuri a holy relic. Gol immediately fell into deep thought. The head of the family continued, and from now on, until Isaac starts his internship, he will be under special surveillance. If Isaac continues to get the same results on his faith test as last time, then in the future he could become the Dark Priest. All three turned ashen-faced. Gol held his head in pain. If he really becomes a Dark Priest, then the whole family will be labeled as traitors. The charge of treason will get everyone arrested, and Shuri will be in trouble too. Riley also looked pale, covering his nephew's mouth. The head of the family ordered coldly, at all costs, stop that from happening. Sometime later, Riley came by and said, before long, you guys will start your internship. Those bastards of seniors used to push you around, but that's a thing of the past now. Isaac frowned and cursed. Don't say it, it feels like I'm re-enlisting in the army. Riley kept explaining, during the internship, you'll work with the seniors. You'll find your abilities and learn the real job of a priest that the academy doesn't teach. Based on the evaluation results, you'll be able to change your status and benefits. So try your best. Once you finish, you'll sign a contract with a god. While he was talking, Isaac raised his hand. Oh, right. Do you know when we can participate in the deity sacrifice ceremony? Riley was delighted. You're interested in the deity sacrifice? Isaac answered excitedly. Very interested, especially the execution of the Skeleton Demon King's subordinate. Riley was even happier. I'm very glad to see your faith growing. So let me explain the ceremony to you. The deity sacrifice is when we offer sacrifices to the gods, and many people will gather together to hold it like a festival. Actually, everyone will come to attend, but the most important thing is the heart and the faith they have for the deities. So in essence, this is a very personal ritual. Isaac slammed the table to stop him. Wait a minute. But Riley continued like a machine gun. This leads us back to the basic question. Do we really need to gather in large crowds to perform this ritual? But think about it carefully. The sacrifice ceremony is a ritual form we celebrate to offer to the gods. And from the past to the present, the ritual has always been a communal act. The core of this ritual is that we all serve the gods together, and the clearest evidence of that is each person's individual faith in the gods. Isaac cried out in his head, the uncle is being a bit too serious. And where did those glasses come from? Riley continued, an interesting fact. So is praying alone a type of prayer, and is praying in a group a ritual? But you can't really say that. The most important thing is the purpose for which people gather and the attitude with which they participate. Anyway, maybe I've gone a bit too far, but I think you understand, right? This ceremony has many points similar to a festival. And what's the first thing you think of when you mention a festival? Right, it's having fun and enjoying everything together. And is joy already a part of faith? Then the gods will bless this ceremony with great joy, And that is the right of the gods in the sacrifice ceremony, right? Isaac grinned, understanding. So that means the low-level gods or angels will participate in the ceremony, right? If I catch them, I'll tear you guys apart. Riley finished excitedly. Our Isaac must want to directly execute the Skeleton Demon King's subordinates, right? That sense of justice is really necessary. Goal stepped forward to add, the group with the highest score will have the honor of executing the Skeleton Demon King's subordinates, so remember to do well. Shuri replied awkwardly, yes, father. Isaac held his face helplessly. Is it the teamwork thing again? Riley bowed and prayed. I hope you guys achieve good results so you can do what you want. Isaac agreed, yes, uncle, complaining helplessly in his head. There's no other way. I'll just have to eliminate a few groups and pretend to save the rest. Then he got excited again. I will try my best. Riley, not knowing the heart behind the face, sighed with relief. Right, this lovely kid definitely can't become a dark priest. What a relief. Suddenly, Goal stood by, frowning and hissing. But Isaac, during the last coronation, which deity chose you? Isaac looked wide-eyed, annoyed as he replied. I don't remember clearly, but it was a pretty strange and annoying mark. In the two guys' heads, they painted the following scene. Terrified by the result, look, this is the sign of destruction. That is definitely an evil god. Both of them backed off a bit. It's okay, sometimes there are deities with marks that look scary too. That's right, in the end, faith is the most important thing. Isaac didn't care much. I'm not too worried either. Suddenly, Riley said, oh right, the yellow cardinal is coming to see you. Isaac picked his ear in annoyance. That bastard. I mean that person. Why? Before there was an answer, there was a shout from outside. Isaac Eshua. Riley and Goal looked ashen, looking at the person outside and shouting. Kina Barit, he shouted aggressively. I have some business with you. The two of them wailed miserably. Why did he come to see Isaac? Goal pulled his hair out. Who knows, I can't understand what he's thinking. Kina walked in without saying a word. The two guessed. Maybe he came to harm Isaac. Didn't the Pope send him? Goal thought, agreeing. If it's because of an evil god, that's highly likely. Suddenly, Kina put his hand on Isaac's, calling out, Isaac, I think you're worthless. Truly, Isaac. This disgusting line made Isaac grimace. This bastard is crazy. Looking for a fight. Whisper laughed like it was the harvest season. Kina said calmly, but now I've realized that you haven't appeared before the world for the last 10 years because of your training. You don't want your skills to be tainted by the idiots in the academy. I've known since you were ordained. You're excellent and incomparable to those idiots. It's such a waste of time for someone like you to be stuck doing internships. The more he praised, the more annoyed Isaac felt. This is creepy. Whisper added, I think this guy has lost his mind. Kina didn't care and reached out with an invitation. Train with me under his tutelage, and then we'll advance to the professional world. Take my hand, Isaac. We will execute the Skeleton Demon King together and lead the Holy Kingdom. This scene made Goal, sitting to the side, drop his jaw. Is this some new type of bullying from the papal family? But he actually seems serious. The terms are terrifyingly good. If it were me, I definitely would. As he was thinking, Isaac's ice-cold voice rang out. Get lost. Kina was incredulous. What did you say? Isaac shouted in frustration. Get lost. I'll go through the internship just like everyone else. Goal turned red as he realized. Right, he's crazy. Kina wasn't satisfied and tried to persuade him further. Don't worry about your qualifications as a priest. I'm not just talking about training. I will grant you the status of a priest with 10 years of experience. But Isaac didn't want to hear it and didn't care. Then pointed at Goal and said, if you want to take someone, take that guy. Goal couldn't believe it and pointed at himself. Me. Kina criticized him bluntly. He and you are not in the same league. Isaac agreed with this, but it made Goal's face burn with embarrassment. Those bastards. Kina shouted, you have the talent to drive away monsters, just with a look. Whisper realized and chuckled. He must have seen the master driving away monsters with intimidation. Isaac shot a side glance, thinking, this bastard probably wants to learn that technique from me, huh? The more they want that, the less I like. He turned his back and waved his hand. Let me say this again. Get lost immediately. Just thinking about learning from the Pope makes me want to vomit. Kina's face darkened, repeating, did you just say my grandfather makes you vomit? Isaac pointed straight at his face and answered, of course, I even want to cut his throat. Before he could finish, a hand covered his mouth. In the blink of an eye, Isaac vanished from where he was standing. A foot stepped inside as someone called out, our grandson is busy. The person who intervened was the family head, who looked at Kina and said, don't come near this kid ever again. Kina wouldn't back down, screaming, even if you are the Blue Hue family head. The family head cut him off. If you keep playing with this kid, he's going to turn you into trash. Isaac felt even more itching to speak, but the family head kept him locked tight, forcing him to bite his hand. The atmosphere in the room suddenly went quiet. Isaac was furious, his face bulging with veins as he cursed inwardly. "You damn Eshua bastards, I will definitely destroy you all." The five-color harmony is a test that every apprentice priest must pass, consisting of white, yellow, blue, black, and red. This is the order in which they are tested, presided over by the cardinals of each faith. Therefore, to become an official priest, one must pass this test. Isaac walked up to a room and muttered, "Are the guys in my group going to be in here?" According to Shuri, they grouped 30 people with the same background or faith together. Isaac heard this and cursed. "Are they trying to make us form factions or what?" But Shuri countered, "Our group is full of my friends, so it's fine." Isaac was impressed after receiving the full information. "It seems sending you to school early was worth it, Shuri." Then he opened the door, smiling at his own decision. "I'll use these guys to pass the five-color test and save my subordinates. First, I need to make a good impression." As he was grinning, someone shouted, "He's here." The whole group glared gloomily at Isaac, whispering to each other, "Tie that bastard up." This made Isaac freeze. A few guys jumped out to question him. "You're the one who's been bullying Shuri for the last few years, right? Let us teach you what manners are." Just think of this as playing nicely with your seniors. If you dare tell Shuri, you're dead meat. Isaac saw this scene, lowered his eyes, and sighed. These guys are hopeless. The golden-haired guy saw Isaac's resignation and approached, laughing. "That's right, just think of this as an intimate gathering." As he was speaking, Isaac pulled out his baby bottle. They doubled over laughing, pointing at it to tease him. "Is that a rattle? Haha, looks like the rumors that he was a newborn just a while ago are true. Just hang him up somewhere." Before the words were even out, he took the baby bottle straight to the face. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, and he flew backward, unconscious, causing the others to go silent. What the hell is going on? Is that bastard crazy?" Isaac didn't care and said, "You have to be close to get a high score, right? So let's practice some team building and get to know each other, my friends, though this face looks a little too gentle." Isaac felt these guys were degenerating too much and needed the holy light to cleanse their sins. Looking at the baby bottle in his hand, the classmates screamed in horror, followed by rounds of team building so fun that the sounds echoed throughout the entire building. A moment later, Shuri pushed the door open in annoyance and shouted, "Isaac, I don't understand this place. Is this what you call team building?" He only saw Isaac having the others stack themselves up so he could sit on top, which left Shuri speechless. Seeing Shuri walk in, they miserably begged for help. "Shuri, isn't this guy your relative?" Shuri awkwardly avoided the question. "Thanks for playing with my cousin." They screamed, "Save us." Shuri pretended not to see, walked over, and asked Isaac quietly, "But seriously, the first test is judged based on group harmony. What are you planning to do?" Isaac repeated in surprise, "Harmony? Are you blind or can you not see this pyramid? This is already perfectly harmonious, isn't it?" Shuri rolled his eyes, not knowing what to say, cursing inwardly. "It's only because you forced them with violence, you lunatic." Suddenly, Isaac handed him a piece of paper and said, "Whatever, take a look at this." Shuri asked in surprise, "What's this?" Isaac answered indifferently, "The list of guys who have been trying to leech off you. These bastards have used all sorts of excuses to drain you for the past 7 years. Even if the Eshua family is the type not to ask for repayment, there's a limit to how much you can take." One guy wouldn't back down, whimpering in protest. "The Eshua family doesn't need anything from us. Even if we offered anything, it probably wouldn't help anyway." As he was speaking, Isaac interrupted like a demon. "Nothing, huh? Your limbs are still intact, and your internal organs are still fresh. Anyway, I don't need much. My friends, I just need a healthy relationship. Give as much as you receive, that's all. So for this team activity, let's work hard and diligently with a pure heart, okay?" But that smiling face left the whole room dead silent. Isaac shouted no answer. They hurried to respond, "Yes, sir." Isaac ignored them, jumped down, and announced, "Good, then the team building session ends here." Shuri screamed helplessly, "What if we fail the test?" Isaac didn't care, walking away while calling back, "Follow me, I have something I want to show you." Shuri wouldn't let it go, hissing, "Even one failing grade and we're out. The first criterion is harmony." Isaac said nonchalantly, "Don't worry, I've already calculated everything. First, look at this." Inside the closet was a pathetic guy locked up, weeping. Isaac laughed like a demon, but Shuri saw it and stammered in horror, quickly grabbing him by the collar and yelling, "You lunatic, what are you doing? That's someone from our group. Besides, he's the son of your uncle's friend. Don't you remember him from the relic archive?" Isaac replied with teary eyes, "I know. It's exactly because he's one of our group that there's a problem. He was holding a letter saying he would stop being a spy." This made Shuri freeze, breaking into a sweat. Both of them glanced at the unlucky guy. Shuri rushed over, pulled the gag off him, and asked with little trust, "Did Nizer tell you to do this, right?" Aeon confessed through tears, "I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. I have my own reasons." Isaac asked as usual, Yeah, so what did Nizer tell you to do? Aeon panicked, hissing. He said I had to completely ruin the Eshua group. He said Shuri would compromise because of the test, so he told me to make unreasonable demands to cause the group to collapse. Even showing hostility toward Isaac at the welcome party was something he ordered. He wanted to execute the Skeleton Demon King's subordinate with his own hands. Isaac heard this and muttered to himself, Nizer Sepet, not only do you dare touch me, now you want to execute my subordinates. Isaac's face turned devious, declaring, time to teach him a lesson. A few days later, inside a room, a voice of frustration rang out. Why is it not working anymore? What's so hard about being a spy? How many guys have quit already? A kid bowed his head in embarrassment and answered, sorry, we have a few team building sessions, so I'm asking to stay home. Nizer heard this and thought differently. Team building. But with no other choice, he had to let the guy go. Fine, whatever, get out of my sight. The remaining guys in the room saw this and comforted him. Forget it, there are still 3 people in the Eshua group loyal to you. As long as they're still in there, you're guaranteed to win. Nizer gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. That bastard is such an eyesore, I have to deal with him soon. Even my father is paying attention to him. Does he really want to invite him to the family? Whatever, as long as today is over, it's done. Besides, those Eshua guys are going to be eliminated today anyway. Having figured it out, Nizer led the way outside. At the center of the building, the voice of an elder droned unsteadily. Welcome to the 5-color harmony. The white faith performs magic through speech, and the most important thing between teammates is harmony and faith. Therefore, the first topic of the 5-color harmony will be judged through voting. Isaac heard this and yawned repeatedly. Nizer calculated confidently. As long as one person opposes maintaining the team formation, the whole team is disqualified, and the dissenter will be moved to another group. Meaning, even if you betray the blue hue guys, you can still continue the test. I've already planted a spy, so you're definitely going to fail. A moment later, the presiding officer read, I will announce the results. The blue hue group has unanimously agreed to keep all members. This statement hit Nizer like a lightning bolt. The presiding officer continued reading. Therefore, the entire group has passed the 5-color harmony. Isaac gloated and turned to provoke him with a smile. Shortly after, outside the building, Shuri shouted in a panic, Isaac, wait for me. How did you do it? How did you make them reach a consensus? Isaac stopped and answered, do you remember a few days ago when the yellow hue cardinal kept looking for me? Shuri said immediately, of course I remember. You even dared to reject the cardinal's summons. Isaac shouted, you want to die? Shuri lowered his voice, I'm sorry. Isaac continued, anyway, I told him if he wanted to meet, he had to bring out the yellow medicine. This scared Shuri pale. Isn't that the secret medicine that only the bloodline of the yellow hue faith possesses? It's extremely valuable. No way he would give it to him. But Isaac walked away, saying, he gave it to me too. That's why I took that pill and used it to bargain with those guys. This left Shuri wide-eyed. What? He actually gave it to him. But then he understood the problem and yelled, so you gave them the yellow medicine after the vote? Isaac answered as usual. Oh no, I had them drink it all before the vote. Shuri couldn't believe it and scolded. What if they turned on you then? Isaac smiled broadly. It's okay, I believe in my teammates. Shuri listened, feeling skeptical about life. Strange, has he really turned over a new leaf? If so, that's great. Until he opened the room. Inside was a group of kids screaming and begging. Please, we did exactly as you said. Please give us the antidote. My stomach hurts so much. Shuri shrieked, what antidote? Isaac was finally cheerful as he added, I trust they won't dare to betray me. Shuri turned deathly pale. What the hell did you do, you lunatic? Don't tell me you gave them poison instead of the yellow medicine. Isaac ignored him and replied, it was real yellow medicine, like a candy recipe. 93% flour, 5% of the Skeleton Demon King's mana essence, 1% laxative, 0.5% hair extract, and exactly 0% yellow medicine. Shuri screamed helplessly. Even washing a real yellow medicine pill in water would yield more than that. Isaac smiled. It's time they paid back their debt after sucking your blood for the past several years. Shuri listened in despair, clutching his head, while the kids turned pale, crying and begging. Help me, I can't take it anymore. We already passed the 5-color harmony. Please give us the antidote. Seeing them so pathetic, Isaac softened. He went to the closet, rummaged through some stuff and said, fine, I'm a man of my word after all. Let's see, where did I put the antidote? Tada, found it. Shuri turned green and cursed inwardly. You're insane. That's the diaper you used to wear. Who puts an antidote in a diaper? Isaac waved the diaper and asked, okay, who should I give it to first? The whole group lunged forward to take it. Suddenly the door was pushed open. Nizer walked in angrily, screaming, give me my people back, you bastard. I don't know what you bribed them with to make them kill my people. But while he was speaking, he looked at Isaac with disgust. The victims, who were suffering terribly, lunged at Nizer like demons. Nizer, not understanding anything, shouted, "I won't let this go." This was also his final sentence. After that, there were only his screams and those of the others. "Don't touch Isaac. Why did you guys suddenly jump out to protect him? What did you do to them?" Letting them beat him up for a while, Isaac finally approached to judge him. "I heard you told them this. In times of crisis, what humans look for is overwhelming power. But you're wrong. The most important thing for them right now is saving their own lives. No one can resist death." Nizer listened to every word, his face turning paler, then looked at the trembling people, unable to look at Isaac again. He doubted life, wondering, is that a human look? A moment later, inside the holy building's office, Birit was working when he heard a knock on the door, calmly calling out, "Come in." Seeing the servant open the door and walk in, Birit sighed. It took 7 days just to see an apprentice priest. How insolent. Unexpectedly, the servant reported awkwardly, "I'm sorry, but Isaac said he won't come." Birit was annoyed, gritting his teeth. He already received the yellow medicine and still won't come. The servant recounted nervously, "That's what he said. Also, he asked me to deliver a message." Birit asked gloomily, "What message?" The servant replied, "Next time, if you want me to come, send a big solid block of gold." This made Birit break his pen in frustration. He hissed in a grating voice, "By any means necessary. Bring that kid to me." A moment later, Nizer was walking down the hallway in a bad mood, constantly cursing, "That bastard. Even so, it's not like I didn't get anything." Duplicate entry of 1216. My people reported that he has something that cannot be exposed to investigators. If I investigate, I'll find the clues, and I'll expose his identity with my own hands. As he was deep in thought, Nizer encountered a crowd gathered, walking toward them in annoyance and shouting, "Who are you people? Why is the dormitory so noisy?" The terrified group turned back and stuttered, It's because we have business with the young master here." The servant felt miserable inwardly. Damn it, why did I run into a guy from the Red Fire family, the mortal enemy of the Yellow Hue family? Please just get lost. You Red Fire freak. If word got out that the Yellow Hue Cardinal had summoned someone from the Blue Hue family, it would be troublesome. Suddenly the door opened with a sound. "Why are you guys late?" "I'm sure I told you guys to come early, because I needed something for the tea party." Seeing Isaac open the door, the servants rejoiced inwardly. This kid is definitely trying to help us. With what he received, it's the least he can do. True to the Eshua name, always so easy to predict. They huddled together and responded immediately. "That's right, we came because we have something we wanted to give the young master. It's being prepared." Isaac instructed. "That's right, a social gathering needs refreshments, so bring it before the day ends." The servants respectfully agreed. But these words fell on Nizer's ears, giving him a new idea. "A social gathering, huh? It was that very gathering where you seduced my subordinates, right?" The servants hurriedly excused themselves. "Then we'll take our leave." Unexpectedly, Nizer prepared a fireball. As soon as they stepped out, they took a direct hit from the 5th level holy spell, Hell's Repentance. After finishing, Nizer approached and said, "I've just helped your subordinates take a little rest, and I have some private business with you. Why don't we do a fun faith test together?" Shuri heard this and panicked. No way, he'll definitely be burned at the stake. If he takes that test, the worst-case scenario is that the entire family could be wiped out just because of him. But then Nizer pulled out an item and said, "I have a convenient thing. You just need to place your hand on it and it will react. Let's just use this for now." While they were still having fun, Birit appeared behind them and growled, "Isaac Eshua, I never expected you to dare refuse my summons just because you were busy playing around." This sentence terrified Nizer, who was standing in front of him. Birit looked down and questioned, "Do you think I'm a joke?" Nizer looked back at Cardinal Birit with anxiety. He glanced down, adding to the crime, "You're even getting close to the Red family. A brat from that family dares to lay a hand on my subordinates." Isaac stood there silently, watching like it was a play, despite Nizer's face turning pale with fear. He panicked and cursed inside. "Damn it, is this guy on the same side as the Birit family?" Furthermore, Isaac shouted out, "I apologize, Cardinal, but as you can see, young Master Nizer here told me not to associate with people from the Yellow family, so I couldn't respond to your summons in time." This statement shocked Nizer. Birit had always targeted him, but at this moment, he couldn't hold it in any longer and screamed, "When did I ever say that, you bastard? Not to mention, what do you mean a cardinal summoned you? I thought no bishop was allowed to contact students during the apprenticeship phase. Could it be that the cardinal?" He shouted, accidentally spilling the secret, which made Birit uncomfortably interrupt. "Oh, is that so?" Aya covered her mouth to hide her smile. "Wow, this is getting interesting." Birit accused him angrily. "Third son of the Red family, I gave you time to bond with your teammates, but it seems you've wasted that time. I'll let you off this time because I know your father. Nizer stuttered in fear. No, that's not it. Berit didn't care and continued, but I will specially assign more work from the Holy See to your group. Nizer gritted his teeth but was helpless. Damn it, don't. After dealing with Nizer, Berit turned to say, now follow me to my room. Suddenly, Isaac changed his mind and laughed. Oh, I'm sorry, Cardinal, but the Red Cardinal already called for me first. This statement made Nizer, who was walking away holding his head, freeze. Isaac stood idly at the door and said, what can I do? I just made an appointment. I'll meet you if the conditions are better, okay? Berit couldn't believe it and asked, the Red Cardinal just called you. Isaac answered naturally, yes, the Red Cardinal just called me. Nizer stood next to them, stunned. Clearly, he hadn't said anything. How did he know? If this continues, I'll definitely be hated by Cardinal Berit. My evaluation score is basically ruined. I have to escape from here first. So he stepped out to explain on Isaac's behalf. That's right, I came mainly to call Isaac, so please allow me to take him away. Berit frowned. Was the fear he instilled in Nizer not working? He awkwardly added, Cardinal, but was interrupted. Fine, I guess I have to deal with it. If you have a prior appointment, there's nothing I can do. Go. Nizer let out a sigh of relief. Even Cardinal Berit wouldn't want to provoke his family. Suddenly, Berit stopped and added, however, the fact that you caused trouble for the Yellow family remains true. Therefore, starting tomorrow, I will assign you additional tasks. Nizer heard this and swore, damn it, but he calmed himself down. It's fine, if I hand this guy over to my father, the cleanup will just... Unexpectedly, Isaac had already disappeared and the room door was locked tight. Nizer raged, where's that brat? Shuri sweated and pointed inside. Isaac went to sleep. He said if he wants to grow tall, he has to sleep early. Nizer gritted his teeth but couldn't do anything, screaming in his head. Damn it, it's only 2 p.m. and this jerk. He rushed in and yelled, hey, wake up, please wake up and use that. Isaac was still sleeping like the dead. Seeing the plague god sleeping and someone wanting to wake him up, those in the room screamed in horror. Damn it, drag that Nizer out of here fast. 3 days later, the chore work still couldn't escape his hand. Nizer worked and gloomily cursed, Isaac Eshua, I will kill you. Who could stand cleaning for 18 hours a day? He remembered the time he used a light sphere to ask his father for help and was scolded. A talentless person who can't even lead a brat to me dares to ask for my help. Nizer was choked with resentment, not knowing who to tell. His teammates were constantly whining about getting low scores, and even his father wouldn't help. If I want help from my father, I have to lead that brat back. If that's the case, I have to meet him first. Anyway, he has to come to pray. I'll wait for him in the prayer room. With that thought clear, Nizer was determined to stay there, despite most of his time each day being drained by mop. 6 hours later, Nizer sat there like a soulless corpse, both uncomfortable and sleepy. And his friends even rushed in, kicking the door and shouting, what the hell are you doing? You damn guy, we still have work to do. If our scores drop any further, I'll kill you right now. Nizer was unwilling and pleaded, no, I have to meet Isaac first. No. Suddenly, he saw a familiar silhouette standing at the door. Isaac smiled friendly and waved his hand to greet. Nizer was dazed for a moment, then turned into a demon and screamed, let me go, let me go. But his friends refused to let go. Watching this scene, Shuri sighed despondently. You really are a demon. Did you come at this exact moment just to annoy him? Isaac opened his mouth and replied, happy as could be. It's nothing, just meeting for fun. Shuri asked, confused, but wouldn't meeting the Red Cardinal be more beneficial for us? Isaac asked back, why's that? Shuri then said, because Cardinal Berit will never help us become king. Not understanding anything, repeated, king, why is that? Shuri was helpless with him. Please, you at least have to know the scoring criteria. Isaac frowned and scolded back. You should have told me those things earlier, right? Shuri had to explain. King is an irreplaceable talent. Queen is a talent that can protect the country. Bishop is a model student. Knight is a capable student. Pawn is a normal student. Skeleton is useless. Hearing the rankings, Isaac was annoyed. Damn it. Shuri sat down and explained. If the Cardinal gets angry and ranks us as skeletons, we'll be expelled to the academy. Furthermore, Cardinal Berit might even want to kill people. Isaac didn't submit and argued. Say something that makes sense. Who has a grudge so deep they'd kill a 10-year-old child? He even gave me yellow medicine. Shuri turned dark and said, don't you know, your mother was once engaged to Cardinal Berit, but your father snatched her away from him. The previous engagement was called off because your father turned it into a conflict between the two families. Hearing this, Isaac turned pale. He definitely wanted to kill him, 100%. Suddenly, Whisper jumped out, eating popcorn and watching the drama, which startled him and made him jump back. You scared the hell out of me. Shuri helplessly analyzed further. If you can pull the Red Cardinal to our side, You can use him to keep the yellow cardinal in check. Not to mention, the descendants of the yellow family also have to pass the red family's test, so just promising that they won't receive a skeleton rank in the yellow family's test is enough. Just then, a small formation glowed in the room, and a hand reached out behind Isaac. He didn't know anything and muttered, "True, let me try meeting him once and see." As the words finished, that hand covered his mouth. Shuri turned around in surprise. "Huh, what did you just say?" But the room was empty, making Shuri shout, "Isaac." At the same time, inside Burrit's office, an earth-shattering explosion occurred. Isaac annoyedly questioned, "Hey, Mr. Kidnapper, what the hell are you doing?" Finding out where he was, Isaac awkwardly scratched his head and laughed. "You always act so noble, yet you called your subordinates to kidnap me." Burrit angrily turned his head and scolded, "You brat, I have something to tell you." Isaac cut him off immediately. Yes, surely there's something. Didn't you call me here just because I've been ignoring you all this time?" Suddenly Burrit shouted, "Isaac Eshua." Isaac froze, raised his head, and immediately saw Burrit's urgent expression, along with a sincere voice. "I want to adopt." Isaac was stunned, not expecting this. What did he just say? Adoption means going to the yellow family. Does he want me to join the yellow family? What the hell, is he mocking me? Or is this a new trick to control the Eshua family? Seeing no response, Burrit had to explain clearly. "There are no ulterior motives here. I'm just suggesting you leave Eshua and become an adopted child of the Burrit family." Isaac became more suspicious. This only made people even more skeptical. Why would you do that? Is it just because that fake skeleton demon king called me a saint? Whatever your purpose is, it doesn't matter. Thinking of this, he hesitated and opened his mouth. "But if I become your adopted child, what will I get?" This question stunned Burrit. Isaac cunningly spread his hands to demand, "If you want to negotiate, you should at least state the conditions clearly, right?" Burrit couldn't believe it, wondering, is he planning to negotiate with me at that age? He stated seriously, "I will give you everything that the Eshua family cannot. The Pope's family can make up for all your shortcomings." He hadn't even finished speaking when he was cut off by a loud laugh. "But the Eshua family isn't lacking anything." Burrit also rubbed his chin awkwardly. I heard Eshua is trying to lock you up in the mansion, right? The yellow faith requires patience and restraint of one's own nature, so you'll have to face countless limitations. And we, the yellow family, won't interfere in any of your business. Furthermore, we will support whatever you want to do." But Isaac was still unsatisfied. "That still sounds like too little. Unless you plan to support me as the next successor of the Burrit family, otherwise it's not enough." Burrit asked back in surprise, "I heard you're aiming for the position of saint, and now you're also aiming for the position of pope. If you really want to become pope, wouldn't it be more beneficial to switch to the yellow family?" Isaac replied leisurely, "But I'm still from Eshua, if you think I'll change sides just because of things like that." Burrit interrupted, enticing him. "A plot of land bearing your name, your own territory, a full treasury of gold, your own army under your command, tax exemption privileges, and a mansion even larger than Eshua's. I will even give you the rights of a direct descendant." Isaac hesitated slightly, rubbing his chin. I'll consider it." Burrit turned around satisfied. "Very good, then I'll start the process of joining right now. But wait, tell the Eshua family." Saying this, he finally understood the problem. Isaac smugly repeated, "Oh yes, certainly, I'll keep it a secret." Immediately, noise echoed outside the room. Before Shuri could run, he saw Burrit rush out like a ghost. He sat down on the floor in fear, trembling from being scared by Burrit, then ran away while screaming, "I haven't heard anything." Burrit also couldn't do anything and sighed helplessly, then stepped back into the room and said to Isaac, "Never mind, the most important thing is what you think. Even if that brat tells Eshua, it won't change anything." Unexpectedly, Isaac said, "Oh, but I only said I would consider it. I never said I would join. Even if I die, I won't join the Pope's family." This statement made Burrit, who was walking, turn dark, and he couldn't believe it, repeating, "Even if you die." Isaac answered firmly, "Yes, even if I die." Burrit got angry and growled, "You're truly like your mother. From appearance to the way you talk. With just one word from me, you'll be expelled and never be allowed to be a priest again. Don't dream of becoming pope. Even the title of saint won't be recognized. With the authority of the Pope, I can ban you from setting foot in the Holy Kingdom. You know that well, yet you still dare to say things like that." Isaac smiled brightly and replied, "I will establish a country of my own where priests or a pope are unnecessary. From the beginning, why would a country need two leaders? Anyway, it will eventually become my country." Burrit, who was aggressively threatening, was now intimidated by these words. The person standing nearby could only force a smile. "I need at least that much courage if I want to defeat the skeleton demon king. Consider that I never heard the adoption proposal. That will be better for you. Anyway, thanks to you, I've become even more curious. I wonder what happened during the coronation ceremony. What made the Yellow family want to adopt a direct descendant of an opposing family? The people of the Holy Kingdom must be extremely eager to know as well. At the same time, inside the Eshua mansion, the sound of the head of the family shouting echoed out. Isaac passed the 5-color harmony test. How could he do that? He should have failed. Damn it, it seems my faith isn't strong enough. He knelt down before the Holy Grail and once again prayed with all his heart. Please, oh my God, the divine power that governs both heaven and earth. Make him fail, oh my damn grandson. This scene left Riley standing nearby speechless. People go to exams and their grandparents pray for them to pass, but this family prays for him to fail. And the second son of the Eshua family, Benjamin Eshua, couldn't hold it in anymore and blurted out, Riley, what happened to the family when you were away? Since when did the blue faith go around cursing others? Riley could only force a smile, while Benjamin became even more curious. Is Isaac really such a troublesome child? Riley waved his hands in confusion and replied, troublesome. He's gentle, pure, polite, and very smart. Benjamin was even more confused, looking at the head of the family, praying for his grandson to fail and asking, then why is father acting like that? Riley sweated, not knowing what to say, and just whispered, I think he's just too worried about his grandson. Anyway, the upcoming tests of the yellow and red families are very dangerous. Benjamin stroked his chin and said, I couldn't inherit the family because I'm the second son, so the appearance of a child with the potential to become a successor should have been a good thing. But why do I feel so uneasy? Just then the head of the family approached, scratching his head and wondering, strange, whoever is struck by this blessing should be so eager that they collapse and faint for 3 days. But why doesn't it have any effect on that brat? Both father and son were speechless. Doesn't it sound more like a curse? I think it's better if it doesn't work. Suddenly, a voice echoed in. Even so, I think that child currently still holds great significance to you. They turned their heads and saw a young girl paying her respects. Greetings, head of the family and uncle. She is the saint candidate Lee Eshua. Riley happily shouted, Oh Lee, you're back. Lee smiled and greeted, Is everyone still healthy? But no one cared. The head of the family just muttered to himself, But why did that brat pass the harmony test? He shouldn't have been able to pass. The Pope's family is showing excessive interest in Isaac. If they are really aiming for Isaac's life, it's best if he accepts and returns early. But if he is ordained in a year or 2, it would be fine. However, the kid is too excellent, so the ordination cannot be delayed. Because of that, while he was gloomy, Benjamin walked to the table, curiously looking at the letter on it and asking, Father, who sent that letter? The envelope looks too luxurious, nothing like our letter. The head of the family sighed. It's from your 4th older brother. Riley was surprised. Noel, he sent a letter. The head of the family opened the letter to read. Hey, when will you stop being the head of the family? You're about to die, why don't you pass on the position soon? That's what he wrote. For this reason, we have to discipline him properly. No matter what, we cannot let your older brother take charge. Riley agreed immediately. I agree. The head of the family ordered again. If he still isn't qualified, Riley, you will be the next head of the family. But he passed the harmony test, so perhaps there is still hope. Just then, the fire Holy Spirit flew back. And just as he entered the room, he opened his mouth and cursed, Hope my ass. The head of the family raised his head to question, What happened? Shalak was annoyed and recounted a string. That bastard is beating up others with his milk bottle. What kind of crazy person uses recovery magic just to beat people harder? The head of the family cleared his throat. That's classic Isaac. Benjamin doubted reality. Well, Shalak added he also poisoned and threatened his teammates to pass the test. Riley frowned and lamented, good heavens. But the head of the family was still quite optimistic. It's fine, as long as the Pope's family doesn't know. Before he finished speaking, Shiri pushed the room door open and shouted, Grandpa, it's not good. Cardinal Barit has offered to adopt Isaac. The whole room immediately turned dark. The head of the family suppressed his feelings and asked, What did Isaac say? Riley fearfully advised, Father, Isaac is a member of the Eshua family. He wouldn't betray us. But Shiri extinguished the hope of both. He said it sounds great. Riley rushed over to grab him and questioned, What do you mean? Shiri, what did he use to entice Isaac? Shiri answered miserably, A lot of money, to the point that no one could refuse. Riley angrily cursed, Damn it. The servants whispered among themselves. As expected, money can make the world go round. That's right. The family head clenched his fist in frustration, veins bulging as he growled. Those damn dogs, that old man is still breathing. And they dare to snatch someone from my family. Meanwhile, over at Isaac's place, piles of gold, silver, and jewelry were being delivered. Looking at the mountain of treasure, the students dropped their jaws in shock. Is all this gold from the Barit family? I heard it's all for Isaac. So the rumors about Isaac being close to the papal family are true. Isaac chuckled deviously. This is more like hush money, to be honest. Regardless, gold is still gold. Suddenly Shuri jumped out from somewhere, waving a flag and declaring, Isaac Eshua is a member of the Blue Hue faith. Isaac stood there, frozen. What the hell? Why did the family head send him? That stingy old man. Isaac approached, and Shuri handed him a crumpled letter. Isaac frowned, opened it, and read the content, which only had one line, You are family to me. This made him even more confused. What kind of game are you playing? As he was angrily tearing up the letter, a voice called out, Why are they here? Shuri started and turned around. Screaming in astonishment, Sister Lei, Isaac, who was feeling gloomy, was startled, and turned his head back in disbelief. Did the female family head come here too? The crowd looked toward the door and saw two women walking in, causing the students to buzz excitedly. They're the saintesses of the Eshua family. Look, that's Melissa. Isaac looked disgusted and cursed under his breath. Damn it, Melissa, why is she here? Does she have any idea how hard I've been trying to avoid? I need to find a place to hide. Suddenly, a kid shouted, Wow, it looks so real. That's a video from a communication orb, right? Isaac leaned forward in surprise. What? Realizing the situation, he shoved Shuri and scolded. Damn it, you scared the hell out of me. Quit acting so dramatic. I thought she was actually here. Shuri didn't understand a thing and huddled his body. Hey, what did I do wrong? But he couldn't dodge in time. Melissa's voice echoed, You must be Isaac. It seems the rumors that you grow up very fast are true. So you really broke the Skeleton Demon King's curse. I'm quite impressed. Isaac broke into a cold sweat, thinking with relief. Good thing we're just talking through the communication orb. Since she isn't meeting me in person, she probably won't realize that I'm the Skeleton Demon King himself. Suddenly, Melissa added, I heard you were kidnapped by his subordinates recently, right? That must have been very miserable. Isaac jolted and broke into a nervous sweat. No way. Can she feel it even through the communication orb? Melissa looked fierce, her aura intensifying as she growled. Why do I feel the Skeleton Demon King's power on you? Isaac panicked and backed away, thinking, Damn it, if I get found out, I'm finished. Melissa continued to question him. What the hell is going on? Isaac took a gamble and shouted, It must be because I swallowed the Skeleton Demon King's finger 10 years ago. As soon as he said that, the room went dead silent. Melissa clapped her hands and laughed out loud. Ah, right, I heard about that from Eli. I mean, there's no way he would be here, right? Isaac breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing I swallowed that finger. Melissa continued, If he were actually here, I would have skinned him and hung him upside down. Isaac mocked her smugly in his head, but how are you going to skin a skeleton? Suddenly, a child asked, Did those people really come all the way here just to meet some apprentice priests? Nizer answered irritably, I heard saintesses don't get involved in family affairs, so why are they here? Lee turned to them and said, Because I'm interested in you, the third son of the Red Fire family. Nizer jumped me. Lee grinned and explained, I heard you were chosen to inherit the family head position, but you lost all your men during the harmony test and were even stupid enough to get your whole team punished. Hearing this, Nizer felt as if an invisible punch hit him squarely in the chest. The kids next to him hurriedly caught him. Nizer, wake up. Damn, has this guy had a mental breakdown? Melissa didn't care and just praised him. Anyway, Isaac, I've prepared a special gift to reward you for your recent efforts. Isaac was slightly interested and thought to himself, A gift? Is it money? Melissa continued, That gift is my ultimate technique, the most powerful offensive holy art, one that can even defeat the Skeleton Demon King. Isaac's face twisted like a monkey, and he screamed in his heart, I don't need that. But the kids were extremely excited. The Saintess's ultimate technique, you mean divine power. You can't even buy that with money. Essentially, it's an upgraded version of holy power. The kids following Nizer screamed in fear. We're done for if it goes like this. The Blue Hue guys will surpass us. Nizer gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, this is only going to make that kid even more arrogant. Suddenly, a kid stepped forward and shouted, That's not right. He thought smugly, Do you think the Saintess will overlook the fact that you poisoned your teammates? I'll tell her everything and get your right to stay here stripped away. He was the son of Count Salmolik, Nizer's #1 spy. Respected Saintess, I have something to report about Isaac. Isaac gave us poison to pass the harmony test. This remark stunned Melissa on the spot. The kid kept crying as he recounted. A saint candidate using poison. Can you believe it, Saintess? Melissa stammered, What, poison? Nizer rejoiced inwardly. Well done, finally you're useful. Once you deal with that brat, I'll let you join my team. Melissa shouted coldly. Isaac, do you think poison is enough? Poison is one of the least effective ways to train one's will. You've done a pathetic job. The kid looked confused, hurriedly ran over and screamed, Wait, Saintess, Isaac really beat us until we were bruised. Melissa was surprised again. What? She continued to lecture Isaac. Listen closely, Isaac, hitting flesh and skin doesn't help with training. From now on, remember to break their bones. That's the way to make them strong. To atone for your sins, I will break their bones for you myself. The kid screamed in terror, not knowing who to beg for help until Lee stopped her. That won't do, they'll die if you do that. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, Lee suggested, how about I do it instead? Don't worry, I'll be quick and clean. Isaac felt too sorry for the guy, so he stepped in to take the job. Let me handle it myself. Lee was slightly skeptical. Are you sure? Isaac grabbed the idiot and whispered, see, if you had listened when I threatened you, you wouldn't be suffering like this. From now on, you will be my meat shield and subordinate. The unlucky kid could only scream in his head. These Eshua people are all insane. A moment later, inside a private room, Isaac cleaned his ear and listened to Melissa ask, Isaac, do you want to become the family head? He grunted in response, yes. Lee then asked, if you become the family head, what will you do? Isaac didn't hesitate to say, definitely wipe out all the Saintesses. Shuri shouted in a panic, you lunatic. But Lee still patiently asked, why? Isaac answered naturally, because Saintesses are unnecessary. Shuri pleaded miserably, please, I beg you. Isaac gagged him, stood up, and said, I will deal with the skeleton demon king myself. Why don't you just quit being a saintess? This statement scared Lee so much that she didn't dare to say anything, only looking at Melissa in silence. Melissa wasn't angry, she just smiled. I can't do that, I've committed a sin I should never have committed. Lee hesitated. There was once in my life when I had the chance to destroy the skeleton demon king. A perfect opportunity to wipe him out forever. But I couldn't do it. I'm not even sure why. Perhaps God will never forgive that. I am the very reason the Eshua family is cursed. Isaac was surprised. Melissa continued, to break the curse, we must defeat the skeleton demon king. That is the burden I must bear. Isaac couldn't understand, repeating, a sin you should never have committed. Melissa just smiled in silence, without answering. Lee also pondered tensely. There must be a reason she couldn't kill the skeleton demon king. Suddenly Melissa changed the subject, smiling. That is why I wanted to meet you today. Looking at what Melissa brought out, Shuri stammered, is that the Saintess's symbol? Isaac rested his chin on his hand, trying to remember. The Saintess's symbol is the only one in the world. Its value is immeasurable. Why would Melissa give this to me? Melissa continued, I heard your offensive holy arts are still quite weak, so I've infused my power into this. With it, you will be able to use divine power at any time. The remaining 5 color tests cannot be passed with just cleansing holy arts, so you should use this. I'll stop by the Holy Kingdom of Helen soon. When I do, I'll teach you how to deal with the skeleton demon king. See you later. As soon as she finished, she vanished. Isaac cursed bitterly. Get lost and don't ever come back. Lee also stood up and said, well, I have to go. Isaac also got up to leave, but Lee stopped and asked softly, Isaac, tell me, you have a mana core, don't you? Isaac turned pale and looked disgusted. Did this little brat figure out that I created a mana core? Not even Melissa realized it, so how does she know? Should I kill her right here? But Lee touched her chin and muttered, or was I mistaken? The thing inside there is a mana core from the annex, right? Isaac hurried to go along with it. Oh yes, the mana core, right. Isaac touched his chest and lamented. Oh God, I forgot I still haven't absorbed it. I thought I could break the seal with holy arts, but I still haven't managed it. I don't know what the hell this thing is. Nothing I do works. Suddenly Lai took off her necklace and said, that seal, you can break it with this necklace. Isaac was overjoyed, respectfully raising both hands to receive it. Does this little brat not only know about the mana core, but also give me a way to unlock it? Jackpot. Lee hesitated and warned, even so, I'm not sure you can actually use it. But it looks like you're trying to restore the family's secret art, huh? Isaac couldn't understand. What is that? Lee asked further. After removing the Saintesses, what will you do? Isaac answered flashily, become a rich freeloader. Lee laughed and left. All right, I'm going. Make sure to meet me after your internship is done. Isaac stood there, rolling his eyes and thought, this little brat isn't normal either. A moment later, a blue-hue soldier peeked in, startled. Lee walked past and said, let's go. The soldier hesitated and asked, Miss, that necklace could reveal the family's secret art. Lee lowered her eyes and sighed. I know. The soldier didn't understand, and Lee added, it's a family heirloom. It was passed down directly by the family head, so the other direct descendants are eyeing. Lee smiled and interrupted. If it gets taken, it only proves that he's only worth that much. The soldier sighed, but if he protects the necklace, he will become the successor. Lee didn't care much and smiled brightly. Still better than him coming to the holy seat. Remembering every word Isaac said earlier, Definitely wipe out all the saintesses. Deal with the skeleton demon king myself. She couldn't help but laugh again, looking out of the carriage window and muttering, "Remember to make it happen, Isaac." Isaac, meanwhile, was glowing with excitement at the thought of money. That night, it was pouring rain outside the Barit mansion. Inside, a servant's voice rang out, "Oh my lord Gol, it's been a long time since we last met." Gol replied coldly, "Are you still doing well?" The servant said respectfully, "Still doing well. And how are things over at the Eshua family, sir?" Gol said dismissively, "What do you think? They're still a bunch of trash as always." The servant agreed. As expected, the Eshua family is full of hypocrites. This made Gol hesitate for a moment. In truth, he was afraid he would soften toward them. But deep down, Gol thought differently. Something must have happened during the knighting ceremony. The priest in charge of Isaac's knighting ceremony was found dead in the monster forest. Was the matter so serious that they had to silence him? And now the Yellow Hue family even wants to adopt Isaac. There's no way they would do that, unless they've all gone mad. There are too many strange things going on here. Damn it. Even though my mother belonged to this family, if I dig too deep, I might end up losing my life. A moment later in the family's secret chamber, Gol instructed, "I want to rest for a while. Do not enter until I call for you." The servant bowed respectfully. "Yes, my lord." Left all alone, Gol muttered to himself, "Soft-hearted, me, the one who handed Eshua over to Cardinal Barit. Sometimes I even think I've grown too close to the Eshua family. Yet I've never felt any of that belonging in this damn family." Lost in thought, Gol slowly made his way into Barit's office, delving deep into the secret archives to investigate Isaac Eshua's ordination. This was it. This was the mark of the deity who chose Isaac. Everything belongs to me." The more he read, the more grim Gol's expression became. The greatest deity. So that was it. That was the reason the Pope's family went to such length. This wasn't for the Holy See. It was for the survival of the Barit family. No, it is for the survival of the entire empire. Back at Isaac's place, he tossed a pile of items onto the floor. Whisper asked excitedly, "Is this enough money to buy the weapons to break the binding sphere?" Isaac wiped his sweat and nodded. "Yeah, I think it's just enough. But the problem is the anti-demon stone." Whisper added, "It not only erases mana, but is also immune to magic, aura, and holy power. It's a real headache." Isaac grew increasingly frustrated. "They dared to turn the sphere meant to bind my subordinates into anti-demon stone, those bastards," Whisper quipped, "probably because that's the only way to take down a level 9 demon king." After a while, Isaac sighed and let go. "Forget it, I'll try unsealing the mana core first." Whisper became instantly excited. "Finally, you can absorb it." Isaac took it out and smiled. "According to Lei, this will help me break the seal, right? I've never seen anything like this before." As he spoke, he brought the necklace close, his eyes glowing as he shouted, "Look, it's opening." The box completely broke free from its seal. Mana leaked out bit by bit. Isaac roared, "Eat it quickly," Whisper cheered excitedly. But there was too much mana. Whisper tried to bite into it, but couldn't keep up with the rate of the leak. Isaac reached out enthusiastically. "There's more mana than I thought. This is more than enough for me to level up my magic. Now I can cast high-level spells to my heart's content." And so, both of them screamed and cheered at the flood of mana in the room. Whisper opened his mouth wide, trying to swallow as much as possible, while Isaac also took the opportunity to reach out and absorb it. Just as they were having fun, Isaac's expression froze, and he stared in shock as the hand he was using to absorb mana turned into a skeleton. "What the hell is this?" After a while, the room was clean, with no mana left. But the corner of the bed where Isaac was sitting was enveloped in darkness. He stared at his hand in bewilderment, cursing under his breath. "These damn bones again. Damn it, it's definitely a curse. The curse that helped the skeleton demon king become the strongest, the reversal between life and death." Whisper asked confusedly, "Will that curse take over your body?" Isaac denied. "My body has been blessed with many boons. It won't be swallowed so easily." The curse only flared up suddenly because the amount of mana I absorbed increased too quickly, Whisper realized. So the balance has been broken. Both of them started arguing. I could increase my holy power to suppress the curse, but then I'd have to live like a pious sheep again. So annoying. But your body can automatically convert mana into holy mana. Why don't you wait a little longer? Who knows how long that would take? How about you try siphoning a little mana from the Saintess symbol? Doing that would be a waste. At best, you'd just get caught and burned alive. With no other choice, I'll take advantage of the 5-element test. This sentence made the innocent Whisper jump in surprise. Isaac analyzed. If I use the Red family's heresy test cleverly, I can increase my holy power significantly. I guess I'll just seal my right hand for now. Before he could even do it, he heard someone calling. Isaac. Shuri pushed the door open and entered, What are you doing in here? Isaac panicked. Crap, he quickly stood up, hid his right hand and gave a forced smile. You're here too. But this attitude made Shuri suspicious. Why are you laughing to yourself? You're scaring me. Why are you covering your hand? Are you hurt? Isaac denied. Hurt? Oh no, I'm fine. Shuri didn't believe him and pulled his right hand out. You're fine. Let me see. When he looked closely, he was terrified and jumped back. What is that? Bone. Is that bone? Whisper flew over to suggest. Master, quickly use magic to erase his memory. Isaac said grimly through telepathy. No, if I use it on someone else, I'll get caught. Unexpectedly, Shuri trembled, pointed at him, and said, I didn't expect you to be not only morally corrupt but physically rotting, too. Is your morality rotten because your body is decaying? You should have said something when this happened. Isaac, I thought you were just mean for no reason. This made Isaac jump. What? His mind raced. The curse of the Eshua lineage is like this, either born useless, or talented but with major disability. Shuri held his head and lamented. An ancestor once suffered exactly like this. But why are you both disabled and morally corrupt? Isaac, grilled, gritted his teeth and cursed silently. Should I just kill him? But Shuri was genuinely worried. First, we have to tell Grandpa and treat you. Even if you don't live long, there must be a way to extend your life. Isaac looked grim, screaming in his head. If I do that, I'll be exposed as the skeleton demon king. So he put his hand on his shoulder and said, Don't tell Grandpa or the uncles. I don't want our family to worry. Besides, the 5-element test is much more important right now. I want to personally destroy the skeleton demon king's subordinates before I die. This Hollywood-level acting immediately moved Shuri. Isaac turned his back and said, Don't worry, I won't die that easily. I already have a plan. Shuri was impatient. You have a plan? Tell me, I'll help. Isaac smirked, his face turning sinister as he said, In that case, I need you to deliver something to the Red Cardinal. 20 days later in the dining hall, the apprentice priests cursed under their breath. Isaac, that jerk, who sends bombs in the bathroom. And that's not all. Yesterday, he laced our food with cyanide. He even pumped poison gas into my pillow. Isaac sat nearby and asked sullenly, You guys don't like my personal training plan. The group jumped up and argued, Training your head, that's assassination. One couldn't take it, pulled out a paper and questioned, And what the hell is this? 1. Die falling off a cliff. 2. Killed by demons. 3. Beaten to death. 4. Die any way you can. Isaac answered innocently, What else? Those are your goals. Saying this, he turned in one direction and said, If you're done eating, put these on. They were suspicious. What is this? Sandbag. You want us to do physical training. We're clerics, not knights. Isaac ignored them, approached the pile of gear, and replied, The next 5-element test is coming up. Don't we have to train our physical fitness? The brats didn't submit. What are you talking about? The next test is for the Yellow family. Doesn't their test require us to use our intellect? Isaac said innocently, Oh, I changed the order of the tests. The next one is the Red family's physical fitness test. The brats were suspicious. You changed the order, Isaac confirmed. Yeah, and I changed the content of the test too. The brats were confused. What the hell did you do? Isaac didn't want to argue anymore, clapped his hands and shouted, Enough chit-chat, put on the sandbags and run 50 laps around the training field. The group was instantly enraged. What kind of nonsense is that? There's no such thing as changing the order of the test just because you feel like it. And what the hell is 50 laps? Are you crazy? The legendary milk bottle was raised again. The group turned dark and fell silent. Isaac repeated like a demon, Oh, I misspoke. It's 100-meter laps. If we don't finish first this time, prepare to go to the afterlife. Now run, you damn dogs. The group screamed in panic and ran. After a while, one guy threw his sandbag down and sighed. That's it, I quit, I'm resting. Why does it have to be this extreme? Isn't achieving the king rank twice enough? We already achieved it once. We just need to wait for the blue family test to get it again. Before he could finish, Isaac stood looming behind him. Are you kidding me? We have to achieve it 5 times, don't we? That guy was so scared he couldn't stand up. His 2 friends hurriedly tried to mediate. The Red and Yellow families definitely won't let us achieve the king rank. Besides, the next one was supposed to be the Yellow family test. Why were we dragged here for physical training? The order of the 5-element test has been the Empire's tradition for ages. Who are you to change it? The correct order should be white, yellow, blue, black, red. As soon as he finished, someone suddenly pushed the door open and shouted, Everyone, something's up. The next test is the Red family. The Red Cardinal just spoke privately with the Yellow Cardinal and changed the order. The group was stunned to stone. Holy shit. But the Red family's test is a duel. And the worst part is, if you lose, you're out. Suddenly, Isaac stepped forward, his voice lowered. Now, have you confirmed the next test? Now hurry up and get back to training. A few days later, at the Imperial Training Center, a group of brats walked down the hallway, led by Nizer with a scowl. Damn it, I can't believe father agreed to Isaac's proposal. Remembering what his father said, Isaac said he would show me something interesting. You attack him and make him use all his strength. Nizer couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. Furthermore, this time it wasn't even a duel, it was changed to a team battle. But never mind, the blue team led by Shuri Eshua has nothing to worry about. Except for Isaac, the rest are easy to handle. There's no way the Red family, a family specialized in combat, could lose. Thinking that, he confidently stepped outside and shouted, "Let's go, brothers, let's fight, let's take them down in a flash." But when he got out there, his expression changed drastically. On the high platform, two cardinals were sitting, but the Red cardinal didn't pay attention to that side and looked elsewhere. On the other side, the group led by Isaac stepped forward, and specifically, Isaac's group suddenly had Kina participating. Isaac smiled and explained to the instructor, "Oh, about this, my food taster had a stomachache since breakfast. Luckily, I found someone to replace him. Since she's also an apprentice, I'm sure it'll be fine." Nizer went from confidence to extreme crisis. The crowd went into chaos. What? Kina Barit is on the blue team. She's as strong as a high-level priest. The Red Cardinal was also reluctant. Yellow Cardinal, things are going a bit too far. Why did you let Kina join the blue team? As he was speaking, he saw the exaggerated expression of the Yellow Cardinal and couldn't help but be speechless, not knowing what to say. You don't know anything either. On the field, Kina whispered, "If I take care of those bugs, you'll teach me and show me some powerful moves, right?" Isaac chuckled. Of course. Kina was satisfied. Then let's play. But to Nizer, this felt like the end of the world. He couldn't accept it and screamed, "This is cheating. She's not even an apprentice anymore. Why would someone of her level appear in an apprentice match?" Before this could cause an uproar, Kina cut him off. "You're wrong. I refused the promotion to high-level priest and gave up all privileges, so I can stay longer as an apprentice, just like Isaac Eshua." The audience heard this and gasped, breaking out in a cold sweat. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Kina turned to the instructor and asked, "Has the referee made a decision yet?" The instructor held his head awkwardly. Kina Barit is still officially recognized as a low-level priest, and she hasn't participated in any 5-element tests yet, so there is no rule forbidding her from participating." Isaac was delighted, while Nizer couldn't stand it anymore and screamed, "Damn it, nonsense." Even if they all jumped in together, it wasn't guaranteed they could win. And now with this addition, his side is basically doomed. But if it were a duel between team captains, there might still be a chance. Thinking that, his eyes turned to Shuri. Isaac noticed his strange attitude, stepped forward and teased, "What's wrong? Need to go to the bathroom? See, I told you to go earlier." Shuri asked anxiously in a low voice, "After this is over, your hand will recover, right?" Isaac smiled reassuringly. "Yeah, once I get more holy power, it will be fine." But Shuri couldn't understand, saying, "You should have been the team captain. To be honest, the fact that we made it this far is all thanks to you. From you becoming a class president ahead of schedule, topping the exams, to passing the harmony test, it's all thanks to you." Hearing him expose it like that, Isaac looked grim and growled, "What's that about?" "Well, it's true that it's also thanks to my good teaching, but not many people could keep up. Yet you managed to do it." This statement left Shuri stunned, and after a moment he argued back. Even so, Nizer isn't the type to be underestimated. But Isaac still frowned and lectured, "If you do exactly as I say, even having to fight that annoying redhead won't be a problem." Shuri regained his confidence, filled with joy and admiration. "Isaac," he said, then changed his tone. "Also, if you lose, I will personally hang you, understand?" Shuri lost his mood and was speechless. Huh. A moment later, the instructor shouted loudly, "The match will start in 5 minutes. Both teams prepare to fight." Asili prayed anxiously, "Lord Isaac, even though Kina is on their team, I think this situation is still unfavorable for both Isaac and Shuri. Those Red family bastards dared to use destructive holy magic on the kids." Down on the field, Isaac's side of the apprentice group looked like they had been bitten by a rabid dog, having to be leashed. Isaac held the end of the leash and said with a smile, Now, not yet, don't rush." This scene left Riley confused. Asili hesitated. "That looks more like the Blue family's holy magic. Lord Isaac asked me to teach him that spirit-stimulating holy magic." Riley couldn't believe his eyes. "That spirit-stimulating holy magic?" Asili was embarrassed. "I think so. But that is supposed to just raise people's spirits so they aren't afraid of the enemy, right?" Riley was shocked by the scene below. Why do they look like wild beasts? Isaac, in the center, thought excitedly to himself, "This is a secret I've never revealed." Spirit stimulating combined with stimulant herbs will create a wild beast phenomenon. I prepared their physique for this beastification. Now is the time to take full advantage of it. Just then, countless formations appeared on the ring in the sky. Isaac looked up, delighted. Is it starting? The formations lit up one by one, and the phantom of the divine tree grew infinitely. The army knelt and bowed, and the audience cheered excitedly. That is the protector of the Red family, the god of justice. Shuri led the group to kneel and shout, "Pray quickly. Whoever has stronger faith will be blessed by the Red family's god. We will have the advantage." He clasped his hands respectfully and whispered to himself, "We must win." Unexpectedly, Isaac, upon seeing the god's face, couldn't hold back and threw the legendary milk bottle, shattering the entire statue into hundreds of pieces in one blow. And he muttered to himself, "I didn't mean to." The statue's head just touched the ground. Shuri couldn't believe it and rushed over to confront him. "Isaac, can you really not break that habit of yours?" Isaac pretended to ignore him. "Don't make a big deal out of it." Nizer couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, "Did Isaac Eshua just destroy the Crimson family's statue? Isaac just decapitated the god's statue." Kana's expression also turned gloomy. "Isaac, did you just destroy a god's statue? How on earth did you do that? It was some kind of holy technique, wasn't it? Could you teach me?" Seeing him trying to take his spot, Shuri was confused. Why would you want to learn that? Besides, breaking the head of a god's statue. Kina turned around, annoyed. "So what? Apart from the god of the Yellow family, other gods aren't important to me." Shuri was speechless, smiling bitterly to himself. May the gods have mercy on this guy too. Suddenly, Shuri lunged over, wrapped his arms around Isaac's neck, and yelled, "Isaac, you jerk, you were just testing the durability of the arena floor, right? That's absolute insanity, you should apologize." Isaac looked visibly bored. Yeah, sorry, are you happy now?" Having said that, the group looked up at where the two cardinals were sitting. The Crimson Cardinal smiled and whispered, "This kid is a truly unpredictable troublemaker, but it would be so amusing to see him break down." Shuri panicked, thinking to himself, are they planning to interrogate Isaac? Suddenly, the Yellow Cardinal interrupted. "If we're talking about problems, wasn't it the Crimson family themselves who let the statue be destroyed? The family head allowed an apprentice priest to use magic to destroy the statue. Perhaps the faith of the Crimson family should be reevaluated." He muttered to himself, "I won't let you lay a finger on Isaac." Immediately, the two cardinals confronted each other fiercely, neither willing to yield. After a moment, the Crimson Cardinal had to back down. Even so, that poisonous snake had to force a smile and said, "Organizing an inquisition just because of a few apprentice priests is a bit excessive, isn't it? Let's just continue with the 5-color test." Shiori was relieved to hear that. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Nizer's ear. "This is an order." Nizer immediately looked up at his father. His expression darkened as he glanced down. "Make Isaac Eshua a cripple." A moment later, the instructor stepped out to explain the rules. The rules for the Crimson test are very simple. Find the real necklace among the fake ones. The team that finds the real necklace first wins. The person holding the real necklace will be chosen by the captain of each team, and once chosen, they cannot be switched. Shuri calculated tensely. "Who I choose to hold the necklace is critical." The instructor added, "There are 3 ways to find the real necklace. First, capture the opposing captain and force them to reveal it. Second, use deduction to guess who is holding the real necklace. And finally, defeat the entire opposing team and seize all the necklaces. Both captains, please proceed to distribute the necklaces." The moment the words left his mouth, Nizer immediately commanded, "Everyone gather up, don't worry, it's just the weak blue family." Meanwhile, Shuri walked up to the instructor, his expression extremely serious, and said, "I want to resign as captain." The instructor was baffled. "What?" Just then, Isaac lost his temper and lunged over, grabbing him. "What the hell are you doing? Hurry up and distribute the necklaces." Shuri shouted back, looking awful. "Wait." On the other side, Isaac and Nizer were secretly delighted. That Shuri guy is so weak and stupid. He really should have stepped up to be the captain. There's nothing to worry about fighting the blue team. As long as we watch out for Kina, everything else will be fine. She might know how to hunt monsters, but I doubt she knows how to handle people. They're all just a bunch of idiots. A moment later, the instructor signaled for the match to begin, and Nizer's group aggressively drew their weapons, all brimming with confidence. There was no reason to fear those weaklings from the blue family. But the moment the start signal sounded, their faces turned pale as ash. What the hell is this? Isaac acted as if he were possessed, rushing forward all by himself, because he was incredibly excited. This was a legitimate test, so he could give those annoying priests a real beating. Yeah, I have to take full advantage of this. Shuri was also terrified of his own teammate. Is that even a human face anymore? The kids from the Crimson side tried to encourage each other. So the blue team is trying to intimidate us with that look. Don't be afraid, they wouldn't dare attack because of the honor code. They can only defend. As soon as he finished speaking, Isaac leaped into the air, happily unbuttoning his shirt and muttering, "Now those apprentice priests are going to get it from me." He pulled out his upgraded golden flail, which transformed into a spiked morning star, and rushed forward, swinging it with a loud roar. "Hand over your captain." Bam. The floor was dented with a deep crater. The kids weren't hit directly, but the shockwave blew them all away. The whole group asked each other in confusion, "Is that really the blue team? What the hell is going on? I thought they were supposed to uphold their honor." Isaac didn't care. Like a vengeful demon, he stepped forward and threatened, "If you want to live, hand over your captain right now." Isaac lunged forward like an earthquake with a shout, "Hand over your captain right now." Nizer panicked and waved his hand to command, "Someone get over there and help. Hold the formation, don't step back." As he was speaking, Kina bent her knees to gather momentum and launched herself straight at him, moving so fast that the kids were left staring in bewilderment. "Stop them, are they just pretending to attack?" Nizer carefully watched Kina's hand about to touch him and gritted his teeth in admiration. "Just as I thought, you're quite skilled, Kina, but it's not enough." He sneered coldly, "I've already seen through everything you're planning to do." The moment Kina made contact, Nizer's figure vanished from the spot. Kina glanced behind her and saw Nizer appearing there, unable to hide her surprise, thinking to herself, "A shadow clone holy technique." Nizer didn't dare to delay, shouting, "Grab her." The kids quickly surrounded Kina and simultaneously used a level 5 penitence binding holy technique. Kina was caught, helplessly gritting her teeth as she stood in place watching. Nizer took the opportunity to vanish, and when he reappeared, he was already right next to the kids from the blue family. He shouted excitedly, "Capture them." Another group of kids received the order and rushed toward the blue family. Gotcha! In the chaos of the two sides clashing, Nizer slipped through, calculating confidently in his head. This is no different from ordinary beast transformation spells. At most, it just makes you all a little stronger. "Found you, Shiori. Let me take one or two of your arms as a souvenir." Thinking this, he gathered holy power in his palm. High above, Rilai and Asili watched down in worry. "Lord Rilai, isn't that holy technique? Watch out." Nizer was determined to rush into Shiori. Shiori broke into a sweat, gritting his teeth and cursing under his breath. "Damn it, Isaac's words keep echoing in my head. You'll be fine, Shiori. Just do exactly as I say, and we will win. Nizer will definitely try everything to duel you one-on-one. After all, he's always looked down on you." Thinking of this, Shiori slowly raised his hand, getting into position to continue the fight. This scene only made Nizer more excited. "It's over, you idiot." Suddenly, a cold light flashed in Shiori's eyes. Nizer's powerful attack collided with Shiori and was blocked. Rilai gasped in disbelief. "Shiori." Isaac didn't care at all, looked over and smiled. "That's right. Show them that you aren't weak." Shiori gritted his teeth and grabbed Nizer's wrist, growling, "You're the idiot." Before Nizer could understand what was happening, Shiori's other hand grabbed his collar, pulled hard and threw him backward. Shiori followed up with a knee strike, slamming Nizer down into the middle of the floor. Nizer's eyes rolled back, losing the strength to resist, and Shiori finally let him go, thinking to himself, "Do you know why we aren't allowed to use our family's techniques on humans? Because it only works on the demon race. No, it's because humans can't withstand it." Shiori stared coldly at the unconscious Nizer, and the entire arena fell into a deathly silence. Shiori was furious, gritting his teeth, and yelling, "Never underestimate us blue family members again." The kids on Isaac's side cheered excitedly, while the ones on Nizer's side panicked, not knowing what to do. Kina, who was still trapped, frowned and analyzed. "Shiori doesn't have that kind of strength. Surely someone secretly used a holy technique to enhance his power." Seeing that Shiori's body still had traces of holy power, he immediately shifted his gaze toward the mocking guy over there, certain that Isaac was responsible. Isaac felt like it wasn't fun enough, so he shouted to Shiori, "Finish it." Shiori broke out in a sweat, stuttering, "Okay, fine, I'll go get the necklace." Hearing that shaky voice, Isaac scolded him, annoyed. "Hey, put some royal flair into it, finish him off." Shiori stood up and replied, all right, I get it." Coincidentally, Nizer regained consciousness at that moment, clutching his head, and was immediately grabbed by the collar by Shiori, who yelled, "Nizer Sepet, tell me right now where the real necklace is." Nizer couldn't believe his ear. "What, you think I, the future heir, will talk under this kind of interrogation?" Shiori helplessly grabbed his face and begged, "Just spill it, you jerk, I'm begging you. That's the only way you'll get out of here alive." Nizer questioned his reality. Is this guy completely insane? He yelled back in frustration. Shut up, you crazy bastard. I've studied every kind of torture to prepare for inheriting the family. How could you? While he was still screaming, Shuri stood up coldly, and like a vengeful demon, he raised his foot. Nizer saw this and turned deathly pale, stuttering until he couldn't speak. Wait. Immediately, a heart-wrenching pain struck him, making him jump up. On the stands, the audience shivered and broke into a cold sweat. What kind of sound was that? How can someone from the Blue family do something like this? That's truly horrific. Shuri gritted his teeth, hearing them whisper, while amusement was clearly visible on Isaac's face. In the arena, Nizer's agonizing screams didn't stop, and his face had been tortured beyond recognition. Shuri looked annoyed as he reminded him, I told you to spill it quickly. The kids on Nizer's side immediately rushed over to rescue him. Shuri, you bastard. Kina immediately stepped in to block them. Stay right there. He gently tapped his toes on the ground, and a wide-range, paralyzing holy technique was unleashed, making the entire arena shine with the brilliance of a magic formation. Nizer cursed bitterly to himself. Damn it, were they pretending to be captured on purpose? Did they even know where the necklace was hidden? But why did they? Shuri broke out in a sweat again, muttering, Okay, fine, I'll go get the necklace. Nizer immediately cast his gaze in another direction, looking at Isaac's smirk and shouting in his mind. Was this all part of his plan from the beginning? The kids on Nizer's side still wouldn't give up, crawling over and cursing. Are you going to do all of this just to make Nizer talk? But no matter what, Nizer won't tell you anything. Isaac raised an eyebrow and asked, What are you talking about? Don't you all know where the necklace is hidden anyway? Now he pulled out his ancestral ring, which had the unique effect of absorbing holy power, and put it on his hand. Seeing this, the kids panicked and begged, Wait, I'll talk, I'll tell you where it's hidden. But Isaac didn't need to know. He swung his flail and slammed it into them, shouting, Talk, 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 let's get started. A moment later, Isaac pulled out the necklace with a ruby, stepped on the kids from Nizer's side, and roared, Found it. The examiner immediately declared the blue team the winner. The cheering didn't stop, hurrah for the blue faith, but Shuri couldn't even hear it. He stared at his hands in disbelief, and the whispering voices grew louder. So the rumors about the blue faith resurfacing were true. They even managed to bring the Pope's grandson over to their side. Rilai also clenched his fists in excitement. Well done, Isaac Shuria. Suddenly, a kid walked up behind him and called out. It is no wonder he is known as the youngest priest in the Empire. Let us give a worthy reward to the winners, those who have blessed this arena with such an excellent performance. The person who had just arrived was the crown prince of the Hellen Holy Nation, Shabli's electric Hela. Seeing the prince, Rilai hurriedly bowed. I humbly greet the second son of the Holy Nation. The prince praised him nonchalantly. You truly have excellent grandchildren. What do you think if I were to gift them some priest uniform? Rilai happily agreed immediately. Of course, your highness. That would make them shine even brighter in the upcoming tests. Clothing gifted by the royal family is no different from a family heirloom. The prince suggestively added, Then, may I stop by when the tailor arrived? Rilai was a bit awkward. Yes, but isn't your highness very busy? You don't need to. The prince smiled and interrupted. I want to meet them in person. Rilai wondered suspiciously. They're just two apprentice priests. Why does he want to meet them? Suddenly, the prince added, Oh, and by the way, consider this a small extra gift. You'd best advise your youngest grandson to drop out of the Yahello family test. The Pope is planning to have Isaac killed. As soon as those words were spoken, Rilai hurriedly looked down at the arena, saw Isaac standing safely on the floor, and let out a sigh of relief, whispering, Thank you, your highness, but everything will be just fine. A moment later, inside the lounge, the excited voices of the brats echoed. Hey, did you hear? The crown prince is going to gift us uniforms. For real? Plus, we achieved the king rank this time. It looks like we've really made a name for ourselves. Mingling in the crowd, Isaac glared ahead, teeth clenched. Hey, aren't you going home? The test is over. I don't need you anymore. Kina continued to calmly sip her tea, as if she hadn't heard a word. Her servant worriedly tried to persuade her. He's right, you should go back. The family head is looking for you. Kina slammed her teacup onto the table in annoyance and snapped. No, you were the one who told me to join the blue family. Remember. This statement left the servants pale and speechless. Isaac retorted with a sneer. When did I ever say that? Kina replied nonchalantly. Last night. Isaac scolded her with a scowl. Don't make things up. That was just for the Crimson Test. Who gave you permission to officially become a priest of the blue family? This caught Kina off guard for a moment. The servant breathed a sigh of relief, but a second later she countered. Whatever you say, I've already agreed to become a blue priest, so I'm staying here now. The servant, having just relaxed, was immediately back on edge. My lady. Kina turned to give orders. Tell my father I'm not coming home yet. The servant from the blue family side shouted in annoyance, "Just get lost already." The servant from the yellow side also worried, "My lady." But Kina was determined, thinking to herself, he definitely used a holy art on Shuri yesterday, but what was that power? And on top of that, the crown prince is planning to gift them uniforms. Giving someone uniforms is practically a public declaration of ownership, isn't it? All 5 faiths are under the control of the Pope. Is the crown prince actually trying to defy the Pope? Thinking this, Kina slammed the table and announced, "Anyway, I want to collect my reward for helping you in the Crimson Test, but you seem too busy, so I'm just going to stay here with you." The servant wept internally, but if the yellow cardinal finds out about this, the whole family will be turned upside down. Kina added dismissively, "If you want, I can help you win all the remaining tests. I'll even deal with those yellow priests for you and help the blue priests execute the Skeleton King's subordinates. What do you think?" Isaac didn't care, turning away to say, "Not interested, just get lost and leave me alone." That attitude drove Kina crazy. "What? You said you'd teach me. I'm not going anywhere until you agree to teach me. Try and drag me out if you're so good." With that, she laid down on the floor to throw a tantrum right in the middle of the room. Isaac was at his wit's end. "Hey, are you stupid? I was just using you. Get lost." But Kina just lay there, refusing to leave. "Say what you want. I've held up my end of the deal. I'm getting what you promised." Isaac shouted in annoyance, "I said later. I'm busy now. Get lost before I change my mind." Kina got angry too, questioning, "Are you trying to go back on your word?" But she had no choice, clearing her throat in concession. "Fine, I'll wait. Once the apprenticeship is." Before she could finish, Isaac cut her off. "I'm out of patience. The deal's off. Anyway, I've already got a student who listens better than you." Kina didn't accept it, jumping up. "A student who listens better than me? Who?" Isaac pointed behind her. "Who else? Obviously it's Shuri." Kina immediately locked eyes with Shuri, shooting daggers at him. "That guy? Yeah, him." Kina didn't accept it, stomping her foot and asking, "You mean that guy is better than me? If I prove I'm better than him right now, will you teach me?" Shuri, having been dragged into this, cried out in despair, "Why are you dragging me into this?" Isaac remained playful, leaning against his hand. "Depends on how well you perform." Kina heard this and rushed over to stare directly into Shuri's face. The next day, at the Holy Nations banquet hall, the brats sat eating and stared, gossiping. "What is that? The blue team's seating is really top tier. Looks like their food is different from ours too. I heard their rooms have been upgraded as well. So that's the special treatment for ranking first in the test." Rilai was also present, clutching a glass of wine and lost in thought. "I didn't expect them to rank Isaac's team first. What standards is the Holy Nation even using to grade this?" Suddenly, someone walked up behind him and called out, "You must be quite happy that the blue team won, right?" Rilai was startled and turned around. "Cardinal." Cardinal Leon stepped forward, smiling. "Long time no see, Rilai. I heard you're about to reach the 9th rank, is that right? At your age, that's truly respectable. But the head of the Eshua family must be having quite a headache, wouldn't you say? Since the only person capable of succeeding him, Master Rilai, doesn't have much time left." "Ah, forgive me. Even if longevity wasn't an issue, the role of family head might still be too much for you to handle. After all, you can't exactly have children. But regardless, your grandson is truly excellent. The family head must be very proud." Hearing Isaac mentioned, Rilai immediately became alert. "What of it?" Cardinal Leon waved his hand. "Please forgive this little tease. Even if he is only the 3rd son, the heir of my family was still soundly defeated in front of royalty and other nobles, wasn't he?" Rilai felt helpless, thinking to himself, as expected of a family that sees through people's hearts, they probably already know about the Eshua family curse. He isn't wrong, and besides, I never had any intention of becoming the family head. As long as he doesn't harm Isaac. Just as he thought this, Rilai froze. Cardinal Leon suddenly walked toward the group of brats, heading straight for Isaac, and called out, "Isaac!" The brat next to him quickly nudged him. "Hey, Isaac, he's calling you." Isaac was annoyed while eating. "Damn it, why do they have to interrupt me while I'm eating?" But then he had to turn back to greet him. "Yes, sir." Cardinal Leon smiled and asked, "What was the interesting thing you said you'd show me? I haven't seen anything yet." Isaac innocently retorted, "You haven't seen it yet. It was the scene where I stomped your son into the ground." As soon as those words left his lips, the whole room plunged into silence. Isaac didn't care, pointing right at his face and asking, "Well, was it entertaining to watch?" Shuri cried out, stuttering, "Why would you say something like that to the Crimson family?" Isaac still didn't care, retorting, "What? Why, scared of losing your head?" Shuri quickly covered his mouth and advised, "They're always hunting the Skeleton King's spies, so stop provoking them." Isaac remained indifferent, so what? Cardinal Leon didn't take it to heart and kept smiling. "Regardless, I have high expectations for the Blue family. and it seems like you've learned an interesting skill. I'm not sure why, but I can sense dark mana within you. Isaac broke out in a sweat, knowing that gaze was a detection holy art, but outwardly he had to smile and reply, "Have you forgotten? I've been eating parts of the Skeleton King's body since I was a child. If the scene of me stomping your son wasn't entertaining enough, would you like me to continue that fun in the yellow test?" As soon as that was said, everyone stared at Kina, wondering if that guy was actually going to attack the Crimson Cardinal's child. Kina, oblivious, froze and looked at the crowd. What's wrong? To everyone's surprise, Cardinal Leon was extremely interested. "Then what do you want from me this time?" Isaac ignored Shuri, clutching his head in frustration, and replied, "Nothing too difficult. I want to meet the demons who serve the Skeleton King. So you just need to give me the key to their prison." Cardinal Leon turned pale at this and immediately turned to leave. "I can give you the key if you return safely, but whether that's even possible, I have no idea. You're not even guaranteed to make it back from the yellow test." The brats were terrified, while Isaac didn't care, glancing sideways. What kind of nonsense is that jerk spouting now? Just then a brat ran in holding a piece of paper and shouted, "Everyone, we've received the mission for the yellow test." They were curious. What is it? The brat shouted, "It's an expedition." Cardinal Leon elaborated, "In that test, you will have to recover artifacts that the Helen Holy Nation has lost in each region. Aren't you curious where your blue team will be sent? It's Crassiandia, the mysterious empire." At these words, the brats went pale. Shuri tensed up and jumped from his seat. Crassiandia is the sworn enemy of Helen. Do they want us to go to a country that always tries to kill priests? A few other brats also jumped up to complain. It's even right next to the demon territory. Are they crazy? Do they actually want us to go there? Recently, many holy knights and guards have been kidnapped in that area. Word is the perpetrator is a high-level demon who ate the priests in the yellow test 14 years ago. Apparently, the area is still under lockdown for investigation. Hearing them, Isaac buried his face in his hands and sat in silence. Cardinal Leon stepped over to comfort him. "How pitiful. But you don't need to be that scared. I can change the location using my authority." The brats hurriedly nudged him in agreement. "That's right, Isaac, please, we're begging you, go ask him. Just this once." Isaac took his hands away and asked with an innocently wicked gaze, "Really? You'll help us change the location?" At the same time, at the Blue family mansion in the capital, Rilai's voice echoed throughout. "There's big trouble. This is madness. They're planning to send the kids to the land of sorcerer, and they have to rescue kidnapped holy knights on top of that. This is clearly an S-rank mission. It's no different from sending the kids to their deaths. If they don't cancel it right now, I'll tear this building down." Seeing Lai starting to get carried away, Gol had to cut him off. "Calm down. Father is already just as furious as you," he even threw. "No, he's already gone there to cause a scene." Speaking of which, he became annoyed and gritted his teeth. Those bastards clearly want to kill Isaac at all costs. Since our father has already gone, they'll probably adjust the test. Given the current situation, they can't assign tasks that affect diplomacy to novice priests. They probably just want to warn us not to be too arrogant. This attitude surprised Rilai. Gol added, "Anyway, I don't want Shuri to die there, but don't worry too much. Even if it is Isaac, if he's still conscious." Just as he said this, a servant rushed in shouting, "My lords, there is big trouble. Master Isaac is over there." Cardinal Leon happily praised. "That's right, Isaac. You just need to tell me that you want to live." But Isaac interrupted, his face darkening, playfully asking him back, "I think that place is very interesting. Why would I want to change the location?" On the family side, the servant shouted. He already accepted the mission, leaving Rilai and Gol speechless, not knowing what to say. At the same time, in the dark territory of the demons, a small demon entered to report. The demon sitting on high asked, "So you mean you failed to kill the saint?" The small demon didn't dare to look up. "I sincerely apologize." The demon darkened his face and muttered, "Oh well, it doesn't matter. The main goal was just to cause chaos anyway." Witnessing the power of our revered king with our own eyes was already a major achievement. We even succeeded in bringing magic devices across the borders of the holy nation, which was once considered impenetrable. His Majesty is truly powerful. Even a small fraction of his power was too terrifying. Suddenly, the small demon reported, trembling, "My lord, I felt his power during the coronation ceremony." The demon repeated in surprise, "His power?" The little demon confirmed, "Yes, it's the great skeleton demon king." Hearing this, Ah lost his composure and jumped up from his chair. "What? You sense the power of the great skeleton king from that brat who ate a part of his body?" The small demon broke into a sweat and confirmed, "That's right, I heard he has been knighted and is currently in training." The demon couldn't contain himself and shouted, heaven has blessed us. Although we can't do anything to him, because he is always in the family territory. Sooner or later, he'll have to participate in the yellow and blue tests. A great opportunity when young priests and demons are hunting each other. Even a small fraction of his power made us this strong. I wonder how strong we'd be if we could eat a part of his body direct. I want to know what that brat's meat tastes like so badly. I can't hold back anymore. Meanwhile, at the group of priests, they were gossiping wildly. Did you hear about the mission the blue team was assigned? The mission to the mysterious empire. Not only that, word is they have to rescue a holy knight taken hostage. The yellow family clearly wants to send them to their deaths. They'll definitely be killed by those sorcerers. Hearing them gossip, Shuri cursed in frustration. Damn it, everyone thinks we're going to die. Does no one believe we'll succeed? But the worst part is, the holy knights are completely ignoring our team, which means we'll be in danger the moment we leave the border. Because both the demons and the bandits will surely attack the moment we step out of the empire. Just as he thought this, Isaac's annoying voice rang out. Those bastards are really too much. Why won't anyone join our team? These words made Shuri lose his cool. That's because of you. This mission isn't just difficult, they want to send us to our deaths. Don't you see everyone writing their will? Do you know what happened 14 years ago? In the yellow test, the blue team of Master Rilai was wiped out. But these words didn't seem to register. Recalling the faces of the yellow family, Shuri cursed silently. That despicable cardinal, he dares play dirty like this. If we refuse the mission, he'll suppress our team. If we accept, we'll definitely die. Whatever, if we succeed, no one will dare look down on us anymore. Plus, this mission involves both the mysterious empire and the high demons. It's exactly like a monocore production factory. While he was gloating, Shuri rushed over to nudge him. Regardless, we can still choose a holy knight. Maybe there's still a chance. We must take the first team holy knight from the royal knights. We must. Just as he was pinning his hopes on it, someone walked over to dash. Too bad, the first team holy knights have already been chosen by the yellow team. The person who just arrived was Count Mach. He added, not only that, my son and his friends have already moved over to their side too. I really shouldn't have entrusted the kids to the blue team just because of the glory of the past. Isaac wasn't fazed, retorting, you're truly short-sighted, Count. You'll be shunned the moment we succeed. Shuri didn't give up and advised, if you can't choose a first team holy knight, picking a second or third team is fine, just don't pick the fourth team. But Isaac wasn't listening. Analyzing to himself, pick a holy knight, where are those beautiful girls hiding? Immediately, he darted away, making Shuri panic and scream. Great, Isaac, go sign a contract with the second team holy knight. But Isaac went to the host overseeing the exchanges, leaving him stunned. What? Isaac didn't care, looking back, then gave a thumbs up with a confident smile. Shuri, not understanding, gave a thumbs up as well, wondering, did that guy actually do it? To his surprise, the host's words shattered that fragile hope. The blue team has chosen the fourth team holy knight. Isaac returned carelessly, laughing. Hey, good news. I just signed a contract with the strongest team. Everyone couldn't take it anymore, screaming, are you crazy? The fourth team holy knights are also known as the errand boys. They've never been accepted in the holy nation, and are even humiliated by being used as messenger. Even though their skills surpass the royal knights, they have absolute disdain for the church. A moment later, Isaac had just returned when he was questioned by the head of the Lay family. Explain yourself immediately. What the hell are you thinking? Isaac didn't rush to answer, instead forcing a smile and thinking. He looks really angry, doesn't he? Whisper chimed in immediately. He wouldn't even be this mad if you had destroyed the whole house. Realizing the problem, Isaac smiled and concluded, perhaps I should give him the answer he wants to hear. So he opened his mouth to explain. If I were to ask for a change of mission, it would be no different from tarnishing the honor of the Ashua family. And of course, I don't want that to happen. But before he could finish his sentence, he was cut off by the family head. You know how to talk about honor too. He didn't believe it. And while he was at a loss for what to do, the family head added, a person who uses dark mana like you, and yet you talk about honor. What's with that expression? You think I don't know? I have tolerated you because I considered you someone special, but now I can't trust you anymore. Isaac switched into his acting mode, trembling as he said, I truly despise the skeleton demon king so much that I want to kill him. Whisper watched in shock. Wait, what kind of lie is that? Isaac poured out a stream of words. I lost my parents and was cursed, all because of that damn skeleton demon king. Not to mention that our whole family is being looked down upon because we can't defeat. I'm so humiliated I can't even sleep. I will definitely destroy that skeleton demon king. The reason I use the skeleton demon king's power is only to investigate. I will kill him with my own hands and will do whatever it takes to achieve that. I must protect the Eshua family. If I were to give up my honor and continue living a pathetic life, then the Eshua family would live in disgrace and eventually become a thing of the past. He added in his heart, so that later I can take over this entire family for myself. The family head listened and was brainwashed by the speech, thinking to himself, the boy really isn't lying. He nodded in praise. I have always said that you don't need to sacrifice yourself for this family, but it seems you are truly a part of us. You can fail this mission. As long as everyone returns alive, that's enough. If you return safely, I will officially declare you as my heir. Having achieved his goal beyond expectations, Isaac's bowed face broke into a smile in response. I understand. Thank you very much, sir. A few days later, on the outskirts of the capital, Isaac excitedly led the battered group and said, we're almost there. We will meet the knights in this village. Shuri and the kids followed behind, crying rivers and resolving, damn it, it's come to this, so we have to survive at all costs. Whisper, having just returned from patrol, came back to Isaac's side to report, my lord, I have investigated the demon from 14 years ago. Isaac immediately transmitted his voice to ask, have you found out who it is yet? Whisper reported back, it was a demon from the Western Legion, my lord. Although he is not one of the 14 followers, he might be someone you know. It seems he is an extremely cruel demon, specializing in tearing young priests apart to eat them alive. Isaac gritted his teeth and cursed, that bastard dares to break the rules I set. I will show him just how ruthless I can be. Whisper tagged along and reminded, but please be careful, my lord. You haven't fully recovered your strength yet. The kids struggled and dragged their feet, without knowing that was already lurking nearby. Laughing with amusement, found you, you little turtle-necked brat. Meanwhile, inside the royal palace, in the crown prince's palace, the prince's voice of astonishment rang out. Is that really true? Isaac chose the errand boy Holy Knight Squad. The servant respectfully replied, it seems he doesn't care at all about the Knight Squad you sent, my lord. It seems he doesn't have a very good eye for people either. The prince pondered this, but after a moment he dismissed it. No, on the contrary, I think he has a very keen eye. The servant was surprised. How so? The prince laughed with interest and explained, the knight commander I sent is a semi-spirit, meaning that person will be quite weak when facing demons. The servant trembled upon hearing this. Sir Cylon is a semi-spirit. Did you send him there to test them? The prince stood up and denied. No, although Cylon is weak against the demon race, his ability is still very reliable. But Isaac choosing the errand boys is truly interesting, because that entire Holy Knight Squad is composed of semi-demons. The servant confusedly analyzed, but they are very difficult to control. Haven't they even thrown priests to the demon race before? At the same time, at the blue team's assembly point, someone slammed the table in annoyance and shouted, why haven't they arrived yet? It's been over 5 hours, hasn't it? Do they want to pick a fight with us? The person exuding killing intent while complaining was the commander of the 4th Holy Knight Squad, Derek. Others in the squad agreed and grumbled. Maybe they're making us wait on purpose because of their bad reputation. For the blue family to be this late, there must be a reason. Those dirty priests can't be allowed to look down on us. While he was still raising his voice in anger, Isaac suddenly appeared, smiling and saying, it's a pleasure to meet you, Commander Derek. It seems we arrived a bit late. Suddenly, someone stood right beside him, startling Derek and making him jump back. Immediately afterward, he launched a preemptive strike. I heard the Blue Faith is very strict about punctuality. Do you know what time it is right now? Isaac sighed reluctantly. Nobody wanted this to happen. We were blocked on the road by bandits, and my arm is broken too. It's like someone hired them to attack us, but I tried to get here as fast as possible, as it would be impolite to keep everyone waiting. As he spoke, he stared fixedly at Derek. Derek felt guilty, looked away, and said, even so, you should still have been on time, right? Isaac narrowed his eyes and growled, what? Or do you think you aren't good enough to go with us? Derek looked unpleasant and retorted, what? Are you crazy? You plan to do without our protection now. We have nothing to lose, so returning is fine with us. Before he could retreat, Isaac cut him off again. If that were really the case, you wouldn't have waited for 5 hours. If it's truly like that, then why are you all still standing here? Besides, this is just a simple escort mission. Why are you so heavily armed? You plan to use us as bait to rescue your missing teammates, don't you? If you don't need us, then let's part ways right here. Derek had his plan exposed and lost his temper, lashing out. Shut your mouth. Did that knight tell you? That bastard dragged you into this just to ruin our mission, didn't he? Shuri was startled by the name and wondered. Halak, that's the alias of my 4th uncle. Could he be involved in this too? Derek completely dropped his facade, emitting killing intent, and hissed, it's true that without you, we can't get into Crassiandia, so I will drag you along, even if I have to cut your legs off. But facing a furious semi-demon exuding killing intent, Isaac stood still and called out softly, "Hey." Beneath his calm expression were glowing red eyes and the order, "Sheath your sword now." Derek, who was losing control, suddenly froze, looking toward Isaac as if he saw the shadow of the skeleton demon king staring down at him. His body trembled in waves, and he wondered in confusion, am I unable to resist his command? But clearly, he's just a kid. Whisper sneered mockingly, with the blood of the demon race in his veins, he cannot resist you. Isaac was also pleased, transmitting back, obeying the strong is the instinct of the demon race. That's part of the reason I chose them. As for Derek, after a while of being unable to control his body, he finally gave up and sheathed his sword. Isaac acted as if he hadn't seen it and turned to laugh with the kids. All right, let's go, Shuri shouted angrily. After all this, how can we trust each other anymore? Isaac didn't listen and replied, we need each other anyway, let's just go. This answer drove Shuri crazy. What do you mean? Isaac had to explain more thoroughly. Hunting the demon from 14 years ago and rescuing everyone who was kidnapped, those are the goals of both sides, right? Or is it that even if your teammates are among them, it doesn't matter? But Derek caught the information hidden in that casual remark and asked immediately, wait, you chose us because you knew our teammates were captured. Isaac was evasive and didn't bother. What are you talking about? I don't know anything. They hurriedly said, then we will follow you. Isaac smiled in response. Of course I knew that. A kid stepped up anxiously and asked, so what's the plan? I'm sure you have one, right? But Isaac indifferently repeated, plan, how can we trust the demon race? They will betray us. Do you know why they are only allowed to receive delivery missions? While he was still talking, Derek's body suddenly surged with demonic energy. His hands grew larger, sprouting beast-like claws, and he lost his reason, lunging at Isaac, just as he managed to grab the collar of the kid standing next to him. The kids nearby backed away, screaming, I knew something would happen, we can't trust them, hurry and restrain them. Isaac wasn't very surprised. He took out a milk bottle, smacked it hard, and shouted, wake up, you're losing control already. Derek immediately regained his composure, looking embarrassed, and turning around to apologize. Sorry, I don't usually transform this quickly. It feels like something is pressing down on my head. Some others in the night squad chimed in. Maybe it's because we're near the territory of Crassiandia, so we're being affected. My body feels strange too. Suddenly, Derek exclaimed excitedly, but I've never transformed back into a human this quickly before. Just one strike and I'm back to normal. You're truly amazing. Isaac was praised and rubbed his nose, smiling to himself. Of course, because I'm the one who caused it. Not wanting to waste any more time, he packed his bags and led the group. If everyone is ready, let's go. Suddenly, the bag on his back started emitting a pitch-black demonic aura. He packed his bags and led the group. Isaac opened it, but seeing that it was a small bird, he looked visibly annoyed. What is this? Are you playing dead? The bird kept its eyes shut tight, refusing to open them. Whisper cunningly remarked, this bird is quite the actor, isn't it? I bet it won't open its eyes unless there's 30 million on the line. Isaac, even more intimidating, pulled out a milk bottle and held it up. Should we grant its wish? The bird was startled into jumping up, cursing. Damn it, the Blood Lord is truly heartless. Why did he send me to find this wretched priest? Hearing that title, Isaac paused, surprised. The Blood Lord. Do you mean one of the high demons sent you? A moment later, Whisper set up a barrier and reported, the barrier is set, my lord. Isaac held the bird in his hand, deep in thought. The Blood Lord is one of my subordinates, and I believe he's currently imprisoned under the Holy See. It seems he heard about me and sent this thing to make contact. It looks like he's hiding the fact that I'm the skeleton demon king from this little sparrow. Isaac lifted it up and asked, do you have information for me? The bird retorted stubbornly, I have no information for a priest. But as soon as Isaac squeezed it slightly, its tone changed. I'll talk. The demon you're about to face. I'm the one who interfered with your ordination ceremony. Isaac furrowed his brows and pressed. You mean the one who sent a clone of the skeleton demon king? The bird broke into a sweat and confirmed. That's right, she was the one who snuck the magic device in and ordered her subordinates to kill the priests. Yes, it was her. After absorbing the skeleton demon king's power, she became strong enough to bypass the barriers of the holy nation of Helen. The Blood Lord said he accepts being executed, but he absolutely refuses to face the demon named Ash. Hearing this, Isaac cursed under his breath. That damn Blood Lord. The bird shook its head repeatedly, lamenting. Why did he give such valuable information to this damn priest? The Blood Lord believes the current skeleton demon king is a fake. He was captured after telling everyone that the current skeleton demon king is an imposter. Just how stupid can he be? Anyway, I heard you absorbed a part of the great skeleton demon king's body, right? Perhaps it's waiting for you to enter her territory. If you value your life, turn back. Once he had squeezed the information out of it, Isaac let the bird go and said, tell him I've received the message. The bird didn't dare turn back, just shouted, "Don't you dare die, or my master will be sad." Just then, Shuri walked over grumpily and yelled, "Hey, where have you been? We've been looking for you everywhere." "But I'm actually proud of you. You ordered food from the local inn for us, didn't you?" This question left Isaac confused. What food? Without much thought, a girl stepped out to explain. "We prepared it to serve everyone. Please help yourself." This scene took Isaac by surprise, but inside he chuckled. He thought she would wait. Yet who would have expected her to find him herself? A moment later, the murmurs of the kids grew louder. "Hey Shuri, what's wrong with Isaac? He's going too far." But Shuri looked bored and said, "Just leave him alone." Isaac, on the other hand, gave grumpy orders one after another. "There's dust in my water. Get me another glass. I don't like square plates, change them. The food is cold, it's too salty, and I hate hearing you breathe." "Stop breathing." Ash, listening to this pile of unreasonable commands, could only resentfully obey. "Yes, yes, yes." However, the knights chimed in, pressuring her. "Our master is telling you to get something else. How dare you make him repeat himself?" Ash was annoyed, cursing to herself. Are these errand boys crazy? Why are they siding with him? But outwardly, she still had to bow and obey. "I am deeply sorry." She brought over a plate of soup, whispering to herself, "In that case, I'll deal with these nuisances first. Please enjoy. You holy knights must be very tired." To her surprise, Derek stopped her and said, "We were hired by him. We won't eat with him." This statement left her momentarily flustered. "But the town is only safe if you are healthy. I made this for you. Please eat." Inside, she was losing patience, swearing, "Damn it, just eat it already." Before she could handle it, Isaac poked his nose in. "Why don't you eat it first? How do we know you didn't poison it?" Ash looked awful, turning her head to look at him. Before she could justify herself, the knight stepped in to stop it. "Hey, that's enough. I'm perfectly fine. Why are you bullying her?" "You have no right to bully her. We will prove her innocence." As soon as the words were out, the whole group grabbed the bowls and ate them. And sure enough, they all rolled over and passed out on the spot. Isaac grinned and stood up, laughing. "That makes it even easier for me anyway. I was planning on knocking them out first." Whisper flew over to inspect them and asked, "Should I summon the Holy Spirit to cleanse them?" Isaac didn't care, replying, "Leave them be, they need to learn a lesson." Suddenly, Whisper's eyes changed, and he happily reported, "Master, this poison is one that converts holy mana into dark mana." Isaac exclaimed excitedly, "Are you sure? It will turn this disgusting holy mana into dark mana." Whisper happily confirmed, "Absolutely, it's a type of parasitic poison." Isaac went wild, his capitalist mindset kicking in. "This means I can build a dark mana farm right inside the holy nation." While still excited, he laughed out loud. "Now you're definitely going to lose, you brat." Isaac suppressed his excitement and sneered. "Me lose? Anyone with power will eventually become my meal." Ash didn't bother hiding anymore, returned to her original form and threatened, "If you want them to live, follow me. I'll give you the antidote." These words angered the knights, who gritted their teeth. "You bitch." Isaac's body suddenly emitted holy light. Ash looked uncomfortable, covering her eyes and shouting, "Don't bother resisting." Just as the holy light dimmed, she saw Isaac pull out a milk bottle and lunge forward, landing a blow that shook the ground, but she easily dodged it. Not wanting to waste time, Ash hopped away, shouting back, "That's right, follow me, kid." Derek immediately drew his sword and offered, "We will go with you." But Isaac stopped him. "No, I will go alone. I can't leave them without protection. They will only survive if you channel your mana into them." This double-meaning statement made the knights misunderstand, and they promised chokingly, "Don't worry, my lord, we will take care of these priests." As soon as he finished speaking, Isaac was nowhere to be seen. He dashed away at full speed, whispering to himself, Thanks to you, I'll be able to collect much more mana later." Isaac chased until nightfall before stopping. Ash stood waiting, and seeing him arrive, she taunted, "What a brave fool. Do you dare to come here alone without guards?" Isaac gritted his teeth and replied, "Yeah, truly stupid. Do you dare mention eating these humans without realizing who I am?" These words panicked Ash. What? With his state transformed and demonic aura radiating from his entire body, Isaac commanded, "Kneel." An invisible pressure descended, making her lose control of her body, and she was forced to kneel immediately. It felt like she wasn't facing a priest anymore, but the skeleton demon king standing right in front of her. What is this mana? How does this kid have the demonic energy of the demon king? He must have eaten a part of his body, the body of our demon king. "Wait for me, your majesty. I will gut this brat and set you free." Finishing her sentence, she used all her strength to attack. Isaac didn't even bother lifting a finger, as dark mana condensed bit by bit, and Ash's complexion gradually turned pale. The phantom of the skeleton demon king condensed and suppressed her, and instantly she was smashed flat on the spot. Isaac's face darkened and he muttered, fool. Let me show you who your true king is. A moment later, the place returned to the quiet state it was in before. Whisper cheered happily. Master, you are truly amazing. It was only a level 5 spell, yet the power was already on par with level 7. As expected, fusing dark mana and holy mana is a stroke of genius. Isaac was also smug, feeling less bored now that he had reached a new level. Perhaps this is why those deities don't want to turn into human. Just then, a disturbance nearby caught both of their attention. Ash knelt tremblingly on the ground, stuttering, Your Majesty." Whisper hesitated. "How should we deal with her? It seems you went a bit too hard." Isaac asked indifferently, "Is that so?" He clapped his hands once in front of her face. She was so scared she didn't dare lift her head, pleading, "Your Majesty, I have committed a mortal sin. Let me give you the antidote." Isaac coldly interrupted, We'll deal with that later. Now hurry and bring back the holy knights you kidnapped. I'll give you 1 minute. And most importantly, I want to get the maximum score on the test. Therefore, besides saving the holy knights, I also need evidence." Ash turned cold, confused. "What evidence?" Isaac answered sinisterly, "Evidence that I have exterminated a demon." 2 days later, inside a civilian house, Shuri frowned and complained, "Damn it, what on earth happened to Isaac?" Derek awkwardly reassured him, "We already sent men to follow him, so don't worry too much. Isaac isn't someone who's easily bullied." But Shuri didn't care, becoming even more anxious. Something must have happened. That's why the mages came looking for him so many times, and every time they were very serious about, "You should know better. Why would they act like that otherwise?" Derek frowned and analyzed. "There are some bloodstains where we believe he passed by, but that doesn't mean he's dead." Just as they were speaking, Isaac walked in from the door and called out, "I'm back." Shuri replied habitually, "Oh well, welcome back." Once their brains caught up, both jumped up and yelled, "Hey you jerk, are you alright?" Isaac held out a blood-stained cloth bag and said, Here is the antidote." Shuri asked curiously, "What's inside?" Isaac answered mysteriously, That is very important, so keep it safe." This question made Shuri even more curious. "What's so heavy?" When he opened the bag, the demon head scared him into screaming, "What the hell is that?" Isaac rolled his shoulders and explained, That. The head of the kidnapper, and also the proof we need to get the maximum score on the test." Derek asked again, "What about the Holy Knights? What about our teammates?" Isaac stretched lazily and answered, The Holy Knights. Since they were too heavy, I hid them in the bushes up ahead. Go bring them in." No sooner had he finished speaking than someone pushed the door open. "Commander, our teammates have returned. A few minutes ago, they found their people, Saul, Ken, and even Jen. They were back." Shuri darkened his face. "So, you did." Derek hesitated. "The so-called head of the kidnap." Isaac happily confirmed, "That's right, I went there and cut off his head." Both jumped back in fright. "You went into a land filled with mages all by yourself. How is that possible? That's ridiculous." Isaac curled his lips, laughing to himself. "Now I have to come up with a logical story." He immediately said, "Actually, they must have heard the news that we were coming here for a mission. That's why they planned to kidnap us and then fake a story that they saved us from the demon race to bargain with the Holy Nation." Right. The woman who drugged us, they are actually mages. It seems she intended to drug us and sell us to the mysterious empire. We were just too valuable, so it's natural they wanted to engage in human trafficking. Really, how could anyone treat people like that, right? I just threatened to report this to the Holy See and she immediately backed down. She was even scared by a brat like me. It seems the Pope really is scary. Anyway, I asked where the Holy Knights were being held and it turned out everyone knew. I even know the secret path that leads there. Luckily, the Holy Knights were still being kept as emergency food, and since they hadn't been eaten yet, I brought them out. There was a demon guarding them, but since it was sleeping, I just took care of it. Both listened to his long-winded speech with dumbfounded expression. So Isaac pulled out his milk bottle and asked, "What, you don't believe me? Do you want me to reenact it for you?" Both were instantly intimidated. "Oh no, anyway, what actually happened doesn't matter much, I believe." Shuri couldn't help but reproach him, but that was still too reckless. What if something had happened? Isaac went into acting mode, patting his chest and saying, "I had no choice. It's still better than facing a group of mages. If we fought, there would certainly have been casualties, but as a guardian of the faith, I couldn't let that happen." These words moved Derek to tears. "You are truly a saint." Shuri knew better, shouting, "You're talking nonsense." Before he could finish, Isaac stopped him. "Watch your mouth," Shuri sighed, clutching his forehead. "Oh well, anyway, you returned safely. The mages came looking for you. They seemed genuinely worried that you had been kidnapped." Isaac immediately scolded. "Bullshit, why would those bastards care about a priest?" Just as he finished speaking, a voice called out, "You are being a bit too harsh." A few mages walked in through the door and explained, "We were worried you would be killed by the demon race, so we came to look for you. Who would have expected such a misunderstanding?" Isaac glanced sideways and muttered to himself, Cut the crap, you bastards. You only came looking because of the mana core. A mage smirked and suggested, please cooperate with our investigation. There have been reports that there is a... Before he could finish, he was cut off. I didn't see any demon. That mage refused to give up and argued. We clearly felt that nearby there was. Again, he was interrupted. You guys are mistaken. If you say something, it must be logical. Demons aren't stray dogs or cats on the street. Do you really think an apprentice priest like me could defeat a demon? This line made them waver slightly. That's true, an apprentice who could survive meeting a demon is. But this is truly ridiculous. Halleck clearly said there was one here. Shuri was shocked to hear them say that. Thinking to himself, Halleck, he must be referring to my fourth uncle. Or maybe I was wrong, it's a common name anyway. As he was pondering, Isaac jumped up and shouted, whatever. Well, I'm going to get some rest. You guys figure it out yourself. Shuri, left behind with a pile of nameless trouble, shouted indignantly, hey, we aren't done talking yet. Finish what you have to say before you go. A moment later, Isaac walked toward a remote civilian house. Hailong pushed the door to the room open, looked inside, and smiled. All right, now then, this also needs to be resolved, right? 2 days ago. Ash didn't understand, so she asked, proof that you exterminated a demon. Proof? Do you mean confirming that the one who ate the apprentice priests of the Blue Faith 14 years ago was not you? How could a weakling like you pull that off? Even 14 years ago, you couldn't have defeated Rilai. Even if I took your head, they would suspect that you weren't the real culprit. So go and bring back the proof for me. I need a head to take to the Holy See. Back in the present, Isaac sat on a crate and prayed. I didn't think you'd actually bring me the killer's head. It seems you aren't completely stupid. Fine, I'll let it slide. Trembling, the subordinate asked, did you know who the killer was from the beginning? Isaac answered lazily. A woman and a monster she raised. Right. You really think I wouldn't know at least that much? The subordinate replied. No, my lord. Isaac leaned down to question him. But then why did my intelligence reports point to you being the demon from 14 years ago? The subordinate hurriedly explained. The truth is, the killer 14 years ago was my sister. She ordered her monster to hunt down priests and treat them like snacks. Hearing this, Isaac sighed, thinking to himself, it must be because they share the same bloodline that their energies were similar, leading to the confusion. Still, she had brought him the culprit who ate Rilai's friend 14 years ago. He continued to probe. I need more information. What's the hierarchy of the demons like these days? Ash reported in terror. The fake Skeleton King is currently commanding the level 9 lesser demons. Ever since you lost your power after the battle with the gods, he has ordered them to kill holy men and collect your power. Isaac wondered, and what are the gods doing? Ash hesitated. I'm not sure, but perhaps the heavens suffered such heavy losses that they've been keeping quiet until now. Isaac frowned in thought. This was unexpected. Was the impact of that self-destruction move larger than he thought? With their personalities, there's no way they would stay silent for 150 years. They are definitely scouring all the worlds to find their soul. It's impossible for them not to have discovered that the bug I used to seal myself is empty. But there's no way their highest level holy arts would fail like that. Even if they failed to seal my soul, it's even more absurd that they didn't realize the seal was empty. Could it be that the bug contains someone else's soul instead of mine? Could it be a high-level entity with dark mana, or another disaster like the Skeleton King, or even a god? Just thinking about it is exciting. I have to check it out. Thinking of this, he asked, You're Ash, right? Ash bowed respectfully. Yes, my lord. Isaac commanded, Go to the demons and act as my eyes and ears. A moment later, inside a house, voices of gratitude echoed incessantly. Thank you so much, young Master Isaac. We owe you a debt we couldn't repay in a life. I never expected you to defeat that monster yourself, and even personally save each one of us. Isaac humbly declined. Don't worry about it, that's our duty. These words moved the knights even more, truly the bearing of someone from the Blue family. Now what can we do to repay this kindness? You even saved our comrades. Derek couldn't help but shout. The answer is obvious. Lord Isaac, as a level 7 knight, I, Derek, along with all my comrades, will go wherever you command. My Lord Isaac. Naturally subduing a group of knights caught Isaac off guard. I didn't expect this, so I've even earned a group of skilled, free soldiers. They have connections all across the continent, so their intelligence gathering and mobility are both excellent. Saving 11 people and getting this many benefits is a great deal. Is there a child here? Why is it looking at me like that? Seeing him staring at the child, Derek looked up and said, It seems you don't know who this child is, do you? You'll be shocked when you find out. The child beamed and came over to greet him. Hello, I am Hyberius, the youngest prince of the Magic Empire. Thank you for saving my life. Isaac was stunned, mouth agape. What the hell? So it was because the prince was kidnapped that the sorcerers acted so helpful. Hit the jackpot. Hyberius said admiringly. I thought the people of the holy nation were all trash, but it turns out there are people like you too. I owe you my life. You're truly impressive, especially compared to those jerks at the Holy See. They only knew how to send novice priests instead of real reinforcements to save a group of knights. Isaac listened to how he spoke and praised him internally. This kid has potential. Tiberius didn't know anything and kept praising. Compared to them, you truly are a man of God. Please let me repay this debt. Isaac curled his lips, smiling evilly. Is that so? Then do me a favor. A while later, inside the office of the Yellow Pope, a servant entered to report respectfully. My lord, the blue team has entered Crassandia. Because of the sorcerers, we couldn't follow them to the end, but they have definitely entered the mission area. Barit asked in surprise. I thought they wouldn't even get in because they chose those useless holy knights, and yet they still made it. The servant explained clearly. But it seems only Isaac Eshua entered alone, my lord. Barit couldn't help but feel interested. Alone, so even that brat couldn't subdue those holy knights. That makes sense. If we couldn't do it, how could he? He definitely won't be able to complete the mission, let alone survive and return. The servant happily chimed in. Yes, I guarantee he won't be able to return to Helen. Barit said nothing, silently thinking. The fourth son of the Eshua family said he would entertain the dear nephews if they came to his area. If it's him, he'll definitely use the sorcerers to deal with. Suddenly the servant wondered, but wouldn't the royal family help Isaac? They seem quite interested in that brat. Barit smiled and analyzed. They don't have time for that. Crassandia is a disputed territory between the Holy Nation and the Magic Empire. If something happens there that the Magic Empire can exploit, it will be a catastrophe. Even if by some miracle he succeeds, he must be ensured not to return. Understood. The servant bowed. Yes, my lord. Everything went too smoothly, making Barit unable to hide his joy. I can already imagine those of the blue side being laughed at. But little did he know, over here, Isaac was also smiling sinisterly. If that's what they're thinking, I'm going to play them a very painful hand. Allow me to introduce my secret weapon to screw over the Holy See, the youngest prince of the Magic Empire. The priests in the room went dead silent, staring, and Isaac shouted unhappily, What? Why are you looking at me like that? Shuri cursed in frustration. You're crazy, what did you just do? Who introduces an enemy prince like that? To everyone's surprise, Tiberius had a natural talent for this. Hearing the scolding, he scratched his head and laughed. That's why I hid my identity. Sorry for shocking you all. The idiotic priests Shuri questioned suspiciously. You didn't kidnap him, did you? Tiberius laughed. Kidnap? No way. Shuri cursed silently. You're definitely being kidnapped, you idiot. But Isaac was enjoying the process of collecting this new disciple immensely. With this, the Holy See is done for. We didn't just save some holy knights. This will definitely make them have to honor us. Shuri couldn't take it anymore. Aren't we the ones who are done for? Suddenly a voice boomed out. The basic principle of politics is making the other side owe you. By saving the prince, the Magic Empire owes me a huge debt. Everyone looked over in panic. Why would you say that directly in front of the prince? This lunatic. To their surprise, Tiberius agreed immediately. As expected, you truly are a brilliant strategist. Everyone was powerless. Is this kid crazy too? Shuri frowned, trying to ask. So you intend to publicly announce that you saved the prince of the Magic Empire and return with your head held high? Isaac lowered his voice. Don't tell anyone yet. That's why I gathered everyone here. The yellow team will definitely set a trap to ruin our mission. So what do you think would happen if the prince of the Magic Empire walked into that trap? Everyone turned pale after hearing this, except Tiberius, who was extremely excited, cheering. You're truly smart. If you want, I'm ready to jump into the fire for you. Isaac couldn't hide his excitement, rubbing his hands. Let's slap those yellow bastards really hard. A moment later, Isaac sat down to discuss seriously. It would be fine if it were just us falling into this trap, but what if the youngest prince of the Magic Kingdom was also captured? Of course, there would be a thorough investigation from both the Holy Nation and the Magic Kingdom to clarify who is behind this. So how scared will those who set the trap, the Yellow Faith Group, be? Shuri still didn't trust him, doubting. I roughly understand your thinking, but Cardinal Barit is not the type to act so obviously that he'd be exposed as the culprit. Isaac dismissed it immediately. It's fine because he has an accomplice. Shuri was suspicious. An accomplice. Don't tell me you intend to use the sorcerer. Isaac denied it. They're troublesome, so I just intend to sabotage their plans a bit. But if we fight directly, it could become a diplomatic issue. Shuri became even more stuck. Then what are you going to do? Isaac grinned wickedly. Trick them, of course. Shuri didn't understand yet, but Tiberius jumped up and shouted, Big brother is right. The priest stared blankly. What are they blabbering about? Are these guys crazy? Suddenly, a violent tremor occurred, and everyone ran to the window in a panic to look. What is that? What's happening? Far away, a column of black smoke rose up, making the priests confused. That happened at the sorcerer's camp, didn't it? Before they could understand what happened, Isaac's shout rang out. First strike successful. Damn sorcerers, how dare they try to take my monocore. Die. With that, he ran outside, leaving Shuri screaming in panic. You lunatic. On the sorcerer's campsite, they panicked and gossiped. The lunatic is crazy, we're being attacked. All the stored monocores have been destroyed, and the magic circle creation tools are shattered too. Could it be the novice priests? Did they know our attack plan and strike first? Must attack those priests. Before they could move, Isaac ran up and shouted, Wait. From now on, I'll hand him over to you. With that, he pulled Hiberius up to act as a human shield. And the kid even cheered along. You bastards, how dare you attack us? The sorcerers turned pale and dared not move. The youngest prince is the youngest prince, my lord. Why are you with those priests? Please come this way, we will escort you. But before he could finish, Isaac cut him off. You bastards, if you value this kid's life, hand everything over. Hiberius chimed in. Didn't you hear him? Isaac gritted his teeth, hissing each word. Hand it all over. Shuri watched from afar, speechless. May the gods take this jerk away. Roxia was known as the Blue Faith, one of the 5 major faiths. Together with the White Faith, they were the most righteous, despised injustice, and always followed the code of knighthood. Even with a blade at their throat, the successor of that faith would never raise a weapon. Yet here they were, holding a sword to the throat of the Magic Empire's prince, starting a hostage kidnapping. Isaac, like a demon, threatened. You mean if this kid gets beheaded, it doesn't matter? Hiberius didn't show any fear, questioning back. That's what you mean, right? The sorcerers were extremely confused. Why is His Majesty there? And why is he being held like that? He's strong enough to stomp countless adults. He must have been caught by some weakness. Must save him. Shuri was about to stop this charade when the sorcerers cried out. That guy is a direct disciple of Eshu. Calm down, let's settle this with a deal. Isaac calmly pointed his sword at them. Deal my ass. Did you hear me? Hand everything over now. Suddenly, Shuri was teleported away, and a sorcerer appeared in his place. He reached out, whispering, Your Majesty, over here, take my hand, I will save you. But Hiberius clearly didn't need help. Shouting in annoyance, You fools, why haven't you saved me yet? Do you still consider yourselves great sorcerer? The sorcerer just tried to reach out to grab Hiberius. I'm trying, Your Majesty is over here. But they were all dodged by Hiberius, who kept berating them. You useless rebels. The sorcerer lamented miserably. Come on, we're here to save you. But Hiberius flipped the script. Enough. In the name of the youngest prince of the Magic Empire, I order you to hand over everything and retreat. Isaac shouted along in satisfaction. Did you hear? Retreat, you bastards. The sorcerers were bitter but had to kneel, feeling resentful, screaming. That is the future of our empire. Even though they didn't know what was happening, they had no choice but to obey the prince, putting their things down one by one, shouting, We obey your command, we will hand over everything. Please let His Majesty go. Isaac's eyes lit up. Monocores, monocores. Whisper broke into a sweat and reminded him, Master, please control your expression. Isaac still shouted playfully, All right, out of respect for your kindness, this time I'll let it slide, and I'll make sure to report to the Empire that you tried to attack us. The sorcerers scrambled to explain, You must have misunderstood, we were just hunting demons. But Isaac wouldn't let up. If you were hunting demons, why carry weapons specifically for capturing priests? If you don't like it, get ready to carry the prince's corpse home. The sorcerer could only grit his teeth and curse silently. Damn it. Isaac urged, What are you doing? Not retreating yet. Hiberius also ordered, Get out of here. A while later, inside a house, piles of monocores were bouncing around. Isaac swam in the pile of monocores, laughing happily. Monocores, monocores. Hiberius stood beside him, excitedly praising. As expected, Big Brother knows everything. The monocores of the Magic Empire are on a completely different level from the trash of the Holy Nation. Don't you see, Big Brother? The color, the scent, even the veins are different. I thought the Holy Nation was just full of worms, not knowing how to keep monocores. But I didn't expect someone like you to be in the Blue Faith. It's truly a sincere faith that nothing can compare to. Hearing Hiberius praise him, Isaac felt suspicious of reality, thinking he'd met another lunatic. Hiberius still cheered carelessly. Big Brother, just say the word when we return to the capital. I guarantee the Blue Faith will receive a huge reward. Isaac was extremely pleased. Oh, that sounds good. Hiberius added, Big Brother, have you ever thought about defecting to the Magic Empire? We won't treat you badly. Shuri was weary. Enough madness, you two lunatics. He couldn't help but shout, Isaac, I have something to say to you, but first, wipe the drool off your face. Are you really going to tell the family head that your 4th uncle is a sorcerer? Isaac didn't need to think, answering immediately. Naturally, I need to remove a rival for the position of family head. Shuri panicked, analyzing. If you do that, you'll be in big trouble. You've never met that fourth uncle. You don't know that his personality is nothing to joke about. If you frame him without evidence, you will really. Before he could finish, Isaac cut him off. Innocent, you say? He recalled the words of the lead sorcerer, couldn't help but smirk triumphantly. Just now, that bastard sorcerer clearly knew who we were and targeted us from the very beginning. Shuri still tried to reason. People of the blue side stand out with their appearance, so he probably just recognized us. Before he could flatter himself, he was scolded by Isaac. What are you talking about? You're ugly as hell, your hair color is trash. Anyone can see you're a person from Ashua, right? I said it before, they definitely knew in advance. Shuri wept internally. Shut your mouth, you jerk. Isaac asserted, it's clear that Uncle is behind this. There's no way they knew there were direct descendants of Ashua among the novice priests. Wake up, Shuri. The person you call Uncle just tried to kill you. Do you think your father would just sit still? He must have already caused a scene. Shuri stubbornly denied. Surely he doesn't know yet, but that commotion must have already. Speaking of this, he realized the problem. Don't tell me this jerk has already. Isaac confirmed. That's right, I've turned everything upside down. Blue, yellow, the royalty, even the Holy See. I'm sure everything is in chaos right now. A few days later at the Holy See, Barit's horrified scream rang out. What did you just say? The priest standing next to him couldn't help but repeat. The novice priests of the blue side have returned safely. The servant respectfully confirmed. Yes, they're probably on their way to the capital. We also checked. It seems the headcount is even larger than when they started. It seems they managed to save even the kidnapped one. The priest couldn't accept it, questioning, what the hell are the sorcerers doing? Barit didn't say anything, but his expression was incredibly unpleasant, and he cursed to himself. What on earth are the fourth son of the Ashua family and those mages doing? Why is that brat still alive? The servant hesitated. They said they couldn't attack. The priest was shocked. What? The servant explained that it seemed the prince of the magic empire was among those rescued. The priest stumbled back in shock. Who? The servant bowed respectfully and read out. The youngest prince of Britannia, Hyberius Britannia. Isaac Ashua has also requested a thorough investigation into the mages. The brat said he would definitely find out who intended to assassinate the prince. Barit realized the problem and gritted his teeth in anger. So this is how that brat plans to play me. The prince's appearance has changed everything. They will definitely investigate thoroughly. If that happens, not only will I be powerless, but I might also be accused of conspiring to assassinate the prince. How unlucky. Both that father and son are nothing but disaster. While he was still fuming, another man pushed the door open and shouted, Lord Cardinal, we have bad news. The head of the Ashua family has arrived at Barit and is causing an uproar. He is demanding to see his fourth son immediately. Barit's face darkened and he cursed under his breath. Now even the old man is here. Damn it, all three of them. At the same time, in the capital of the holy nation of Helen, the head of the Blue family received a letter from Isaac which read, Grandfather, I almost died. The fourth uncle tried to kill us with the help of those mages. The family head immediately erupted in rage. That brat dares. Thinking of that scene, Isaac clutched his head and giggled. That was definitely his grandfather's style. I knew he wasn't someone to be messed with, but I didn't expect him to dare cause trouble right at the Pope's doorstep. Asili, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. My lord, I truly thank you for avenging my brother. He was murdered 14 years ago. Isaac was stunned. He hadn't even known about that. But outwardly he tried to remain calm. Ah, it was nothing. He asked again, what about the others? Asili replied happily. The reaction was similar to the family heads, my lord. Lord Goal seems quite angry about something else. That madman didn't just intend to kill Isaac, but his own nephew as well. Riley helplessly retorted, Isaac is his biological nephew too. Goal argued, their hair is a different color. His uncle added, their faces are different, let alone their hair color. Goal couldn't win the argument, so he just barked, shut up. Suddenly, both of them went silent and looked to the side. Asili sighed while Lord Benjamin, who was in charge of finances, had burned the entire inheritance of that fourth son. Benjamin said coldly, he will not receive anything, it will all be returned to society. Isaac felt regret for him. Why didn't you just give it to me? Asili summarized, all the descendants of the Ashua family will meet on New Year's. Honestly, that makes me feel uneasy. It seems that person is looking for a way to kill you, my lord. He seems determined to take the position of family head, so he wants to eliminate you early. Isaac didn't care, interrupting. Don't worry, I don't intend to die. But it's strange, there must be another place in chaos right now. Why are they still silent? They should have arrived by now. Just as he was speaking, a piece of paper flew over, and Isaac tore it open, shouting, they're here. Immediately, a bright red magic circle appeared before him. Asili was shocked, a summoning holy technique. Isaac stared at it, taunting. You seem to be in a big hurry, don't you? You even resorted to using a summoning holy technique like this. The Crimson Cardinal stepped out from it, grabbed Isaac by the collar, and threatened, "You said you would show me something interesting." Isaac replied without a hint of worry, "It seems my cute Prince of the Magic Empire is doing well, isn't he? I thought you would like." This comment made the Crimson Cardinal grind his teeth in anger, and he reluctantly let go of Isaac's collar. "What were you thinking bringing the Prince of the Magic Empire here?" Isaac brushed off his shoulder. "What? I did that to help you." He snarled, "Help, you say?" In his mind, he involuntarily recalled that, yes, at first, he had liked the idea. This was a rare opportunity to extort money from them. As he had read in the letter Isaac sent to the mages, it seems they plotted to harm the prince, so as the Crimson family, which specializes in interrogations, please investigate who is behind all of this. He was incredibly excited. It was perfectly clear who had done this. It was highly likely that the Pope and that fourth son of Eshua were planning to cripple Isaac. Isaac Eshua, thanks to that stupid brat, I will be able to make the yellow and blue families kneel. That alone is enough to earn the right to face the 14 followers, maybe even more. However, when he met Hyberius, things didn't go as expected. The brat wasn't afraid in the interrogation room and even questioned them back. "Is this how the holy nation of Helen interrogates people? You call yourselves a holy nation, yet you are this barbaric. What, you're asking for my name? Where are my rights? Is every priest like this? You dare ask about Big Brother Isaac? Aren't you ashamed? You lowlifes dare to mention the Blue family. Even if you had another 10 years, you wouldn't understand Big Brother's vision." A priest, unable to control himself after the interrogation, snapped, "Let me go, I'll kill that bastard even if I have to go to hell for it." The person beside him broke into a sweat and stopped him. "Calm down." The Crimson Cardinal was speechless. That brat, he requested this interrogation just to intimidate the Yellow family. He didn't want the Eshua family to suffer because of his fourth son, so he brought the prince. You didn't intend to cooperate at all. Now the Yellow family is going to be in complete chaos. "You bastard, you dare use us." Thinking this, the Crimson Cardinal hissed, "You think you're going to get away with this?" Thinking this, the Crimson Cardinal hissed, "You think you're going to get away with this?" Isaac was quite annoyed to see his people suffering so much trouble, but Isaac smiled brightly in response. "What? You don't look annoyed at all. Don't you enjoy witnessing the pain of your subordinates?" The Crimson Cardinal paused momentarily, then broke into a wild smile. How strange, no one has ever discovered that before. An invisible pressure radiated all around, making Asili unable to endure and kneel, while the Crimson Cardinal's voice became ominous. "Did the head of the Blue family tell you that? Do you know what? Making an apprentice priest disappear isn't that difficult. I wonder who told you." But Isaac wasn't afraid of these kinds of threats, interrupting him again. "If you're happy, then pay up." Cardinal Leon Sepet. He curled his lips and reached a hand out toward him threateningly. "It seems you haven't learned anything other than how to find a faster way to die, have you?" Asili saw this and panicked, shouting, "Run." But Isaac casually snatched the item from his sleeve and triumphantly showed it off. "Thank you, my lord. That is more than enough as payment." The pressure finally dissipated. The Crimson Cardinal leaned down and asked, "By the way, I'm quite curious. Did you really defeat that monster all by yourself? How could an apprentice priest pull that off?" Isaac laughed. "That's a secret of my family, my lord. Unlike the Blue Faith, your family seems quite poor at hunting monsters, so I'm not surprised you're that curious. That's also the reason your son got beaten to a pulp." The Crimson Cardinal was provoked but didn't take it to heart, just smiled and turned away. Cursing in his heart, what an insolent brat. Isaac didn't bother to see him off, sitting there waving and smiling. "Have a safe trip." Asili rushed over in a panic. "Are you all right, young master?" She glared at the back of the Crimson Cardinal and scolded. "Why is everyone from the Crimson family so unlikable?" He sighed helplessly, because their family head has always been a madman. Suddenly, she looked at the item in his hand and Isaac asked, "But what is that?" His expression sank as he looked at the pass, saying, "An entry pass to the Holy Sea's prison." In his heart, he told himself, "With this, I can finally meet my subordinates." The next day, at the review council for the Yellow family test, the attendees curiously whispered, "I wonder which team will reach the king rank in this test." Obviously, the Yellow family. There has never been a case where the Yellow family didn't win the king rank in their own test. The Crimson family even lost to the Blue family. The Crimson Cardinal heard this and was so angry he crushed the wine glass in his hand. Just then, footsteps echoed, and everyone turned their attention. "The apprentice priests are coming. Which team is it?" "It's the Blue Faith, Isaac Eshua." Seeing Isaac walk in, the Blue team kids behind him were furious, pulling at their hair. "Why won't he just die? How many times have I almost died because of that jerk?" Isaac yelled in frustration, "I can see everything, you bastards, smile for me or else." Before he could finish his sentence, they became obedient as puppies and smiled brightly. Suddenly, whispers broke out. "Look, it's the yellow team." The yellow team walked in with sinister smile. "Those stupid blue guys, thanks to the help of King, we brought back a lost treasure of the holy nation of Helen from the hands of the enemy. This is the only thing that benefits the holy nation. Merit in the magic empire. Ha, how truly ridiculous. You think you can change anything just by rescuing a few survivors. You have to learn to use your heads, you stupid blue family." Just then the host stepped out with the list and read aloud. "Greetings, apprentice priests and distinguished guests. Thank you all for attending the review session for the results of the Yellow Family Test. Please stand up. The results of this test will be announced in person by the Emperor." As soon as he finished speaking, the Emperor and the Prince walked out holding hands, making the guests gasp in disbelief. The Emperor is here in person. That's truly rare. It must mean this review is so important that he has to announce the results himself. The Yellow family kids peeked and rejoiced secretly. That's how it should be. We recovered the lost treasure of the holy nation. The Emperor surely had to come in person. Immediately after, the host's voice echoed across the square. "Then now, the result review session will begin. The treasure brought back by the white team is a lost collection of ancient books. The crimson team brought back a holy sword, crafted 300 years ago by the genius artisan Arctic." Looking at those two items, some people discussed noisily. "Not bad, worth researching. Ah, his work still holds extremely high value to this day. The apprentices this year are truly different. Last year, there wasn't even anything this valuable." The host's voice rose again, and as for the yellow team, it is truly astonishing. They recovered a national treasure that Helen had lost hundreds of years ago. The crowd whispered excitedly. "Is that the treasure passed down through the royal generations, the necklace stolen by the Manji clan?" Shuri widened his eyes in exclamation. "A national treasure. No wonder the Emperor had to come here in person." The Emperor acknowledged with satisfaction. "This is a treasure for royal ceremonies, stolen since my grandfather's time. I thought I would never see it again, yet you brought it back. The ability of the yellow team is truly outstanding." The kids who were praised jumped for joy and intentionally glanced at the group they despised. This is the difference in class. Those useless blue guys, if you have something greater to do, step up. Shuri didn't dare to look, only turning away in frustration. The host continued reading the report. And finally, the blue team. The blue team heroically rescued all the holy knights kidnapped by demons in Crasiandia. The audience murmured. The apprentice priests rescued them from the land of the mages. Just surviving to return is already a miracle. The yellow team kids still look down. Just bringing people back, what's there to talk about? 14 years ago, they personally punished the monster that even the mages were targeting and saved all the survivors. Finally, Helen's pain for the past 14 years has been eased. The yellow team kids started to sweat, reassuring themselves. "It's fine, I don't think they defeated that monster, but the national treasure is still much more valuable." But the host didn't stop there. The blue team also rescued Hiberius Britannia, the prince of the magic empire. The yellow team kids couldn't believe it. "Isaac." The host tossed the report aside and shouted. "The holy nation of Helen has demanded compensation from the magic empire for saving Prince Hiberius, meaning the return of a treasure that had been looted. And more importantly, the cancellation of the unreasonable taxes in the disputed Crasiandia region. The magic empire has accepted this demand." The whole square fell into dead silence. The emperor stood up and praised. "This achievement is so great that it is difficult for me to find words worthy of praise. What the apprentice priests did today not only elevates the honor of Helen, but also brings practical benefits to us. The national treasure and the holy relic both elevate the honor of the holy nation. But to me, the lives of my subjects are even more precious." The blue team not only saved the holy knights, but also countless civilians, and even the prince of an enemy nation. One life is worth more than the universe. Saving that life is the very reason the holy nation of Helen exists. Solving a trade issue that affects lives is just like saving the lives of thousands. Regarding this unprecedented feat, I believe the review council will agree with me, right? The yellow family priests could only clear their throats, not daring to speak. The onlookers talked excitedly. The national treasure the yellow team brought back is truly astonishing, but what the blue team did is incomparable. That is not something apprentices could do. Above all, the blue team has reaffirmed the true purpose of priests. Protecting the weak, serving the people. That is the essence of a priest. While the other teams only brought back items to restore old honors, whether intentionally or unintentionally, the blue team made a great contribution to Helen. Kina sat above, gritting her teeth. If it wasn't intentional, there's no way Isaac could have done all this. Because they saved lives, the yellow team had no choice but to award the king rank to the blue team. Everything went exactly as Isaac had planned. To let the murmurs die down, the emperor stepped forward to announce, "Then now, I will announce the final result." This year, the apprentices have shown extraordinary talent, especially the blue team. Despite the dangerous mission, they did not give up but risked their lives to save their teammate. That achievement will be a shining example, not only for their peers, but also for their senior. Therefore, victory in this yellow family test will go to the blue team. The kids heard this and hugged each other in joy. A moment later, in the blue team's dormitory, the head of the blue family walked quietly down the hallway, his face flushed with excitement. "I only told you to survive, but you did a great job. Isaac, perhaps the boy can truly become a saint and bring glory to the family. His personality is a bit problematic, but with proper upbringing, it can certainly be correct." Thinking of this, he gently pushed the room door, and the sound inside immediately leaked out. "The air, that's no big deal. Just spout a few words about teammates, recite some teachings, say a few things the family head likes to hear, and it'll be a piece of cake. Don't worry about getting the king rank in the blue family test. Just sit still and grandfather will hand it to me. So this is what it feels like to be invincible. It feels great." The kids were silent, not daring to speak a word. Isaac noticed their strange expression, turned his head and asked, "What's wrong? Why is everyone so quiet all of a sudden?" The family head stared at him, seething. "Isaac, it seems the heir's seat is still too much for you. It looks like no matter how I teach you, you won't change." Isaac broke into a cold sweat. "I'm screwed. You bastards, if grandfather was standing here, you should have told me." A moment later, things were thrown around, and Isaac screamed indignantly, "What? That's ridiculous." Isaac screamed indignantly, "What? That's ridiculous. You force me to endure harsh training, then use treasures to tempt me into failing and make me copy hundreds of pages of ancient books that are impossible to understand. And you call that fair? What did I do wrong?" Whisper broke into a sweat, explaining, "You just spouted all that terrible trash to the family head's face. You have no choice. He said he'll give you the lowest score if you don't do all of that. Do you want to fail? You brought this on yourself." Isaac looked at him with annoyance. Damn it. Suddenly an idea flashed in his head. "I've got it. The uncle is going with the family head anyway." He shouted loudly, "Uncle." Riley, not understanding what was happening, was lunged at and hugged by him, sobbing bitterly. "Uncle, uncle." Riley restrained himself until his face turned gray. "Tell me who made you cry, and I'll wring their neck and bring it to you." Isaac immediately got into character, crying as he explained, "I think Grandpa hates me. Perhaps I should leave this house." Riley panicked, kneeling on one leg to ask, "Father, what's wrong? What happened?" Isaac began his story. "The thing is, he said I should leave, but he actually meant leaving the dormitory and going home to him. He said I wasn't qualified enough. Actually, he was drinking and said I was still too young." Riley only heard half of it, feeling deeply worried. Why would father do that? Could it be that he wants to discipline Isaac? The older brother and sister-in-law were like his own parents after he lost both of them 10 years ago. His world had almost collapsed. So when he found out his nephew was still alive, he was choked with joy. For this child, he was willing to sacrifice his life. Seeing Isaac trying to make a pathetic face, Whisper couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing?" Isaac whispered dejectedly, "Isaac just wants to pass the blue test and become an official priest, then destroy the Skeleton King with his uncle." Whisper was helpless. "Are you crazy? Why are you talking about yourself in the third person?" But Riley was moved by these words, using all his confidence to say loudly, "Don't worry, Isaac, your uncle here will take care of everything." Isaac stopped crying and looked up. "Really?" Riley patted his chest in assurance. "Of course, I'll help my dear nephew pass that stupid test as easily as turning over a hand. It's a small thing, don't worry." As soon as Isaac finished, Riley took off. Whisper was skeptical, "But the test is tomorrow. Can Riley really do it?" Isaac was firm. "If it's my uncle, it's not a problem at all. Besides, there's something more urgent. I have to meet my subordinates before they are executed." The next day, Isaac went to the Holy Seas prison. After checking the pass, a jailer handed it back to him and said, "Confirmed. This is indeed the pass issued by the Crimson Cardinal. You can enter to see them in 14 days. Isaac, like a little demon, took it with a beaming smile. Having power really is nice. But he wasn't satisfied, bargaining. "The execution is in less than a month. You intend to let me see those heads already severed from their body? Reduce it to a week." The jailer panicked. "That's impossible. Security protocols require at least 10 days. You're lucky you're even being allowed in." Before he could finish, Isaac lowered the price. 5 days. The jailer was furious. "I said no, 3 days, forget it, or maybe I should go in right now." The jailer scrambled to prevent him. tomorrow, it can't be any sooner. Isaac was finally satisfied, pushing him away. Fine, that will have to do. The jailer was extremely confused. Why would the family head give his pass to this lunatic? Seeing Isaac just walk away, Whisper was slightly curious. Aren't you here to meet them right now? He curled his lips into a smile and replied, no, I need to get something after achieving the king rank in today's test. Going tomorrow will be better. The blue test, Riley already said he would take care of it so his dear nephew could pass easily. Whisper playfully repeated, dear nephew. He immediately scolded, shut your mouth. I wonder how easy the test questions will be. Whisper was also excited. If it's Riley, he'd probably turn it into a child's game that anyone could pass. Just like that, the day before the day after tomorrow arrived. The host happily introduced, welcome, all novice priests participating in the blue test and all the guests who have come to watch. The final mission of the blue test is to exterminate a few monsters. Isaac's expression had been sullen and green since he walked in, but conversely, the novice priests cheered as soon as they saw the task. That's a piece of cake. Why is the test so easy? It really is. You spoke to the family for us, right? If we still can't pass this, we should just bite our tongues and die. Not to mention the monsters we have to take down are just skeletons. The skeletons were still trembling in the middle of the arena. Seeing Isaac arrive, they cheered happily. It's our king, it's our king. You came to see us, come see us. Where have you been all this time? You've come to save us. Whisper watched this scene and muttered dejectedly, looks like brother must kill brother. Isaac was furious, cursing that jerk Riley under his breath. Riley, unaware, was extremely satisfied with his handiwork. All for my dear nephew. Good luck. Skeleton Isaac, just hearing the name made him want to cry. Weak as snails, stupid as cows, easily overlooked but also easily exploited. Essentially, they were the untouchable class of the demon world in the priest tests. In classes for nobles, or even at children's festivals, they were usually summoned just to be slaughtered by Bone Axis spell. And if they died by Bone Axis, they went straight to hell. When they die, they start over from zero, at which point they respawn at level 1. Previously, Isaac had repeatedly gone through that process when he first arrived in this world until the gods were fed up. You're dying again. This is the 43rd time, the 21,376th time. Recalling this, he cursed bitterly. Damn priests in front of me, the great skeleton king, you dare to summon these poor souls. The skeletons were still innocently exchanging bone sounds. Where are we? Where are we? I don't know, but our king is here, he is the king. The brats cheered excitedly. Isaac, use Bone Axis, that way you can send them to hell. That's right, they're nothing against that holy art, it's a piece of cake. Isaac was furious in his head. Bone Axis, Whisper also urged. Bone Axis is the most basic spell, just use it. He rolled his eyes, scolding in his head. I've died millions of times because of that damn Bone Axis, and now you're telling me to use it on these kids. Are you crazy? Riley, you jerk, the skeletons ran over happily. It's the king, he came for us. So happy, so happy. Before long, a thud sound echoed. This scene left the brats dumbfounded, while the skeletons licked Isaac's body, asked, why did you disappear for so long? Finally, you've come to see us. Isaac sighed helplessly. I understand you're very happy, but you're heavy. The brats looked on suspiciously. Are they attacking? Are they trying to crush him to death? But why does it look like they're very happy to see him? Facing the skeletons looking at him with anticipation, Isaac had to resort to a desperate measure. Damn it, if this fails, my identity will be exposed. I'll extract their mana cores so they lose the ability to fight. So if I return the mana cores later, they'll be fine. Right at this moment, the host shouted, the test begins. In this test, absolutely do not touch their mana cores. The priests must use Bone Axis to turn them into ash. The plan crumbled at the last minute, making Isaac snap and curse. Damn priests. The team leader soldier on the stands winked and cheered. Young Master Isaac, we've already prepared everything so easily. Remember to win first place. Isaac was even more annoyed. Damn Eshua family, I'll wipe you all out. Some of the audience members gossiped, only using Bone Axis to pass. This is truly the easiest test in history. That's right, normally just Bone Axis is too strong for undead creatures. They should have increased the difficulty by forcing the priests to extract their mana cores. Even a newborn baby could pass this. Isaac punched the skeletons away, cursing. Damn it, this is even worse. I'm not using that damn Bone Axis spell. I'll handle them with normal holy attack spells. Damn it, sorry kids. Even if it's just a normal holy spell, it would still be fatal to undead creatures, but it's better than sending them to hell. The skeletons were knocked away but still looked at him with longing, cheering. Oh, the king is looking at us, looking at us. Oh, king, what should we do now? Tell us. Oh, just seeing the king makes us happy. Isaac collapsed to his knees right there. I can't do it. The brats stared in disbelief. What? Shuri clutched his head and shouted. Even a child can do it, why can't you? Isaac, as if drained of all vitality, asserted. "No, I can't." The skeletons ran over anxiously to ask, "King, what's wrong? Is the king out of mana? Or should we take you to the dragon fire to recover mana?" Isaac snapped back, "I'm not a skeleton anymore. I'm a human thrown into the fire. It hurts." The soldiers standing above stared, asking each other, what did he just say? Not a skeleton, but a human. Is he actually treating them like humans? Isaac looked up at the stands in shock. The people there were also stroking their chins and discussing. Well, skeletons used to be people, after all. Does the kid not want to attack creatures that were once human? Perhaps he wants to save the people who have become monsters. As expected, Roxia is a faith that protects all living things from demons. Truly the son of the saintess. What a noble heart. Public opinion naturally turned to cheering. Shuri could only clutch his head helplessly. "You guys are crazy. There's no way that guy is thinking of anything that noble." Having no other choice, he volunteered. "Get out of the way, Isaac. If you won't do it, I will." Before he finished the incantation, he was punched in the mouth by Isaac. "Stop." He stared around angrily, thinking, if anyone else uses bone axis, they'll definitely go to hell. I can't let that happen. No more playing around. Isaac gathered mana in his palm, pressed it hard onto the floor, and shouted loudly, "Bone axis." A magic circle expanded. Isaac thought nervously, "I have to aim so I don't hit the kids." Above on the stands, everyone looked at the amount of mana covering the area, gasping, "Is that bone axis? I've never seen one this big." The skeletons trapped inside cheered happily. "What is that sparkly thing?" "I don't know, but it looks so beautiful." Isaac darkened his face and ordered, "Dark Lick, hide them all in the shadows." The Dark Lick appeared and received the order, "As you command." Immediately, the skeletons were swallowed by the darkness. A second later, the mana dissipated, returning the view to normal. The people above asked in confusion, what's going on? Those skeletons, they've all disappeared. Did Isaac wipe them all out in one hit? Amazing. At this level, he must be on par with the bishops at the very least. He truly has the qualities of a saint. Hearing those words, Isaac gritted his teeth and cursed silently. "Those corrupt priests, I'll definitely wipe them out one by one." Meanwhile, in the Blue family's meeting room, the family head analyzed with a headache. The Crimson Cardinal wants to kidnap Isaac. He's convinced that Isaac will summon a demon god during the sacrificial ceremony. If the kid just managed to summon a mid-level god, I'd be very satisfied. Goal interrupted unpleasantly. If father knew which god chose Isaac, fainting might not be enough. The family head was startled. Even worse than a demon god. Goal confirmed firmly, completely incomparable. The family head became even more depressed. Damn it, just how rotten a god will appear. Rilai was also confused. Could that god be at the level of a catastrophe? After a few minutes of contemplation, the family head sighed and made a decision. So, bringing Isaac back and educating him is the top priority. I've already sent someone to him. There should be a response soon. No sooner had he finished speaking than someone opened the door to report. "My lord, I have just returned from visiting young Master Isaac. Young Master Isaac is currently on his way to the Holy Seas prison." This was like a lightning strike to the three people in the room. The family head lost his composure, standing up. "Why go there? That's the Crimson Faction's area. Doesn't he even have the right to enter there?" The servant explained further. "The thing is, the Crimson Cardinal gave the young master a pass, my lord." The family head tried to restrain himself, veins popping on his forehead. "That bastard, is he planning to lure my nephew with such cheap tricks?" Rilai and Goal panicked, not knowing what to advise. "Father." The family head's eyes turned red, roaring. "Does he think I don't know how to use tricks? We are going to the Holy Seas prison right now." Meanwhile, Isaac was walking like a man who had lost his soul. Seeing his master like this, Whisper comforted him. "We've arrived at the Holy Seas prison. Why are you still sad?" Isaac replied spiritlessly. "I've been defiled. I never expected to use that dirty bone axis magic." Whisper changed the subject. "But didn't everything turn out fine in the end? Did you bring the reward from the test?" Isaac reached into his pocket and took it out resentfully. "I did all this for that. Of course I brought it." Seeing the object in his hand, Whisper wondered. "Just a string," Isaac explained. "It's a string that can eliminate dark magic, a precious item that helps free people from dark magic addiction. For me, it also helps hide dark mana." Whisper understood, smiling happily. "So you intend to hide your mana before entering the prison." But Isaac was still wary. "Before entering, there's no one around, right?" Whisper checked and confirmed. "Within my perception, there is no one." Isaac was satisfied and snapped his fingers. "All right, come out." The skeletons that had just been locked up were immediately released, cheering happily. "Master, we thought we'd never see Master again. We love you." Before they could finish expressing themselves, Isaac ordered, "Dark Lick, take them home." The skeletons wept and begged. "Master, did we do something wrong? We'll do whatever you say, please don't abandon us. Can't we stay with you?" Isaac scolded in annoyance. If you stay here, you'll be wiped out. You idiots, do you think I want to do this? Remember to ensure they get home safely. The dark lick obediently obeyed. Yes, master. Isaac turned away comfortably. All right, now let's go in. Suddenly, he froze, looking down to see a small skeleton hugging his waist, and shouted, when did you crawl in there? The small skeleton clung to him, acting cute. I don't want to be away from you again. Whisper sighed dejectedly. Damn, its mana is so weak that I couldn't even sense it. Before he could deal with it, a soldier came over and called out, time to go in. Isaac darkened his face. Why did they come so fast? Do you know how hard I work to keep these skeletons alive? If they get caught, they'll be wiped out. There's no other way. He had to hide it in his sleeve, ordering, hold on tight. Absolutely do not show your face. Seeing Isaac approach, the soldier stepped aside. Please come in. Isaac smiled and walked forward proudly. 50 years ago, the Holy Nation captured a level 9 demon. That demon infiltrated the Holy Nation alone to reclaim the body of the Skeleton King, but the priests took the body as a hostage. In the end, that demon voluntarily knelt to protect the master's body. The capture of a pure-blooded demon that had existed since the beginning of time shook the entire continent. That was what was recorded. Hearing Whisper's account, Isaac understood immediately. So it really was you, Blood Master. Whisper suddenly leaned forward and shouted loud, but everyone saw the scene in front of them and complained in annoyance. You call this a visit? Those bastards. Whisper was teased, since even looking through a telescope you couldn't see him. A soldier stepped closer, mocking. You should be grateful that we even let you see this much. Isaac was unfazed, taking out the pass and shouting, yeah, get lost. The soldier didn't know what to do, could only curse silently. Damn it. The remaining soldier suggested, then we have to search you. There must be something suspicious. We hope for your cooperation. But before he could touch Isaac, Isaac's mana flared up, his voice chillingly cold. Hey, if you touch me, you die. Both hurriedly pulled their hands back. Ash, what is this pressure? Damn it, I can't move. Isaac gritted his teeth, scolding. How dare you suspect a descendant of the Eshua family? If you touch me, I will consider it a declaration of war against the Eshua family. What do you intend to do to a child? Do you want me to bite my tongue and die right now? You don't believe me. I'll do it for real. Before they could argue back, they hurriedly waved their hands. My lord, please don't say such misleading things. Isaac continued to threaten. Do you think my uncle will sit idly by? One of them trembled and turned to persuade his companion. If it's Rilai, he'd definitely start a war, no doubt. You forgot he even bragged about the first time his nephew pooped, right? The other trembled. But the family head told us to investigate the motive of this brat. For now, just let him pass. After all, the family head did give him the pass. After convincing each other, one cleared his throat and concluded, understood, please follow me. Isaac remained displeased. You should have done that earlier. A moment later, they led Isaac into a pitch-black dungeon. We're here. Behind this door is the solitary confinement of that demon. I warn you in advance, its dark mana can cause cardiac arrest. Isaac wasn't scared, grumbling back. Shut your mouth and open it. The cell door slowly opened. Dark mana immediately filled the air. The face of a demon gradually appeared, and as soon as it saw Isaac's group, it roared frantically. Both soldiers asked each other in confusion, why is it acting like that? It's always been very calm until now. The demon became increasingly angry. One soldier turned away anxiously. You see, this is that demon's power, now hurry back. But Isaac wasn't worried, rubbing his nose and chuckling. He's still quite strong. Seeing that attitude, both soldiers were furious, cursing silently. Is this brat smiling in the face of that much dark mana? Is he crazy? Isaac cheerily remarked, it seems he thinks I've been captured by the priests. Whisper jumped up, shouting, that guy has completely lost his mind. We weren't captured and brought here. We were forced to come. The Blood Lord paused for a second and asked, forced? The two guards looked like they were about to cry and muttered, he's getting more and more insane. Whisper was taken aback and countered, you've got it all wrong. No, that's not it. The master had said he would bite his tongue and commit suicide, but thankfully, everything stopped at just bowing his head. But the more he spoke, the angrier the Blood Lord became. They dared to force the master to bow, and on top of that, they made him say those things. The two guards couldn't hear the conversation and grew increasingly panicked. Why is he going crazy like this? Hurry up and call for help. He can't die before the execution. Whisper was exhausted and tried to reassure him. What I meant was that they are the ones who should be bowing. Isaac just silently observed, weighing his plans. The opportunity is here, but the guards are still watching me. I need a better opening. Suddenly, a golden light flashed on the Blood Lord's handcuffs. Isaac panicked internally. Damn it, the Pope's power has been activated. He'll be dead before I can even save him. Should I use magic to cause a distraction? but if I use it now, I'll definitely get caught. Just as he didn't know what to do, the little skeleton poked its head out and suggested, "Master, let me help you." Isaac was overjoyed. "Oh, you beautiful little thing, go ahead. With your size, you can easily slip through the bar. Give him that stone and he'll be able to break the handcuffs. You have so little mana that you won't be detected. I'm counting on you, little skeleton." Now Isaac began his act, clutching his chest. Truly admirable. The Red Clan is indeed impressive. The two guards were bewildered by this. A guy from the Blue Clan is praising us. It doesn't sound very sarcastic either. Whisper couldn't help but scold, "Are you out of your mind?" But Isaac denied it immediately. "No, I'm just buying time." The cheesy lines kept flowing out of the mouth of this A-list act, while the little skeleton hugged a mana core and slipped inside. As soon as I saw the 14 devils, I nearly died, but the Red Clan's response was truly magnificent. The guard began to grow suspicious. "You're smiling, young master." Isaac retorted immediately. "Oh, I was just smiling instinctively because I was so scared. The Red Clan actually leaves people like you here as wardens. What a fantastic clan. With this level of skill, you'd be a captain of the knights in the Blue Clan already." Both guards were left stunned, not knowing what to say. What on earth was this kid blathering about? Isaac added even more. "Listen, guys, this is actually a secret. The reason I'm here is because of an order from the clan head." They hurriedly asked, an order from the clan head?" Isaac nodded, confirming, "It's a clan mission. Actually, I'm in the middle of a succession war. My mission is to inflict injuries on the 14 devil." The two guards took a cold breath. "Oh my god, that's brutal. Is the succession war really so dangerous that it could lead to death?" Isaac recounted it as if it were real. "That's right." The two guards swallowed hard in disgust. "This is not normal at all. It's like the struggle for the next cardinal position. Who would be crazy enough to give a child the mission of injuring the 14 devil? But since it's the Saintess's clan, I guess it's understandable. Still, giving a mission like this to a child. The Blue Clan's faith is known for being crazy, after all." Seeing that the story was no longer interesting, Isaac changed the subject. "So, do you guys plan on coming to work for the Blue Clan?" One guard was tempted and asked, "Go to the Blue Clan. Is this a recruitment invitation?" Isaac was about to say more when he sensed the little skeleton returning. He immediately clutched his forehead and sighed. "It seems the 14 devils are still beyond my capability." The guard asked with concern, "Are you okay, sir? Why are you so insistent on meeting the 14 devils anyway? We'll take you back." Inside the prison cell, the Blood Lord's telepathic voice echoed out, "Thank you, my king of gods." After a while, they helped Isaac outside. "We're almost there. Please try to hang in there a little longer." Isaac put on an act of gratitude. "Thank you, guys." Suddenly, a foot stepped out to block Isaac's path. "Wait a minute. I need to check this before you go. I need to inspect the card you're holding." Isaac asked back with a sour look. "The yellow cardinal gave it to me, though." Nizer sneered maliciously. "That card also has the function of evaluating a person's faith. Do you think receiving things from the clan head is that easy? The lower your faith, the darker the card will turn. We want to check its color now." Whisper was visibly excited. "The card can change colors." It slipped inside to check, then flew back out to confirm. "It's pitch black." Isaac felt a chill down his spine. Nizer seized the moment and ordered, "Hand over the card." Isaac broke into a sweat and argued back, "I'm not giving it to you." Nizer couldn't help himself and mocked, "What's wrong? Are you afraid it will turn black and red?" Whisper grew furious and cursed. "Black and red, what are you talking about? My master's card is supposed to be pitch black, just like his conscience." Isaac hit it and scolded, "Get lost, I'm not giving it to you." Nizer became even more confident. "Guilty conscience, I see." Before he could make an accusation, Isaac took a step forward. "You guys are planning to steal the card and then blame it on us from the Blue Clan, right?" Nizer's jaw dropped. "What did you say?" Isaac stated it as if it were true. "It must be that. You'll steal it and then use threats to force us in the Blue Clan to pay a huge compensation." The two guards were left speechless. How could this brat come up with such a ridiculous idea? Isaac acted as if he had just realized, and breathed a sigh of relief. "This is your land, full of your people. You could make me look like a fool just by saying a few smooth words. How could I possibly trust?" Nizer couldn't remain calm anymore and barked, "You lunatic, do you dare to insult my clan? Fine, then I don't need the card anymore. I have something better than that." With that said, he punched the ground hard. Whisper warned him with a sour look. "Master, is that the judgment platform?" Behind Nizer, a goddess statue appeared. It was the secret red blood judgment court. Isaac also realized the origin of this thing. The fate judgment platform, a statue used to detect nobles impersonating others or people without faith. This temple dares to use this thing on a noble. Nizer was visibly excited and laughed gleefully. "If you have faith, the goddess will shed tears of repentance. But if you are a heretic, the goddess will open her eyes in anger at the blasphemy. If you aren't absolutely sure the opponent has no faith, you will suffer a backlash from it. Contrary to Isaac's anxiety, the two guards cheered him on. Don't worry, with the young master's courage and responsibility, there will be no problems at all. Use this opportunity to prove your innocence and force them to pay for their rudeness. Isaac was horrified internally. If I step up there now, that statue will definitely open its eye. Nizer continued to urge him. If you are a saint candidate, be confident and step up here. Isaac didn't bother to argue back. Why should I listen to you? Nizer threatened, if you don't want to be removed from the Blue Clan's registry, you'd better get up there. This sentence surprised Isaac slightly. Removed from what? Don't talk so much. Do you think we in the Blue Clan are that easy to bully? While he was talking, Nizer's body gradually faded, and the next second he appeared behind Isaac, grabbed him, and yelled, "Stop talking nonsense, get up there." Isaac didn't have time to react before he was teleported in front of the statue. Regaining his composure, he found himself standing right in front of the statue. Nizer, behind him, darkened his face and smiled. "Don't worry, it'll only take a second." Isaac muttered to himself with a sour look. "My body won't move. How am I supposed to run away like this?" Nizer grew increasingly excited, raising both hands and shouting, "Come on, goddess statue, open your eyes. With this, I can get rid of Isaac and the Blue Clan." As soon as he thought of this, the statue shed blood-red tears. This scene made the guards standing nearby couldn't help but shout. The goddess statue is shedding blood tears. Isn't that something only a cardinal can do? Nizer couldn't believe it, his eyes widening. That's impossible. How could he have any faith? Isaac couldn't believe it either. What the hell? Why is it crying? And what are these blood tears? Whisper called out immediately, "Master, please watch your facial expression." Then it glanced down below, saw the little skeleton, and understood. It seems the statue can even measure the skeleton's faith as well. That's right, the Demon King is also an object of faith. It must have measured the skeleton's faith in the master. It's not like adding 100 makes 100 after all. Isaac happily praised. "No wonder you're my subordinate." The guards murmured uncomfortably. Did he use the judgment platform without being sure of the result? It seems not even young Master Nizer can make the statue shed blood tears. If the Blue Clan wants to make a big deal out of this, we're done for. Isaac only now turned around and threatened. "On what grounds did you dare to do this? And what are you going to do now?" "Just you wait, the Ashua family won't let this slide, understand?" But when Isaac turned away and the little skeleton was covered, the statue immediately widened its eyes. Whisper panicked and shouted, "Turn around immediately." Isaac turned around at once, and the statue returned to its normal state. Isaac clutched his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. What was that about it suddenly opening its eyes? Whisper explained, "Don't turn your back like that. You must keep the little skeleton facing the statue no matter what." Nizer seized the opportunity to accuse him. "Ha, I knew it. You all saw it clearly, right?" The statue opened its eyes. The goddess statue actually opened its eyes, but the guards didn't see it and advised him, a bit confused. "What are you talking about? The statue is clearly closing its eyes." "Are you okay, sir?" Young Master Nizer went crazy and screamed. "It definitely opened its eyes. I saw it with my own eyes." Having escaped that disaster, Isaac breathed a sigh of relief. Whisper was visibly interested. It seems only he saw it. The guards' murmuring grew louder. But didn't the statue shed blood tears? "Oh God, what do we do now?" Nizer was furious and tried to justify himself. "I'm sure the statue opened its eyes. I saw it clearly." The guards weren't going to have it encountered. "Do you think our family has declined to the point where our statues change their judgments at will? Do you mean the judgment statue changed its decision on its own?" Isaac and Whisper were ready with popcorn to watch the show. Things are getting interesting now. The guards questioned him in turns. "If the judgment really changed halfway through like that, from now on, we won't be able to hold any more heretic trials. I think you should be more careful with your words." Young Master Nizer gritted his teeth but didn't dare say more, only muttering to himself, "Damn it, I can't argue with these guards." He turned to Isaac and shouted, "I really saw it. Hey, you hurry up and check again." But Isaac just stood there with his arms crossed and sneered. "Why should I do that? So you can change the result? Or are you jealous because you'll never reach that level in your entire life?" As he spoke, he secretly put his hand inside his robe to pat the little skeleton and praised. "Well done, kid." Isaac emphasized, "You pathetic thing." Nizer shook with anger. "You bastard, you'd better get up there while I'm still speaking nicely to you." Suddenly, a hand reached out. The head of the Blue Clan grabbed his hand and pulled him back. "I guessed this would happen, so I came here, and it seems I was right. Are you out of your mind?" "You brat." Nizer turned pale and didn't dare open his mouth. Rilai arrived just in time to stop them. "If you hit him, this will become a big deal. Father, first let's just go back and file a complaint." Before he could finish, Isaac switched to his acting mode and clung on. "Uncle Nizer hit me, sob sob." Rilai immediately flew into a rage and roared. That bastard has to die. A moment later, the clan head grumbled irritably. Looks like I need to have a talk with the Red Cardinal. Rilai wiped his hands and agreed. I'll draft the complaint. Shuri reluctantly jumped out to intervene. Stop it, uncle, he's about to die. Looking at Nizer lying motionless on the ground, Rilai still couldn't stop his anger and judged. He's just pretending. He was only hit a few times and he's like that already. Kids these days are so weak. Sai was also helpless, only able to curse the guy who was pretending to be stupid and eating popcorn in his head. You bastard, what did you come here for? You clearly knew they would do something like this. After watching for a moment, he grumpily called out, Hey, let's go back. Staying here any longer will only lead to huge trouble. Isaac continued to pretend to be stupid and asked back, Why, like being tried for heresy? Shuri nodded reluctantly, Yeah, something like that. Before he could finish, Isaac chimed in, But I already have been. Nier just brought that terrifying statue out and made me step up there. The other two calmed down, heard this, and flew into a rage again. What did that brat do? Shuri worriedly covered her mouth. Does that mean you're about to be burned alive? Isaac looked bored and threatened. Do you want to die? Suddenly, Rilai noticed Nier trying to crawl up, and immediately flew into a rage, curling his fingers. I won't let this slide. The Red Clan's guards had to stand in their way. Listen, Rilai, the trial is over and the result was great. I'm telling you, young Master Isaac passed it brilliantly. We've never seen such beautiful blood tears before. The clan head didn't understand and muttered in his head, blood tears. Just then, the Red Cardinal approached. I came because I heard there was trouble at the prison, but I didn't expect the head of the Blue Clan to be here too. As soon as he saw him, the clan head couldn't control himself anymore, pointed his finger at him, and scolded. You bastard, you came at just the right time. You should have just let my nephew meet that demon. Why did you dare to test my nephew's fate? The Red Cardinal wasn't going to take it and retorted. Wanting to meet the Skeleton Demon King's subordinate was already suspicious enough. Furthermore, this was a request from a member of the Blue Clan. I think the test was reasonable. The head of the Blue Clan grew even more annoyed. Which of your third sons used the judgment statue on who? He looked surprised. What? The clan head frowned and emphasized. Are you trying to start a war? But the Red Cardinal remained calm. Goodness, I didn't know the boy would even bring the statue there. Now can I have the travel card I gave you back? The clan head said grumpily while stretching his shoulders. You don't need to remind me. I don't want to keep it for another second either. It's ridiculous that you would give something like that to Isaac. He smiled and replied, Your nephew was the one who requested it. As he approached Isaac, the clan head couldn't stop grumbling in his head. What a bunch of bastards. Even if the boy is causing trouble, you shouldn't have brought the judgment statue. But honestly, I never expected the boy to be able to make the statue shed blood tears. That's something only a cardinal can do. I'm sorry for doubting your faith all this time. Thinking of this, he laughed excitedly. Isaac, give me the card. Receiving the card, he was still overjoyed in his heart. If there were truly blood tears, this thing should be darker than the bottom of a pot, making the clan head pause for a few seconds. Darker than suet. The scene of Isaac being hanged on the stake also automatically appeared in his mind. Seeing the clan head silent and not moving for a long time, the Red Cardinal walked over slowly and asked, Found it, then please return it. As he was speaking, the clan head turned around and crushed the card. The scene was so unexpected that the Red Cardinal was stunned. What on earth did you just do? That is a card bestowed by the first pope. The clan head suppressed his anger and blurted out, There's nothing to give you, you bastard. A moment later, inside the mansion, the headquarters of the Red Faith, whispers echoed. Not only is his faith unshaken, but the goddess judgment statue even shed blood tears. The Red Cardinal clutched his forehead in a headache, as he had almost confirmed that he was at the top of the list of saint candidates. On top of that, you want to demand a retrial after everyone has seen the result. The other person in the room also shouted, Do you want our clan to be publicly humiliated? You could have become the future clan head because your brothers are all idiots, and yet you couldn't even handle a simple matter like this. This person was the deputy head of the Sepik clan of the Red Faith, Neon Sepik. Nizer could only grit his teeth and take the hit. Do you not understand that only by becoming the Pope can you keep your life? If you want our clan to rule this world, you must become a saint, and then the Pope understand. The Red Cardinal stopped him, frustrated. Enough, how annoying, the faith test card is broken. Damn it, I have no choice, but it's not like there isn't another way. The upcoming god-worshipping ceremony will be our opportunity. When the messengers of the gods descend, anyone with issues will be exposed immediately. So from now until then, don't do anything. Nizer remembered the gaze of the statue and cried internally, That's not right, I clearly saw it. Suddenly, he stood up and shouted, Father, has the list of participants for the god-worshipping ceremony been finalized? The Red Cardinal was surprised. Why, most of them are from the Blue Clan team, and Isaac Eshua is also on it. Since you were the top of the Black Faith test before, you can participate too. Nizer patted his chest and stopped him. No, please write me down as Isaac's servant. I will go with Isaac as a servant. According to the rules, participants are allowed to bring servants, after all. Neon Sepet heard this and veins bulged on his forehead. Are you crazy? Why would the heir of the Red Clan do such a humiliating thing? Don't you know that's commoner's work? But he bowed his head, showing his determination. Even so, I still have to do it. If there's no evidence, the only way is to find it ourselves. The Red Cardinal also opposed it. No, Near yelled. Father, even if it's humiliating, I can do it. He explained, someone has already taken that position. Kina will be Isaac's servant. He helplessly held his head and sighed. Damn it. Kina Barit will be a servant for Isaac. At the same time, at the Blue Clan's estate, the clan head rested his chin on his hand and muttered, "It's pitch black." Gol asked hesitantly, "Is that why you broke it?" Benjamin was a bit confused, but I heard the statue cried blood. The clan head said helplessly, "I made Isaac take another faith test, just in case there were any error. Isaac met Melissa not long ago, so that must be why the statue cried like that. We stole that faith test device from the Red Faith, so it must be accurate." Rilai sighed, so it must be true then. Benjamin thought intently, is the head of the Eshua family a thief? Gol clutched his head and sighed. At least we don't have to worry about the evil god choosing him, because he's already an evil god himself. Suddenly, Benjamin exclaimed, then isn't that terrible? The people who get high scores in the 5-color test will summon a god during the god-worshipping ceremony. Rilai hurriedly added, the Red Cardinal must be looking forward to that moment too. The clan head grew even angrier as he listened. Not only that, he recalled the content of the letter from the Black Cardinal. I'm too lazy, so the Black test will be evaluated based on the god the trainees summon. His voice trembled. That bastard, the Black Cardinal, is also contributing to our destruction. Gol told Shuri to go be a servant for Isaac. We can't let Isaac summon a god. Time went by, and finally, the day of the sacrificial ceremony arrived. In the arena, a loud voice shouted, "Hey, are you not listening to a word I'm saying?" Kina retorted sarcastically, "Oh, you mean the load of nonsense you just spewed." But now, pointing straight at himself, he yelled, "I am his servant, you jerk, I've already registered." Shuri was left speechless listening to them. Oh gods, please save these idiots. Isaac, the person involved, was as relaxed as could be, commenting, just smashing their heads in will be enough to finish it. Saying this, he added to himself in his heart, since those god-sucking sycophants are going to be here, things were already troublesome enough as it is. Whisper asked excitedly, God-sucking sycophants, are they coming? He thought to himself, the sacrificial offerings are transported by the god's minions, but the offering this time is a high demon, so it seems one of those sycophants will be in charge. Suddenly, the sound of the two fighting cut him off. I am the servant, no, it's me. He was provoked to anger. Damn it, do you really want me to use force? Shuri hurriedly stepped in to stop them. Hey, today is a good day, calm down. Isaac muttered dejectedly. A good day? Yeah, maybe. He whispered the second half in his heart, because today is the day my subordinates will be liberated. Shuri was also suffering internally. The elders have made it clear to me. The family will definitely be destroyed the moment others see Isaac's true face. Maybe they were right, he really is a demon god. Suddenly he glanced over and asked, what's up with you and those other two? Why is everyone so eager to be my servant? Shuri stuttered, not knowing what to say, as priests were expected to serve the people from the lowest positions, but before he could finish making up an excuse, he was scolded by Near. Nonsense. I have a duty to be Isaac's. Well, generally I have to. Kina argued back that he should be the servant, but Isaac said if he stayed by his side, he would train him. Isaac had to step in to stop. Hey, stop arguing. I don't need either of you. The two started and looked over. What? He pointed straight at them and commanded, you be the horse, you be the servant, and you be the coat rack. Shuri's jaw dropped, cursing silently. Damn it, why me? Time shifted to noon, and the crowd gathered around the arena cheering. I'm really looking forward to the ceremony this year. They say the saint will be one of these children. Seeing them in person is even more anticipated than the execution of the high demon. The little ones are coming in now. The saint candidates slowly enter. A servant walked up respectfully to report to the Yellow Cardinal. We're about to meet Lord Kina. This is the first time I've seen him in person. He will definitely become the saint. Hearing this, the servant on the crimson side looked annoyed. Become the saint, you say? Among other houses, there were also people grumbling. Haven't you heard the prophecy? The new saint will come from the crimson family. What kind of ridiculous prophecy is that? It sounds completely untrustworthy. Do you know how rare the holy mark on Lord Kina is? Nowadays, who doesn't have a holy mark? Hearing the servants gossiping, the Crimson Cardinal smiled happily. Suddenly, an announcement echoed. The priests have arrived. The door opened, and Isaac led the way in, while Kina followed with a fan in hand. Nizer had to act as a horse for him to ride, and Shuri followed behind, holding up his robe. This scene was truly too bizarre. He felt pale and lifeless, thinking to himself, this jerk will definitely summon the most evil demon god. He was a demon god from the very beginning. The two cardinals of those two houses couldn't believe their eyes, and the atmosphere turned gloomy. The loud voices of the servants echoed out. What is going on? Isn't the guy acting as the horse someone from the Crimson family? Why is Lord Kina there? Oh my god, what on earth is happening? The White Cardinal couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. The family head scolded angrily. Stop laughing, but she still couldn't hold it in. How can I hold it in? Was this show scripted in advance? I didn't think Nizer and Kina would actually act like this. The Yellow Cardinal looked noticeably frustrated. You think so? She turned over full of smiles. You don't seem bothered at all, do you? Yellow Cardinal, I heard you were quite strict with that kid. The Yellow Cardinal was lost in thought, silent, recalling Kina's words in his head. Being a servant is a crucial step to becoming the Pope, and I have no intention of letting that position fall into Isaac's hands. He tried to endure it, telling himself that as long as what she said was true, it would be fine. Aja is strong enough to select the most powerful gods. Kina being by his side is also good for our plan. Not seeing him respond, the White Cardinal laughed loudly again. Why are you silent? Are you plotting something? The Yellow Cardinal gritted his teeth and endured, nothing other than having Kina become the Pope. Then he stared down, telling himself, regardless, Isaac won't agree to call down a god today. Suddenly, the Crimson Cardinal smiled excitedly. Oh right, his name wasn't on the list for the god summoning section in the second part of the ceremony, was it? Looks like you forgot about that, so I added his name back on. The Crimson and Blue Cardinals immediately went pale with anger. What? Conversely, the Crimson Cardinal was extremely excited, curling his lips. I'm looking forward to seeing which god Isaac will summon. Both the yellow and blue houses were covered in sweat, this lunatic. Before they could say anything more, an announcement echoed. The execution officially begins. A second later, a pillar of fire shot down, piercing the arena, and a series of figures in black descended. Shabnak was escorted to the center of the arena, and buzzing gossip echoed. A high demon. He opened his golden eye, releasing dark mana around the arena. Everyone who was hit by it was shaken to their core. Is that a high demon? Even though he's tied up, he's this powerful. Just how strong is that skeleton king to have someone like him as a subordinate? This power is insane. He's even being sealed and tied up more tightly than when he was in prison. Shabnak slowly stood up. Isaac gripped the reins tightly, gritting his teeth and telling himself, Shabnak, I will definitely save you. What did you do to him? These bastard priests even dared to insert torture devices in there. You've really gone mad, damn it, those annoying priests. But this expression of his fell into the eyes of the spectators differently. Waves of gossip erupted. As expected, when he looks at the demon tribe, his eyes are completely different. I never expected he could show such determination to fight against a level 9 demon. Sure enough, Isaac is still. The Crimson Cardinal couldn't understand this scene, as it was surprisingly filled with such hatred. If he were a corrupted person, he should have been delighted to see the demon tribe. Isaac lowered his head, trying to remind himself. Enduring it was actually better. It was a good thing. He just needed to let him escape, and that was it. Thinking of this, he looked up at Shabnak, analyzing in his heart. There are 5 shackles holding Shabnak. I already gave him the tools, so I don't need to worry about the hardest one to undo, and the others aren't a concern at all. I have already placed Dispel Magic on the priests performing the ritual, so when the ritual begins, everything will be liberated. Sure enough, sparing that guy was the right thing to do. Thanks to that, I can clear myself of suspicion. Alright, looks like the ritual is about to start. Seeing the priests about to take action, he pulled the reins and shouted, Hey, what are you doing? Move it too. Nizer was furious, cursing this accursed brat silently. But outwardly he tried to remain calm and said, Now that we're here, get down and walk. Isaac raised an eyebrow and hissed, Huh, what's this about a horse that can speak human language? Don't you want to be a servant anymore? Forget it. If you don't want to be a servant, get lost. Now he had to grit his teeth and endure, getting back on, constantly reminding himself to endure, trying until he got the evidence. But serving anyone is never easy. He grabbed his hair and pulled up, shouting, Why don't you answer? He had to respond with a hoarse neigh, reminding himself to mentally remind the ancestors of the Eshua family to the 18th generation. Right at this moment, an announcement sounded, Begin the execution. Immediately, the priests clasped their hands and chanted. Isaac was thrilled, using demon telepathy. The magic tools have been activated, now just unlock the handcuffs. Shabnak escaped in one breath, and before he finished, Shabnak's voice echoed. "My king, Shabnak here can die without regrets now. My king, I wish you a long and prosperous life." Suddenly, he was demanding to die, which made Isaac go crazy, pulling Nizer's hair, cursing back. "Hey, you bastard, what are you blabbering about?" Shabnak said dejectedly, "The scene where you made the heirs of the faiths kneel and suppress them, I, Shabnak, have witnessed. Now I feel no regrets anymore." The more Isaac heard, the crazier he got, repeatedly pulling Nizer's head and shaking it. "Shut your mouth, escape now, or you'll actually die. The only chance is now." But Shabnak remained stubborn. "My king, you have succeeded in strengthening your power. Just the fact that you intended to save your humble servant is a favor I can never repay." As he said this, tears rolled down his face. Isaac restrained his emotions, lunged over and pulled Nizer's hair hard, roaring in human language. "You bastard, what the hell are you talking about?" Nizer, sweating from the pain, replied, "Nothing, I'm not saying anything at all." Only then did he calm down, using demon telepathy. "That bastard, what's wrong with him?" Whisper was also helpless, flying out to say, "Hard to say, maybe there's some hidden reason. Take a look, the thing on his chest also seems to be a remaining shackle." Only then did he wake up, staring intently, understanding that there was another shackle. "Was it added when he was taken out of prison?" he transmitted. "So this is why you're giving up, Shabnak." He answered dejectedly, "You just started a new life, there's no need to take such a risk. The Pope and the Cardinals, they are not to be trifled with. Instead of this, just abandon your subordinate and win more trust from them." But Isaac became increasingly infuriated, gritting his teeth as he asserted, "Don't joke, you want me to abandon you because of some child's toy of a shack?" Shabnak lowered his head, silent, not responding. Isaac went quiet on the spot, analyzing. "It's not a high-level binding item, so it can be dispelled immediately. But the key is that if I don't get close, it's hard to dispel. What should I do? It's a bit dangerous, but within this field of vision." He was looking left and right when someone from the Crimson family approached and snarled, "Isaac, your position will be swapped with the executioner's assistant. That is the Crimson Cardinal's order, requesting that an opportunity be given to a future saint." As soon as these words were uttered, whispering broke out nonstop. "What? Send a novice to get near the 14 retainers? Is this going to be okay?" No different from the thing that wanted our lives in the yellow test before. AJ already ate part of the Skeleton King's body. How could the Skeleton King's subordinate let him go? Contrary to their concern, Isaac gave a twisted smile and complied, "Fine by me." In his heart he chuckled, "Crimson Cardinal, why are you sending him into my hands?" He stomped hard on Nizer's back, launching himself, happily standing in front of the host, which confused him too. How pitiful, going crazy from fear again. After he was approved, he happily walked over with the chains, thinking, "Now I can openly touch him. The game is over. What use do these stupid restraints have?" While he was smug about the fake items, his expression suddenly changed. The scene description, he stands straight up. The thing on his chest became clearly visible. He was terrified. The laws of the god world. Which bastard god has nothing better to do than stuff this thing in here? If I want to remove it, it'll probably take a whole month. Whisper, seeing his master gloomy, flew over to suggest, "It seems like you need holy blood to remove this. You could try using the Saint Spirit's blood or the Pope's blood." The more he heard, the more his head throbbed. "Where am I supposed to get those things now? Damn that lunatic, what should I do? If I don't get it now, he'll be executed." "The Pope is that bastard Pope not coming today." Just as he thought this, an announcement came. "Everyone please stand. The God's messenger is about to descend." Following the announcement, a massive magic circle appeared above Isaac. From within, blinding light emitted, and the arrogant voice of a god rang out. "That stench is truly suffocating. Is it the subordinate of that damn Skeleton King again?" Seeing who arrived, the crowd was in turmoil. It's an angel. The messenger of the god of punishment has arrived. Isaac was frozen stiff by this unexpected turn of events. He looked at him and ordered, "Show your reverence and deal with him personally." Whisper turned away uncomfortably. "Now I understand why Shabnak gave up. If the executioner is an angel, it's even harder to survive and escape. Are you listening to me, master? Master?" But Isaac laughed like a madman in his head. "The thing needed to open the shackle has come to me on its own." Whisper screamed in panic. "Are you crazy?" Shuri on the other side saw him standing still and felt it was very familiar. "This scene, I think I've seen it somewhere. I definitely saw it somewhere." Thinking of this, he saw Isaac gathering holy power into a sphere in his palm. In Shuri's head, previous scenes flashed. Isaac using one blow to pierce a god in the 3-year-old trial, then throwing a milk bottle to destroy the shadow of a god's statue. Immediately, his face was soaked in sweat, unable to speak. "Oh, mother of God, Isaac. Hey, Isaac, you bastard, stop." But it was too late. Isaac's strike had already landed, creating a massive explosion.
The bastard hadn't even finished his sentence before Shabnak reached out to block him, shouting as loudly as possible for everyone nearby to hear. "Thank you, thanks to your plan I managed to escape safely." Seeing this, Isaac chuckled to himself. "Shabnak, you've become a lot craftier since you started playing the spy, haven't you? That stubborn guy finally knows how to use his brain." He sent a telepathic message instructing, "Now just inflict a minor wound. And then bury him." Shabnak followed orders, siphoning a bit of the deity's blood, and then snarled loudly enough for everyone to hear, "Now I will swallow your mana core to restore my energy." Isaac didn't expect him to put on such a dramatic performance and could only lament inwardly, "Oh God, you're actually quite a good con artist yourself." The deity couldn't break free for a moment and struggled to defend himself. "You demon, stop spouting nonsense." Just after escaping Shabnak's grip, he immediately gathered energy in his palm and resolved, "I must destroy him before he regains his strength. I will sacrifice this arrogant fellow as an offering to the gods." But Shabnak acted a step faster. He swung a claw, stabbing straight through the deity's stomach. The strike was quick and clean before he pulled his hand back. The deity held his wound and retreated, calculating rapidly as he looked at Shabnak's mocking expression. "This isn't good. I'll lose if things keep going like this." Even though his allies hadn't reacted yet, Shabnak unexpectedly landed another blow on the deity's neck, leaving him unable to stand, collapsing on the spot, struggling to make a sound but failing. "Damn it, my voice." Shabnak finished his mission, brazenly flying upward with a loud laugh. "I've already taken your mana core, I'm leaving." The deity wanted to argue but couldn't speak, only screaming internally, "I don't even have a mana core, you idiot." Shabnak added, "I've already implanted the parasite in you, brethren." People in the stands covered their mouths in confusion. Brethren. But there was no chance to ask further. Shabnak had already bolted, leaving the deity coughing violently and cursing internally. "What is that idiot rambling about?" Whispers broke out among the spectators. "What did he just say? I heard demons are of the same kind and he even used killing arts on a priest." The deity was furious and didn't know what to do. He could only glare fiercely at Isaac and curse inwardly. "Damn it, this is all because of that bastard. From the very beginning, scum like him didn't deserve to be a saint candidate. And I won't forgive him." But before he could act, a light flashed from the sky, and several sword beams shot out from everywhere, piercing accurately through his body. The next second, someone descended from the sky. The deity looked back in confusion, while Rilai, ready for battle, stepped forward and growled, "You dare lay a finger on my nephew." At this moment, the entire plaza was obscured by blue smoke. The deity hurriedly retreated to dodge, confused as to why they were attacking the messenger instead of the enemy. Just as he was about to lash out, the clan head barked, "What are you doing? Stop cutting his head off, torture him to death." The deity felt horrified and cursed internally, "This maniac too." Fortunately, as Rilai prepared to charge in, a few people from the Red Clan rushed out to block him. "You dare attack the messenger of God? What kind of game are you playing? Has the Blue Clan truly lost their minds?" Rilai turned back with a cold glare. "Who was the one who came up with the plan to use killing arts on a servant of God?" "My nephew is already covered in blood. That is what you call killing arts. And what the hell are those other things?" Isaac, hearing himself mentioned, tried to look pitiful and trembled, while the Red Clan members remained unrelenting, scolding, "It's just an act. Remember what that guy did at the five-sided enemy. He's clearly a vicious demon." Rilai was furious and turned his head. "A demon? You dare call my sweet, angel-like nephew a demon?" The two Red Clan members took a defensive stance and ordered, "Get out of the way, hurry and bring him to the heretic stake." Rilai drew his sword and lunged. "Do you think I'll just stand here and watch? Let's go." Just then a hand slammed down hard, accompanied by a roar, "Stop it right now." The yellow cardinal stepped out, furious, and questioned, "Is this really the time to be fighting?" The red cardinal immediately waved his hand, ordering, "The entire army hunt down the 14 attendants who have escaped." The white cardinal also directed his own men. Seeing that most people had dispersed, the yellow cardinal stared at Isaac and smiled inwardly. "Even though the 14 attendants escaped, this is fine. With such heavy injuries, he won't be able to summon a god." Seeing Rilai rushing toward Isaac, he coldly turned away and instructed, "The 14 attendants have escaped. All high-ranking priests go after the 14 attendants." "At the foot of the field?" Rilai asked with concern. Isaac, are you okay? Damn it, I should have stayed by your side." Suddenly, the clan head's voice rang out, Go take care of Isaac. I will chase after the 14 attendants. I will personally capture that bastard and clear my nephew's name. Isaac was panicked and screamed internally. If you go, it's against the rules. If you get involved, he'll definitely be caught. Damn it, I spent so much effort just to save him. He wheezed out a plea. Uncle, can you not go? It hurt so much. This disgusting voice made everyone want to vomit. But the two men paused for a moment, and then, as if tamed, sat back down beside him. All right, we won't go. We don't need to participate in the pursuit anyway. Let me treat your wounds first. Isaac saw this and laughed wickedly in his heart. Good, everything is going according to plan. But a few minutes later, he was immediately confused. What the hell is all this? Looking at the crowd from all the different clans surrounding his hospital bed, he couldn't understand. What the hell are you guys doing in someone else's hospital room? Not far away, Vi slammed the table and cursed. Get out! How dare you cause trouble in someone else's room? The Red Clan members immediately argued back. Why? Are you acting like the Holy See's infirmary belongs to you? Why let a demonic bastard into the Holy See's infirmary? Hearing this, the clan head couldn't stand it anymore and growled. A demonic bastard? The man gasped, trying to explain. Cardinal, what do you mean? Why are you hindering the investigation? The clan head didn't bother to answer and gave a direct order. Really, I command the entire Blue Clan to cut off all dealings with the Red Clan. From now on, we are boycotting all duties assigned by the Holy See. The two men were frantic and tried to mediate. No, Cardinal, that's not it. Please calm down. We are trying to resolve this peacefully. Whisper immediately checked the books. The Blue Clan usually does all the dirty work that no one wants but everyone needs. Is this the first strike, the cause of the tension? But the more the clan head heard, the more he lost his composure. Peaceful resolution when a divine messenger appears right before an execution and attacks my nephew. You guys think this is peaceful? And didn't the 14 attendants call the divine messenger a brethren? The Red Clan member justified himself painfully. That could have been a lie by the 14 attendants. The clan head interrupted, yelling, a lie that opened the seal. The Yellow Clan member broke into a sweat and stammered. It's not that. Seeing Isaac wrapped in bandages from head to toe, the Red Clan member couldn't help but be enraged. How are we supposed to investigate when he's wrapped up like that? The clan head remained unsatisfied, threatening, what could be more dangerous than his wounds getting worse? The important thing is who opened the lock for the 14 attendants. The black-robed executioner is investigating, and there will be results soon. The two Red Clan members exchanged looks. Right, we just need to find the criminal's traces and it'll be over. There will definitely be traces. Just drag him away. Just as they thought that, someone burst in from the door and screamed, Red Cardinal, we have a big problem. Everyone in the room turned to look. The evidence has disappeared. Isaac lay on the bed, his lips curling into an amused smile. Whisper, beside him, was equally satisfied, while the other guy remained incredibly confused. I was just about to start the investigation when the chains just exploded on their own. The smile on his face grew wider. He thought to himself, Shabnak is always so thoughtful. The man continued, besides, right before the explosion, I felt that person's power. Suddenly, Nizer turned back, gagged him, and snapped, shut up. The clan head lost his patience and gritted his teeth. You heard him, get out once you're done investigating. He told himself, and so grandfather closed the case. While Isaac was resting, someone approached and knocked on his door. Can I come in? After seeing clearly who it was, his eyes widened in surprise. Nizer hesitated and asked stammeringly, Isaac, how are you feeling? Isaac sighed to himself as he looked at Nizer's expression. I feel worse just looking at your face. I'm about to vomit. Not receiving an answer, Nizer continued awkwardly. I brought the clan's secret medicine to help you recover faster. Nizer worried to himself, with Isaac so heavily injured, wouldn't he be unable to participate in the god selection ceremony? He remembered what the Red Cardinal had once told him. The yellow believers must be overjoyed right now. But I won't let that happen. Take this over and make him drink the clan's secret medicine so he recovers quickly. Isaac saw that he was offered something good and immediately tilted his head back to drink it dry, then smacked his lips and praised, delicious. Nizer watched that scene and could have cried from regret. I never expected to have to give the clan's secret medicine to this bastard. Do you know how expensive it is? A single drop was enough, and yet you guzzled the whole bottle, you maniac. Drinking the whole bottle of secret medicine. Isaac felt his body recover significantly. He refreshed himself, thinking, I suspected he put poison in it, but it really is secret medicine. I'm starting to feel my physical strength increase. And it even tastes like wine. Whisper saw Isaac's greedy expression and showed a look of disdain. It seems it has some disgusting blessing effects as well. It looks like it will be useful in the god selection ceremony. Nizer saw that he drank it without leaving a drop and nervously tried to stop him. Wait, I didn't say you could drink it all. Isaac gritted his teeth at that. What the hell did you just say? He stammered. The clan head said he'd give you more if you came to the main mansion. Isaac frowned, weighing his options. That bottle was more than enough, but if I go to the main mansion, they'll give me more for free. This seems suspicious. Finally, he decided to act as if he were lying on the bed, clutching his leg and lamenting. I really want to go, but my leg still hurts. Nizer immediately took out a treasure and brought it in front of Isaac. Then I'll let you use my equipment. These shoes will help you move. Put them on and come to the mansion with me. He smirked helplessly, thinking that it looked like he had prepared in advance. Whisper clicked his tongue beside him. His ambition is as dark as yours. Knowing he couldn't find another reason to refuse, Isaac sat up to put on the shoes, simultaneously saying to Nizer, I need to change, wait outside. Nizer excitedly agreed immediately. All right. As soon as he turned his back to leave, Nizer gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. What a greedy bastard, I never expected him to fall into the trap so easily. You'll be finished the moment you step into the mansion. I'll make sure this story hits the front page. But Nizer could never have imagined that he would be played by Isaac. He walked to the window, opened it, and smirked triumphantly. Thanks, you idiot. At the same time, somewhere else, the yellow cardinal slammed his hand on the table, roaring with rage. Those red bastards, how dare they bring secret medicine into the infirmary? I already gave him a VIP room so he wouldn't run off. And yet they dared to heal him and even bestow blessings upon him. I must make the ceremony fail. Both the black and red clans have gone insane. Isaac must be stopped at all costs. He cannot be allowed to summon a god. Back on Isaac's side, the moment he saw Gol, he put on a syrupy tone. Oh, my beloved uncle. I have something I want to ask you. Gol thought fearfully, he's gone mad, then hurriedly turned away, stammering, I'm very busy, ask me later. Gol had only taken a few steps when a strange feeling rushed through his body, making him scream in panic. Isaac giggled, I think you know the answer. Gol snapped, know what? Isaac asked mischievously, which god do you think I'll summon? He swallowed hard, immediately realizing Isaac's intention. This brat, is he asking because he knows he can get information from the Pope? If I say it and the news gets out, what then? The Blue Clan cannot fight against the Pope. But everything will change if he manages to summon the Supreme God. He was happily lost in his own thoughts when Isaac's voice pulled Gol back to reality. I'm going to give up on summoning a god. He was startled and yelled, what did you just say? Isaac crossed his arms and pouted, I thought I'd summon an evil god, which is why you refused to speak. Besides, what if a real evil god actually appears? Gol was so angry he tore at his hair. Are you mad? Why are you giving up? What evil god, the supreme god? Isaac heard him let something slip, and his smile immediately became inhuman. He stepped toward Gol and asked in a low voice, the supreme god, is it? Gol stepped back, stammering a denial, you misheard. Isaac hugged Gol's leg and begged, my beloved uncle, say it again, which god am I going to summon? He felt a chill down his spine and screamed, let me go. Isaac's face became increasingly greedy. I love you so much, uncle, don't mess with me, do you want to die? Gol could only use all his might to push him away. He thought in terror, he's gone mad. Isaac clung on like a leech, not letting go even when he was shaken back and forth. Gol gritted his teeth and shouted, let me go, the clan head just called me, I have to go. That demon is hiding in the city. Hearing this, Isaac was unexpectedly stunned. Shabnak is in the city. Outside the castle, the clan head crossed his arms and ordered his soldiers. One of the 14 attendants is hiding around here. Do not let your guard down, is that clear? They each went their separate ways, answering in unison. Understood. Just then Gol approached and called out, I'm here, father. This is the entire map of the underground water channels. The clan head cast a glance at him and frowned. Why is Isaac clinging to your leg? Gol gritted his teeth with resentment. He wants to follow me. The clan head coldly turned away, saying, it's dangerous, go back. Isaac wailed in refusal, no, I have to take revenge. He broke the execution and put everyone in danger. So as soon as I find him, I'll take revenge. Whisper couldn't help but mock him. "You're acting a bit too deep, sir." The clan head saw his stubbornness and could only let out a sigh of helplessness. "As you wish." Just waiting for this, Isaac felt a sense of joy in his heart. Excellent. The scenery around them became increasingly bustling. A soldier saw him from afar and was amazed. "So that's Master Isaac." The person beside him nodded. "I thought no one would come because of the strike, but who would have thought they would send a direct descendant instead?" The soldier smiled. "Then it should be over soon. The Eshua clan is best at hunting down demons." Isaac just stretched his body and the people behind him were already incredibly excited. "Has he started already?" He turned his head to look at them, offering a creepy smile. "Those lackeys of the skeleton demon king, finding them won't be easy at all. This case will probably take a long time to finish." After a while Isaac was lying down relaxing, a furious shout rang out. "Isaac, are you being serious right now?" He clicked his tongue and shrugged. "Calm down, he's a high demon after all. It's only natural for him to be good at hiding. I have a feeling he's still around here somewhere." This answer from Isaac only made the man even more incensed. "Are you mocking us?" "That's beyond acceptable, Cardinal." The long-haired man beside him agreed. "This kid hasn't done a single thing all day. This only makes us suspicious of your nephew even more." Those words successfully provoked the family head. He crushed the glass in his hand and dropped the shards onto the floor. The family head gritted his teeth and asked, "Are you saying I'm wrong?" The long-haired man jumped in surprise and stammered, "No, that's not it." He called out in a low voice, "Isaac." The young man replied obediently, "Yes, sir." The family head pointed at the two men and ordered, "Make them pay the price." Isaac said excitedly in a loud voice, "I can feel the demon over there." The two men were so scared they scrambled to run away, the bastards. Suddenly, a voice spoke up from behind the family head. "I thought you all went on strike, so what is this all about? Are you planning to cover up your nephew's crimes?" He frowned and asked in a cold tone, "What was that?" The Crimson Cardinal calmly argued, "Doing that only makes someone's sins heavier." The mocking tone of his voice made the family head feel irritated. "Do you have proof that my nephew released that high demon?" The Crimson Cardinal curled his lips in an arrogant smile. "Everything will come to light soon enough." In his heart, he had already devised a plan. Once he found the Pope's power inside the sealing orb, it would be the end of him. "I can't accuse the Pope, so the ideal scenario is to find traces linking Isaac to it. If I can pull this off, I'll get to witness the downfall of these arrogant blue ones." The more he thought, the more amused the Crimson Cardinal felt. He turned to leave and at the same time kindly reminded them, "I don't want to disrupt the god-summoning ceremony either, so let's cooperate for now. At the very least, I'll help hide the handcuffs when your nephew gets arrested." Gol quickly approached the family head and whispered into his ear, "Father, don't listen to him, he's only doing this because he's scared." The family head gritted his teeth coldly. "I'm not taking it to heart. I will have Isaac make them work." One person panicked and blurted out, "That's clearly taking it to heart." "Hey, Isaac, you heard that, you have to investigate more thoroughly." "Isaac, where did he disappear to?" While they were busy provoking each other, Isaac and Whisper had already left a while ago. Looking at the hand tracing a piece of raised text on the wall, Whisper explained, "These marks belong to Shabnak. It's been a long time since I've seen this cipher." Isaac nodded as if he had understood. Whisper snorted in annoyance, "I didn't expect the lesser demons to take over your position." The young man calmly shrugged as if it were obvious. "It's not strange that they did that. As Orthodox demonkind, they have always looked down on having to serve a plated skeleton." After saying that, he mused speculatively. "Perhaps my magic was too difficult to break, so they set up a fake skeletal demon king to control the demon race. That is to say, they took advantage of a loophole in the magic instead of directly resisting the command." Whisper understood his thoughts but was still puzzled. "Even so, it's still very strange. The sealing orb, the Pope, the Crown Prince." Isaac frowned in deep thought. "Mana from both the Pope and the Crown Prince is lingering inside Shabnak's sealing orb. The Pope makes sense, but why the Crown Prince too? Why would the Crown Prince care about a high demon?" Whisper moved closer to Isaac and asked, "Anyway, how long do you intend to keep pretending to be indifferent, Master?" The young man glanced behind him and whispered softly, "Are you talking about those guys?" Isaac looked up at the ceiling brazenly. That place was currently ambushed by a group of masked people, but he didn't show any fear and even cleared his throat and said loudly, "I didn't expect assassins to join in, too." The group of masked people was startled and panicked. have we been discovered, but the vigilance of priests is usually poor. Suddenly their eyes widened, because the aura from his body began to radiate intensely. The masked group had no choice but to jump down from the roof. Each of them felt astonished. What? I didn't even see this kid chant any holy spells. Looking at the people who had just landed, Isaac frowned and sighed. Are you guys mages too? The leader didn't want to negotiate further and charged straight at him. Take him out, the priests can't stand against our magic. Whisper heard him say that and immediately burst out laughing. Just how weak do they think you are? I can't believe they are only using third-rate magic on you. Isaac felt deeply insulted. He rolled up his sleeves and cursed, those bastards, I'll take care of them. Suddenly, at that moment, something pinned straight into the back of his neck. The masked group immediately laughed triumphantly. You're done for, prepare to taste the holy slaying needle. Whisper looked back and forth for a moment and evaluated. This kind of holy slaying needle is actually quite high quality. Isaac nodded in agreement. If I can absorb all the mana in this, that would be good. His calm expression stunned the leader. He's not affected, he asked in a trembling voice. You should have collapsed by now, right? Could it be that you drank the holy slaying needle antidote beforehand? At this moment, Isaac's acting blood bubbled up. He held his face and screamed, my head hurts, but this is not enough to take me down. I am a member of the noble blue family. The masked group received the satisfying response and laughed in unison. Only Whisper, having watched from beginning to end, could not help but shout, what the hell am I watching? Regaining a serious look, one masked man said loudly, anyway, he's just a turtle, give him another shot. The leader put the tube to his mouth and fired 2 more holy slaying needles at Isaac. He didn't even bother to dodge, his tone full of mockery. 2 shots are nothing. You bastards, do you think people of the Asura family are so easily taken down by poison? The leader saw that it had no effect, so he immediately ordered his subordinates. He can still talk, everyone listen up, shoot everything we've got at him. The holy slaying needles shot out, embedding into Isaac's arms and legs, yet he still stood there tall and strong without a single injury. Realizing that the strangers were now exhausted, Isaac smirked triumphantly. An Asura won't fall for just that, at least 50 more might do the trick. The masked group looked at the smile on his face and every single one of them got goosebumps. Oh my god, he looks so scary. The leader stammered, we're out of poison needles. Isaac clicked his tongue and thought to himself, what a pity. For now, let's just absorb the mana and then pull out. Seeing him suddenly lie down on the ground, they cried out in joy. Was he finally taken down? You deserve it, Isaac, you turtle. Isaac opened his eyes and cast a contemptuous look at the masked group. Suddenly he started in surprise as if he recognized someone. Isn't that Count Molex over there? He smiled with gloating satisfaction after thinking he had defeated him. Die, Asura, my family was ruined because of you. Today I have finally taken my revenge. Count Molex walked towards him, feeling that he was still breathing. He frowned and asked in a cold voice, he's not dead yet, didn't we shoot a lot of poison needles into him? The subordinates looked confused. How is this kid so tough, or maybe let's just finish him off? Count Molex ordered, remember to erase all traces, make it look like he was killed by a demon. Isaac, lying there feigning death, thought to himself, now what? If I stand up, I'll be exposed immediately. Whisper kindly reassured him. It's okay, you've already caused enough shady trouble anyway, what's a little more? It's not like you've ever looked like a priest before. He angrily grabbed it by the neck, gritting his teeth and asking, do you want to die? Even a small movement from Isaac attracted the attention of the masked group. They shouted, he's still moving. Count Molex shouted in a cold voice, hold him down, make it really bloody to frame the demon. I'll cut his throat. The gleaming knife in the hands of the masked group made Isaac feel uneasy. Oh crap, I haven't absorbed all the mana yet. At that critical life or death moment, a sharp sword was drawn. A decisive slash cut the masked group in half, leaving them without even a chance to resist. The pathetic screams echoed in the quiet space. Count Molex stared in surprise. What? A swordsman? Why is a swordsman here? The crown prince in his mysterious outfit had a cold, blank face, not revealing a single expression. The sword in his hand pointed straight at Count Molex. The aura radiating from the boy caused him to be pushed back, terrified to the point of screaming pathetically. Isaac recognized this type of aura and immediately grinned. Magic, huh? whisper from the side, flattered. If compared to Master, it's still quite green, but his actual ability is decent. Count Molex knelt to the ground, coughing violently, and shouted indignantly, "You bastard, do you know who I am? How dare you lay a hand on a noble?" Despite his tough talk, facing the crown prince's cold, sharp gaze, he knew he was no match. The count thought angrily, damn it, the black side didn't say anything about this. What in the world is going on? The door in front of Count Molex opened. He saw the other person and was overjoyed. Sir Kina, please save me." Before the words were even out, fire began to surround his body. Kina warned in a cold voice, "Count Molex, take one more step and you will die. I told you to go train with me, why do you keep causing trouble?" Count Molex trembled and begged, "Sir, what are you doing? Calm down, I came here to help you. If that guy succeeds in summoning a god, the Pope will be at a disadvantage." Kina took a step closer, his voice dropping, filled with immense hatred. "I don't care about those things." "Who gave the order? The black side?" Count Molex trembled, stammering, "Since when?" Isaac had appeared behind Kina. Knowing he had someone backing him, his face immediately became crafty. "The Count seems to know which god I am going to summon, doesn't he? If it disadvantages the Pope, perhaps it's the Gold Clan, the god of wealth." Count Molex turned pale and shouted, I don't know, stay away." But Isaac naturally didn't miss the opportunity. He grabbed the Count's neck and asked repeatedly, "It seems like you do know, you definitely know, the god of wealth, the god of prosperity, or the Gold Clan." Ignoring the noise over there, Kina turned back to talk to the Crown Prince. "Since I see you are traveling incognito, I will not perform a formal greeting. Your servant must be quite annoyed with their master." The Crown Prince replied coldly, "Right now the top priority is taking the injured young master to the royal palace." Kina frowned slightly in protest. "Not the royal palace, we are going to the Pope's hall." The Crown Prince remained firm. "No, we are going to the Blue Residence." Just then a heavy footstep sounded. The family head stepped toward the crowd and asked coldly, "Which bastard dared to touch my nephew?" Count Molex was once again tormented until he squealed like a slaughtered pig. Kina saw that scene and smiled awkwardly. "He said he would go home." The Crown Prince beside him immediately agreed, "Home is the best, that's right." Returning to the palace, the Crown Prince was waiting for someone when a low voice suddenly rang out, "Please don't concern yourself anymore, Your Highness." He frowned, confused. "What?" the other person said coldly. "Someone who is already under suspicion like you, yet you intentionally went to the scene to look at the demon's writing. I didn't expect you to be so lacking in basic knowledge." This masked man was the Dark Cardinal Bishop Ian Balag. The Crown Prince crossed his arms and asked, "Did you even think when you ordered Count Molex to send assassins to kill young Master Isaac?" Ian Balag replied respectfully, "That is because Your Highness wants to be close to Isaac Eshua." He frowned in shock. "What did you say?" Ian Balag was not afraid and continued, "If we save him from the assassin, he will have goodwill towards us. And so, with an Eshua who would rather bang his head than owe a favor, wouldn't he willingly be loyal to the royal family?" The Crown Prince heard this and instinctively curled his lips in a smirk. He thought to himself, how ridiculous, is this the way of thinking of the black side? The northern demons are reckless, cold enough to even use the corpses of the demon race to eradicate the demon race. He sat down on a nearby wooden chair. The Crown Prince sighed. "Now you say you've lost interest. Even so, as a scholar, you were interested in young Master Isaac's answer, weren't you?" "I mean the method to destroy the Skeleton King." Ian Balag replied calmly, "If that was truly written by him, then that is correct. Regardless, stop worrying about that kid. Immediately after the Black Pentagon event, the heresy trial will begin. Unless there is a way to prove his innocence during the god summoning ceremony. If it goes on like this, the Blue family will be wiped out." Later, at the Eshua mansion in the capital, Rilai, after hearing everything, couldn't help but shout, "Can this be heard of? Even if Isaac summoned an evil god, how could he stage a kidnapping? No matter how rotten the kid's integrity is, he couldn't do that. I didn't expect the Dark Cardinal Bishop to go this far." The family head's face had lost all trace of blood. He decided in a low voice, "The god summoning ceremony tomorrow, Isaac will not participate." The other two heard this and were shocked in unison. "What? Why? The kid has to participate." The family head frowned and asked, "Is it necessary to cause this much trouble just for that useless thing?" Goal scratched his head and stammered, That is true," but in his heart he cursed, "Damn it." Goal stood up suddenly, slammed the table and declared, "No, he must participate." The family head shouted angrily, Are you crazy? Didn't you say he was a weakling that needed protecting? Do you want the whole world to know he summoned an evil god? Gol replied strongly, not an evil god, the supreme being. The kid will summon the supreme being. Regardless of faith or anything, just let him go. After letting it all out, Gol collapsed, disappointed, and slapped his hand against his forehead. Damn it, I shouldn't have said that, but it's still better than dying of anger. Riley sat dazed for a long time before muttering, the supreme being? Gol immediately nodded, that's right. The family head crossed his arms and asked, Isaac, Gol yelled, it's Isaac, who else would it be? During the canonization ceremony, the kid was chosen by the supreme being, so he must be the one to summon the god. The family head didn't believe him and exhaled in contempt. If you're drunk, go inside and sleep, don't cause any more trouble. Gol immediately recounted everything. It's the truth, I saw it at the Barit house. Why do you think they wanted to adopt the kid? Because he refused, they tried to kill him at the Pentagon. Now that they have failed, they are trying hard to stop the god summoning ceremony. Don't you know why the Barit house is doing this? Riley felt Gol's words were too absurd and advised, brother, writing novels like that will get you cursed at. If you're not well, go take a rest. Gol was so angry his face turned purple, his whole body trembled, and he turned to leave, leaving behind one sentence. If you don't want to believe it, then don't. You've just gotten a grip on the Pope, feel free to let go. If you want to, I will take Isaac out of this house. Seeing Gol so determined, Riley's belief wavered. Could it be true? Gol hadn't walked many steps when the family head asked, is everything you just said the truth? Gol turned back and yelled, I already told you. The family head gripped his teacup and said in a low voice, the supreme being is a pervert. Gol heard this and was so irritated he felt dizzy. Why would you come to that conclusion? The family head pondered in silence. Isaac was in danger in a different sense because an entity as great as the supreme being is inherently impossible to deal with. But at the very least, he could avoid the heresy trial. Faith is also meaningless because the one who chose the kid is an entity even above the master gods. No one can resist the will of the supreme being. Just then, a subordinate from outside rushed in, looking panicked. Family head, we have a big problem. The believers of the enemy cult have demanded a heresy trial for young Master Isaac. On the day of the Dark Pentagon competition, viewers arrived at the square early, the voice of the leader ringing across the stands. The second round of the sacrifice ceremony will begin. The god-choosing ceremony will be conducted before the eyes of the distinguished guests, to avoid mistakes. Shuri bit her nails nervously, only able to scream in her heart, I'm going crazy. The Inquisitors are standing right there. Isaac, what did you do to get interrogated by the enemy cult bastards? A few days ago, Isaac was dragged into a closed room by the enemy cult's investigators. They slammed the table and shouted, confess, do you worship the Skeleton King? Your name appeared in the cipher left behind by the 9th tier 14th Desire Demon. He sat slumped in the chair, nonchalantly speaking, what kind of nonsense is that? The investigators immediately used a vague trick. Although the Skeleton King knelt and apologized to the gods, that great achievement was, deep down, he fell into their trap, directly provoked, and roared, kneel, kneel. Did those bastards write any words like that in there? Want to die? Suddenly Isaac paused for a beat. But it was too late. The two cultists smiled cunningly. Can he actually read the demon's cipher, you brat? You've been caught red-handed. The young man briefly pulled back his aggressive look, his heart sinking. Oh no. He gestured at his throat and said ominously, just wait until the day of the Dark Pentagon, just remembering it. Shuri wanted to scream again. How could even children get caught in this trap? Why didn't they just arrest him instead of waiting until the Dark Pentagon? Don't they want to capture you in the act of summoning an evil god? The Crimson God, the punisher of evil gods, will surely draw that one now. He will summon it as soon as he can to deal with Isaac and frame the blue side as a heresy. What the hell is that guy thinking? Isaac wasn't as tense as him. He was busy wandering around, his eyes shining with desire. Speaking of the gold god, he really is the god of wealth. Gold, silver, precious stones. Nizer looked at him with disdain. Keep laughing while you can. I don't know how you got through the interrogation, but I will crush you in front of everyone. Because in this place, I will be able to draw the Crimson God and summon him. If you draw an evil god, you will suffer the punishment of the gods. Each rumor from the spectators reached Nizer's ears. Is it true that the Blue family has been corrupted? Today they said they would provide evidence. He was extremely excited in his heart. Yes, compared to a normal heresy interrogation, this would surely send him to hell. At this time, the ceremony leader spoke again. Then the god-choosing ceremony may begin. Channel holy power into the distributed orb to call the god. Shuri looked nervously at the orb in her hand with earnest eyes. Please, god of the blue family, I'm counting on you. If he draws an evil god, the blue family will be wiped out. But someone's amused laughter made him lose patience. He, in a dazed state, kept mumbling, God of wealth, God of money, God of prosperity. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but pray more earnestly. Please, please help Isaac not draw an evil god. But the orb in his hand still lit up. Isaac's eyes widened and he started drooling. That gold color, it really was the god of wealth. When you think of gold, you think of money. Oh, god of wealth, you're the source of fast riches. This is amazing. The god of wealth has finally appeared. Suddenly, the sphere in his hand flickered and shifted into a silver light. Isaac's eyes rolled back in disbelief, while Whisper, right beside him, took the opportunity to mock him. Clutching the orb, Isaac cried out in agony. No, this can't be happening, this isn't it. Nizer, who had been watching with a mix of tension and excitement, thought, as I expected, he drew an evil god. Now I'll expose you in front of everyone. But then, losing his mind, Isaac shrieked and hurled the orb away. No way! Nizer and Shuri went pale, stunned that he actually had the guts to throw it. As he watched the orb fly off into the distance, Shuri bellowed, "You bastard." Nizer chased after it, looking back to sneer, "You idiot, do you really think you can hide it just by throwing it away? Actually, this is even better. Isaac won't be able to pull any tricks now. I'll make sure to expose his evil god myself." Seeing a few soldiers rush to pick it up, he barked an order, "Bring it here." The cult's lackeys approached Isaac, their voices echoing with a dark, ominous tone. "Young Master Isaac Eshua, just wait. We're retrieving the orb. We have to check which god you've really summoned. If you've drawn an evil god, you will be forcibly dragged to the interrogation table." Isaac, unable to contain his frustration, flopped onto the floor and started throwing a tantrum. "I don't want this, let me draw again, this is invalid, I want to redo." At that very moment, some of the others managed to retrieve the orb and offered it to Nizer. "Found it!" He snatched it greedily, shouting, "Give that here." He rushed toward Isaac, his face twisted into a grotesque, ear-to-ear grin. "Your time is up, open your eyes and see which god you've really summoned." But a few of the lackeys had already gotten a glimpse of it, and they cried out in astonishment. That's the symbol of the supreme god." Nizer slowly looked down, his face turning pale and looking utterly hideous. "It's the symbol of the supreme god." The onlookers quickly caught on to the situation and mixed reactions began to erupt. "Wait, no one has ever summoned him before. Didn't they say the Azure faction was corrupted? It makes no sense to say it's corrupted if he summoned the supreme god." The cardinal in yellow, sitting on the podium, was absolutely furious. Finally, Shuri leaned over to question him. "Don't tell me you threw the orb away even though you knew you had summoned the supreme god?" Isaac replied pitifully, "What the hell is the use of a supreme god if he doesn't print money?" Shuri was left speechless by Isaac's logic. "Lord, please save this pathetic bastard." Isaac was lying on the ground with his eyes rolled back when he suddenly heard someone cheer. "The god of wealth has appeared." A girl and her followers held the gold-colored orb, feeling quite joyful. She didn't notice the phantom looming behind her. When she turned and saw Isaac, she jumped in surprise and asked, "What's wrong?" Isaac didn't answer, just kept demanding, "Give it here, you jerk." Isaac didn't hesitate for a second, immediately trying to negotiate. "Let's trade, swap with me right now before I kill you. Is that quack guy not handing it over?" While Isaac was busy messing around under the stands, he didn't notice Nizer standing there, frozen for a while now. He was shaking with anger and bitterness. Damn it. Back at the tower, several veteran members of the cult sat together. The cardinal in white spoke gently, "So, regarding this matter, the Ratsua family will." The head of the family couldn't hold back his amusement any longer and let out a soft laugh. She prompted him, sounding a bit awkward, "Sir, you need to try to contain yourself." He struggled to stop from bursting into laughter and she had to cover for him. "You seem to be in a good mood, sir." The emperor looked at him and said, "The head of the Eshua family must be very happy because his grandson has summoned the supreme god." Ignoring the underlying sarcasm, the old man replied proudly, "Yes. Who knows, this might be a sign that good fortune is coming to the empire." Each of his words made the cardinal in yellow grit his teeth in rage. "That's only if he can actually summon him, then we can talk about possibilities." The old man looked up darkly, his voice devoid of joy as he said, "Isn't summoning something anyone can do? It only has meaning once you call them forth and establish a covenant." Duke Eshua didn't hesitate to fire back. "If anyone can do it, how come the Gold faction has never summoned one?" The two of them glared at each other, refusing to back down, forcing the Emperor to awkwardly break the tension. Just the fact that he was summoned has significance. It's been a long time since we've had good news, so I'm quite excited. Taking advantage of the moment, the cardinal in yellow listened and calculated inwardly. "I used the god Kina summoned to boost my power, but everything has turned into complete garbage. I put all my efforts into supporting the god of wealth, but now that he's encountered the supreme god, am I just supposed to give up? Fine, he was only chosen because of his talent, but that guy doesn't have the capability to actually summon him. We must prevent the covenant from being established at all costs, even if we have to use the holy rest right on the supreme god." Isaac slammed the stack of documents down and whined, "Let me redo it." Suri watched this scene in astonishment. "You hate studying, but now you want to." But Isaac was firm. "I have to learn." "Why isn't there anything here about canceling a god selection?" Suri watched on, silently marveling. "This guy is insane." He set his glass down and muttered, "I don't understand why you hate this so much. Isn't this supposed to be a joyous occasion?" Isaac crumpled the book in his hands and glared at him. "You want to know why?" Suri jumped, shaking his head frantically. No, don't say anything. You've already received a gift from the Supreme God, which means you have been officially chosen." Isaac said nonchalantly, "I threw it away." Suri cried out in shock. "Why did you throw it away? With that gift, you wouldn't have to worry about summoning him at all." Isaac said coldly, "I don't need it." Suri sighed, helpless and weary. "I respect your thoughts, but even if you hate it, isn't having a high-ranking god better?" Isaac asked, his patience wearing thin. "Why?" Suri threatened him gravely. "Because the Scarlet family is planning to summon their god and capture you. Once their god tests your faith, you will definitely be punished. If the supreme god doesn't intervene, you'll die." Isaac's face lit up with interest and he quickly held out his hand. "Then just give me the azure god you're going to summon. Wouldn't that be enough to block it? Oh, and the god of light, that guy must be good at finding shiny things like gold, right?" Shuri finally lost his patience and shouted, "The god of light isn't like that." Isaac didn't care and wondered to himself, "Is there really no high-ranking god willing to listen to me?" Whisper advised him, "Do you really think so? You'd better start preparing an escape plan." A week later, the summoning ritual began. At the tower's plaza, several people who arrived early were chatting. "Are we really going to see the supreme god? No way. Being chosen and actually summoning him are two different things. How could that kid possibly summon him? Haven't you heard the rumors about Isaac Eshua's faith? If the Scarlet God is summoned, won't Isaac be executed?" Nizer stood there with a proud, arrogant smile. "I don't know what tricks you used before, but this is the end. The Scarlet God will wipe you out." "Isaac, you're definitely going to die today." Isaac looked at him with utter weariness and thought, "Here we go again." Suddenly the cardinal in yellow appeared and chimed in, catching his attention. "Nizer is right, your body won't be able to handle the summoning." Isaac almost couldn't stop himself from asking, "Why are so many people coming to pick a fight today?" The cardinal offered a deal, acting as if he were being extremely generous. "I will help you summon the supreme god, but after the summoning, you must hand him over to the Yellow family." Rilai rushed forward to stand in front of him, declaring firmly, "That offer is useless." Seeing the cardinal in yellow still trying to speak, he added, "Right, I'll switch to the god of wealth." Isaac nodded without hesitation. "Deal." This made Rilai rush to cover his mouth. Even with his mouth covered, Isaac tried to respond but failed. Meanwhile, Rilai held him tight while calculating, "That offer isn't bad at all. The god of wealth is also a high-ranking god, so he might be able to block an attack from the Scarlet God. More importantly, without their help, Isaac might actually die while trying to summon the supreme god. Let my beloved nephew die, I cannot accept that." Thinking this, he leaned down and whispered, "Isaac, do whatever you want." Having Rilai's permission, Isaac was so excited he drooled all over his uncle's hand. His eyes shining, he said hurriedly to the cardinal in yellow, "It's a deal." After receiving his nod, the cardinal said with satisfaction, "A wise choice." Suddenly, a lackey rushed in from outside to report, "My lord, there is a serious problem. The order of the summoning ritual has been changed. Nizer has been scheduled right before Isaac." The cardinal's mood, which had just improved, immediately plummeted. "What?" When the head of the family returned, his eyes were filled with rage. It seems that Scarlet Bastard bribed the Black Cardinal. Riley jumped when he saw his father's anger and stammered, "Father." The old man's face darkened as he announced vaguely, "I'll handle it." Many people leaned over to the plaza in the tower to listen in, whispering to each other. Nizer is summoning first. That's nothing short of a public execution. Hey look, it's the Azure Cardinal. Is he going to betray the Black Cardinal? The Scarlet and Azure factions have always been at each other's throats. I wonder how the upright Azure family will react to this. The head of the family brought a large chest of gold and demanded in a loud voice, "Here's the money, change the order." Riley and Shuri were nearly scared out of their wits watching this. Head of the family, while outsiders are whispering amongst themselves, is the Azure Cardinal taking a bribe? They wouldn't accept something so blatant, would they? The Black Cardinal took a brief look and his resolve wavered. It's worth considering, that's a lot of money. But then Isaac intervened to object. No way, Grandpa. We the Eshua family can't do this. Grandpa, please stop. Hearing Isaac's sincere and sober words, the bystanders were moved. As expected of a saint candidate, the boy is truly fit to be the next pope. But his next words made them choke. "If there's that much money, give it to me first." A lackey glanced over and said disdainfully, "I didn't expect the Azure faction to do something so dirty." Is the Azure head breaking his own family's dogma? He withstood the provocation, responding calmly, "The Azure faith exists to protect the small and weak, and we are protecting the smallest and weakest in our family. Isn't that following the dogma correctly?" But even he was secretly surprised. Can it really be interpreted that way? The Black Cardinal smirked. "This side of you is truly admirable. But we've already accepted the goods from the Scarlet faction." The head of the family heard this and gritted his teeth. "You bastard, do you know what will happen if that Scarlet brat successfully summons a god?" The other guy took the opportunity to throw in a few jeers. "So, even you find Isaac Eshua suspicious? Azure Cardinal, please stop. Once a decision is made, it cannot be changed." The Black Cardinal nodded. "That's right, once it's decided, it cannot be changed. So, both of you summon at the same time." The other guy was stunned, protesting, "My lord, how can you allow that after accepting so much money?" The Cardinal glared at him, his voice dark as he reminded him, "Then hurry up and find a way to summon faster. Are you afraid?" He gritted his teeth, tears streaming down his face, though he only dared to think to himself, "Damn it, arguing now won't do any good." Ultimately, the Cardinal is the one who decides the order. He clenched his fists, his voice turning cold. "Fine, but we will remember this. The Azure and Black factions will regret this." Isaac looked at the head of the family with concern. "Grandpa." He patted his shoulder to reassure him, "Don't worry, it doesn't matter if you can't summon him. Even if those bastards summon their gods, we will still protect you." A rare spark of admiration flashed in Isaac's eyes, his voice choked with emotion. "Grandpa." But the next second his voice trembled as he pointed elsewhere. "It's not that." The head of the family, thinking Isaac wanted to say something else, asked affectionately, "It's not." Isaac's voice turned greedy as he made a request. "Give me those spare bribe boxes. If there are any left, you can just give them all to me." Isaac immediately received a beating, but he still successfully walked away with a few boxes. Suri followed, constantly nagging him. "What are you planning to do?" "Isaac, Nizer is going to summon the god of law. That's their main god." Isaac replied carelessly, "Then that's even better. I was planning to make a deal with the Yellow family and ruin the summoning ritual anyway." Suri was stunned, as if he couldn't believe his ears. "What?" Isaac turned back and said calmly, "The stuff they gave me definitely has magic sealed in it. I was going to wait for it to activate, pretend to collapse, and then blame everything on them." Suri was confused. "You knew and you still took it." Isaac's eyes grew determined as he thought, "If a high-ranking god is summoned, he will definitely recognize my soul." So the original plan was to fake an illness and get carried out before anyone could summon a high-ranking god. I could also use a superior god to smash everything, but I don't even know what a superior god is thinking. But if Nizer summons the god of law, the situation will change completely. But if it's that god, it's fine. I'll take this opportunity to make sure the Scarlet faction doesn't bother me anymore. Little did he know, Nizer was also looking at him with evil intent. As long as I can summon him, that guy is finished. Both of them stepped into the center of the ring at the same time, and the voice of the proctor rang out clearly, "Begin." Nizer, arrogant and hurried, raised his hand. I'll go first. Instantly, a wave of red magic erupted from him. After a few seconds, it flared violently from his body. Everyone watching shouted, "That's the Scarlet God of Law." He was incredibly smug as he screamed, "Success." Isaac only then slowly began to act, and a gentle light emerged from his heart. The light grew brighter and brighter, then shone as brilliantly as the sun but with immense destructive power. The plaza was instantly filled with smoke and dust. The spectators were panicked. What is that? Did Isaac really summon a superior god? The scene left Nizer frozen in place. Summoning alone wasn't enough. He still needed to sign a covenant for it to be complete, which meant he still had time. He immediately clasped his hands and pleaded, "Oh God, please examine the soul of that bastard and punish him. He is an existence that violates the laws of this world." Magic surged from everywhere and a divine voice echoed from somewhere. "Fine, which child dares to call themselves a saint?" Whisper shrieked in fear. He really appeared. "We're about to be wiped out." This startled Isaac and he had to reassure the spirit. "It's fine." He urged urgently, "My lord, hurry up and sign the covenant." Someone nearby asked in shock, "Did that brat really summon a superior god?" The lackey from earlier reassured him, "It's fine, the young master is faster. As long as he signs the covenant first, everything will be over." After a while the magic grew chaotic, and the god appeared above him. He opened his eyes, his voice solemn. "Is that the guy who ate the bones of the skeleton demon king?" Nizer quickly fueled the fire. "That's right, he is a heretic, please examine him." The voice of the god was clear and resonant. "No need to examine him, that brat has no faith. Moreover, his body is reeking with the disgusting evil energy of that skeleton demon king. No, he is already using that power." Nizer was stunned, only able to think to himself, "What?" The god began to rage. "How disappointing. I can't believe a creature like that dares to enter the territory of the gods. You will be executed immediately." Rilai hurriedly knelt down, his heart burning with anxiety. No, the fact that Isaac lacked faith had been exposed. "I have to stop this right now. I just need to knock that kid out and sever the connection to the god." But all of his intentions were discovered by the two minions of the opposite cult. They immediately blocked the uncle's path. "Have you forgotten the Pope's decree? Apart from the summoner, no one is allowed to approach the magic circle. Everything has a reason. If that brat is to be executed, there must be a worthy reason." His arrogant face kept provoking Rilai, making him furious. Whisper was the first to panic, constantly wailing, "Damn it, I followed the wrong master. I'm really going to die this time." Isaac lost his patience with him for a moment. "I told you it's okay, calm down." Seeing the divine punishment about to descend, it screamed again. "Okay, what do you mean okay?" Unfazed, he immediately invoked his spell. "Trust me, you idiot." As the divine punishment descended, Rilai was horrified and could only scream in vain. Isaac, the smoke and dust cleared, revealing his face still as calm as ever. But the next second, a look of disbelief flashed across his face. Seeing Isaac still holding his head high after the blow, the god wondered, did he block it? He just curled his lips in a cold smile. A look of cruelty appeared in his eyes. "Everything ends here." A more powerful surge of black magic radiated from Isaac. A few people nearby quickly covered their mouths and noses, astonished. "Dark mana, is that dark mana? That brat is using dark mana. So it's true that he ate a part of the skeletal demon king's body. Is the blue family using the power of the skeletal demon king? That brat is a heretic." Rilai still intended to step forward to call out to Isaac, but this time he was stopped by Gol himself. "Back off or you will be considered a heretic too." The uncle shouted without hesitation. "That's not important. Are we just going to stand here and watch Isaac die?" As he was about to shut his eyes and rush forward, the minion from earlier was extremely excited, thinking to himself, "That's it, now there's no way to deny it. The dark mana of the skeletal demon king has been revealed. That brat will definitely be punished. And we will attack at the same time as the god." The two of them discussed excitedly with each other about what to do as soon as he took action. "Right as soon as he attacks, attack right now. Yes, attack, 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 attack." While they were talking, they suddenly stopped, and even Rilai was surprised and wondered, why hasn't that god attacked yet? Why hasn't that god attacked? Is there a problem with Nizer's summoning? Cold sweat ran down the god's face. His eyes widened in tension. "No way, that can't be." Isaac gave a cold laugh and declared, "That's right. I will take good care of you with that look. Long time no see, old friend." The god of the divine law was shocked. This cannot be. This cannot be happening. A barrier. He truly had to look at Isaac, who was standing arrogantly inside the barrier. The cardinal priests were also extremely surprised. A barrier. If that's the case, then that brat won't be punished. Seeing the magic firing towards him, Isaac smirked. You bastard, you haven't changed a bit, have you? So you still have to do everything yourself, huh? The god of divine law was extremely angry, thinking only about how to attack Isaac. He muttered, soul judgment, but a resistance force pushed him back. What? Isaac was seen in his true form as the skeletal demon king. Long time no see, law god. The law god was very bewildered, repeating a move. Soul judgment, soul judgment, soul judgment, making his head hurt so much that he had to shout, stop judging for a moment, man. Seeing this scene, he was extremely panicked and screamed in his head. He was supposed to be sealed in a bug, right? Why is he here? Did the sealing fail? No way, it must be a clone. He must have sent a clone through the subordinates. Seeing the law god standing in front of him, thinking nonsense and comforting himself, Isaac sighed. This guy is crazy. The law god said angrily, you will die in that child's body. I will return this body to its rightful owner. But he was left disappointed because he replied, you can't kill me. A high-ranking god like you wants to mess with the supreme being. Don't you see these potions? The law god immediately felt threatened. The supreme being chose him, the skeletal demon king. What the hell is this? This is beyond my capability. I must report this to my superiors. Isaac heard this and stepped closer to the superior. Come on, I am the skeletal demon king, right? He replied as if hypnotized. Yes. He asked again, so that means the sealing failed, right? The law god stammered in confusion. Seeing that his mind was slow, Isaac had to blurt it out. Isn't that seal created by your son? He was startled. Yes. He was completely unfazed. Then go and report it. But won't you also be punished as an accomplice? You will be punished too, see. It would be fun if they heard about this, wouldn't it? Our little crimson god is desperately wanting a promotion. Oh no, if this reaches them, you will never get a promotion. Those above you might even kill you directly. Hearing this and still going against Isaac was like admitting one was stupid. So the law god had to concede. Forget about that for now. What on earth do you want? Isaac replied. Oh, not much. While the two of them were talking, the sounds inside were blocked by the barrier, so those outside couldn't hear anything. What's wrong? I can't hear anything. Isaac suddenly requested, make a contract with me. Before the information could even pass through the law god's brain, he hurriedly blurted out, yes, okay, contract. He couldn't believe his ears. What? A demon king making a contract with a god? No, he is a priest now. He is indeed a priest. Damn it, is he a demon king or a priest? Thinking of that, the law god lunged and asked, what is your current name? Isaac replied, Isaac. The law god continued to press, full name, and the answer he received was, Isaac Eshua. Hearing that, his head ached. Oh my god, why does he belong to the 5 great families? Isaac's face was extremely satisfied, as if everything was written on his face. You are done for, you cannot kill me and you cannot go back to report on me, you cannot do anything. So make a contract with me. The law god was completely helpless. What are you planning anyway? When he heard Isaac say, I just want to live a normal life, he showed extreme contempt. You think I'll believe that? Isaac explained. I have been cursed my whole life, but now I finally have a normal body. You think I would give it up? You're worried that if I don't have faith, I can't sign a contract. I'm actually very grateful. Grateful as hell. Thanks to you guys, I have this body, and also because you guys made a mistake. Isn't that a form of reverence? Then we can still sign a contract, right? Hearing him, the law god felt the urge to kill. Should I just kill him? Isaac didn't care at all and continued ranting alone. Now you can't live without me anymore. You know human bodies are fragile before gods. You think I'll go around announcing I'm the skeletal demon king? I just intend to live quietly in this human body. Whisper, hearing that, silently lamented, you really don't know how to stop lying. Isaac said to him, I'm not lying, I will live quietly, assassinate the gods and take back what is rightfully mine. I will reach the peak peacefully. And once I achieve it, I will destroy everything. And to do that, I need a mouse that can tell me what is going on in the world of the gods. Whisper wondered, what about the supreme being? Isaac replied, I will use him to threaten other gods. The law god stood there, lost in thought as he observed Isaac. Thinking back, the skeletal demon king always wanted a body he could die in. Is that why he's so obsessed with this body? Thinking so, he spoke up. But even so, no, the Crimson God can only make contracts with people from the Crimson family, no. This made Isaac quite surprised. What? Think carefully. You know what I can do if I get angry, right? Do you want me to explode again? The Law God saw the extreme shamelessness of Isaac, which was not hidden, making him furious. Damn it, he dares to threaten me with self-destruction. I'm still having a headache from what you did last time. Well, for now, I should please him, but why does it have to be an Eshua? He hesitantly approached him and asked, "Will you really live quietly?" Isaac answered with certainty. Of course. Then the barrier suddenly crumbled. The cardinal priests outside were extremely happy. God is here. He has removed the dark mana of the skeletal demon king so that we can easily capture him. Capture the heretic. You heretic, stop right there. They suddenly stopped when they saw Isaac had no intention of running away, but was walking towards them. Suddenly, he raised his hand with the glowing red seal and laughed loudly. "I have stolen your god. What are you going to do about it?" The cardinal priest stood frozen for 5 seconds. The Crimson God just made a contract with a priest of the Blue family. Isn't Isaac supposed to summon the Supreme Being? Why did he make a contract with our god instead of the Supreme Being? Don't tell me this brat intends to occupy both the Crimson God and the Supreme Being. So they were convinced that he would absorb the power of the Crimson God before making a contract with the Supreme Being. He will definitely use the Crimson God as a hostage to threaten us. What a madman! Hearing that, Isaac immediately put the idea into his head. That's not a bad idea, they discussed among themselves. The Crimson God chose a child of the Blue family instead of the Crimson family. If the God punishes the heretics who chose Isaac, it proves that his faith has not wavered. But that means the Crimson God rated a child of the Blue family higher than the current heir of the Crimson family. They didn't notice the very angry and indignant face of Nizer on the other side and continued to speak. Didn't they say Isaac was a heretic? If there really was a problem, their god would have killed him already. Look at how decayed the Crimson family has become. And this reaction of theirs made Isaac extremely satisfied. Seeking awesome. The Crimson Cardinal suddenly smiled mysteriously. Do you intend to steal our god? The Crimson God and the Blue Fate. There must be some misunderstanding. Surely you will cancel this contract, right? But the family head immediately interrupted him. Why should I? Isn't the condition to become Pope the ability to harmonize all 5 faiths? Now my beloved nephew has been chosen by your god. The Crimson Cardinal gritted his teeth and cursed, "That bastard." The priests hurriedly argued, "That's absurd. How can you steal a god from another family? That's right, how can someone from the Eshua family take the god of the Sepet family?" Rilai didn't care and said softly to the family head, "Let's go, family head, we have no reason to listen to them." The priests still intended to continue questioning. "This is too absurd, return him." But they were stopped by the uncle's cold, sharp gaze. "Everything happens for a reason, didn't you tell me that?" Repetitive text. At the Eshua mansion, Shuri was extremely angry. "What the hell have you done? Did you see the way they glared at you? Manpower is already scarce, don't create more enemies." Yet he didn't pay any attention to him. That bastard. He was busy thinking about the last words of the Law God. He was busy thinking about the last words of the Law God. "Be careful, if the superiors know about this, it will be very troublesome." Isaac replied perfunctorily, Yeah. The Law God continued to advise anxiously. "And don't be too complacent, that body was created very meticulously, but in exchange, it has a very short lifespan. That's why we created many different saint candidates." Seeing him look surprised and interested, the Law God continued, "If you want, I can transfer you to a new body. Right, what do you think about the body of a child of the Crimson family? If you want to sign a contract with me, that would be better." Isaac seemed to have just realized the truth, so that's it. "It turns out this body is even better than I thought. If it wasn't excellent, you wouldn't have had any reason to ask me to change bodies." The Law God had to admit defeat. What a cunning guy. "Even so, I'm not lying. Yeah, no matter how strong this body is, it will quickly wear out. The other saint candidates are as strong as me, right?" Finally, the Law God closed his eyes and gestured to perform magic. "Since I tried to deceive you, in return I will give you some advice. Don't put too much trust in the Eshua family." Isaac was still busy thinking, why did he say that? Shuri was extremely frustrated. "Hey, are you even listening? You can't summon the Supreme Being because you lack mana, right? That's why you signed a contract with the Crimson God, isn't it?" Isaac had just answered him that it wasn't so when someone walked in. "There you are." The Crimson Emperor Cardinal gave a standard multi-level marketing smile. I would like to send my deepest congratulations to the priests who tied for first place with my Kina in the black test. Although I don't like the fact that you tied, since you belong to the blue family, that's fine. Isaac wrinkled his face. Oh my god, just hearing it makes my spine chill. The Shuri side wasn't any better. Can he still smile? Suddenly he asked him, you haven't forgotten our agreement, have you? I will pay more than originally discussed. Hand over the supreme being to us. Unable to hide his surprise, no way Isaac would agree to this, but Isaac suddenly spoke up. Really? Okay, causing him to almost bite his tongue. Are you crazy? Isaac walked towards the Crimson Emperor Cardinal and leaned over. I will give it to you, but the money must be paid first. You said you would give me the god of wealth, didn't you? Regardless of Shuri being extremely angry behind that cursed god of wealth. The Crimson Emperor Cardinal understood everyone has a limit on the number of contracts they can make with gods. The Pope can make many contracts, but for you, it's very difficult. So I will give you this summoning stone, that way a contract won't be necessary. Looking at the priceless thing on the table, Isaac exclaimed, awesome! Shuri almost dropped his eyes out too. That was the pillar stone of the Crimson family. He looked at Isaac with an unbelievable gaze and sighed inwardly. That stone alone contains more divine mana than most temples. Did he even give Isaac something that could bless an entire kingdom? Isaac glanced at it briefly before closing the lid. So all I need to do is summon the supreme god for you, right? Shuri was terrified once again. Did this guy really not care about the supreme god? Whisper communicated quietly with Isaac. Are you really going to hand over the supreme god? Isaac maintained his businesslike smile and replied, no, I just want to know what the supreme god desires. I can't fully trust deities. The cardinal in yellow bowed and nodded. I've already given you the stone. Now hand over the supreme god. However, he suddenly froze when he saw a shadow embracing Isaac's body. The figure reached out and touched the back of Isaac's hand, and a symbol appeared, leaving everyone in absolute shock. That's the covenant mark of the supreme god. It's definitely that. Wait a minute. Doesn't this mean he already has two covenants? What the hell is going on? Even Isaac, the person involved, couldn't hide the panic on his face. What the hell is this? Why did I suddenly form a covenant with myself? Suri completely misunderstood. So you planned this from the start. You intended to secretly form a covenant with the supreme god beforehand, didn't you? That's so you, a sly backstabber as always. The situation was already bad, but Shuri's words added fuel to the fire, forcing Isaac to deny it internally. That's not it, you bastard. He saw the priests looking furious. They were likely thinking that he had received the gift and then formed a covenant with the supreme god afterward. How shameless can these people be? These Azure bastards were planning to play dirty against not just the Scarlet faction but us as well from the beginning. I won't let this happen. So he immediately rolled around on the ground. I don't want it. Cancel the covenant for me. Everyone was stunned. Huh, Isaac pretended to scream loudly. Cardinal, tell me how to reverse this. The cardinal in yellow was having a massive headache. I understand you don't want this. So give me your hand, and I will cancel the covenant for you. He added, you cannot forcibly break a covenant with the gods. It can only be cancelled when you yourself decide you no longer want it. Isaac showed immense determination. I want to cancel it at any cost. So the cardinal in yellow immediately neutralized the covenant for him, burning the link. In this way, your covenant has been neutralized and the mark will be erased. Seeing the strange look on his face, the cardinal was displeased. Stop messing around and focus, cancel it properly. Isaac replied hurriedly, I'm focusing. As the cardinal in yellow chanted the incantation to burn the link, Isaac muttered a long string of thoughts in his heart. I don't need the supreme god, get lost. I want the god of wealth to cancel it. Stop blocking my path, get lost. Help me out, you damn supreme god, get out of here. I'm begging you, get lost. Cancel the covenant for me, that should be enough, right? Thinking that, he opened his eyes to see if the mark was gone, only to be met with the cardinal's impatient gaze. Are you mocking me? Isaac felt extremely wronged. Not at all. Whisper had to comfort him, let it go, it's better for you anyway. But Isaac refused. Even so, I'd rather have the god of wealth, and there's something wrong with this situation. The cardinal in yellow's face turned black as soot. If this is really a mistake, then give the stone back. I can't take it anymore. Shuri also felt pity. It's a shame, but he should do that. Isaac closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Once it reached this point, the cardinal in yellow and Isaac turned and ran like the wind. Time to bolt. I won't forget what you guys have done for me. The priests couldn't process the current situation. What is that brat saying? What we've done for him, but wasn't he told to return the stone? Don't tell me he plans to. Meanwhile, Shuri was quietly retreating. Then they saw Isaac jump straight out of the window. He's running away, Cardinal. In the banquet hall, the priests were buzzing with conversation. Hey, did you hear? Isaac has 2 covenants. Is it really possible to form covenants with 2 gods? Kina formed a covenant with the twin gods, but they count as one, whereas he formed covenants with 2 gods from different faiths. Not to mention one of them is a supreme god. Amidst the commotion, the enforcer stepped forward and spoke loudly. Silence, we have an announcement. After discussion, the first place winner of the black test is Isaac Eshua. Suddenly, everyone went silent in utter shock, followed by a roar of joy. Isaac Eshua, please come to the Cardinal's office to receive your reward. Someone ran over and shook Shuri. Our Azure faction might actually be recorded in the history of the 5-color tests. He still couldn't believe it. Is this a dream or reality? The priest asked excitedly. Where, Isaac? Shuri replied immediately. I don't know, the priest said cheerfully. He must have disappeared somewhere again. He'll be very happy to hear we won. Suddenly, the enforcer cleared his throat and announced, with that, the 5-color tests have officially concluded. You will now step out into the world with what you have learned here. The graduation ceremony will be held alongside the New Year celebration. We will see you all again in 3 months. Oh, and it would be best if you established good relationships with your seniors before graduation. When everyone saw the 3 of them, they immediately felt. Just looking at their faces, you know they're about to discipline us. I heard the greeting is going to be brutal. Isn't that the head of the 2nd-tier priests? Why is he here? He must be eyeing Isaac. Shuri breathed a sigh of relief. It's a good thing Isaac isn't here. If he leaves a bad impression on the senior, he'll be in trouble. I have to warn Isaac not to do anything stupid. And as expected, the thing he feared most happened. Isaac charged in through the main door. Not only that, but followers of the Cardinal in yellow were chasing him from behind. Catch him, give the stone back. The senior saw this and judged him immediately. Is that child the legendary Isaac Eshua? He has no grace at all. Just like the rumors, he's exactly like a mad dog. He has no grace at all. Just like the rumors, he's exactly like a mad dog. He was greeted with a kick to the face. As Isaac used a holy acceleration spell to escape, the priests were terrified. Senior Shuri couldn't take it anymore. You crazy lunatic. Isaac didn't have time to look at him and shouted, I'm busy, move out of the way. Everyone rushed to surround the senior and ask how he was. Senior, are you okay? Is that kid insane? The senior remained extremely tolerant. Don't be angry, we must teach him. I will handle this. Just then, a flower pot slammed straight into his face, and Isaac's high-pitched voice echoed, damn it, how long are you planning to chase me? Turns out, he was throwing a flower pot from the windowsill. What is that brat throwing? Hey you, give it back! Watching the chaotic scene, Shuri had a look of utter despair. We're screwed. The people around the senior immediately went crazy. What the hell is wrong with him? That damn apprentice, he dared to use the senior's face as a stepping stone. Does he think he can get away with this? Everyone considers him a saint candidate, so now he's lost all manners. However, the senior remained tolerant and appeared extremely gentle. Don't say that, he's only 10 years old, it's normal for a junior. What we need to do is teach him. Hearing this and seeing the senior's actions, the priests were stunned. Oh shit, we're done for. The senior stood up and began to organize. For now, the apprentices will accompany the royal family. They will receive orders directly from the queen. Before long, they will receive a request regarding the skeleton demon king. The final graduation score will include the results there. The current ranking is not the final result. Do you think that brat could get a high score without our help? After receiving a low score, he will wake up. He became a monster because the people around him pampered him as his seniors. Guiding him on the right path is a given. Shuri held his head, not knowing how to solve this. Oh mother, they really are targeting him. He needs to get a taste of failure. Before he could finish speaking, he was kicked in the sole of Isaac's foot again. What are you muttering about? The Cardinal in Yellow's men were still chasing behind. Hey, why do you keep helping Isaac? Are you on his side? After leaving behind a cloud of dust, Isaac left happily without a shred of mental burden. Screw it. See you on graduation day. The deep blue sky peeked through the rustling forest leaves. Amidst the swaying reeds, a soft call broke the silence. Isaac stood with his arms crossed, his face full of scrutiny. Beside him, the soul of justice floated with an equally unhappy expression. Shabnak was kneeling in submission. Justice flew around shouting, scolding him for daring to steal divine power from his master's hand. On the ceiling of a magnificent room, a large chandelier hung silently, witnessing a still space. A woman's jaw dropped in shock, her eyes widening as if she had just witnessed something beyond her comprehension. The scene became chaotic with screaming. The priests of the Sancta Seeds Church were suddenly attacked by mysterious green energy currents. Back in the forest, Isaac stood silently reflecting with a pensive expression. Shabnak bowed low, apologizing to his young master. He explained that he couldn't hold back when he saw the priests daring to insult Isaac. Hearing this, he just replied indifferently. Isaac stared intensely at his subordinate, his red eyes full of scrutiny. Shabnak knew his time had come. His undead body began to leak a hazy black mist. Isaac realized the wound on Shabnak's body was a fatal one caused by the cardinals, beyond repair. With his final breath, Shabnak shamefully apologized for letting his master see such a pathetic state. He held out his blackened hand, offering a memory stone as his final apology gift. It was an object containing all the secrets of the empire that he had secretly collected over the past few decades. He declared he would die there as there was no way back. Isaac looked at his subordinate, an alternative plan forming in his mind. Shabnak told him to use his head to gain favor with the church, but Isaac told him to wait a moment. Isaac called Justice over, his eyes still fixed on the mark on his hand. He smiled slyly, advising Justice not to be too agitated just because the seal was faulty. Isaac unexpectedly made a request. He forced Justice to change Shabnak's core essence. With a mischievous smile, Isaac wanted to turn this dying undead into a flesh and blood human. Justice was shocked enough to shout, asking if Isaac was insane, but Isaac remained nonchalant and defiant. He argued that if gods had the right to dispense punishment, they could also twist the very laws of creation. Isaac's eyes flashed with cruelty as he explained that forcing someone who doesn't know pain to taste the sensation of agony is the heaviest punishment of all. Justice began to waver before Isaac's manipulative, yet incredibly logical reasoning. The soul of Justice recalled the past of the Skeleton King, a cold-blooded assassin who had taken the lives of countless servants of God. Having to use holy power to save a great archdemon made the spirit feel incredibly conflicted. Justice adamantly refused to do it. Isaac immediately threatened that if it didn't do it, both of them would be captured by the church. He put his finger to his lips, challenging Justice to see if it dared to trade its life. Isaac threatened to go directly to the Pope to confess everything, which made Justice truly panic. "Let's die together," Isaac's face twisted in madness, his long tongue flickering out like a true demon. Justice rushed to intervene when it saw Isaac was truly ready to risk everything. It realized this madman wasn't bluffing. He was ready to smash everything if he didn't get what he wanted. To preserve its own existence, the soul of Justice had to bow and submit. Isaac retracted his terrifying expression, smiling triumphantly as he saw his subordinate finally obey. He still didn't forget to warn that he would use holy punishment if Justice dared to rebel again. Isaac held out his hand bearing the power mark, his red eyes filled with anticipation. Divine punishment, humanization. A fiery red light from his hand began to transfer directly into Shabnak's body. Screams of agony echoed throughout the forest as Shabnak's undead body began to be torn apart by the sanctification power. The pitch-black coating slowly dissipated, and Justice stated the conditions for Shabnak to exist in human form. Streaks of red energy coiled tightly around Shabnak, beginning the mystical process of physical transformation. Isaac rubbed his hands in satisfaction, thinking that he could now easily fool the church by possessing a talented subordinate. Justice floated beside him, echoing the sentiment. Suddenly, his expression changed in surprise when he saw the true result of the humanization ritual. The black mist faded away, revealing a delicate face with vibrant, reddish-brown hair full of light. You were a girl all this time." Isaac couldn't hide his surprise at Shabnak's true gender. Shabnak stared in shock at her new body. Isaac was speechless because her voice and figure had always looked extremely masculine before. He asked if she felt any discomfort. Shabnak raised her hand, feeling the warmth and texture of skin after centuries as an undead. She reminded him of the danger posed by the cardinals, while Isaac instructed her to hide her identity carefully to avoid being discovered by the church. Just then, the desperate call of an Eshua group member echoed through the forest, making Isaac alert. This guy rushed over, interrogating Isaac about where he had been all this time. Isaac immediately made up a story about running to protect the church's foundation stone. He announced that the whole area was in chaos due to a terrorist attack, while also being suspicious of the strange girl standing next to Isaac. Sighing and clutching his head, he reported that the church intended to send Isaac on a mission alone. Isaac crossed his arms and refused, saying he had already found a teammate. The guy was dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. The mission this time is to find the Skeleton King's spy. Hearing this, both Isaac and Justice felt it was truly ridiculous. He revealed that someone was performing a ritual to summon the Skeleton King right inside the palace, making the atmosphere tense. The Asura priest continued to ramble about the enemy's danger, someone who had defeated even the strongest royal knights. Seeing Isaac appear indifferent, he arrogantly offered that if Isaac begged, he would join the team. But Isaac calmly replied that he already had a collaborator. "Oh my God, you scared me!" He jumped in shock when he finally took a good look at the woman standing behind Isaac. The guy's face flushed with surprise at Shabnak's beauty and turned to question Isaac about who this girl was. Isaac lied nonchalantly that he had just saved her from the Demonkin while hunting spirits. He even added that because she wanted to repay him, she insisted on following him to serve him. The guy felt it was completely absurd. He started to let his imagination run wild, fearing that this beautiful girl was approaching Isaac to kidnap a member of the Asura family. Shabnak suddenly bowed in submission, declaring she had come there only to serve her master. The Asura priest immediately became guarded, demanding she reveal her background immediately. "I am the master's slave." Shabnak's bold assertion made the air freeze in place. "Slave, you're a slave!" he screamed in horror while Isaac kept a blank face as if he hadn't heard anything. Shabnak added that whether day or night she would serve him devotedly. The Asura guy went crazy, screaming and asking what the hell Isaac was doing. He was worried this would affect Isaac's reputation, but Shabnak immediately reassured him that she had no intention of competing for the fiancé position. The more he heard, the more the poor guy felt his worldview completely collapsing before the ambiguous words of the strange girl. Shabnak showed a sorrowful yet determined expression, earnestly begging to stay by Isaac's side to repay his kindness. Watching his comrade's crying appearance, Isaac could only coldly ask what on earth was wrong with him. The priest guy was so frustrated he couldn't speak, tears streaming down his face because of the massive shock. He shouted throughout the forest, begging his grandfather for help because this grandson had just caused another earth-shattering, irreversible mess. The scene opens at the magnificent mansion of the Asura family in the capital. Just catching sight of Isaac, an uncle in the family shouted loudly. The uncle rushed over to grab Isaac, scolding him for being too young to demand a girlfriend, while a maid behind was also frantically running after them. Everyone started making wild assumptions about the master-servant relationship, causing the uncle to hold his head in despair, while Isaac was speechless at their rich imaginations. The uncle firmly opposed the marriage, even though Isaac hadn't actually said a word about it. Isaac kept a calm face, gently explaining to the overly agitated uncle that things were not like that. He mentioned that the internship was about to end, and later he would have to venture into dangerous areas to carry out missions. Isaac pointed at Shab, introducing her as a new bodyguard with excellent skills to protect him. Shab stood towering behind with a stern, expressionless face. The girl bowed politely and suggested everyone call her Shab, but the uncle still hadn't escaped the obsession with the words girlfriend. Shab firmly affirmed that she would dedicate her heart, body, and soul to serving her master. The words body made the minds of the uncle and the maid drift far away. Both stood frozen in shock. Not stopping there, Shab added that she was ready to serve Isaac all night for the benefit of his soul, making the atmosphere even more awkward. She casually mentioned mysterious magical methods that the priesthood was completely unaware of, causing the uncle to completely collapse due to the harmful misunderstanding. Isaac shyly covered his face, shouting for the group to calm down and threatening to run away from home if they didn't accept Shab as his bodyguard. Justice just silently laughed on top of his head. Just then, a steady voice spoke up, opposing allowing someone of unknown background to be a personal attendant. The uncle startled, turning around to see who had arrived, while Isaac and Shab were also curious about this sudden appearance. It was a silver-haired young man wearing glasses, looking very elegant. He remarked that a bodyguard for someone as good at using tricks as Isaac must certainly have skills. He naturally rubbed Isaac's head, praising him for being cuter than he expected. Isaac had a face full of question marks because he had never met this person before. The maid hurriedly introduced him as Sir Benjamin, the family's financial advisor. Isaac was still grumbling because he was being treated like a child. But as soon as he heard the 3 words financial advisor, Isaac's eyes suddenly lit up like sparkling gold coins. His attitude flipped 180 degrees. Isaac knelt down and bowed his head to apologize for his previous rudeness. He put on the most innocent, sparkling face he could, expressing his extreme honor to meet Benjamin and hoping for his help. Benjamin laughed at the boy's dizzying change, suggesting they should first check the bodyguard's abilities. Isaac was still clinging to his arm, refusing to let go. He told Isaac to go inside first, because the patriarch was waiting for him in the study to talk. The scene shifts to the Sepet mansion, where the atmosphere seemed much darker and more serious. Nizer stood silently with a worried look, while a voice full of disappointment rang out from behind. A red-haired man sitting behind the desk scolded Nizer for forgetting the true nature of the god of justice. Nizer hurriedly denied it. The man asked back, then why was Isaac able to sign a contract with the very god that Shuri had summoned? The kid shouted to explain that it happened too fast, that the god had disappeared on his own and chosen Isaac, and he had no other choice. The man mused, feeling that the god was forced to choose Isaac for some special reason they didn't know yet. He wondered if Isaac was truly a saint, given that the god of justice would act regarding souls in such a way. The image of a bright smiling Isaac appeared in their minds, causing them to consider forming an alliance instead of confronting the Eshua family. However, without the god of justice, their plan to hunt for ancient treasures would be a complete failure. They couldn't let the Eshua family have something that even the Pope coveted. Nizer bit his lip in frustration. Although he hated Isaac, he knew the importance of this mission. He decided he would go and reclaim the god from Isaac's hands, but the man warned him to act very quickly. Because the eldest son who held the god of punishment was about to return, Nizer broke into a cold sweat after hearing that. He trembled, thinking of the prospect of that genius returning. He would surely finish off both him and Isaac if he found out. The man demanded that Nizer find a way to get close to Isaac before the other guy could return. He further explained that the god of punishment was extremely protective of his younger brother, the god of justice, so he wouldn't let this slide. Nizer was grabbed by the shoulder, receiving the order to stay by Isaac's side to extract information from the god of justice at all costs. The kid could only blankly ask back with a confused look. Become his servant? Nizer, hearing this bizarre mission, only wanted to blurt out a swear word because of the irony. Shuri's pathetic wails echoed throughout the mansion. He didn't understand why he had to learn such troublesome things. Isaac proudly introduced his grandfather to his personal bodyguard. Justice hovered beside him with a mischievous look. The patriarch heard this and remained silent in thought, while Isaac added that he would rather choose someone he liked than accept the low-level servants arranged by the family. The grandfather muttered to himself, wondering why a child like Isaac was bothered about marriage so early, causing the kid to blankly ask back, "What did you say?" Shab stepped forward and confidently affirmed that she was extremely confident in her abilities, and she would not lose to anyone present. Rilai intended to ask for permission to test her, but the patriarch immediately pushed him aside and declared he would do it himself. The old patriarch affirmed that if she could pass his test, he would officially recognize her as a member of this Eshua family. He even promised to give her a level 1 knight certificate if she succeeded. Rilai stood by and heard this, wanting to drop his jaw in shock. Rilai shouted in protest because this reward was too big for a 10-year-old child. But the patriarch argued that this was a worthy reward for the glory Isaac had just brought back. He even joked that he might as well strip Rilai of his title and give it to Isaac, causing the guy to only know how to cry out for his father in terror. Isaac was thrilled to see everything going according to plan. He thought to himself that his grandfather was truly very psychological and reasonable. The patriarch began to prepare for the test. Rilai and the maid behind them turned pale with fear because of his terrible strength. A powerful, authoritative stomp echoed on the floor, signaling the start of the official confrontation. The patriarch cracked his knuckles, emitting a sky-high murderous aura that made the surrounding space feel like it was thickening. Isaac began to panic, He knew his grandfather was as strong as the Pope, so this was too unfair. He tried to persuade his grandfather to just let another uncle try. But he shouted loudly, thinking that if she couldn't withstand the pressure of a cardinal, she wasn't worthy of protecting his grandson. Riley and Isaac stood frozen before that surge of power. Contrary to his master's anxiety, Shab turned back and calmly reassured Isaac that he didn't need to worry about her. The patriarch's eyes glowed red with power as he began to unleash his first test strike. A terrifying magic explosion occurred the moment his fist made contact, creating blue lightning that covered the entire room. Isaac screamed in terror for Shabnak, fearing that her current human body couldn't withstand this lethal strike. The dust slowly dissipated. The patriarch suddenly revealed a look of extreme surprise on his aging face. He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw Shab had used her bare hands to completely stop the heavy attack just now. Shab's eyes were still sharp and soulless. She stood still without moving an inch under everyone's observation. A terrifying collision erupted. Blue magic erupted violently, tearing through the hall. Riley, standing nearby, couldn't help but be shocked to see his father's powerful blow being stopped so easily. Yeshua rushed over with an angry expression, shouting at Isaac, asking what kind of monstrous guard he had brought home. Eli kept observing nonchalantly while Shab was ready for combat. The patriarch thought to himself that it was truly a waste for someone this strong to be serving his grandson. The battle took place quickly amidst the rubble. Eli realized that although he had held back, the opponent didn't even use her full strength to resist. A major suspicion began to germinate in the heart of the head of the Yeshua family. His eyes narrowed with murderous intent. He was sure the girl in front of him was a dark entity. Yeshua's fist glowed with blue magic. He threw a powerful, direct punch at Shab. Riley screamed in panic to stop him when he saw his father about to use a highly dangerous grand cleansing spell. Shab gritted her teeth in endurance. She knew she absolutely must not use dark magic at this moment to protect Isaac's secret. A giant pillar of divine light descended from the ceiling, enveloping the entire target in pure cleansing energy. Everyone around was struck dumb. Yeshua coldly ordered an immediate expulsion because he affirmed that this was a demon. Riley and Benjamin stood stunned, unable to believe their father would be so cruel right in the middle of the mansion. The old man calmly brushed the dust off his shoulders, scolding the group for being a bunch of fools for having no vigilance against a stranger. Just as he was about to talk about the investigation, Riley suddenly rushed over to call his father, and at that very moment, another explosion erupted. A surge of dark red air radiated out. Isaac wore an enigmatic smile, while the tiny soul of justice stood triumphantly behind his shoulder. The smoke cleared. Shab still stood firm as if nothing had happened. Isaac blatantly declared that she was now a real human being. The aftershocks from the previous collisions still shook the room violently. Dust fell everywhere. Shab rushed forward to counterattack with extreme speed, forcing Yeshua to dodge the wind-tearing punch. The battle heated up. Eli's eyes glowed red with murderous intent, and Shab was also putting all her strength into her fist. Two fists touched, creating a strongly contrasting red and blue shockwave, blowing everything around away. The entire main hall shook, as if it were about to collapse before this earth-shaking duel. Riley panicked and covered his face to avoid the storm, constantly shouting at his father to stop. Eli stood amidst the rubble with a suspicious look, muttering that everything was very strange. Shab still kept her stance, sweat streaming down her face. Eli couldn't believe she was unscathed by a direct cleansing blow. Riley finally couldn't take it anymore. He went crazy and scolded his father for using a killer spell on a normal person. He thought this extreme action was something that shouldn't be done, even if the opponent was the worst enemy. While scolding, Benjamin irritably adjusted his glasses, affirming that this matter could not be solved by a simple apology. Eli stood silently listening to his son lecture him about turning the family mansion into a desolate battlefield. Looking at the scattered bricks and stones, Benjamin felt distressed and worried about the huge amount of money he was about to spend on repairs. The punishment was immediately issued. Yeshua would have his official stipend suspended for the next 6 months to compensate for the house repair costs. Returning to the main issue, the name Shab still caused everyone to have a headache thinking about it. In the office, the two father and son sat down to discuss after having carefully reviewed the investigation reports. Benjamin said they still hadn't seen anything unusual. Eli flipped through the documents that Isaac had faked, asking if his son really intended to give the first-class certificate to her. Benjamin replied that he had already promised. Benjamin adjusted his glasses, not forgetting to ask for the reason why his father used the grand cleansing spell. He still suspected whether she was really a demon or not. The patriarch put the pile of papers on the table, affirming for sure that he hadn't felt any dark magic power from that girl. Eli Eshua's eyes became pensive. He thought she was human, but at the same time it seemed she wasn't. Benjamin was dumbfounded when he heard his father affirm that even gods, when looking at her soul, would only see a normal human. A cold feeling covered Benjamin's mind. He knew his father's senses, one of the greatest cardinals in history, were never wrong. In his head, the mysterious image of Shab appeared. Benjamin suggested whether they should expel her to avoid future trouble. But Eli shook his head, thinking it was best to keep her nearby to observe her every move. That way, they would know what she was really plotting. He further emphasized that Isaac being the one to bring her home was an extremely important detail that could not be ignored. Benjamin heard this and could only dumbfoundedly shout out Isaac's name. Eli Eshua contemplated, thinking that Isaac controlling a demon wasn't necessarily a bad thing. It was also proof of the boy's terrifying ability. The patriarch mentioned the secret arts that had been buried by time for so long. Benjamin heard this and was startled, wondering if his father was implying the family's ancient forbidden arts. Eli Eshua suddenly stood up and declared it was time to choose a successor during this year's family reunion. Benjamin heard this and his limbs went numb from the shock. While Benjamin worried that this would be a topic that would shock public opinion, the patriarch still quietly looked out the window, his heart full of calculations for the future. He still didn't completely trust that the current Eshua family was strong enough to succeed him, but if that person was Isaac, everything would be completely different. Eli hoped that this child would be the one to break the curse that had plagued the Eshua family for so many generations. Cut to the royal palace. A church official was breaking into a cold sweat asking Isaac if he wanted to hear the mission requirements again. Isaac smiled gleefully in a very pragmatic way. He didn't care about the mission details but asked directly how much money he would receive if he caught the Skeleton King's spy. The official could only be speechless at this kid's greed for money. Ignoring the fact that it was a direct order from the royal family, Isaac blatantly demanded a reward, causing the official accompanying him to tremble with fear. Shuri hurriedly leaned forward to whisper in Isaac's ear, "Hey, are you crazy? Don't you know how to read the room?" Yet the other party still didn't know better and spoke loudly in the crowded place. "Why? Don't you see? No matter how dangerous it is, they are just trying to use me, right? They want me to handle it myself, regardless of whether I might lose my life while doing the mission, right? I trust the royal family will compensate me properly, right? Or was I wrong?" "That's what I said." Isaac was still free to act maturely, analyzing the situation for the two guests. "I believe the Skeleton King's scout is right here in the palace, although I'm not sure who it is yet. They took down both grade 6 and grade 7 knights, so this difficulty is at least high level. Isn't it obvious that receiving hazard pay while gambling with one's life is a must? If they hoped for the opposite, it would truly be against common sense." The queen just heard this and laughed, replying, "So you must be the youngest, famous young priest of the Eshua family." Whisper casually looked at her, then looked at Shablis to drop a digressive comment. "Although she is the queen, the crown prince doesn't look anything like her." However, Isaac still explained quite comfortably to the other party because she was not his biological mother. Suddenly receiving delicious drama information, Whisper happily rapped, "You mean the son of a consort who became the crown prince? Well, if I were her, I would also want to get rid of him to save myself the trouble. Or should we just flatter the queen and handle that crown prince for her? She seems quite interested in you, master." When Isaac lazily spilled a fact few people knew the queen was on the Pope's side, Whisper immediately went crazy and turned around. "Then why haven't they gotten rid of her yet?" Suddenly, the queen unexpectedly smiled and discussed with him as if there had been a slight mistake. "Although we sent a request to the Holy See, of course, regarding the danger level, that compensation is indeed not adequate at all. I will ensure you are compensated worthily. Is this enough to satisfy you, young priest of the Eshua family?" Isaac couldn't ask for anything more, so he responded very sensibly in joy. "Oh my, I respectfully accept this mission, Your Majesty the Queen." Afterward, he and Whisper remembered Shab's reminder. "It seems like now that you have signed a contract with the greatest god, the Queen has given you special attention, Master." And the two of them happily celebrated together. Shab's intelligence was indeed very useful. Anyway, she has been imprisoned for a long time. Isaac excitedly stared at the woman before him, then silently mocked in his head. "But isn't she being too blatant? Clearly she is trying to use me to bring the crown prince down, right?" Whisper took the opportunity to lean in and add to the very obvious truth. "It seems this woman is harboring her own schemes when wanting to strip the crown prince of his position." Isaac rolled his eyes and admitted the lust. "Of course. While the queen is on the pope's side, once the crown prince ascends to the throne, he will surely purge all of her lackeys." He subconsciously looked over at the crown prince who was sitting as still as a statue, then pensively added, "If he hadn't reached the level of a swordsmaster, she would have probably taken action long ago." Just then, Shablis unexpectedly opened his mouth to join the conversation. "Dragging an apprentice priest into this whirlpool of conspiracy is truly too cruel. This is not something the priesthood should be meddling in." The queen calmly raised her teacup, looking very thoughtful. In her head, she couldn't help but let out a mocking thought. "What an old soul. I bet he's just frustrated that I called Isaac." But the words the queen spoke were quite calm. Even so, the fact that the Skeleton King's lackeys are targeting the royal family is an undeniable truth. "They could even directly threaten your life, Prince." The lackey standing behind the queen immediately understood and sang along. "There are surely lackeys of the Skeleton King hiding right in the palace, right in the immediate vicinity of the royal palace. We have discovered magical items bearing the Skeleton King's curse along with a series of items used for summoning." Queen waited for him to finish and added a dramatic conclusion that made Isaac also stand frozen. "It seems the Skeleton King wants to wipe out Helen Palace, which is the heart of the Holy Land." His heart really wanted to scream in her face. "What? No way, I have no interest in that at all. I just want to loot a lot and enjoy a relaxed life." Queen didn't read Isaac's thoughts, so she kept rambling. "Anyway, even the Skeleton King would never penetrate the Holy Dragon's barrier." His inner heart cursed. "I already said it's not me, I don't care about it, just because getting entangled with those dragons is troublesome." While he was being wronged, Whisper chirped, "Indeed, eliminating the royal family would be an effective way to destroy the Holy Dragon's barrier." Suddenly, just at this moment, the queen pushed a stack of papers toward Isaac with an explanation. "This is a list of servants who have suspicious behavior in the palace." She had wasted time going around in circles, and finally she agreed to speak directly to the point. "I want you to use this to bring that suspect to light. After all, you are a genius who has signed a contract with the Supreme God. You will be compensated worthily, so arrest the one who is intending to target the royal family." Isaac still persistently asked questions. "Why don't we discuss what the reward will be?" But before he could finish his sentence, Shuri jumped out to seal his mouth and stamped it with a resounding promise. "As you command, Your Highness." Even though he was restrained, Isaac still tried to mumble, "That idiot is going to get swindled of everything." But Shuri was focused on dragging this walking disaster away, so he snapped curtly, "I know, just hurry up and go." The queen watched their retreating backs and called out in a friendly tone, "I will look forward to hearing good news from you." Once they were outside, Shuri finally unleashed his pent-up frustration. "My God, this guy, I thought I was a goner back there. I can't believe you dared to act like that in front of the royal family." Isaac wasn't one to take it lying down and immediately shot back, "Who cares about that stuff anymore?" He ignored his stone-faced comrade and focused on rambling about his brilliant plan. "That was the queen. Just think about how much money we could squeeze out of her. Only a complete moron wouldn't take advantage of a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity like this." Isaac imagined the wealth awaiting him, drooling like a fountain. "I have to get close to her while I can and empty her pockets dry." That vile expression made Shuri's soul go numb. Why did the Supreme God choose this damn thing? But just then, a familiar warning chime echoed in their ears. "Do not put too much trust in Her Majesty, the Queen." It turned out Shablis had left the room and was trying to snap these two greedy treasure seekers back to reality. "She simply wants to use your title to her advantage." Shuri, startled, could only gasp, "It's His Highness, the Crown Prince." Shablis continued in his most serious tone, emphasizing, "You could easily lose your life, so I advise you to act with caution." But halfway through, he added something slightly off topic. "Even so, I hope the Skeleton Demon King's spies are rounded up." Shuri, a fan of the prince, replied with a voice that wavered slightly. "Yes, you have nothing to worry about, sir. We will definitely catch them." With a face flushed with excitement, he insisted vehemently, "We cannot let that cruel skeleton demon king return." Isaac, standing behind him, desperately wanted to kick him in the face for that bold declaration. "I'm already back, you trash." That night, looking from the outside, the royal palace appeared as normal as any other day. However, murmurs echoed all around. "I'm certain that followers of the skeleton demon king are lurking around here." From cursed items to summoning tools, that warehouse was packed with things related to the skeleton demon king. Isaac asked impatiently, "But why are we waiting here?" Shuri, though cautious, insisted firmly, "Just wait and see, the culprit will definitely enter that warehouse." The moment he finished speaking, Isaac immediately exposed the lie. The real summoning location is somewhere else. You can tell just by looking at the things inside that warehouse. Shuri was stunned for a few seconds before shouting in interrogation, "How do you know so much about the skeleton demon king?" But before he could get an answer, Isaac landed a heavy, powerful blow on his head with a reminder, "Get down." When he looked up, Shuri whispered in shock, "They really are." Although Isaac lowered his voice, he couldn't hide his contempt as he replied, "I told you they'd come." Then he suddenly shifted to a more serious attitude. "It's blindingly obvious who the culprit is." Shuri immediately snapped, "What, who?" Isaac didn't hesitate to drop the bombshell. "Obviously, it's the queen." This answer was beyond Shuri's comprehension, so he involuntarily shouted, "What?" Then Shuri himself was the one to deny it. "But wasn't she the one who asked us to find the followers of the skeleton demon king?" Isaac didn't mind enlightening his teammate. "She's just trying to sever all ties with that spy. This woman probably thinks she's clever enough to fool the priesthood." He suddenly grew excited, his eyes sparkling with the golden luster of money. "We will definitely catch that minion. That's how we'll earn credit with the crown prince or the emperor. And then we'll empty their pockets." Shuri was so terrified by this money-obsessed guy he nearly dropped his jaw. "Why are you so obsessed with money?" Whisper, who had been silent until now, suddenly popped out to ask a critical question. "But are you really going to be okay? If that's a summoning ritual, your soul could be drained dry." Isaac scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "It's fine, everything is okay. Besides, no human could possibly pull it off anyway." He said that, but his actions didn't quite match his words. "Anyway, let's chase after her." Shuri saw his companion jump up and hurriedly called out weakly, "Wait for me." He was busy looking left and right, checking for threats, and didn't notice the strange transformation in Isaac's body. "It's very dark, be careful." When he turned back, Shuri's eyes widened like dinner plates in shock. Looking at the empty courtyard in front of him, he frantically called out to his comrade in the night, "Isaac." The person Shuri longed for was currently warping into another dimension. Isaac felt the magic around his body and felt his heart racing with anxiety. "Damn it, I'm done for. This is the skeleton demon king's real summoning circle. Is there really someone capable of casting it?" While he was in a daze, a voice rang out, pulling him back to the present. "Son of the Eshua house." Isaac met the other person's eyes, and his usually confident face suddenly turned pale. It took him a few seconds to snap out of it before he found his voice and screamed, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince." Even though one stood and one knelt, both sides instinctively kept silent, making the atmosphere incredibly awkward. While no one spoke, Isaac took the opportunity to question himself. How could he activate a real summoning circle? I clearly threw out piles of fakes. Halfway through his thoughts, Isaac suddenly had a realization. "Ah, that's right, this is my original summoning magic." Whisper bitterly questioned, "Didn't you teach those skeletons to use it in truly life-threatening situations?" Isaac dejectedly admitted, "They were all so stupid they shouldn't have been able to memorize it at all." Isaac quickly pushed his advisor aside to focus on the immediate problem. "More importantly, does this mean the Crown Prince is a spy for the skeleton demon king?" Though he was terrified by this speculation, he was determined to open his mouth to find out more. "Your Highness, what are you doing here? Are you patrolling this area?" Before the other could reply, Isaac awkwardly made an excuse for him. "Ah, I see, so you're on patrol." Whisper rolled his eyes in contempt and spoke up, shattering his delusions. "It's obvious the Crown Prince is the one who performed the summoning ritual." Isaac felt this gig was no longer profitable, so he planned to make a run for it. "Ah, well, Your Highness, I seek your permission to return to finish my unfinished business. I haven't seen anything." Before he could finish his sentence, Shabley spoke up. Why did you appear from the Skeleton Demon King's summoning circle? I don't know if the Crown Prince was being truly innocent or just acting, but Isaac's internal monologue was filled with habitual insults. Why are you asking about that now? You were just caught red-handed summoning the Skeleton Demon King, you know. Your head could roll onto the ground at any moment. Just as the situation was heating up, Whisper chimed in with some soul-crushing commentary. Master, you are a saint candidate, yet you were summoned by the Skeleton Demon King's magic. The answer is obvious, isn't it? Isaac, whose heart was being pierced, could only grit his teeth and curse. Damn it, why? I adjusted that magic specifically for the demon race. Humans should have had a hell of a time using it. Whisper suddenly came up with an incredibly bold idea. To use the Master's summoning magic, one needs to speak the language of bones and, more importantly, show absolute reverence and loyalty to you. As it said this, it lunged toward Shabley's and loudly affirmed, "This guy, he is definitely a follower of the Skeleton Demon King. He's not bad at all." Isaac bitterly brushed off this absurd theory. The Crown Prince of the Holy Empire couldn't possibly do such a thing. Shabley's couldn't hear the master and servants bickering, so he continued his questioning. I'll ask you one more time, why were you summoned here? Isaac, with a dead pig isn't afraid of boiling water attitude, closed his eyes and said, there was no god, I just fell from a tree. Shabley's firmly denied it. There are no trees here. He rolled his eyes and made up a different excuse. Then surely I must have just crawled out from the ground. Shabley's, losing patience, threatened him. At least make up a more believable excuse. Isaac sighed heavily and then shifted from a defensive to an offensive position. Does it make any sense for the Crown Prince to be a follower of the Skeleton Demon King? After that question, both sides fell into a tense, silent stalemate. It seemed tiring to just stare at each other, so one of them opened his mouth to suggest, let's go somewhere else to talk. Outside, the sky was as dark as ink. The pair of bitter enemies had now moved their stubborn standoff to the Crown Prince's palace. Isaac sat with his arms crossed like a homeowner, silently appraising Shabley's opposite him. It's a joke. His power is radiating so brilliantly and purely. It turned out that, to his eyes, the Crown Prince was radiating a brilliant aura like a sun. Done with his observation, Isaac suddenly rubbed his neck and lamented, would it be better if I just pretended I didn't see anything? Shabley's moved locations, but the question remained the same. Why did you appear? This stubbornness made Isaac feel speechless. This idiot, is that the only thing you care about? He didn't bother answering but shifted to observing his surroundings. What kind of room is this? Isaac's gaze was immediately drawn to a series of Demon King models on the shelf. In the most honorable position sat a portrait of himself riding a warhorse, looking extremely imposing. The past was suddenly unearthed and hit him in the face, making Isaac feel like he was on the verge of exploding. Where did he get all this stuff? He decided to be direct for once, so he solemnly opened up. Aren't you essentially a stalker, Your Highness? You were caught at the scene by a priest of the Holy See. I think you still don't understand the issue. But regardless of what was said, Shabley's was determined to bite down on his mantra-like question. Why did you appear? That simple curiosity had accidentally triggered the demon inside Isaac. Oh my god. Shabley's looked at that grumpy face and suddenly his brain cleared. Wait a minute. The Crown Prince felt intelligent for the first time when he changed to a new question. Are you perhaps the Skeleton Demon King? Isaac was furious, his eyes rolling back as he screamed, how could that be? I must have been summoned because I once ate the finger of the Skeleton Demon King. That's right, that's why I reacted to that summoning spell. Hearing this, Shabley's looked slightly dejected. Noticing the strange expression, Isaac thought to himself, why does he look so disappointed? A while later, he winced and questioned, Your Highness, are you obsessed with the Skeleton Demon King? Shabley's lowered his eyes and shared, this was my younger brother's room. My sister is obsessed with the Skeleton Demon King, so I just intended to summon the person she loved to see if he was truly worthy of that attention. Isaac gritted his teeth, observing everything, and silently retorted, he's a terrible liar. No matter how you look at it, this is clearly a boy's room. Later, he scratched his nose and proposed, how about this? I will pretend I don't know your secret, so I want you to keep my summoning a secret. Neither you nor I have anything to gain by confronting the Holy See, right? Shabley's nodded in confirmation. Correct. They aren't the type to easily forgive those who use dark magic, especially you and me. Isaac suddenly blurted out, dark magic, as if he had realized something. Shabley's asked back, aren't you a dark mage? His next sentence made Isaac's face turn pale. I remember 10 years ago you used dark flames on the bishop. He didn't dare look him in the eye, glancing in another direction and speculating, 10 years ago it wasn't. Memories flooded back like a small wave as the morning sunlight faintly covered the intricate, silent architecture of the majestic palace. Chablis gently pushed the door open, holding his breath as he observed the situation inside. Back then, Isaac had completely lost control, repeatedly unleashing his rage on the person opposite him. He remembered the day he beat that old bishop black and blue with a rattle. The opponent endured the bone-shattering blows, only able to gape, completely unable to resist. Isaac was silently stunned. How did he know I used dark mana back then? When he met Chablis's gaze, Isaac was startled. He observed him for a moment. Isaac deduced, the sacred dragon's bloodline can identify the demon race's golden pupils. He concluded the Emperor's eye, Whisper beside him was also stunned. Isn't that the power you searched for in the past, Master? Isaac silently admitted, yeah, if I possessed those eyes, I could have completed the magic I had failed at before. He regained his senses, then wondered, you say you can sense my dark mana and mana core? Chablis shook his head, sharing honestly, no, I actually can't sense anything from you. It's shielded too well, probably because you're a saint. Isaac shared his thoughts. Then why did you say I used dark flames? Chablis repeated the demand. I said if you admit you are the skeleton demon king. Isaac held his head, wanting to leave. Fine, I give up, I'm going home. Just as he prepared to leave, Chablis behind him suddenly spoke. Very well. If you want to know why I knew you used dark mana, it's because the dragon bloodline in me is incredibly powerful. I can somewhat understand the language of monsters or things that cannot be spoken, such as a baby's babbling. Isaac stopped, his face turning different shades of green and red, muttering to himself, babbling. His whole body went stiff as if he had discovered something, staring fixedly at Chablis. Don't tell me this guy. Does he mean that back when I was a newborn, he understood my entire muddle of babbling back then? Realizing Isaac had understood, he bowed his head and shared further. Although I couldn't understand everything, I knew that back then you absolutely hated that bishop. He added, actually, to my father and me, you were like salvation. Surely you know the meaning behind our hair color, the platinum hair bearing blessings and the black hair being cursed. Everyone despised it, calling it a defilement. They didn't stop insulting my mother until they finally drove her to her death. That old bishop also had a hand in that incident. Isaac's eyes widened in shock. Is the queen's death related to the pope's faction? Whisper beside him couldn't take it any more and cursed angrily. He really wants to wipe them all out. Isaac recalled the time when he was small, repeatedly beating the bishop, and swore to himself, that animal dared to murder me? He's tired of living. Get out of my sight. If a bastard like you accuses me of being a demon, I won't be able to get close to the emperor anymore. If that happens, I won't be able to rob the royal treasury anymore, you bastard. That emperor is my pawn, do you understand? Contrary to that agitated appearance, Chablis calmly placed his hand on his chin and replied, I thought you were possessed by a demon or simply just went crazy. But demons cannot take over the body of a saint bearing divine grace. Even deities make mistakes, he thought to himself. This time the god was wrong. Thinking that makes me feel at ease, especially when a platinum blonde person, a representative of the god, has turned their back on the holy see. For the first time, I have the feeling that the mistake didn't lie with me. It also feels like the god is comforting me. So I like that. He asked once more to be sure. Are you really not the skeleton demon king? Isaac countered. Do you want me to be the skeleton demon king, your highness? Chablis asked again. Are you the skeleton demon king? He shook his head and denied it immediately. No. Isaac rolled his eyes, thinking helplessly, how many years does he think I've lived? Does he think I'll fall for it? Chablis, unaware of these thoughts, shared seriously. If you really are the skeleton demon king, I am ready to offer you this entire kingdom. Sweat streamed down Isaac's face and he pointed at himself. I could be the skeleton demon king, right? Correct, actually I am the demon king. Chablis continued to repeat what he had said many times before. Did you just say you are the skeleton demon king? Isaac, holding back for so long, finally couldn't take it anymore and exploded. I was joking. How much do you love the skeleton demon king to the point of offering up an entire kingdom? From beginning to end, the expression on Chablis's face didn't change as he nodded. That's right, the skeleton demon king's goal is this entire kingdom. Isaac scolded. This crazy guy only hears what he wants to hear, right? Finally, he didn't linger there any longer. Before leaving, he winced and dropped a line. I will pretend I didn't hear anything today or my family will be suspicious. Now, please excuse me. Shablis didn't forget to warn him carefully. Today there is no moon, it's a perfect night to summon you, remember to be careful. Isaac gritted his teeth and hissed, I already told you I'm not the skeleton demon king. Leaving the castle, he walked slowly across the common grounds. Whisper noticed something strange and spoke up, you seem happy. Isaac casually admitted, of course, why wouldn't I be? I never expected the crown prince to be a follower of the skeleton demon king. Well, I understand. The skeleton demon king is indeed cool and I completely deserve to be respected. Anyway, as long as I put the crown prince on the throne, everything will become much easier. I can't reveal my identity, but perhaps I can exploit him by pretending it's the will of the skeleton demon king, right? Whisper shared its thoughts. I don't know, the crown prince seems sharp. Moreover, being summoned is a bit dangerous. Isaac countered, no, actually it's quite good. Because I've discovered that the body and soul of a saint are linked extremely tightly. Thanks to this, the holy soul separation technique won't work. The saint's body is too attached to that soul, so it can't be helped. It heard this and agreed, it seems it will take root even deeper when your mana becomes stronger, master. Isaac had no idea someone was standing right behind him. He still spoke comfortably, but being summoned at any moment is quite a hassle. I should probably reinforce the Demon King's summoning ritual from my end. Suddenly, the person interrupted. Hey, where are you going? Shuri panted as he walked toward him and questioned, you scared the hell out of me, I thought you had been dragged away by his underlings. Isaac didn't answer, glancing to one side. All right, it's true that I was dragged away. Then Isaac put his hands on his hips and asked, what is this? You brought him just to look for me? Shuri jumped and blurted out, just look for you. Kina fiercely rushed to block his front and added, because you ate the body of the skeleton demon king, you have become the ultimate catalyst for his summoning ritual. If you were kidnapped, it would be a big problem. Shuri agreed, showing the hand with the mark to Isaac. Yes, that. Moreover, the god warned that the royal palace is dangerous. He was distracted by it and looked down. Azure holy light. Shuri placed his hand on his chest, sharing seriously. He said that he is trapped because of the skeleton demon king. I don't understand what you're talking about, but we must catch those skeleton demon king followers and support the holy light. Hearing this, Isaac pursed his lips tightly. The holy god suddenly issued a warning and he's trapped. Before he could regain his composure, the space around them suddenly shook violently. Shuri whipped his head toward one side. This energy, beside him, Kina speculated, summoning the demon race. At that moment, he couldn't hold back and trembled while screaming, what? Are they really summoning the skeleton demon king? Isaac was just as shocked, his eyes widened as if he couldn't believe it. No. A skeletal hand suddenly rose from the ground, followed by a figure that was also nothing but bones, not much different from the hand. The skeleton gnashed its jaw, which was still puffing out black smoke, then arrogantly appeared right before everyone's eyes. Upon realizing, everyone screamed in panic. It's the skeleton demon king. The skeleton demon king has been summoned. Isaac's group didn't know how to react and could only gape in witness. That idiot finally set foot on this land. Why does the demon race dare to break into the Holy Land? That's just a giant skeleton, isn't it? A giant mutated skeleton. Whisper leaned in close to give his opinion. That's a summoning circle for the skeleton king. Isaac held his head in frustration. But isn't this a type of magic circle that requires knowledge of holy arts? Damn it, that means the culprit is a priest then. At that moment, the giant skeleton with glowing red eyes was charging forward madly, accompanied by shouts of, Your Majesty. On the other side, 3 figures behind the giant skeleton were controlling it. One of them reached out with an excited smile. Summoning, obey the summoner's command, quickly kill the emperor and unleash your magic. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant skeleton suddenly reacted, calling out frantically, Master, is that you, Master? One of the group members was surprised by this situation. Master? The leader was no exception, sweat trickling down as he shared, I don't recall ever telling you to call the summoner Master. Suddenly, something caught the giant skeleton's attention. Without hesitation, it sprinted toward the castle, leaving the group and the others stunned as they shouted, Where are you going? However, the giant skeleton paid them no mind, its eyes glowing as it exclaimed, I never expected you to summon me after 150 years. This servant is truly moved, I might just cry a river. Isaac gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, You idiot, don't come any closer to me. Shuri, completely unaware of what was happening, saw the giant skeleton getting closer and screamed in terror. It's coming this way. Is it preparing to attack us? Seeing everyone panicking, Isaac made a decision. There's no other way. I guess I'll have to pretend to exorcise it and send it back like last time. The hand at Shuri's hip didn't change anything. He looked at his hand nervously. What the hell? Why isn't it working? Isaac was the same. I can't use my holy power either. Whisper glanced into the distance and shared. A magic circle that neutralizes holy power has been deployed across the entire area. Suddenly, the giant skeleton's eyes lit up intensely. It clenched its fist and erupted with power, accompanied by a roar. That is the power of high-level control magic. Someone is directly manipulating it. We have to use our own magic to suppress it and break their control. Isaac sighed helplessly. Just let me leave in peace. He raised his hand, determined. It's a bit risky, but I have no choice. Right after that, a faint streak of light flashed by, then burst into a fierce flame, swallowing the entire giant skeleton and leaving the crowd stunned. Amidst that wild, burning aura, the Grim Reaper stood blankly, not understanding what was happening. Then it suddenly vanished into a phantasmal streak of light. The space returned to its original silence. Contrasting with Shuri, who was still bewildered, Whisper excitedly exclaimed, "The giant skeleton disappeared. Was that teleportation magic just now?" On this side, footsteps approached. The person who appeared was none other than Shablies. He held a sword in his hand and calmly began, "Just as I thought. The Skeleton King's goal is to destroy this kingdom." Isaac yelled in shock, "Stop bullshitting." After Shablies sheathed his sword, the crowd chanted in unison, "Long live the Crown Prince, your highness has saved us all." Kina, who had been silent until now, suddenly reminded him, "If you leave it like that, the threat hasn't been completely resolved. Why don't you destroy its mana core directly?" Shablies' expression remained unchanged as he wondered, "Isn't that something we shouldn't get rid of?" Isaac retorted sulkily. "Why ask me?" Shablies explained, "Because that is the loyal servant of the Skeleton King, your servant." Isaac hissed, "I already told you I'm not." Finally, losing patience, he turned his back to leave, not forgetting to drop a line. "I'm going to chase after the cultists. You all go check on that skeleton and keep an eye on it. Leave the rest to me." Kina crossed his arms to give his opinion. "Wouldn't it be better to just track it down and finish it off?" Isaac stopped in his tracks, yelling straight at Kina, "Touch it and you're dead. That thing belongs to me. If you dare to meddle, don't even think about studying with me anymore." Suddenly being shouted at, Kina looked a bit dazed. "What?" He didn't explain much, just continued aggressively. "They dared to control that skeleton to frame the Crown Prince? This is absolutely unforgivable." Finishing his sentence, Isaac took off running, not forgetting to remind them, "I'll be back." Kina glanced at Shablies, who was admiringly watching the retreating back, and thought to himself, "Isaac, is he really on the Crown Prince's side?" On this side, Isaac was very angry, constantly cursing, "How dare you summon and command my subordinates? You guys are dead meat." Rushed footsteps echoed through the deserted forest. Enb led the crowd, running for their lives. "Damn it, what just happened? Do you know how hard it was to summon that skeleton? That damn Crown Prince, did he blow it away somewhere else? The Holy Dragon's power is truly strong, but I didn't expect it to be that much." The girl beside him had a similar expression, venting her rage while running, "Not to mention it ignored all of our commands. The one summoned from the summoning circle was supposed to obey the summoner. Could there be someone there even stronger than the summoning circle?" Enb didn't believe it and immediately denied. "That's absurd. That summoning circle was created personally by the Skeleton King's trusted attendant. Forget it, let's go find that skeleton and continue our plan. We will replace the Crown Prince and send the Eshua family to the abyss." Suddenly, Enb stopped when he collided with Isaac's arrogant silhouette from above. He opened with murderous intent. "What now?" He looked around and saw no sign of his comrades, so he became a bit scared. Mother of God, why did everyone else suddenly disappear? Before he could process it, a thunderous kick flew straight into Enb's face in an instant. Because he couldn't react in time, Enb's back slammed hard into the ground. Isaac landed and calmly started, "Looking for your friends? My subordinates took them away." His whole body stiffened for a moment, many thoughts flashing through his mind. He pierced through grade 7 protection magic. Could he be using a weapon equal to the examiner's? If it's just that weapon, I can still handle it. After all, he's just a mediocre priest. Glancing down, the weapon in Isaac's hand was glowing a deep red. Enb was stunned when he recognized it, a bell. Seeing such an expression on his opponent, he became even more excited. Now you're all alone, you idiot. Don't waste time running away, I still have to finish a robbery. I have to settle this before my grandfather finds out, otherwise my seat as the heir is as good as gone. Seeing Isaac getting closer to him, Enb panicked. What is this lunatic mumbling about? Isaac didn't care about others' stares, he grinned. Since the teachings of the blue faction don't allow harming humans, I'll just quietly finish you off. Enb cursed inwardly. You aren't even hiding your identity, you bastard. As soon as the weapon touched Enb, Isaac questioned coldly, before I finish you off, I have a few questions. If you don't answer properly, it's going to hurt. Enb trembled, reminding him, where are you poking that thing? In this urgent situation, Enb began to calculate. He's just a priest, meaning his physical defense is almost zero. Just distract him and hit him with a spell and it's over. No sooner said than done, Enb gathered his courage and shouted, the Eshua family says that once I take care of you, the great skeleton king will be pleased. But it seemed those words didn't faze Isaac at all. He just curled his lips in a cold sneer. Isaac raised the weapon, which was churning with fiery energy, and asked back, who did you say would be pleased? Enb was horrified and stunned, never expecting such a fierce reaction. A priest. Isaac didn't hesitate, decisively swinging his hand and causing flames to erupt and engulf Enb's body to his utter astonishment. The scorching heat made Enb's breathing intermittent, but he still tried to reassure himself in his pain. It's okay, I just need to use dark flames to suppress these burns and I'll be fine. Isaac was satisfied with this result, he said excitedly. They say if you don't want to be burned to death, you better tell the truth. Who is backing you? Even in pain, Enb remained steadfast. I don't know. Having not received the result he wanted, he used the weapon to slam Enb's head hard. Enb's eyes bulged out, and no longer holding back, he blurted out, we intended to frame the crown prince for treason. Isaac leaned over and slammed him again. What about what you said regarding pushing the Eshua family to the abyss? Enb sincerely confessed everything. Isaac shocked the entire Holy See, so the status of the Eshua family has completely changed. We cannot let Isaac from the Eshua family be canonized. But if he uses the skeleton to kill the emperor, he will be held responsible for failing to handle the skeleton king. He slammed Enb's face sideways, interrogating, so who gave the order? Enb winced, trying to endure the pain, then blurted out a name. A person named Ranchi requested that we. Hearing the name, Whisper shared his thoughts. It must be a demon. Isaac still didn't stop, his hand constantly slamming down. Oh God, so that guy Ranchi told you to control someone else's precious skeleton? Enb covered his head, thinking to himself, what's with the precious skeleton of someone else's stuff? Pushed to the limit, he finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted, I don't know the details, I only know he is connected to the Black Heavenly God. That Ranchi guy gave me magical tools to control the skeleton, and Ranchi is a subordinate of the Black Heavenly God. Whisper, hiding behind Isaac, agreed. That is indeed the case. As if discovering something, he hurriedly stopped. Isaac clenched his fist, gritting his teeth in anger. Black Heavenly God. Isaac brought his hand to his chin, deep in thought. Black Heavenly God. He frowned slightly, assessing. It seems like one of the lesser demons is accompanying this Black Heavenly God. Whisper immediately followed up. And it is highly likely that the Black Heavenly God has colluded with someone in the royal family to assassinate the emperor. Isaac sighed, it's most likely the queen. Finishing his sentence, he cast a glance at Enb struggling on the ground, a suspicion suddenly rising in his heart. But why does the name Black Heavenly God sound familiar? I'm sure I've heard it somewhere before. Before he could gather his thoughts, Enb surged up, his whole body filled with murderous intent, declaring, you little brat, die, you little rat. Isaac stood still, not moving an inch, as if this situation couldn't scare him at all. A moment later, Isaac sneered, I knew it, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Just as Enb was about to close in, a giant skeletal hand appeared behind him. No one knew when the skeleton had appeared, but it decisively stomped down, crushing Enb under its foot. Isaac put his hands on his hips, looked up at it, and asked, I told you to stay with Shuri, what are you doing here? The giant skeleton panted and replied, I was afraid you would get hurt, so I came over, master. Having said that, it suddenly knelt down and wailed loudly. Isaac panicked, what's wrong with you? The giant skeleton whimpered as it poured out its heart. I can't believe my all-powerful master turned into such a furry creature. It slammed its head against the ground. What a tragedy. Wait for me, master, I will tear off that disgusting skin for you immediately. Angered by the giant skeleton, Isaac gritted his teeth, promising to wring its neck later. Suddenly, shouts echoed from far away. It's around here. I can feel a large amount of dark mana in this area. Isaac placed his hand on the giant skeleton's head, calling out a stream of spiritual power as if wanting to recall it. We cannot be caught here. Then he calmly summoned his power. Divine punishment change properties. Isaac's face remained calm from beginning to end. A moment later, the giant skull transformed into an adorable little doll. Whisper was excited about this form, yelling, "You hit her well. Since she's a high-level demon, it's a bit difficult to send her back to the Shadow Kingdom." As soon as he finished speaking, Isaac decisively swung his hand and threw the doll into the air. The giant skeleton wailed miserably, "Master, we just reunited, why must we part?" Whisper asked helplessly. "Didn't you say you would keep her?" Isaac shared without holding back. "Getting caught would be the end of me." Whisper was stunned again. "Is it okay to throw her into the holy pond?" Isaac confidently reassured him. "What's wrong with that? I've already changed her attributes, haven't I?" The crowd led by Shuri arrived where Isaac was, and he worriedly asked, "Are you okay?" Observing the scene with Shab in a nearby bush, the group mumbled, "Looks like you're okay." They happily rushed to congratulate him. "Good job, you caught the spy." The friend beside him added, "You've made a huge contribution." Isaac didn't answer them, he went straight to the main point. "I heard this criminal mention the name Black Heavenly God. Does anyone know who that is?" The friend was stunned and shouted, "The Black Heavenly God is that the vicious criminal?" Everyone had the same expression. "Is he targeting the holy nation now?" The friend was stunned and shouted, "The Black Heavenly God is that the vicious criminal?" Benjamin had the same expression. "Is he targeting the holy nation now?" Hearing that, his whole body stiffened like stone. "What the hell, did I ever sign a contract with someone like that?" Whisper leaned in close to share his thoughts. "Scammers are really running rampant, huh?" The blue-haired friend scanned the people defeated on the ground once and breathed a sigh of relief. "He doesn't look very stable. How did you control him?" Isaac looked in another direction, not revealing the truth. His magical tool malfunctioned, then he collapsed on his own. While everyone was talking, Shablies arrived. He walked right up behind Isaac and praised, "You truly didn't let me down." Isaac started and felt it unbelievable to see this appearance. "Where does this guy keep popping up from?" Ignoring his gaze, Shablies continued, "You worked hard, young Master Eshua, let's go back to the palace together. The royal family will reward you generously." The scene changes to the magnificent castle appearing majestically under the sunlight. The next day at the royal banquet hall, Isaac was focused on eating and drinking at a lavish table. Whispers echoed all around. "I heard young Master Isaac was the one who caught the believer. His family has made a great contribution again." Seeing the weapon Isaac left on the table, Shuri complained with a grimace. "Can you put that bloody bell somewhere else?" Isaac replied nonchalantly, His Majesty the Emperor requested it. He wanted me to explain exactly how I caught that guy." He helplessly shouted, "You could have explained it with words just by talking." "And how did you bring this inside? Aren't weapons forbidden in the royal palace?" Isaac naively shared honestly, "What do you mean? The bell is always in my underwear." While the two were arguing, a warm voice interrupted. "How gratifying." Alexander stepped in, smiling pleasantly, and praised, "I'm very glad you made good use of my gift." Realizing who had appeared, Shuri jumped up. "Your Majesty," the Emperor smiled and nodded as he continued, "how could I not be grateful? You not only cherished the gift I gave 10 years ago but also used it to catch the criminal who tried to assassinate me." Shablies, standing beside Alexander, also curled his lips in a proud smile. Immediately after, another person's voice rang out to join the fun, attracting Isaac's and His Majesty's attention. Well deserving of the contractor of the greatest god. The Queen walked up and spoke pleasantly. "It is true that I asked you to do that, but I didn't expect you to actually catch the spy." Isaac stared at the angry but still smiling face of the Queen. A thought popping into his head. "You must have intended to frame the Crown Prince for treason, so you're probably furious now because things didn't go your way, right?" Whisper, hiding in his coat sleeve, excitedly shared. "She must be furious." Her plan to slander the Crown Prince crumbled the moment the Black Heavenly God was exposed as the true culprit. The Queen didn't let it go, she continued. "I believe the young master must have asked for a reward. Can I, as the Queen, personally reward you for protecting His Majesty? Such a praiseworthy young priest, I must definitely compensate you." Hearing what the Queen said, Shablies briefly froze. Contrary to him, Isaac remained extremely calm from start to finish. He placed his hand on his chest, expressing, I would be very honored. However, the Crown Prince has already promised to personally reward me. Receiving anything else would be too extravagant for a servant of the divine. So please allow me to only receive your kind thoughts." Understanding the underlying meaning in Isaac's words, the queen's face turned cold. The priest of the greatest god seems quite close to the Crown Prince. You will be fine," Isaac replied briefly. "Yes, I am quite fond of the Crown Prince because he is a follower of the Skeleton King." After the tense exchange, standing outside the grounds, Shuri worriedly asked, "You just made an enemy of the queen, are you sure about that?" Isaac didn't care much, replying nonchalantly, "Yeah, you want me to be on the Pope's side or something." He continued, "Remember your words, the Crown Prince was very touched." Isaac put his hand behind his head, sharing while walking. "Yeah, so it..." Before he could finish his sentence, two people appeared and interrupted them. "Finally found you, you shameless bastard," one of the young men demanded angrily. "Hand over the god of the earth." The leader continued shouting, "You little brat." Isaac commented listlessly, "You guys are still obsessed with that. Do you really have nothing else to do?" The leader couldn't help but yell, "You brat, we've been searching for you for days without sleep." "Whatever, today we have to get it back at all costs. We are in the royal flower garden, you can't use holy arts. Just try it, we'll report you for disrespecting the royal family." Whisper took out pen and paper to record attentively. Tip: except for the royal family, no one is allowed to use holy arts in the royal garden. Seeing Isaac still standing like a statue, the guy continued to urge, "Give it here, you bastard." He leaned back and replied, "I can't. I've already decided to give it to the royal family, you fools." Another note was written, "Tip: touching royal property will be charged as treason." Hearing that, the blonde guy pointed at Isaac and questioned, "Don't be ridiculous, so the royal family would accept a god from the Pope's side?" "Enough, your lies." Just finished speaking, someone interrupted. "Young Master Isaac is right." Chablis stood proudly there, loudly repeating, "I have decided to place that object in the Emperor's palace garden." The group realized who it was and shouted in unison, "Your Highness the Crown Prince." Chablis didn't answer, walking step by step to their position and continuing, "I didn't expect you to dream of objects in the royal palace. You truly have no manners." Seeing he was on his side, Isaac regained his confidence and became even more arrogant. "See, His Highness said he would place the Earth God in the Crown Prince's garden." Chablis nodded in confirmation. "Yes, I believe we decided to place it in the garden of the Crown Prince's palace." The leader's face turned ashen. He cursed in his head. "You just said it was the Emperor's palace, damn it." His face was wet with water. Chablis turned to serious advice. "If you take it, I will consider it an attempt to steal my property." Isaac took the opportunity to clench his fist and continue. "Understand now, stop loitering around me and surrender, you idiots." Solving the crowd, Isaac asked, "Is there something wrong, Your Highness? Why are you soaking wet?" Chablis wiped his hair and replied, "I was just taking a dip in the lake." Shuri, standing nearby, unexpectedly blurted out, "Soaking in the lake?" Isaac scratched his head, confused. "I feel like I've forgotten something, haven't I?"